Deep in the heart of Germany, in the western part of the country, lay Cologne, and not far from it nestled a small village named Pors. This was a place where time seemed to slow down and life flowed at an unhurried pace, free from major upheavals. In those distant years, the population of Pors consisted primarily of elderly individuals, lending the area a peculiar quietness and serenity. Rarely did anything truly spectacular happen here. The only source of vital activity and the village's unique pulse was the nearby airport, which provided employment for many of Pors's residents. However, even this quiet corner began to feel unsettling in the early 90s. From time to time, rumors of missing children spread through the village, and parents' hearts tightened with fear. The police, of course, made every possible effort to solve these mysterious disappearances, but unfortunately, their actions yielded no results. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. People now hesitated to let their children play outside alone, gripped by uncertainty. Had the children run away, or had they become victims of abduction? The narrator's mother was also consumed by this widespread fear and adamantly refused to let him go out alone. Her anxiety was too great. The boy, being a child, understood her worry, but at the same time felt an irresistible urge to push the boundaries. And so, one day, yielding to an impulse, he saw his mother asleep on the sofa. This was his chance. He quickly put on his shoes and slipped out of the house, unnoticed. Carelessly wandering the surroundings, the boy let his imagination run wild, completely losing track of time. He ventured deep into the nearby forest, hoping to meet other children. Hours flew by, and soon it began to get dark. He was about to head home when something completely unexpected happened. In the distance, he noticed the village church. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, but then his eye was caught by something like a light flickering inside. It seemed strange to him, and being a curious child, he cautiously crept towards the building. Usually, no one should have been there at this time of day. So what could be happening there? Reaching the back entrance, the boy slowly circled the building. As he passed one of the windows, he thought he heard voices. He stood up just enough to peer inside. The village priest was there. The boy could barely make him out. Only a few candles were lit, casting the priest's enormous shadow on the wall. He couldn't understand what the priest was doing, so he decided to sneak inside. The back door was unlocked. He entered, trying not to make the slightest sound. Eventually, he got close enough to hear the priest. He seemed very nervous and didn't look nearly as friendly as he did on Sundays. Something was definitely wrong. The boy knew the priest shouldn't see him. It would be very bad for him. He stayed quiet and waited, patiently. At some point, the priest went down to the basement. This was the moment the boy had been waiting for. He quickly rushed into the room and hid behind the pews. When the priest returned upstairs, he was on the phone. Soon after, 2 other men entered the church. One of them asked the priest why he had left the door unlocked. The priest froze for a moment, then said he must have simply forgotten. "I have everything ready," the priest said, and told the 2 men to go down to the basement. They obeyed and went downstairs. The priest glanced around the room for a moment, then followed them. Now the boy was sure something was terribly wrong. He tried to hide as best as he could. Voices and metallic sounds, like something clicking, echoed from the basement. The boy tried to get closer to hear better, and then what he feared happened. His foot brushed against a metal candlestick, and it crashed to the floor. Suddenly, everything went silent. The boy quickly found a new hiding spot. Then footsteps were heard. Many footsteps. They were all coming upstairs. "What was that?" one of the men asked. "Something just fell," the priest replied. "Don't worry about it." "All right, I'll give you half now, and I'll bring the rest of the money tomorrow," one of the men said. "Okay," the priest replied, and the men exited through the back door. When the priest was alone, his expression suddenly changed. He looked angry. He slowly walked through the church. His steps were heavy but confident. The boy knew the priest realized he was still there. "I saw you, boy," the priest said. The boy's blood ran cold. He knew the priest was aware of his presence. "You can't hide for long. You don't need to hide. I'm a good man. Come out. Let's play." But the boy knew the priest didn't want to play. He had seen something he shouldn't have. If the priest found him, he would be in serious trouble. He even tried to breathe as quietly as possible. The priest walked around the church a few more times, then said to himself, maybe he really left. He gathered a few things, extinguished the candles, and left the church. The boy remained there for at least 20 more minutes, frozen with fear. What had just happened? He couldn't believe it. Eventually, naive as he was, he crawled out of his hiding place. He just wanted to go home. It was all too much. Just leave. Get out of there. As he headed for the back door, he saw the moon shining through the same window where he had first seen the priest. A shadowy silhouette lay on the floor. The boy looked out the window and thought he would die. The priest stood there, looking at him with an evil smirk. I knew I saw you, you foolish boy. Let's play. He lunged into the church, and the boy hid again. The priest ran wildly throughout the building. I'll kill you, you stupid boy, he screamed, desperately searching for him. He was getting closer and closer. The boy was inside a cabinet and could see him through a crack right in front of him. The priest had nothing in his hands. Suddenly, he chuckled quietly and said, You really are a stupid boy. He had found him. He grabbed the cabinet door. This was it. He was going to kill the boy. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, a thunderous command rang out. Police, get on the floor. The clergyman complied without resistance, and in the next moment, law enforcement officers stormed into the church. The narrator's mother was the last to enter the sanctuary, as if she had a premonition that he would try to slip away. It turned out she had thoughtfully hidden a tracking device in his shoe and set out to search for him with the police. This circumstance alone saved his life. He openly told the officers everything that had happened. The police officers descended into the basement, where they found 2 children who had previously been reported missing. It was revealed that the priest was a member of a criminal group involved in kidnapping children for the purpose of selling their organs. The narrator's recklessness almost cost him his life, but his mother's foresight saved him from imminent death. After that experience, he was no longer a deeply religious person. What he had seen and lived through simply wouldn't allow him to be. However, for most of his 20s, his entire life revolved around the church. It was one of those large, modern community churches with a coffee shop in the lobby and services accompanied by a band with electric guitars, drawing hundreds of congregants. The atmosphere there felt like a big family. It was in this community that he met Anna. Anna was one of his best friends. She had a sweet disposition, was a woman of few words, and was simply kind. She was the type of person who remembered birthdays and actually called to wish you well. Anna was married to David. In the eyes of all the churchgoers, David seemed like the perfect man. He was charismatic, played the guitar masterfully in the worship band, and always hugged Anna tenderly. They gave the impression of an exemplary married couple. However, when he was alone with Anna, the narrator began to notice disturbing details. He saw David's gaze turn empty and cold if Anna laughed too loudly at someone's joke. He noticed David gripping her wrist too tightly when he wanted to leave a party. David himself called it caring, but the narrator interpreted it differently, as blatant control. Sometimes Anna confided in him, whispering about incidents. She shared how David would accidentally break her things, or how he would block a doorway with his body and jokingly say he wouldn't let her go until she uttered words of love. These small things, taken individually, might seem like manifestations of a passionate or complicated marriage, but when you line them up, they form a clear picture of abuse. The narrator repeatedly urged her to leave, again and again. He told her his apartment was always open to her, but Anna was terrified not only of David, but also of what the church community would say. Their pastor insisted very strongly on the sanctity of marriage. Divorce was considered the greatest sin, worse than anything else. On that fateful night, when everything happened, he received a call at 3 a.m. It wasn't Anna calling, but a nurse from the local hospital. She reported that Anna had been in an accident and had listed him as an emergency contact. His heart simply froze with fear. He drove to the hospital, shaking so badly he could barely hold the steering wheel. He was allowed into Anna's room. The entire left side of her face was covered in bandages and dried blood. She was conscious, staring at the ceiling. He did it, Anna said. She told him everything. She had finally made up her mind. She was packing her bag while David was out. She was just zipping it up when he unexpectedly returned early. He saw the bag. He didn't yell. That scared her the most. He just walked into the bedroom, opened the closet, took out the gun he kept in a safe, and came back to her. He held the barrel directly to her temple. "Do you really think you're going anywhere?" he asked. Anna confessed that she thought she would die right there in her hallway. All she could think about was that she didn't want him to be the last person she saw. So she acted. She grabbed his wrist and pushed, trying to shove the gun away, and it fired. The sound was deafening. She said it felt like her whole head exploded. She collapsed, clutching her ear, convinced she was dead. The bullet passed right through the top of her ear, only grazing her scalp. Another centimeter lower, and she would have been gone. David, she said, simply dropped the gun and started crying. "I didn't mean to," he wailed. "Oh God, Anna, I didn't mean to shoot. It was an accident." He was the one who called 911, claiming she had tried to grab his gun, and it went off. The narrator took her home from the hospital. The police had already confiscated his weapon, and Anna obtained an emergency restraining order. The next day, she filed for divorce. He thought the nightmare was finally over, that she was safe. That's when the real horror began. They didn't attend church for 2 weeks. When they finally returned, the atmosphere was extremely unpleasant. People looked at them, not with sympathy, but with judgment. After the service, the pastor's wife, a woman the narrator had always admired, approached them. She placed her hand on Anna's. "Anna, dear," she said, her voice dripping with false concern. "We've all been praying for you and for David." He must be having such a hard time. The narrator just stared at her. "A hard time for him?" he asked. The woman ignored him. "David is just heartbroken," she continued. "He's been in Pastor John's office every day, crying and repenting. He told us all about this. All an accident." "It wasn't an accident," Anna said. Her voice was quiet but firm. "He held a gun to my head." The pastor's wife smiled, a tight, awful little smile. "Yes, but he didn't mean to shoot, did he? That's what he said. He said you pushed him. Anna, you know you can't do that. A wife is supposed to be a calming spirit for her husband, not provoke him." The narrator felt sick. He physically felt the blood drain from his face. The situation continued to worsen. Over the next week, church congregants, their mutual friends, began receiving calls. The message for everyone was consistently, "You know, the Bible talks about forgiveness." One of the elders, speaking with her on the phone, insisted, "Marriage is a sacred covenant. It can't just be broken over one mistake." Another echoed him, "He is your husband. It is your duty to support him, not abandon him when he needs your help the most." Then came a truly horrifying blow. A group of 3 women from her Bible study group showed up at the narrator's apartment. They stated that they needed to speak with Anna. Sitting her down on the narrator's couch, they staged what they called an intervention. "We love you, Anna," one of them began, "but we are genuinely concerned for your soul. You are allowing bitterness and anger to overcome you. David is a good man," another added. "He just has that kind of personality, but you knew that. And the story we're hearing, well, we heard that if you hadn't pushed him, the gun would never have fired." They had, in effect, accused her. They openly blamed her for being shot in the head. They claimed that a spirit of rebellion lived within her, and that she was the one who had disturbed the peace in the home. They insisted if she truly loved God, she should cancel the restraining order, stop the divorce proceedings, and return to her husband to help him heal. Anna just sat silently, the stitches on her ear still bright red. That was the last time she ever set foot in that church. A month later, she moved to another state to live with her sister. She changed her name. The narrator hasn't seen her in person since, though they sometimes exchange messages. The narrator stayed there for a few more weeks. He couldn't believe what was happening. He watched as David was welcomed back into the community. He would stand during services and give tearful testimonies about his struggles and how some enemy tried to destroy his marriage, and people nodded. They patted him on the back. They prayed for him. The man who held a gun to his wife's head was declared a victim. The woman who was shot was called a sinner. The narrator finally realized the truth. True horror isn't always found in the monster with a gun. Sometimes it's the smiling faces in the room who, after you've narrowly escaped danger, try to convince you to return to the monster's cage, because to them, your safety was never as important as their rules. And then the narrator converted to Islam. This happened in 2018 when the narrator was working as a cleaner at St. Mary's Church, located in a quiet suburb of Chicago. He was 28, single, and desperately needed a steady job after a series of temporary construction gigs. The church was an old brick building constructed in the 1950s. Nothing remarkable, just a main hall with pews, a small office, a storage room in the back, and a basement for supplies. Father Ali managed the place. He was a kind elderly man in his 60s, living in the rectory next door. The narrator's shifts usually fell in the evenings, cleaning after services or events, mopping floors, dusting the altar, and other similar tasks. It was a quiet job and he enjoyed the silence there. The pay wasn't great, but it was significantly better than dealing with noisy construction sites. One of the unique features of this church was the front door, which emitted a long, drawn-out creak every time it was opened. The reason lay in the old rusty hinges that needed lubrication. However, Father Ali always claimed it gave the place a special character. He joked that the sound was like the church itself, announcing visitors. The narrator heard this creak constantly during the day when people came for prayers or meetings, but at night, when he was alone, the sound stood out particularly strongly. The door was made of heavy wood, equipped with a latch that secured tightly behind anyone entering. No wind could move it. It required significant effort to open. On that particular night, it was a Tuesday in October. The weather outside was cool and rainy. The narrator was working late because there had been a funeral earlier, and the premises needed a thorough extra cleaning. Flowers to be removed. Programs collected from the pews. Father Ali had left around $8,000 p.m. to visit a parishioner in the hospital. He asked the narrator to lock the door when he finished and said he would be back late, possibly around $11,000 p.m. The narrator nodded, seeing nothing unusual in this. He had his headphones on and was listening to a true crime podcast, which, in retrospect, seemed ironic. While vacuuming the carpet in the main hall, the church was dimly lit. Only the overhead lights were on at a low level and a couple of lamps near the altar. Outside, streetlights flickered through the stained glass windows, casting strange colored shadows on the walls. Around 10:30 p.m., the narrator was finishing his work, putting cleaning supplies away in the basement. That's when he heard it. That long, drawn-out creak of the front door. It started quietly, like a groan, and lasted a good 5 seconds before the latch clicked. The narrator took out one earbud and froze. "Father Ali," he called out, assuming the priest had returned early. There was no answer. At first, the narrator dismissed the thought of anything unusual. Maybe Father Ali just grabbed something from his office and didn't hear him. He finished putting away the boxes and went upstairs to the main floor. The hall was empty. The lights weren't brighter. There was no coat on the hanger by the door. The narrator walked to the entrance, peering through the small window in the door. The parking lot was dark. Only his battered Toyota sat there in the rain. The door was tightly closed, locked as always. He tried the handle, locked from the inside, which meant if someone had entered, they should be inside, but no one was. He checked the pews, the side aisles, and even looked into the small vestibule where the holy water font was. Nothing. No wet footprints on the floor from the rain. No wet umbrella. Strange, but he told himself that maybe he had imagined it. Old buildings make sounds, right? Creaks from the wood settling or something. He dismissed these thoughts and went to get his jacket from the office. Moments later, as he leaned over the thermostat, preparing to switch it off for the night, footsteps reached his ears. They were distinct, as if in broad daylight, slow, weighty thuds on the wooden floor of the main hall. This wasn't a hurried scurry, or a leisurely stroll, rather. Each step sounded with heavy, measured deliberation. His heart began to beat noticeably faster. "Father, is that you?" he called out, louder this time. The footsteps immediately froze mid-stride, and absolute silence descended. Now he was on edge. The church, though not enormous, had its hidden corners, alcoves behind the altar, confessional booths, a small choir loft upstairs. He hastily grabbed a flashlight from his office desk drawer, a heavy maglite he usually used for exploring dark nooks, and stepped out. "Hey, is anyone here?" he said, trying to steady his voice. There was no reply. The rain drummed monotonously on the roof, but inside there was a dead silence. The thought that a homeless person might have slipped in earlier, seeking shelter, crossed his mind. Such incidents sometimes occurred in larger cities, though their suburb was considered quite safe. Or perhaps it was a childish prank. Teenagers often gathered nearby. He decided to thoroughly check everything before leaving the building, not wanting to lock anyone in for the night. His circuit began in the main hall, where the flashlight beam swept under pews and behind St. statues. Nothing. The confessional was empty, its doors left ajar as he'd found them after cleaning. Then he ascended the narrow stairs to the choir loft. The steps creaked under his feet, but no one was there, just dusty hymn books and an ancient organ. Descending, he checked the office. The desk was clear. No one was hiding under it or in the closet. Next was the storage room. Boxes of candles, altar cloths, cleaning supplies. Everything was in its place. He moved a few stacks, ensuring everything was in order. Down to the basement again, where the furnace hummed quietly. No signs of disturbance. This entire search probably took 15 minutes, and by its conclusion, he began to feel awkward. Perhaps the footsteps were merely the sounds of an old building reacting to the wind, or his imagination playing tricks after that mysterious creak. He headed back to the exit, keys already in hand, ready to lock up and go home. That's when it happened. A loud bang echoed from behind him. It wasn't just any door. It was the storage room door he had just checked. It slammed shut with such force, as if someone had yanked it shut. He froze, keys jingling in his trembling hand. Thoughts raced through his mind. No way. It was the wind. There were no windows in the room, and the door was heavy, with a spring hinge that closed slowly on its own. It didn't slam, unless you made it. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice slightly shaky. Silence again. Now he was truly scared, heart pounding, palms sweating. Part of him wanted to bolt out the front door, but he couldn't just abandon the church. What if someone was hurt or something was being vandalized? He gripped the flashlight like a club and slowly, quietly walked back. The storage room door was tightly shut. He hadn't closed it himself. He had left it open after checking. He listened to the wood. Nothing. No breathing. No rustling. Taking a deep breath, he turned the handle and quickly flung it open. The flashlight beam swept inside. Something hit him square on the forehead. Not hard enough to knock him out, but sharply, like a dull thud that made him stumble back a step. He cursed, rubbing his head, feeling a small bruise forming. What the hell? He frantically shined the flashlight around. The room was exactly as he'd left it. Boxes stacked, mop in the corner, no one there, no shelves near the door that could have fallen, no hanging tools or chains. The ceiling was solid, no loose panels. Whatever hit him came from inside, right as the door swung open. But There was nothing close enough to do it. He checked the door itself. Smooth wood, no protrusions. He even felt around the frame, thinking perhaps a spring or a mechanism. But it was just an old door. He backed away, slammed it shut, locked it this time, and quickly got out of there. Locking the front door behind him, the creak echoed in his ears longer than ever. On the way home, he kept glancing in his rear-view mirror. The next morning, he called Father Ali and resigned without notice. The priest was surprised and asked if something had happened. He gave him the condensed version of events. Strange sounds, the inexplicable hit. Father Ali chuckled a little. He said the church was old, but it didn't have any strange history. No ghost stories or break-ins. Just a regular parish since the 1950s. He replied, "No, thank you. I found a new job cleaning offices downtown. Day shifts only." That evening, a DoorDash delivery driver, for whom this job was his primary source of income, was performing his usual duties. He typically aimed to dedicate at least 8 or 9 hours a day to deliveries. However, to be frank, his schedule often suffered disruptions. Day after day, he would postpone the start of his shift, sometimes not beginning work until 9 or 10 at night. This particular night was no different. He had been on the road for about 3 hours when, around 1 a.m., another order came in. He was to pick up groceries from a small convenience store at a nearby gas station. Upon arriving at the deserted gas station, the driver went inside. It was quiet, and apart from the cashier, there was no one else in the store. Returning to his car, he checked the order to ensure its completeness and accuracy. It was just one large bottle of cheap wine. This was certainly a curious order, but for him, it presented an additional inconvenience. The driver always preferred contactless delivery, where he could simply leave items on the porch and avoid any interaction. However, alcohol deliveries required an ID check, meaning he had to wait for the customer to open the door. In any case, he set off. The drive was just over 15 minutes and led into a wooded area. Most of the city was surrounded by forests, so this was not unusual. However, when he turned onto the driveway, it was extremely rough and broken, as if it hadn't been maintained in a long time. Soon he reached the house itself. It stood alone, very old and abandoned. There seemed to be no lights anywhere, and the driver could only see the front of the building, illuminated by his car's headlights. He parked and got out of the car. The forest was absolutely silent. He felt completely alone, and every sound he made seemed to be the only noise in the entire vicinity. But it was already around a.m. Standing next to his car, he opened the app on his phone, making sure everything was ready for the ID check and other necessary procedures. While he was there, his gaze accidentally fell upon a light flickering somewhere deep in the woods. However, he didn't pay much attention to it, assuming it was probably a light from another house, perhaps a porch light or something similar. But he couldn't see the house itself. The light was too far away and barely penetrated the dense tree foliage. With the app ready, he headed to the porch. He didn't find a doorbell, so he knocked on the door. He heard the knock echo throughout the house, as it usually does in an empty dwelling. It was a bit strange, but again, he just ignored it and waited for someone to answer. In fact, the only thing that seemed unusual to him until this point was the complete lack of light in the house or on the porch. His headlights were still the only source of illumination, lighting up the front of the house. The fact that it was an old house in the woods was quite common in that area, so while it sounds strange, it wasn't off-putting to him. After a good minute of waiting, he finally heard some sounds from behind the door, and a moment later, it swung open. Immediately, as soon as the door opened, he noticed how dark it was inside. The driver expected to see some dim lighting further back in the room, or perhaps for the occupants to turn on a light as they approached the door, but this didn't happen. It was practically pitch black inside. He could barely make out the man standing in the doorway. He was quite tall and slender, with shadows obscuring most of his face. The driver explained that he just needed to quickly check his ID due to the alcohol. The man nodded and seemed to smile slightly, but it was hard to tell. He asked for a minute to get his wallet. His voice was slow and raspy. The man left the door open as he turned and walked down the hallway into another part of the house, disappearing completely into the darkness, just a few feet from the doorway. Now the driver was truly alarmed. He had already felt a slight unease, but now, seeing that the person simply lived in a completely dark house, it was extremely strange. As his anxiety grew, he began to nervously look around. His gaze fell on his own car, standing ominously on the gravel driveway with its headlights on, and nothing but dark woods behind it. Then his gaze slid to the woods nearby. He noticed the light he had seen earlier again, but now it was closer. The driver stared at it, and after a few seconds, he realized the light was moving. It wasn't just shining in all directions, it was swaying or shaking slightly, as if someone was standing still, holding a flashlight and pointing it directly at him. A chill ran down his spine. The light had to be only about 15 meters into the trees. However, outside there was still absolute silence. He heard no one and nothing. But as he looked at that light, he suddenly heard something from inside the house. The driver shifted his gaze back through the doorway, peering into the darkness of the hallway. He heard faint creaks of floorboards, as if someone was cautiously approaching the doorway. The driver jumped off the porch and rushed to his car. At that moment, the light in the woods moved again, but he didn't linger to find out what was happening. He got in his car and hastily drove away, still catching his breath. He tried to collect his thoughts, got back on the road and parked back at the same gas station. It was amazing how in such situations, the mind so desperately tries to immediately come up with an explanation that everything was not as it seemed. He truly couldn't understand what exactly it was, but he was too exhausted to continue working. So after that, he drove home and ended his work for the night. Tom completed his night duties. A few days later, unable to shake off the intrusive thoughts, the narrator undertook a small investigation. His goal was not so much to uncover the true circumstances of what happened, but rather to convince himself that there was no cause for alarm. However, he soon discovered some very unsettling information. It turned out that the house in question was completely abandoned. It had been vacant for over 50 years, and this wooded plot of land should, in fact, have remained uninhabited. Furthermore, there were no other structures in its immediate vicinity. The narrator still cannot comprehend the events of that night, but is deeply convinced that he narrowly escaped imminent danger. In 2019, the narrator went to his older brother's country house to dog-sit for 3 days while his brother was away on a business trip. His brother didn't want to leave his dog, Cooper, with strangers. Although the narrator calls this dwelling a cabin, it was actually a fairly large, ordinary house. It only earned that name due to its location in the middle of a dense forest. The first day was spent socializing with his brother, who left around 3 p.m. There wasn't much to do at the cabin, besides relax and perhaps listen to music by the fireplace. After dinner, the narrator decided it would be nice to sit outside and enjoy the sunset by a campfire. Taking Cooper with him, they settled in the yard, watching the sun slowly descend behind the treetops. The first hour outdoors was quite pleasant. However, the narrator soon realized that after sunset, the atmosphere became quite unsettling. In fact, it took on a very sinister quality. Everything around the cabin was plunged into pitch blackness, and the silence of the forest seemed simply threatening. Not 10 minutes after sunset, the narrator put out the fire and hurried back into the house. Perhaps it just wasn't his thing, but he honestly hated that eerie feeling of being outside at night. He settled on the couch with Cooper and, ironically, put on a horror movie. However, the long drive to the cabin had exhausted him, and he drifted in and out of sleep throughout the film. At one point, the narrator woke up to find Cooper no longer beside him. He sat up and looked around, spotting the dog sitting by the front door. Calling his name, the narrator suddenly realized how strange this sight was. Cooper didn't look like he was just relaxing. He sat upright, head stretched forward, staring intently at the front door. "Cooper, are you okay, Coop?" the narrator asked. The dog glanced back at him, but only for a second, before returning his gaze to the door. The narrator got up, walked over to him, stroked his side, and looked out the peephole of the front door. Nothing was visible. He slightly opened the door and poked his head out. It was still too dark to see anything clearly, but it seemed like no one was outside, and there were no sounds of animals roaming around either. The narrator closed the door and returned to Cooper, deciding that a deer or some other harmless animal must have passed by a few minutes ago. Now, it's probably worth mentioning that Cooper was a young German Shepherd mix, meaning he was definitely an intelligent dog. The narrator had no doubt that the dog had smelled or heard something, but he assumed it was just a harmless animal wandering near the cabin. After finishing the movie, the narrator soon went to bed. In the morning, he took Cooper outside and mostly had a quiet morning, sipping coffee and relaxing in the fresh air. He tried to go for a walk, but was hesitant to go too far, fearing he would get lost in the woods, so he just stayed near the cabin. When the sun finally set, the narrator went back inside to avoid the darkness and did pretty much the same thing as the previous night. He lay on the couch and put on a movie. Cooper lay with him for a while, but eventually went to wander around the rest of the house to pass the time. However, completely unexpectedly, the narrator heard his loud, low bark coming from the back. He jumped up and yelled the dog's name, rushing to the kitchen. Cooper stood with his tail tucked and his fur bristling on his back, aggressively barking at seemingly nothing. The narrator tried to calm him, but even when he managed to get the dog to stop barking, he couldn't get him to stop making that low, deep growl. The narrator had no idea what had happened or what had scared Cooper so much. There was nothing in the kitchen. There was only a window above the countertops, but it was too high for the dog to see anything out of. The narrator told Cooper it was okay, using a soft voice, hoping to calm him down. Then he let the dog go back into the living room to sit with him on the couch. He seemed to have calmed Cooper only for a moment, before a sudden dull thud came from right inside the kitchen, where they had just been. Of course, this made Cooper start barking again, but this time the narrator didn't tell him to stop, because, frankly, he was quite scared. He got up and went back into the kitchen. There was nothing. The thud he had heard sounded like a dull impact against the outside of the window, so, naturally, he went to the kitchen window and looked out. There was nothing to be seen, really. The narrator didn't know what to think at this point. Was it a raccoon or something trying to find a way in? Or was he just not used to the sounds of being in a cabin in the woods? While at the cabin, deep in the forest, the protagonist encountered a series of disturbing events. What worried him most was Cooper's reaction, his loyal companion. If the sounds had been ordinary forest rustlings, why was the dog so panicked? It was late, and the man decided that moving to the bedroom might help them both find peace. There was a small TV there, and he continued watching the movie in bed. Coop settled beside him, his ears perked, remaining vigilant until morning. Around 11 o'clock that night, with all the lights in the cabin off, the hero began to prepare for bed. He allowed Cooper to sleep with him in the room, so he closed the door and filled the dog's water bowl, then headed to the shower to freshen up before sleep. Despite several strange incidents, the man was still enjoying his time at the cabin and was looking forward to falling asleep and waking up to enjoy his last day there. However, as he was rinsing off the soap, several sudden thuds echoed against the wall, followed once again by Cooper's barking. The hero quickly turned off the water, pulled on some clothes, and rushed into the room. Cooper was not there, and the bedroom door was open. The dog was smart, but opening doors seemed out of character. The man heard Cooper's barking coming from further down the cabin. He ran down the hallway to the other end and immediately saw that the front door was wide open. He had no time to think because he saw Cooper barking and running away from the cabin, disappearing into the woods. Within moments, Cooper vanished from sight. Only faint sounds of his barking could be heard, growing more distant. The man grabbed a flashlight from the front closet, then rushed after the dog. It seemed that as soon as he was in the middle of the woods, surrounded only by trees, Cooper's barking suddenly stopped. As this realization came to him, he froze, gripped by a kind of stupor. The forest was almost completely silent, only a light breeze rustling the branches overhead. "Cooper! Coop! Cooper!" He called the dog several times, shouting his name and hoping the dog would leave whoever the hell he was chasing and just come back. The hero must have spent a full 5 terrifying minutes there before he heard the rustling of leaves ahead of him. A moment later, Coop came running to him, his tail tucked and fear on his face. Soft whimpers could be heard as he looked back into the darkness from which he had just emerged. The man made sure the dog was following him as he ran back to the cabin, and they safely made it back inside. He called 911, then his brother, waiting for help to arrive. After that, they stayed in a hotel for the night until his brother returned the next day. Unfortunately, no further investigation into the incident followed. Someone was definitely stalking the cabin, likely for at least all the days the hero was there, and somehow got inside, only to be chased out by Cooper as soon as they entered the bedroom. What happened out there in the dark woods while Cooper was alone? He honestly didn't know, but poor Coop was apparently terrified for several weeks afterward. Thankfully, he seems to have recovered. This was definitely the most terrifying and stressful experience of his life, and if it weren't for Cooper chasing away the intruders, he didn't know if he would be here right now. It's been over 6 years since then. Coop has grown old. He's almost 10 now. The hero still loves seeing him every time he visits his brother. And even though the dog isn't his, he still loves him and appreciates what he did for him that night at the cabin and for protecting his brother from whoever is still out there. Returning home after a long day at work, the hero found it was almost midnight. He usually took the train into the city, as it was an hour-and-a-half ride, but this time he knew he would be staying late, past when the trains stopped running. He was extremely tired, both from the prolonged work shift and because it was 2 hours past his usual bedtime. As soon as he drove out of the city and onto the long straight and deserted rural roads, the fatigue intensified, and it was hard not to fall asleep. He didn't feel an immediate threat of falling asleep at the wheel, but it was almost like torture being forced to stay awake. 40 minutes passed as he continued down the seemingly endless road, seeing no more than 4 or 5 passing cars, before he noticed something on the shoulder. It was a pickup truck, pulled off onto the grassy shoulder, but with no headlights on and no signs of people inside or nearby. Quite strange for the middle of nowhere, but probably just a car problem or out of gas, and the driver called a taxi home. The man didn't think much of it until 2 minutes later. He drove past another car. This was a sedan, but almost identical, parked on the grass near the trees by the roadside, and no signs of people. It must have been just a coincidence, but he had driven this route many times and had never seen anything like it. It helped him stay awake a bit, making him look around the sides of the road for anything else interesting. Another couple of minutes passed. He was looking at the road when suddenly something appeared in his headlights, directly on the asphalt ahead. There wasn't even time to make out what it was, or swerve off the road. He immediately ran over it with his right tire. The man was a little stunned by how it had appeared out of nowhere. He kept driving, listening for any problems with the car, but hoping he had just driven over it smoothly. He just drove over it smoothly. However, less than a minute later, he realized something was wrong. He didn't even need to wait for the tire pressure warning light to come on his dashboard to know that the tire was rapidly losing air. He pulled over to the side of the road, and almost immediately it dawned on him how striking a coincidence this was, especially compared to the 2 previous cars he had seen earlier. The only difference was that he was still here, in his car, and they were no longer there. He put the car in park and took a deep breath before getting out to assess the damage. He was so exhausted. There wasn't even energy left for anger, just deep disappointment and irritation that something like this had happened on such a night. He walked to the side of his car and looked around carefully. Scratches were clearly visible on the paint around the wheel, and the tire was about half flat. A tow truck and a ride home were definitely needed. Before getting back into the car, he couldn't help but look around, assessing his situation. He was on the side of a long deserted road between towns, with nothing but trees stretching in all directions. It was somewhat eerie to be out there alone, caught in such an unpleasant situation. It was just as these unsettling feelings began to creep in that he noticed something else. Down the road, someone was approaching him on foot. He obviously couldn't make out much due to the darkness, but even more so because the figure was moving along the side of the road, as if at the edge of the tree line. It seemed this person was trying to stay away from the main road, aiming to remain unseen. His first thought was that it might be someone from the other cars he had passed. But as the figure drew closer, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He got back in his car and started calling for a tow service. About a minute later, the man was approaching, almost passing by, before he left the tree line and started making his way through the grass to the road. He came right up to the car. He watched him as he approached the window. The man said nothing, but was noticeably nervous and, how should he put it, unstable, perhaps. It was very difficult to understand him or what he was doing. However, after a few seconds, their eyes met. His gaze was incredibly disturbing and instantly made him want to get out of there. He put the car in gear and drove away. He knew he was risking further damage to the wheel, but his gut feeling told him that something was very wrong with this guy. He had only driven for 20 seconds down the road before he passed another car. This one, however, was different. Its door was slightly ajar, and the interior light was on. It seemed this guy had come from there. He continued driving. In the nearest town, he stopped and got his car fixed. He honestly thought it was just a very strange experience, and he would never truly know what that guy wanted or what had even happened. After everything was fixed, he mostly forgot about it. That was until 4 days later when he heard a disturbing story about two people who had gone missing along the road he frequently took to and from work. He immediately thought of the two abandoned cars he had seen that night and quickly looked into the matter. His body went numb when he saw that it had happened on the very same night, and those two cars belonged to the two missing people. Both cars had tire damage from hitting something on the road, likely placed there by someone to specifically strand them. He called the police to report the information, but as of today, neither of the missing people has been found. As far as he knew, there hadn't even been a single lead or trace of who was behind it or what they had done to them. The thought of how close he came to being the third missing person still haunts him. Enus. As a 16-year-old, the narrator found himself in a rather unusual situation, the details of which were forever etched in his memory, though the exact summer month of the incident remained shrouded in oblivion. His parents, having gone away for the weekend, granted him complete freedom for 2 whole days. He spent this time indulging in typical teenage pastimes, immersing himself in YouTube, playing video games, and periodically raiding the kitchen for snacks. Most of these hours were spent upstairs in his room, in solitude and with headphones on. The teenager undoubtedly enjoyed this unrestricted time in his own space, where no one could bother him. However, at some point, completely engrossed in a game, he suddenly began to hear voices. At first, he assumed it was background noise from a YouTube video that had accidentally started playing. However, a check revealed that all videos were paused. Taking off his headphones, he instantly realized the voices were coming from outside. His bedroom window was slightly ajar, so the sounds of conversation reached him only faintly. The rain pattering outside made it even harder to discern, but it was clear the speakers were very close, literally right against the exterior walls of the house. It was impossible to make out the words or to tell if they were talking to anyone else. Only one voice was audible. By the time he got up from his chair and approached the window to listen more closely, the voices had ceased. He then decided to go downstairs and check the surroundings from other windows to see if the strangers were still nearby. Frankly, someone being so close to the house at 8 in the evening seemed quite odd. But, as it turned out, whoever it was had already left. Upon going downstairs, the narrator found no signs of their presence. Seizing the moment, he grabbed a bag of chips from the kitchen and returned to his room. He must have played there for about an hour, but time flew by unnoticed. In the middle of a game round, he suddenly heard a voice coming from outside his headset. Even through the game and his headphones, this voice was much clearer than what he had heard earlier. Not necessarily louder, but much less muffled, and the narrator was willing to bet he understood what was said. He quickly removed his headset and listened. The house was full of silence and creaks. After waiting about 15 seconds, he heard the voice again. "Luke," a man said. He used his nickname. The narrator's full name was Lucas, but his friends always called him Luke, and that's how the stranger called him. However, the voice was completely unfamiliar to him. More importantly, the narrator was almost certain the sound was coming from downstairs, as if from inside the house, directly below him. Quietly placing his headset on the desk, he stood up and walked to his bedroom door. He tried to open it as silently as possible, so it wouldn't creak or make the slightest sound. As soon as the door was slightly ajar, the stranger called his name again. Though called isn't quite the right word. He was calling, but almost softly, as if addressing someone with a simple question, very calmly and friendly. In the context of this person breaking into his house, it only intensified the unsettling feeling of the whole situation. There was a certain hoarseness in his voice. He seemed to be in his 50s and had smoked heavily his whole life. When he spoke the narrator's name again, the narrator was able to definitively confirm that the stranger was certainly inside the house, likely right at the foot of the stairs. The narrator stepped back, leaving the door open, afraid to close it and make noise with the stranger so close. Then he went to the back window, opened it wider, carefully climbed out onto the roof, and closed the window as much as possible without letting it latch. It wasn't a full roof, but more of an awning over the front porch, located directly below his window, forming a kind of sloping ledge, 3 or 4 feet wide, that one could stand or sit on. Definitely not the safest place, especially wet and slippery from the rain. But he didn't have much choice, unless he wanted to hide in the bedroom and likely be found before the police arrived. And then he realized his mistake. He had left his phone on the desk. He was too worried about getting out to even think about it. He moved back towards the window and prepared to go back inside to retrieve his phone. But as soon as he peered into the room, he saw a shadow in the doorway, moving down the hallway outside his room. He quickly pulled back so he couldn't be seen. His heart pounded in his chest. A few seconds later, he heard something rustle in his room, and then the man called his name again. "Luke," he said in the same eerie, soft tone. The narrator peeked out a little to partially see the room. All he saw was his shadow on the wall, moving around and looking at his desk. The stranger probably saw that he had a game open and was trying to figure out that the narrator must be somewhere nearby. He really wanted to look further to catch a glimpse of who he was, but he couldn't risk being caught. He began to feel that sixth sense, a premonition that he was about to be discovered. So he acted quickly, moving to the farthest point of the ledge. Below him was nothing but a small bush and grass. The fall was about 8 to 10 feet. He sort of hung first, then let go, hitting the ground with his feet and falling backward. It hurt, but he didn't break anything. He got up and ran to the nearest neighbor. Honestly, the narrator doesn't know how others in the stories he listens to do it, because in his case, no one opened the door or helped him. He means it was the middle of the night, and they probably thought he was some crazy person trying to get them to open the door and let him in. However, it still worked, because one of the houses called the police on him for knocking on their door, after which he was able to explain his situation to the officer. Eventually, he managed to explain his difficult situation to the officer. He couldn't precisely determine how long he had been at that spot. By his estimate, about 20 minutes passed until the police officer arrived. The intruder who had entered his house disappeared without a trace, but the law enforcement officer found the window in his room wide open. The stranger had probably used the ledge to leave the dwelling once the homeowner had already departed. A painful pang gripped the man's heart as he chillingly realized how close the danger had been. Over the next few days, the man's legs swelled significantly after the jump, but fortunately, no irreversible or lasting health damage was sustained. It's astonishing to realize that this split-second decision could very well have been life-saving, preserving his life or preventing the realization of any sinister intentions the uninvited guest might have harbored. He will probably always be bothered by the thought that he was on the verge of seeing this person's face, but never could. In part, he regretted not taking the risk and looking. But now, out of mortal danger, it's easy to rationalize such things. As far as he and his family knew, the stranger never reappeared or made any contact. The man was now significantly older, and therefore he didn't believe anything similar would ever happen again, and he sincerely hoped it wouldn't. He held a position as a security guard in a modest office building located within the city limits. Despite the events he had experienced, the man ultimately decided to stay at this job as he hadn't been able to find another vacancy with better pay. He was confident he would leave this place at the first opportunity. One of the reasons he accepted this job, and had no prejudice against it, was that the office building was part of a large business district, or office park, located in a very prestigious area of the city. In truth, he couldn't imagine anyone daring to attempt to break into such a place, as potential intruders would surely realize that in such a wealthy neighborhood, security would undoubtedly be organized, if not personal, then at least through surveillance cameras and sophisticated monitoring systems. As usual, he arrived for duty at precisely 10 in the evening, performed his initial operational rounds to activate all motion detection systems, and then headed to the security room. It must be admitted that this place resembled a storage closet more than anything. Windowless and without any amenities, which made it extremely unappealing. If he had the opportunity, he would leave this confined space much more frequently. According to instructions, he was required to get up and make rounds every hour, including patrolling the building's perimeter, but he performed his actions more often as continuous monitoring of camera monitors, security systems, and other equipment was extremely tiring. However, on that particular night, heavy rain was raging outside, making outdoor patrols impossible. Thus, he was forced to remain inside, pacing the building's corridors. It should also be mentioned that the lenses of the outdoor surveillance cameras invariably fogged up during rain, effectively rendering all external monitoring systems virtually useless. Just 30 minutes into his shift, a disturbing alert appeared on one of the monitors. The system detected motion captured by one of the cameras located on the building's facade. The man immediately checked the corresponding channel, but could barely make anything out, though apparently someone was standing at the front door. He only caught a slight flicker in the image. So he left his post and went down to the first floor. His intention was merely to go outside and find out what that person wanted, or to ascertain if anyone was even there. However, when he opened the door and looked out, he found no one. Outside, the same rainy chaos prevailed, and not a single soul was visible. He closed the door and reset the alarm. It was highly unusual for someone to be here on such a night. Perhaps the stranger had simply mistaken the building. In any case, it seemed he had left, so the guard decided not to dwell on it. He returned to the security room. He had only been sitting for about 5 minutes before his ears picked up the distinct ring of a phone. It wasn't the work phone on his desk in the security room. The sound clearly emanated from a lower floor from one of the many office cubicles. Annoyed, the man got up and headed there, but by then the ringing had stopped. He waited a few minutes, and almost exactly as he predicted, the phone rang again. He followed the sound to what appeared, at first glance, to be a perfectly ordinary office room. Many desks were neatly arranged in rows. The main overhead lighting was off, but right in the center of the room, on one of the desks, a small indicator from a ringing phone flickered. The man approached the device. Its display showed "Unknown caller." It seemed extremely strange to him that this particular, seemingly random phone on an office desk was ringing. Why did the call come here and not to the main phone at the reception desk, which was directly connected to the company? How could anyone even have information about the specific number of this office phone and its internal extension? He felt an unbearable urge to answer the call and find out who was on the other end. Ultimately, such an intriguing mystery was hard to ignore, but it wasn't his duty to answer arbitrary phone calls. It was highly probable that he could get into serious trouble if someone found out about his unauthorized actions, so he left the phone alone. The man didn't know how to silence it, and so for the next hour he incessantly heard that annoying thing ringing right beneath him while he was upstairs in the security room. At 1 a.m, he got up and made a quick round of the office premises. It was a usual routine inspection. The entire round took no more than 10 minutes, and he returned to his desk in the security room. However, he hadn't even sat down when his ear caught a dull, heavy thud that echoed throughout the building. The sound reverberated, as if coming from an empty stairwell or perhaps a long corridor. What was happening scared him to his core. He quickly checked the security system, but found nothing suspicious. Then he hastily went downstairs to the first floor to re-examine the doors he had just checked. The man experienced a slight shock when, approaching the front door, he noticed a flashing green light on the alarm panel. The system was paused, which effectively deactivated the protection of that specific door. Even he himself never used such a mode. He only turned the alarm on or off completely, but never put it on temporary pause. He regularly disabled it, but never used the temporary pause function. Feeling growing unease, he cautiously pushed open the door leading outside and peered into the darkness. Outside, the rain continued to pour incessantly, but no signs of intruders were found. He tightly closed and carefully relocked the door. Something very unusual was unfolding on this night shift. For the first time since he started this job, he felt a genuine sense of anxiety and discomfort. He simply couldn't understand what was happening. The victim hurried back up the stairs, hoping that a recheck of the security system might shed light on the situation and provide some answers. Upon reaching the third floor, he suddenly froze right on the landing. It turned out that the door leading to the third floor office corridor, from which their phone call had previously come, was ajar. He approached the opening with extreme caution, trying not to make the slightest sound, and peered down the corridor. Nothing seemed amiss. It was at this moment that the world around him suddenly plunged into darkness. His sight, hearing, and apparently his entire consciousness instantly shut down for a fleeting fraction of a second. Coming to his senses, he felt completely stunned and began to helplessly retreat, stumbling. Despite the brief loss of consciousness, he instantly realized he had received a powerful blow to the back of his head. As his body desperately fought to remain conscious, he tumbled down several steps in the stairwell, and at that moment, his gaze caught only a vague, blurred silhouette of a person frozen in the doorway. He immediately got to his feet and, staggering, climbed the remaining steps, while a continuous ringing filled his ears and his head throbbed painfully. Once outside the building, he hastily pulled out his work phone, clipped to his belt, and quickly dialed 911. He took cover behind his car, waiting for the services to arrive under the furious downpour. The victim was so dazed by what had happened that he couldn't accurately determine how long he had waited. The arriving law enforcement officers found no one else inside the building. He was taken to a medical facility where a fairly severe concussion was diagnosed and treated, but overall his condition was deemed satisfactory. Although the incident could have been considered a routine break-in, numerous details pointed to a much more, shall we say, professional nature of the occurrence. The perpetrators likely chose a rainy night for their actions, when camera lenses were most likely fogged, making identification difficult. Moreover, if we assume that they made that phone call, it means they knew the internal phone number of a specific office employee, information that is not publicly available. And perhaps the most compelling evidence, they possess deep knowledge of how this security system functioned and knew how to deactivate it to enter the building completely unnoticed. All these circumstances seem too significant to attribute the incident to a random burglar. The unknown assailant struck him with such force that the victim could not distinguish anything other than a blurry, indistinct silhouette of the attacker. Thus, he could not provide the police with any useful description of the perpetrator. Despite all assumptions, the victim realized that he would most likely never get comprehensive answers. Even months after the incident, he continues to work for the same company, but management has provided him with absolutely no information. Not a word was said about whether anything was stolen, if they knew the identity of the intruder, or even what the true purpose of his intrusion was. Absolutely no information. This circumstance seems extremely suspicious. The victim is actively looking for a new job, but until then, he intends to be much more attentive to all unusual phenomena occurring within the walls of this office. Several months ago, one of the protagonists, along with his friend Thomas, was spending an evening at his house. Since neither of them had to work the next day, they indulged in carefree relaxation, enjoying some beer. To be honest, they hadn't planned on staying up so late, but by 10 in the evening, one of the friends suggested Thomas stay the night and sleep on the couch, which, by the way, was quite a usual occurrence for them. Thomas still lived with his parents, and hanging out at his friend's place provided him with a much-needed personal space. Anyway, they also discussed and agreed upon plans for the next morning, which ultimately resulted in a very interesting and eventful day. However, given that Thomas hadn't brought a change of clothes or other necessary items, and before he had too much to drink, he quickly went home to pick up everything he needed. This way, upon his return, they could continue drinking, and Thomas would have all his necessary belongings for the next day. Naturally, he could have just stayed home, since he was going back anyway, but as mentioned, Thomas preferred spending time at his friend's place. The drive only took about 5 minutes, so Thomas's friend simply waited for his return. Initially, he intended to sit on the porch, but for some reason he hadn't noticed earlier how strong the storm was raging outside. In the end, he went back inside and just waited, sitting on the couch. He absently scrolled through his phone's newsfeed, sipping his beer and not really keeping track of time. But at a certain point, after about 15 or 20 minutes, a knock finally came at the front door. He quickly got up and casually opened the door, but almost dropped his glass when he was startled to realize that it wasn't Thomas standing on the doorstep at all. A man stood before him, dressed almost entirely in black and soaked to the bone. One could have sworn the stranger looked utterly sinister. Even in his slightly inebriated state, he wouldn't have opened the door to such a person for anything in the world. Normally, he would have confirmed the guest's identity first, had he not been expecting Thomas. Besides, with such a furious storm raging outside, what could this man possibly be doing here? Before the homeowner could utter a word, the stranger slid one foot into the doorway and stared intently at him. It was evident the man had spent hours in the pouring rain, though his face displayed not so much fatigue as a mask of indifference. The homeowner reached for the door, apologizing and explaining that he had mistaken him for someone else. However, the stranger continued to hold his foot in the doorway, merely smiling enigmatically. The homeowner began to close the door, but the stranger seemed completely oblivious to the hint, still keeping his foot firmly in the opening. The situation became incredibly strange and awkward as they simply stood facing each other for a good 4 or 5 seconds. The stranger remained silent, and the homeowner was too intoxicated to think of anything sensible to say in response. Only then did the stranger finally remove his foot and take a step back, still maintaining his smile as the door closed tightly behind him. A smile lit up his face once the front door was finally shut. Immediately returning to the soft sofa, a message was sent to Thomas, warning him about the strange stranger lurking near the door. To be honest, the message was more jocular, for after the door was locked, the whole situation seemed so absurd that it was even amusing. Perhaps the reason lay in the excessive amount he had drunk. The wait dragged on, definitely longer than it would take Thomas to return. The thought occurred that the delay might be due to the raging storm, but when he glanced at the window to check the weather, he saw that Thomas' car had already returned, parked at the curb. Confused by this turn of events, the man went to the front door and opened it, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. For several minutes, he stood in the doorway peering into the rain, but it became clear that Thomas wasn't nearby. His car was parked and off, with no movement observed inside, ruling out his presence in the cabin. He pulled out his phone and dialed Thomas's number. At that very second, a light flashed in his car. It was undoubtedly his cell phone, and it was bright enough to clearly show the absence of its owner inside. Now, genuine worry set in. The man stepped out into the pouring rain, walked to the bottom of the driveway, and looked around. He called out Thomas' name, but the street noise was so deafening that it was clear it was useless. Somehow, only after getting soaked to the bone in the rain, the man remembered the sinister stranger who had been at the house earlier. Suspicions began to creep in that he might be involved in what was happening. Feeling a strong premonition of danger, the man rushed back into the house, closing and locking the door behind him. As he took off his shoes, he quickly sensed that something else was amiss. He looked up, and the main hallway was shrouded in darkness, so dark as if no lights were on. He could have sworn all the lights had been left on, or at least several of them. Slowly he moved down the hallway. The storm outside combined with the unusual silence inside the house created an atmosphere far more tense than he would have liked. Reaching the end, he looked around. All the rooms were dark, but right against the wall stood a barely discernible silhouette of someone pressed against it, as if trying to remain unnoticed. His gaze must have lingered too long, because a couple of seconds later the man moved confidently and stepped forward. He raised one hand, holding something in it, and at that moment the man didn't look long enough to understand what it was before he bolted. Every muscle in his body tensed to run out the front door as quickly as possible and get as far away as he could. He hid on the porch of a random house and called the police. From there, through the veil of rain, he could see the front of his house. A few minutes later, when the police arrived, he saw two officers calmly approach the front door, then suddenly raise their weapons and rush inside. They had likely spotted the man still in the hallway and chased him out the back door, but later reported that he had jumped over a fence and vanished into the storm. The man ran over and told them everything, and they immediately began searching for Thomas, and fortunately found him just 5 minutes later. He was locked in the car parked on the road, bound hand and foot. It turned out that the man hiding near the house had held a gun to Thomas as soon as he pulled up to the house. Then, forcing him into the car on the road, he returned to the house and entered through the back door while the homeowner was looking for Thomas. presumably trying to do the same to him. This meant that when the homeowner saw him raise his hand, he was holding a gun pointed directly at him. If it hadn't been too dark, and if he had seen what it was, he probably wouldn't have even risked running away, which would have left both him and Thomas at the mercy of this madman. In any case, the car the guy used had been stolen earlier that night, so it was a dead end, and the guy completely disappeared into the storm. No trace. No one had the slightest idea what he was planning or why he did all this. The incident occurred in 2017 when the young person was 19 years old. By their own admission, they were, to put it mildly, quite foolish during that period. Circumstances dictated that they were heading to visit a friend, but missed the last bus departing from the station, and they had absolutely no money for a taxi. Moreover, their mobile phone battery was at a critical 5%. It was at that moment, as they later realized, that they made the most reckless mistake of their life. They walked to the highway entrance, stuck out their thumb, and began hitchhiking. Their sole goal was to reach the next major town, located approximately 80 miles from their current position. Dusk was already gathering, and the time was approaching 8 in the evening. After about 30 minutes, during which countless cars sped past, a dark blue sedan slowed down and pulled over right in front of them. The driver, a man in his 40s, leaned over and lowered the passenger window. He seemed like a perfectly ordinary person. "Where are you headed?" he inquired. The young person told him the name of the town. "Hop in," the driver offered, gesturing an invitation. The young person felt a wave of relief. They grabbed their backpack from the ground, got into the back seat, a habit of theirs as they never liked sitting in the front next to strangers, and said, "Thanks a lot, man. You're a lifesaver." The driver merely grunted in response, pulled back onto the highway, and they continued their journey. He was quiet, which suited the young person just fine. They put in their headphones, but their phone died almost instantly. With a frustrated sigh, they took them out and simply stared out the window, watching the dark trees rush by. Their drive on the highway continued for about 20 minutes. The young person was starting to doze off when they felt the car slow down and turn. They sat up abruptly. They were taking an exit too early. "Hey," they said, my exit is still about 50 miles away." The driver didn't respond, continuing to drive. At the bottom of the exit, instead of turning left towards the lit gas stations, he turned right onto a 2-lane road that disappeared into a black wall of trees. "Where are we going?" the young person asked, their voice already trembling. "This isn't the right road." Their heart pounded wildly in their chest. This was wrong. This was very, very wrong. The driver looked at them in the rearview mirror. His eyes were indifferent. He let out a low, guttural chuckle. "I'm going to take you into that forest," he said in a calm voice, "and have some fun with you." The young person's blood ran cold. They didn't think. They just reacted instinctively. They grabbed the door handle and pulled. Nothing. In desperation, they pulled again. The plastic handle simply spun freely in their hand, as if disconnected from anything, clicking and turning. Useless. The driver laughed again, louder, this time. "You're not going anywhere," he said. "Child lock. Very useful feature." The young person simply slumped. They began to sob, pleading with him. "Please," they cried. "Please don't. You can take my money, anything you want. I won't tell anyone. I swear I'll say I got lost. Please, just let me go." The driver completely ignored them, as if the young person wasn't even speaking. He just continued to drive slower, turning his head from side to side, surveying the dark forest. He muttered almost to himself, looking for a good spot. It was then that the young person realized they were going to die. They would die here in the dark, and no one would ever know what happened to them. They felt unbearably sick. They were sure they were going to vomit right there in the driver's car, and then they felt it, a sudden, hot, and strong gush in their jeans. It was so instantaneous and so copious that for a second they thought they had wet themselves. They were so scared they had lost bladder control. It was a new layer of humiliation on top of pure terror. They were still crying, but they seemed to freeze. They looked down. In the dim light of the dashboard, they saw a dark, spreading stain on their faded jeans. It wasn't urine. It was blood. A lot of blood. Their period wasn't due for another 2 weeks, but it had started immediately. They had no plan. It was just a final animal instinct. The driver was slowing the car almost to a complete stop, pulling onto the gravel shoulder. "Wait!" the young person cried, their voice hoarse. "Look!" The driver looked back in the mirror, annoyed. "Look at what?" "Just look!" They pointed to their knees, to the blood. "I'm bleeding. Look at me. I'm getting blood all over your car." The driver's face instantly changed. The cold, predatory look in his eyes simply vanished. It was replaced by pure, sudden disgust. He grimaced as if he smelled something rotten. He stared at the young person's knees for a second, then back at their face. He said nothing. He just slammed the gear shift into park and reached for his master controls. The young person heard a click as their door lock disengaged. "Get out!" he spat at them. "Get the hell out of my car now!" The young person fumbled for the handle. This time it worked. They grabbed their backpack, tumbled out of the car onto the gravel road, and scrambled to their feet. The driver leaned across the passenger seat. "If you tell anyone a single word about this," he growled, "I'll find you. I'll come back and I'll finish it. Do you understand me?" The young person didn't respond. They just ran. They ran straight into the forest, into the complete darkness. They didn't care about the branches scratching their face or the thorns tearing their jeans. They could hear their own panicked breathing. They were sure they would hear a gunshot, that the driver would simply shoot them in the back. They dove behind a huge, wide tree and crouched, holding their breath. They peeked out from behind the trunk, shaking so violently they could barely see straight. The driver's car just sat there for an eternity. Then the taillights came on. He made a quick, angry three-point turn on the narrow road and sped back towards the highway. The young person stayed behind that tree until the taillights disappeared. And then they stayed for another 10 minutes, just shaking and crying, their jeans cold and sticky. Finally, they returned to the road. They were in the middle of nowhere. They had no idea where they were. They just picked a direction and walked. And overcoming the momentary numbness, she rushed forward. Approximately 20 minutes later, headlights appeared in the distance. The woman almost recoiled back into the thicket, seized by fear that it might be the same man. However, the approaching vehicle turned out to be a massive, boxy truck, a bread delivery van hurrying along its morning routes. She dashed directly into the middle of the road, waving her arms desperately. The driver, an older man with a kind expression, slammed on the brakes. He immediately assessed her condition, covered in dirt, leaves, and blood. Without a word, he opened the passenger door. "Get in, sweetie," he said. "You're safe." The man drove her directly to the nearest police station, where she gave her statement. The police officers were kind and attentive, but the woman clearly understood that they realized the futility of the search. A dark sedan with no license plates on a night road. The driver was like a ghost, vanishing without a trace. 6 years passed. The woman completed her education and never attempted to hitchhike again. One evening, sitting at home, she was flipping through TV channels. Suddenly, a special on HBO caught her attention. It was a true crime documentary about the psychology of serial killers. On screen, a man in a prison jumpsuit was being interviewed by a psychiatrist. The remote control slipped from her hand. It was him. The blood in her veins turned to ice again. Her breath caught. It was his face, his voice, those same empty, lifeless eyes. He had been sentenced to death. Calmly, almost indifferently, he spoke of his exploits, of the women he had raped and those he had killed. He spoke of them as inanimate objects. The woman consciously and persistently erased his name from her memory. She refused to keep it in her mind, but his face, his image, she would never, under any circumstances, forget. She later learned that what happened to her is a real, documented phenomenon. In moments of extreme, life-threatening stress, the female body is capable of this. It can induce immediate, heavy, unscheduled menstruation. It's a primary biological defense mechanism. That's what saved her. Not her pleas, not her non-existent phone. Her own body did the only thing that could stop that monster. And that's the only reason she's here to tell the story. She owns a 10-year-old sedan that has certainly seen better days. But there's one thing she treats with almost religious reverence. The door locks. As soon as she settles into the car, she immediately presses the button, and the characteristic click is heard. She doesn't care who walks by. She never stops for people standing on the side of the road. It's not because she's a bad person. It's because of Dr. Evans. Her college wasn't anything special. It was a typical sprawling state university in North Florida, with flat concrete buildings built in the 1970s and huge old oak trees draped with Spanish moss. As a sophomore, she took criminology 2 or 3. It was one of those large, sometimes tedious lectures held in a giant auditorium with fold-down wooden seats. Dr. Evans, the professor, was an older man, always looking tired, with a quiet, raspy voice that made it hard to stay awake. Before teaching, he had worked as a criminal psychologist for 20 years. Usually his lectures were a monotonous recitation of statistics and case study analyses. But one Tuesday, when victim selection was being discussed, the classroom was deadly silent. Students were either dozing or texting. Dr. Evans suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He took off his glasses, rubbed the bridge of his nose, and scanned the 200 people sitting before him. "You all look at this as just numbers," he croaked, his voice suddenly clear. "You think you'll recognize a monster. You think there's some kind of sign on them. No, sometimes they just look pathetic." The room suddenly became very, very quiet. "This didn't happen to me," he continued, "but to a close friend of mine many years ago near Ocala. He was a traveling salesman, always driving all over the state. A kind-hearted guy, maybe too kind. One day he was driving down a long 2-lane stretch of highway, one of those roads that cuts right through the Ocala National Forest. It was an hour's drive through pines and swamps. It was late, around 11 at night, and it was hot, one of those muggy, humid Florida nights. My friend, let's call him Ted, was just trying to get home, and his headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a figure walking on the gravel shoulder. Ted saw him, and his first instinct was to just drive past. But as he got closer, he slowed down. The man looked terrible, just disheveled and ragged. His clothes were torn, he was covered in dirt, and he just looked exhausted, like he couldn't take another step. So Ted stopped. He told himself, the guy's car must have broken down. The man shuffled over and opened the door. A wave of smell hit Ted. It was sour sweat, pine needles, and something coppery, like old coins. The man collapsed into the passenger seat. He was young, in his mid-20s, with matted hair and those wide, haunted eyes. "Thanks," the man hissed. "Car trouble?" Ted asked, pulling back onto the empty road. "Something like that," the man mumbled. "Just need to get to a gas station, anywhere." They drove in silence for a few minutes. The only sound was the tires on the asphalt. Ted started to feel that cold, prickling sensation on the back of his neck. On the back of his neck. The man, staring fixedly ahead, breathed heavily through his nose, his breathing audible in the silent cabin. "Where are you headed?" he asked. "I'm going all the way to St. Augustine," Ted replied. The man slowly turned his head. His eyes, dark and empty, seemed bottomless. "St. Augustine? That's quite a ways. I guess I should just ride with you. I should just go wherever you're going." Ted let out a nervous, high-pitched chuckle. I don't know, buddy. My wife's waiting." "I was planning on dropping you off at the nearest town at the 24-hour truck stop." The man seemed not to hear him, continuing to stare intently at Ted. "They wouldn't stop talking," he uttered. Ted cast a quick glance at him. "What?" "My parents, they never stopped. Said I was lazy, said I was no good, said I was a mistake, just over and over, day after day. It was so loud in my head, always so loud." Ted's hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly they ached. He was in the middle of nowhere, not a single car for miles around. "I was fixing the fence today," the man continued, his voice dreamy, as if recounting a movie plot. "Dad came out, started yelling again. I just had the tool in my hand. He was so loud I had to make him stop." Ted was sweating profusely. He felt the cold air conditioning blasting, but the sweat still broke through. He wanted to hit the gas, floor it. Mom came out. She saw and just started screaming louder than him. So loud I had to make her stop too. She wouldn't stop screaming. Dr. Evans paused. He surveyed the room, making eye contact with everyone. My friend Ted was terrified. He didn't know what to do. He was trapped in a metal box, speeding at 60 miles an hour alone with this man. "It was messy," the man said, a note of surprise in his voice. "It gets all over you." Then the man slowly reached for the waistband of his dirty jeans. Ted flinched, his foot hovering over the brake. The man pulled out a knife. It wasn't a regular pocket knife. It was a thick, heavy utility knife, meant for cutting leather or wire. The handle was wrapped in black electrical tape, and the blade looked dark. It was covered in something thick and dark, with bits of grass and other things clinging to it. It was a bloody knife. "Look, the man said, holding it up in the dim dashboard light. At that moment, Ted caught a flicker of neon ahead. A single, isolated gas station. One of those tiny ones at a crossroads. It felt like a miracle to him. Ted's voice trembled, but he tried his best to sound normal. "Hey, look. There's a place right there. You said you needed a gas station, right?" He pulled off the highway, tires squealing on the gravel parking lot. The car stopped directly in front of the brightly lit door. The man just sat there for a second, looking at the knife. Then he looked at Ted. He didn't look angry. He just looked tired. "Yeah, that's good." He opened the car door, got out, and just walked away. He didn't run. He just walked around the building with the bloody knife in his hand and disappeared into the pitch darkness. Ted sat there for a full minute, unable to move. Then he slammed the car into drive and sped out of the parking lot. He didn't stop until he was home, securely locking the door behind him. Dr. Evans put his glasses back on. He called the police, of course, but by the time they arrived, the man was long gone. Ted sold that car. He claimed he couldn't get rid of the smell, and he told me he never, for any reason, stopped for a stranger on the side of the road again. The school bell rang, and the narrator jumped. She still remembers that story every time. She drives at night. Previously, the narrator had actively hitchhiked. It was simply an economical way to travel, and most of the time she met interesting, normal people. However, this particular trip made her abandon hitchhiking forever. She was in Pennsylvania trying to get to Ohio. The previous day had been a beautiful, sunny, perfect spring day. So naturally her clothes matched the weather, simple shorts and a t-shirt. But this is Pennsylvania. She woke up, and the weather was like a monsoon, just cold pouring rain that soaked her to the bone in about 30 seconds. She stood on the side of some 2-lane highway, shivering from the cold, thumb out in desperate hope. After about an hour, an old sedan pulled up. A woman in her early 30s was driving. The narrator looked into the car and saw 3 other women, one in the passenger seat, 2 in the back. Honestly, a car full of women is usually a good sign. You feel safer, you know. She ran up to the window, and the driver rolled it down. "Where are you headed?" she asked. "Just trying to get to Ohio, but honestly, the state line would be awesome," the narrator said. "Hop in," the driver offered. The narrator tossed her backpack into the back seat and squeezed in. She thanked them. Just the relief of getting out of the rain, which was now pouring so hard that hardly anything was visible. As she settled in, she noticed something. The girl in the front passenger seat had one of those thick black state trackers on her ankle, like for house arrest or parole. The narrator's brain just registered it. Okay, maybe they're on parole, no big deal. She'd just be polite, make small talk, and get out at the border. The border line, Aeneas, about 20 minutes passed uneventfully when the driver suddenly announced, "I need to get gas." The car pulled into a typical gas station. The driver exited the vehicle to begin fueling. Meanwhile, the other 3 girls in the car remained in their seats. One was engrossed in her phone, while the other 2 simply stared blankly out the window. The atmosphere inside the car was filled with a strange, oppressive silence. After finishing with the gas, the driver, instead of returning to the steering wheel, walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk. The narrator, trying to stay warm, remained seated in the cabin. Suddenly, she heard snippets of a conversation, and then a man's voice became distinctly audible. It was muffled, coming from the trunk, and filled with panic. The voice cried, "Let me go, you freak!" The narrator froze instantly. She looked at the two girls sitting next to her in the back seat. They showed no reaction whatsoever, no exchanged glances, absolutely nothing. Then a dull thud echoed. It wasn't loud, not like in movies, but rather a sharp, sudden sound. The trunk slammed shut. The driver returned to the pump, carefully rehung the nozzle as if she had just finished a routine fueling, and got back into the car. She started the engine. Her gaze flickered to the rearview mirror, met the narrator's eyes, and a faint smile played on the driver's lips. "All set," she said. The car left the gas station. As they drove away, the narrator looked back and swore she saw a man lying on the ground near the pumps, bleeding. She sharply turned away, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through her ribs. Her gaze fell on the other passengers. They simply sat there, immersed in absolute silence, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The narrator didn't utter a word. What could she say? She was trapped in a car with 4 women who, she suspected, had just dealt with someone in their own trunk at a public gas station, without even batting an eye. The journey continued for about another half hour. The only sounds were the monotonous swish of the wipers and the drumming of the rain. Then the driver stopped the car again. This time they were on the side of a secluded road, surrounded by a vast, dense forest to their right. "We need to take care of something," she said. The driver got out, and the other girls followed. The trunk opened again. The narrator tried not to look, staring straight ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she still saw what was happening. The driver retrieved a shovel. One of the girls pulled out a large black plastic bag, resembling a heavy-duty trash bag, and something inside it moved slightly, wriggling. Then all 4 simply walked into the forest and disappeared. The narrator was left alone in the car. She tried to open the door, but it was locked. For 2 hours, a full 2 hours, she sat there staring intently at the spot where they had gone. The rain was finally subsiding, but it was already starting to get dark. Thoughts raced through her mind. Should she try to break a window? Where would she run? They had a car. They had a shovel. Then they returned. Their shoes were covered in mud. The shovels and the bag were gone. They all got back into the car. No one said a word. The driver simply started the engine, and the journey continued. They drove for another hour. Complete silence. By this time, it was pitch black outside. Then the driver turned off the highway onto a dark, muddy dirt road, winding deep into the forest. She parked the car and turned off the engine. It was so quiet that the narrator could only hear her own breathing. The driver turned in her seat. She looked the narrator straight in the eyes. Her gaze was empty, indifferent. And then she said, "You're next." The narrator didn't think. She didn't say anything. She just reacted. With a sharp motion, she slammed her hand against the door handle. This time, the door was unlocked, and she flung herself out of the car. Falling into the mud, she scrambled up and bolted into the forest. She ran. She ran harder than she ever had in her life. Behind her, she heard car doors opening, but she didn't look back. She just ran, branches scratching her face, tripping over roots in the darkness. She must have run for miles. Finally, she broke free from the trees onto another road. Looking up, she saw a sign. "Welcome to Ohio," the state line. She flagged down the first headlight she saw. It was a taxi driver just finishing his shift. She must have looked like a maniac, covered in mud, soaking wet, still in shorts and a t-shirt. She told him she had been robbed and was lost in the woods. She paid him every dollar she had to take her to the nearest town. From that moment until the end of her trip, she always ordered a taxi and never, ever hitchhiked again.
After my divorce, my life collapsed, and I longed to start over from scratch. I moved to an unfamiliar, unremarkable town where emptiness awaited me. No decent job, no cozy home, no family. I was alone, cut off from the world, merely existing. Desperately, I sent out resumes for any vacancy I could find, and eventually ended up in a shabby cafe, pouring terrible coffee for equally gloomy customers. Boredom and despair choked me. Despite having just moved, I knew I needed a radical change. And then, like manna from heaven, fortune smiled upon me. Among countless applications, descent at random, was one for a fire lookout position deep in the heart of a national forest. No experience required. Yes, exactly that. A fire lookout, one of those hermits living in a 70-foot observation tower, scanning for smoke and keeping an eye on hikers. I remembered this listing because of an odd note. Position currently filled, but we accept resumes in case it becomes unexpectedly vacant. I thought. That's strange, but sent it anyway. And now, this job was mine. A gruff-sounding man named Marcus called me. He said I'd spend the rest of the summer, about 2 months, in the lookout tower. Marcus insisted I start immediately, gave me brief instructions, and offered me the job starting tomorrow if I agreed. Of course, I agreed. Onward, to a new beginning. I just parked my car where the road ended and now faced a long hike to the tower. It was just past 8 in the morning, and Marcus, the same man who called, warned the trek would take about 4 hours. I hoped to arrive by lunchtime. He assured me the tower would be fully stocked with food and that I could radio the nearest lookout for guidance. It was cool for a summer morning, but excitement surged through me. The national forests here were famed for their pristine beauty and peaceful atmosphere, exactly what I'd been missing. I reached the tower a little after 1 p.m. The path had been tough, but clear markers and a well-maintained trail made getting lost impossible. The tower was far taller than I imagined, probably 100 feet high, perched on 4 massive pilings. A spiral staircase wrapped around it, leading upward. Nearby stood an outhouse and a storage shed, likely where supplies were kept. I'd figure everything out once I got inside and dropped my pack. The stairs were damn steep and the climb exhausted me, but I knew I'd adjust. The cabin at the top was small with a balcony encircling it. Inside, a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small portable radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The walls were almost entirely windows, offering a panoramic view of the endless national forest. It was eerie, but logical, since I was supposed to spot fires. I set down my backpack and remembered Marcus' instruction to contact the neighboring tower by radio. I did just that. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling with the large radio. "Hey, you're the newbie, right?" "I'm Evelyn," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been watching your sector while you were en route, but my view doesn't reach far, so I'm glad you're here. Nice to meet you. Yes, I am the newbie." "Oliver," I replied into the mic. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing. Well, you've already figured out the radio, so that's a good start. The outhouse is at the base of the tower, and food supplies are stored there too. They were replenished weekly by Marcus or Hakim. As for the job itself, it's mostly observation. Make sure no one camps overnight where they're not allowed, and watch for fires," Evelyn continued. "Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the handbook on your table." "Read it." "Thanks, Evelyn. I'll do my best," I said enthusiastically. "I'll radio if I have questions." No reply came. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I reached for the handbook and began flipping through it. It mostly repeated what Evelyn had just said, only in more technical jargon. But I de-studied it cover to cover to feel confident. As I turned the pages, a sheet of paper slipped out. It was lined notebook paper, covered in frantic blue ink. The handwriting was messy, almost feverish. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the national forest with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return immediately to your lookout tower. 2. If your radio rings and it is not your nearest lookout tower, do not answer, no matter what you hear. Answer no matter what you hear. 3. If a woman, as weeping, pierces the silence between 1 and 4 a.m., forget it. Ignore it completely. 4. At night, your lamp must always be on. If its light begins to flicker as if in agony, run to the main switch before it goes out entirely. If darkness swallows it before you reach the switch, dive under the bed and don't emerge until dawn. 5. If, at night, you hear footsteps racing up the stairs toward your tower, don't hesitate. Turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If she reaches the top before you flip the switch, it will be too late. 6. Upon waking, you may see them, smiling female faces peering through your window. In that moment, hide under furniture and hold your breath. She will enter. You'll feel her breath hovering just above you as if she is floating. Do not breathe. It will last only a moment. As soon as you sense she is gone, turn on the main light until morning. 7. Any scratching, whether in your tower or near the outhouse, means one thing. Turn off all radios and dive under the covers until the sound stops. 8. If, while checking a campfire at night, you suddenly hear a woman scream, run. Run back to the tower as fast as you can. 9. If, upon returning to your tower, you notice someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will chase you. What the hell was this? Some twisted, horrifying prank? My hand reached for the radio to ask Evelyn about these insane rules, but I stopped myself. I didn't want to be the rookie who fell for a joke and became the laughingstock for being scared. Fine. I'd explore, eat, and settle in instead. Good night, dude. Evelyn, as a voice crackled over the radio, as I was nearly asleep on my first night. I jolted in surprise and quickly replied, "Good night, Evelyn. Thanks for your help today." My first day was over. After dinner, I explored the forest, practiced using a machete to clear trails, a great stress reliever, and reviewed both the national forest regulations and my duties. Evelyn checked in occasionally over the radio, but I never mentioned the strange rules ID found. But now I was wide awake, probably because of the fright from Evelyn is unexpected. Good night. I got up and looked out at the vast forest. It was dark and eerie, but darkness was also a blessing, no fires. I knew other lookouts watched for flames at night because they were easier to spot, but I still needed to be ready in case I saw one. Just as I was about to climb back into bed, I heard a creaking sound. Strange, probably just an animal at the storage shed, scratching to get in. I jumped into bed, exhausted from my first day, and reached to turn off the lamp. The moment I did, the scratching sped up as if whatever made the sound had been excited. I yanked my hand back, and the scratching slowed. That was damn weird. Even stranger was how methodical it sounded. Rhythmic. Suddenly, both of my radios began emitting a high-pitched whine. What the hell? I leapt up, switched on the portable radio, and while fiddling with the big one, I caught sight of the rule sheet again. There's something about scratching? Oh, damn. I'm not superstitious, but I wasn't taking chances. I quickly recalled Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. I switched off the big radio and dove under the blanket. What the hell? I could still hear the scratching, but it was closer now, almost at the wooden door of my cabin. It grew fainter, like fingernails lightly dragging across the door frame. I didn't move. What the hell was this? Morning came. I'd eventually fallen asleep under the blanket. The scratching had stopped, but I hadn't moved all night, finally succumbing to exhaustion. In hindsight, I feel foolish. I am in a national forest, full of animals, and radios pick up all kinds of interference. I figured the first night would be the hardest, adjusting to life 100 feet up, alone in the middle of nowhere. Today, ID make the most of it, and I was sure the coming nights would be far less eventful. But I couldn't stop thinking about that scratching. What was it? Had to be an animal, right? God, I hope it was just an animal, and I kept trying not to think about that list, but damn, it was hard. ID brought it with me just in case, though I felt a little silly doing so. I was sure it was a prank. It's only my second day, and they were already messing with me. Day 2, the mysterious forest and red scarves. On my second day, and they are already pranking me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it all. I was on patrol, walking familiar trails, ensuring no one had illegally camped. Dusk was falling, and I was about to head back to my tower. Just as I turned onto the path leading to my post, I caught something in the corner of my eye. A campsite. There it was. My first real duty, politely but firmly tell the hikers they had to pack up. This area was for day hikes only. I approached the camp. It sat in a large clearing surrounded by trees, just one reddish-yellow tent and a cold fire pit. "Hello," I called, trying to sound confident. "You can decamp here. This is a day-use zone." Silence. No reply. I stepped closer to the fire pit, just in case someone burst out of the tent. What a coward I am, I thought. "Hello? Is anyone here?" I called louder. Still nothing. That is when a strange feeling gripped me. Something was off. I couldn't explain it, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Sure, maybe the campers had just stepped away for a walk and would return soon, but the encroaching darkness made me uneasy. Wait, wasn't there a rule about this? I frantically pulled the list from my pocket and scanned it. Yes, Rule 8. If you check a campfire at night and hear a woman scream upon arrival, run back to your tower as fast as you can. Well, okay, not exactly. Okay, but okay. I hadn't heard any screams, just an empty camp and no fire. I should radio Evelyn. "Evelyn, hey." There's a campsite. No fire, but no people either. What should I do? "Where?" Evelyn replied instantly. I gave her my coordinates, checking my map by flashlight as it had grown fully dark. "Got it. That? Right on the edge of my zone," Evelyn said. "I'm heading there now. You just head back to your tower, okay?" "Okay. You sure?" I asked, feeling uneasy. "Positive. Go back. Stay safe," came her calm voice. Fine. She was a pro. I decided to radio her once I returned to find out what happened. I walked about 30 minutes, nearly back to my tower, when I noticed a distinct trail veering deep into the forest. Strange. I didn't remember it on the map. I thought the path ID taken had no branches. Figuring ID missed it that morning, I promised myself to check it tomorrow. With a tired sigh, I trudged back to my tower. Back inside, I slumped at the table and stared at the rules. I hadn't asked Evelyn about them. I didn't want to. Not until something even stranger happened. Tonight hadn't been that weird, just an empty camp. No screams as the rules warned. I'd been reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio rang. "Hey, Oliver," Evelyn's voice came through. "Sorted out the camper. He says he was relieving himself in the woods and didn't know camping was banned here. He must have been behind a tree when you showed up. I'm walking him to his car now." "All good." "Good. Thanks for handling that." "Good night," I replied, feeling a bit awkward that she'd gone to all that trouble over nothing. I lay in bed, trying to sleep. The next day arrived. Last night had been quiet, uneventful. I felt far more confident and left the rule sheet on the table. This morning, I ate a lot. Apparently, all this walking was boosting my appetite. I sat in my tower, enjoying the view of the forest, and it calmed me. Time for my afternoon patrols to ensure no one was breaking rules. But first, I decided to check that strange trail not on the map. I reached it quickly. It was fairly close, and sure enough, it was as clear as any main trail, seemingly maintained just as well. I walked slowly down it, expecting nothing special. The path sloped gently downward, but was easy to navigate. After about 5 minutes, I thought I saw the end. A dead end, oddly, just a wall of trees. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye, a small red scarf tied to the branch of the nearest tree. Interesting. I stepped closer, and immediately spotted another, deeper in the woods. Then another. What the hell? Was I about to be an idiot and follow them straight into a serial killer's trap? Almost as if to prove I wasn't a coward, I decided to follow. I passed 5 scarves, each bright red, plain, no markings. Then I reached another, but this one lay on the ground. All the others had been hanging. Beyond it, I saw nothing. That was annoying. I bent to pick up the last scarf and froze. It was tightly fastened to something wooden and heavy. I lifted it. Dirt crumbled away, revealing a small underground hatch. Cool. It was about 10 feet deep and wide. A ladder was bolted to the wall beside the door. I shone my flashlight down and saw a sleeping bag on the floor and a camera. That was it. Just a sleeping bag and a camera. I carefully climbed down. The ladder was surprisingly sturdy. The whole bunker looked neat for such a place. But as I said, only a sleeping bag and a camera plugged into a charger, though the charger wasn't connected to anything. It was an underground bunker after all. I picked up the camera and tried to turn it on. The battery was dead. It was a fairly modern model. The screen showed 3 options: photos, gallery, settings. I chose gallery. The first few images were boring. A lake, someone, his house, a random car, nothing helpful. I scrolled quickly, almost missing one, a photo of my own lookout tower. At its base stood a family, 3 people. The father, dark-haired, tall, an experienced-looking hiker, strong. The mother, blonde, with a charming smile, her hand on her husband's shoulder. The third, a boy with short chestnut hair, strikingly similar to the man I assumed was his father. I kept scrolling but saw no more group shots, only the man. He took selfies inside my tower, photographed the views, the outhouse, some trails. Was this Henry or Roy? If it was Henry, why wouldn't he leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos grew stranger. Next, the underground bunker itself. The one I.D. just found, half-built, with a sleeping bag and his camera. He was building it. Evelyn had said Henry was handy, right? Why build a bunker so close to the tower? Then, a random tree in darkness. The next 4 or 5 photos were the same tree. At its base, a shadow, distorted, meaningless. What was Henry, or whoever this was, trying to photograph? Was he trying to capture the smiling lady? What was that sound? 2:13 a.m. Something woke me. I heard nothing now, but something had definitely pulled me from sleep. I'd been so exhausted I wouldn't have woken on my own. Maybe it was. I heard faint weeping. A woman, weeping. Not too close, but I sat up in bed, listening to long, mournful sobs. I knew Rule 3, if you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. But I couldn't ignore it. It sounded so sad, so broken. Part of me wanted to help, another part wanted answers. None of me wanted to ignore it. As quietly as possible, I geared up, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and opened the cabin door. I carefully descended the stairs, lighting my way to avoid tripping. The weeping came from off the trail, so I crept toward a dark cluster of trees. The cries were filled with such pain, such grief, I could only compare them to a mother who'd lost her child, howling in utter despair, losing a piece of her soul with every anguished breath. I turned off my flashlight as the weeping grew louder. Crouched low, I moved from bush to bush, tree to tree. The air grew misty, colder the closer I got. Crouching behind a tree, I saw her. She sat at the base of a tree, face buried in her hands, weeping. Long dark hair spilled down her back, tangled in the dirt. Though I couldn't unsee her clearly, her clothes looked clean and intact. But her hands were twisted and broken. One elbow bent backward, bones protruded under the skin of both forearms, though not piercing through. Her nails were long and sharp. She was skin and bone, skeletal. Her pale white skin glowed in the dark, clinging to her collarbones, emphasizing her gauntness. My radio crackled, just for a second. I quickly looked down to turn it off, and in that moment, the weeping stopped. Damn, she'd heard me. I couldn't look up. I felt sick. I forced myself to slowly raise my eyes. She was staring at me. Her eyes were empty, dark white orbs, lifeless. The whites sharply contrasted with her black pupils. Her eyebrows were raised. She was smiling. Her smile was unnaturally wide, stretched across her face beyond what should be possible, baring all her teeth. It was like some dark medicine. Tears still streaked her sharp cheekbones and thin neck, but she wasn't crying anymore. She looked excited. I was going to run. I couldn't look away, but I told myself, damn it, run. I needed to run. Dee stared at her for about 30 seconds, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes stayed locked on mine, her smile sinister. Just as I gathered the courage to turn and flee, she moved in one swift motion. Her neck snapped sideways with a crack, and she crawled into the darkness after it. The movement was so fast, her broken arms crackled as she retreated. The snap of branches under her heavy body was my signal, my chance. I bolted like a madman, not daring to look back. Dodging some trees, crashing into others, I did not stop for a second. Why did you just leave me alone? There it was. The lookout tower. Stumbling, I raced up the stairs, burst into my cabin, and slammed the door shut. Safe behind walls, I listened. Silence. I scanned the base of the tower, the forest stretching around. Nothing. Forget it. I dove under the blanket, clicked off the lamp, and jumped into bed. Shaking, I tried to calm down enough to hear anything beyond my own heartbeat. But there was only silence. Just as I gathered courage to peek out from under the blanket to radio Evelyn, I saw them, scratches on my cabin floor. Marks that hadn't been there before. Marks I must have missed in my panicked rush. They looked like something an animal or something crawling had made. From the door, across the room, all the way to the bed. I had not seen her outside because she was already here, with me, under the bed. I froze. I knew she was there. Felt her presence, under my bed. What to do? I frantically recalled the rules. Was there anything for this? Rule 6. If you wake and see smiling women peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin, and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she was floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. Or Rule 9. If you return to your tower and find someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Don't look back. She will chase you. Hide under the blanket and wait, as in Rule 6. Or run, since she was already inside, as in Rule 9. She'd been here when I entered, so that was Rule 9, right? I heard her. Not loud, but clear. A sound of someone moving slowly, trying not to break the silence. Soft shuffling. A second later, the faint crack of her arms moving, and with it, a low, muffled moan. I closed my eyes. I had to decide. Stay under the blanket or run. Rule 6, Rule 9. I felt a light nudge under the blanket. Not strong, just for a second. Then a second nudge, slightly harder. I chose Rule 9 in a flash. I leapt from bed and burst out the door, which slammed shut behind me. I didn't see her, didn't look back. Luckily, I was wearing shoes. Halfway down the stairs, I heard a thud above, the door slamming as she left the cabin. I hit the ground, and above me I heard footsteps. She was descending too. I sprinted toward the trail, and behind me came the rustle of dirt and grass. She was at the tower's base. I ran to the underground bunker. The noise behind me grew louder. She was gaining. She was on the trail. I reached the bunker and flung it open. I dropped down the ladder and slammed the hatch shut. I could hear her above me, moving through the trees and grass around the bunker. Her low moans pierced me, making my hair stand on end as she gasped in agony. I sat in a corner of the bunker, staring up at the hatch, but saw nothing in the pitch black. She was still above me. I heard her movements, a mix of sudden, quick jerks and slow, almost confused motions. Maybe she hadn't seen me descend. Maybe she didn't know about the bunker, or couldn't get in. Did Henry spend his nights here when not in the tower? Evelyn said she didn't know where he slept. Was this it? Now I heard nothing. 20 minutes had passed. I think the thing above me had left, but I wouldn't and be an idiot again. To stay here until morning. Eventually, I fell asleep to the soothing sound of wind in the nearby trees. Last night had been too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I felt foolish. Whether from sleep deprivation or some spell she'd cast, I wouldn't make such choices again. I would stick to the rules. Morning came. I was still in the bunker. Finally, I gathered the courage to lift the hatch and peer out. Blinded by sunlight after so long in darkness, everything seemed clean. Carefully, I climbed out and headed back to my tower. As I quickly ascended the stairs, I heard a voice behind me. Hey, I nearly pissed myself. Whirling around, almost falling off the stairs, I saw a girl at the tower's base, an ordinary girl. Chestnut hair, glasses, a large backpack, dressed in hiking gear, smiling at me. Suddenly, a figure in hiking clothes appears before me, radiating a disarming smile. "Oh, sorry to scare you," she says softly. "Hi, I am Sarah." My heart pounds wildly. I stare at her, stunned. "Marcus's daughter," she explains. "I'm here to restock your food. Evelyn hadn't mentioned Marcus or his son coming, let alone a daughter." "Oh, hi," I stammer. "Sorry, you startled me. I'm Oliver." "Hi, Oliver," she repeats, that same warm smile. "You okay?" I force a weak, unnatural smile, trying to hide my confusion. Just caught me off guard. I thought Marcus or his son would come. She laughs brightly. "Oh, usually they do. I just started helping, and you were my first stop today. Nice to meet you, Oliver." Evening falls. My resolve to unravel the forest's mysteries only grows stronger. Yes, I am scared, but I want to make foolish mistakes again. As far as I know, I am completely alone. I don't know who to trust. Evelyn? Maybe. I need to meet her. Before bed, I radio her with one question. "Hey, Evelyn," I say. "Does Marcus have a daughter?" "Ask her," Evelyn replies after a pause. "I was just about to wish you good night. I'm not sure about a daughter. I've only met his son." "Why?" "Oh, just curious." "You okay, Oliver? Something else happen?" "No, I am fine, Evelyn. Good night." Fear still grips me, but I know exactly what to do. These rules are my lifeline. They will save my life, and I must follow them. Now I understand that more than ever. I decide to sleep in my boots tonight, just in case, and turn on the lamp before switching off the main light. I.D. lay in bed about 30 minutes when I heard it again, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. The scratching was faint, seeming to come from the stairs, or maybe the outhouse below. I immediately rushed to my big radio and switched it off. I checked my small radio. It was already off. I quickly returned to bed and dove under the blanket. The scratching continued, growing louder. Each scratch was slow and long, mimicking fingernails on wood. After each, about 10 seconds of silence, then another, closer than the last. Soon, it seemed right beside me, almost on my bed frame. I held my breath and closed my eyes. Not a rule. I was just terrified. The next scratch was longer than the others, either on my bed frame or the cabin door. I didn't know. I couldn't think clearly, but I wouldn't move. The scratching stopped. For about 15 minutes, I heard only the rustle of trees below as wind whistled past my cabin. ID decided to stay under the blanket all night when I heard another sound. Soft footsteps, quick but growing louder as she ran up the stairs. In panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I leapt from bed and ran to the main light switch. I flipped it on, and the running stopped immediately. I froze by the switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaking, I walked to the rule sheet by my bed, checked it, and confirmed. ID done right. Rule 5. If you hear someone running up the stairs to your tower at night, turn on the main light until morning. If she reaches the top before you do, it is too late. Thank God. I'd remembered the main light was key in multiple rules, and I was so glad ID chosen correctly. I scanned the balcony, saw nothing. I looked up the stairs. Nothing came. The bright main light made it impossible to see the forest below. I sat at my table. 2 hours had passed since she'd tried climbing my stairs, and I wouldn't sleep tonight. So I used my time wisely, studying maps of surrounding areas, memorizing trails around my tower. I also learned something new, the route to Evelyn's nearest tower. It wasn't too hard. Though I still thought I could trust Evelyn, I wanted to meet her in person, to see her with my own eyes and talk face to face, not through a radio. I decided I'd go to Evelyn's tower tomorrow. I woke early. ID slept only a few hours, but it was enough. I was too driven to notice. I packed a light backpack, food, water, flashlight, radio, map, machete, and the camera so Evelyn could confirm if the man in the photos was Henry. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, but D, never truly appreciated dawn's beauty. Usually I was either asleep or terrified, but today the sunrise was magnificent. I decided not to tell Evelyn I was coming. Though I trusted her somewhat, I did not want her changing anything if she knew my location, just in case. Lacing my boots, I set off for her tower. The hike should take about 3 hours, fairly direct, not too steep. I immediately felt a sharp difference leaving my zone and entering Evelyn S. Each lookout's job was to monitor their own trails, but Evelyn were completely overgrown. Honestly, they weren't maintained at all. Trees, bushes, and dense vegetation made me grateful I'd brought my machete. I hacked my way through, ensuring the trails were clear enough to run on if needed. Losing motivation and feeling hungry, I finally reached her tower. Clearing the trails had taken about 5 hours, but I made it. The tower was identical to mine. Same layout, same 4-piling structure in a small forest clearing. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but the storage shed was in the same spot. But I immediately noticed one huge difference. What the hell? About 50 feet from her tower lay the remains of a massive fire pit, ringed with stones. It looked heavily used, though our job was to prevent fires in the national forest. That was odd, wasn't it? I began climbing the tower quietly, partly to avoid seeming like a smiling lady running up her stairs, but mostly because I was nervous. At the top, I saw no one inside. In fact, it looked like no one had ever been there. Old nests were everywhere. Cobwebs hung from the rails. Dust coated everything. I tried the door. It was locked. Strange. My tower didn't even have a lock. I squinted through the dusty window. Inside was darker than it should be. I made out the main radio on the table beside stacks of what looked like newspapers and bottles. The bed was dirty. Unmade, a backpack stuck out from under it. From what I could see, there were no books, no cards, nothing to pass the time. How did she stay sane? I decided to radio her. I hadn't come all this way to leave without meeting her. I grabbed my radio. "Evelyn, come in." "Hey," came a quick reply. "What is up, Oliver?" "Hey, just checking in," I said. Yeah, I decided to probe a bit before telling her I was here. "Where are you?" "Oh, in my tower." "Why?" she answered. What the hell? I was sure this was the right tower. I'm looking at it and it's empty. She's lying. "Oh, nothing," I lied, masking my shaky voice. "Just some tourists on the edge of my zone. I'll handle it." No reply. Did she believe me? Answer, "Evelyn, I need to know if you trust me or not." "Cool. Good job, Oliver. Thanks for that." Okay, thank God she believed me, I thought. I decided to descend and hide behind the nearest tree. Maybe she was just returning, so she said she was already there. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. ID watch and see. Over 30 minutes passed. No sign of her. In fact, no sign of anything. This area was completely silent. Dead. Where were the animal sounds? Distant hikers? It was too quiet. While waiting, I told myself that if she didn't, I'd return soon, I'd break into her tower. I did not know if it was legal, but technically it was my employer's property, right? I assumed it was illegal, but I needed to investigate, and I needed to do it before dark. I slammed the back of my machete against the door, just above the handle. The loud crack broke the eerie silence, followed by the door creaking open, freezing me for a second as I waited for something to happen. Nothing. I stepped inside. Dust filled my nose, and I held back a cough. I needed to be quiet, and fast. Cold permeated the cabin, an inexplicable chill, as if the air itself was denser, heavier than outside. My footsteps echoed as I approached stacks of newspapers and folders. The headline of the first paper sent chills down my spine. "Tourist sister missing." I frantically skimmed the article. These national forests. 2 sisters missing. 2? But Evelyn had only told me about one missing sister. Was this another, or was she hiding something? It didn't make sense. I flipped through more issues, same story, 2 sisters still missing until I hit a headline. 1 sister found after 3 weeks. The article said 1 girl was found alive and well, but the other was still missing. They gotten separated while lost in the forest. Evelyn never mentioned she had been lost too. If it was her, did she consider it too personal? Or was she lying? My attention shifted to the folders. One held a single sheet titled Oliver. What the hell? Below it, information about me, everything I'd told her about my divorce and why I took this job, my age, my appearance. Maybe she just kept it to remember. A weird way to be friendly. Wait, how did she know this if we'd never met? How did she know what I looked like? Something was seriously wrong. My eyes fell on the backpack under the bed, a large dark blue one. I pulled it out and unzipped it. Inside, men, clothes, t-shirts, hiking pants, a raincoat. I dug deeper, found a hammer, then a wrench. Nothing unusual. Next, sunglasses with green frames and initials that were in T. Evelyn S. I reached to the bottom and felt a small metal object. I pulled it out. A pocket knife. A beautiful knife. Custom made. Gold outline with wavy silver and black patterns, engraved in tiny letters, "To my love, yours, Henry." What the hell? Why did she have Henry's knife? Were these his things? What happened to his belongings after he disappeared? I didn't take anything. She'd know I'd been here, but I had to leave. I didn't feel safe. Just as I turned to go, I heard a familiar voice behind me. Evelyn S. "You know, she wants you to smile." I spun around. A woman blocked my path to the door. She was shorter than me, with dirty, unwashed blonde hair sticking out like a nest. Her clothes, long light brown hiking pants, were stained with old dirt and grime. Her light red flannel shirt looked like it had seen better days, wrinkled, dirty, sleeve torn. Her face was normal, or at least human. Her bright blue irises sharply contrasted with bloodshot whites. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her manic stare screamed madness, fixed on me. Her hands hung at her sides. Her frail body was starved, abandoned. Evelyn," I stammered, voice trembling. "What do you mean she wants me to smile?" "She just wants you to smile," Evelyn repeated, not breaking her manic gaze. "Okay, Evelyn, what is going on?" I tried to sound confident, though my heart pounded. "Are you okay?" Evelyn moved toward the bed. I circled the cabin, staying closer to the door. Now I was at the exit. Good. She sat on the bed, staring at the dusty floor. I saw a tear roll down her face. She was a broken woman. We got lost," Evelyn called. "Both of us. They saved me, but not her. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was bad. And now she trailed off, her voice breaking. "What did you do, Evelyn?" I was ready to grab my machete, tension rising. We got lost, and we were lost so long." She kept telling me, "It'll be okay, Evelyn. They'll find us." But they didn't find us for so long, and I was so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling. But food. We couldn't catch anything. Nothing worked. "We tried, Oliver. I promise. We tried," Evelyn said, her voice fading, growing weaker. Okay, Evelyn, I know you tried. What happened?" She looked up. I flinched, but she kept talking. She looked at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far away. It was a moment of weakness, of hunger. She fell so far. Her arm, they cracked. She didn't move. I was so hungry, she looked down again, despair in her eyes. She died as she lived, smiling. My stomach twisted. She'd killed her sister. I'd heard hunger drives people to madness. I'd heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't. She looked at me again. Tears streamed down her already mad eyes. And the next day, they found me. My heart clenched in horror. They found her. Just 1 day later. Though I feared Evelyn, I couldn't help feeling sympathy. I couldn't live with that moment of madness defining my life. And for what? Literally nothing. And then she found me. Evelyn whispered, staring at the floor again. Another tear rolled down her cheek. "Who found you?" I asked, hoping it wasn't who I thought. My blood ran cold. "My sister. Still smiling, still hungry, Evelyn murmured, "She is avenging me and avenging you." Evelyn stood, her gaze locking onto mine again. "All of you." I took a small step back, exiting the cabin, eyes never leaving Evelyn. "What did I do?" I asked, voice trembling. "She blames you all. You did not find her. Your job, our job, was to find her. Instead, she found me, and I'll never lose her again." Evelyn slowly moved toward me. "Evelyn, I wasn't even working here. I'd never even been in these forests." I started panicking, stepping back. "Evelyn, we can help you. We can get you out of this." She gets hungrier each time. "She will never be full again. There's no way out," she whispered, and in that moment, I understood why the surrounding forest was so deathly quiet. Henry had written 10 rules, but she still got to him. Rules I couldn't even grasp. Evelyn smiled for the first time. "And Oliver? She's so hungry now." She lunged at me with a sudden, piercing shriek, arms outstretched. Her frail body was easy to overpower. I rolled aside and shoved her away. She stumbled, her foot slipping off the balcony edge. Losing balance, she thudded onto the wooden floor before crashing down the side of the tower. It happened so fast. I collapsed to the floor from the shock. I heard her hit something on the way down, probably the stairs, followed by a dull thud as she hit the ground. Not a single cry escaped her lips during the fall. "Oh my God, I just killed her. Oh my God," I jumped up and raced down the stairs, desperately hoping she was still alive. At the base, I saw her, lying about 10 feet from the tower. Face down, arms unnaturally broken and twisted, a small pool of blood seeped from her head, feeding the soil. Motionless. I bolted back toward my tower, stopping only when exhaustion hit. I had to reach it before dark. To hell with everything. I was leaving this forest. Evelyn was insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was damn crazy. One thing she said stuck in my head. Henry had written 10 rules on that sheet. I now knew it was Henry S., but there were only 9. What was the 10th rule? That at least explained how Henry survived so long. A whole year. Poor Roy before him, who I now suspect only had the sunglasses, and Evelyn said he lasted only a week. But Henry had 9 rules. 9 ways the smiling lady could get you and how to avoid her. I wasn't, just staying to find out. I was leaving this forest. I was still running back. I felt someone watching me. I saw my tower. It was almost dark. I did not know how I'd reach my car, and I didn't want to walk these forests at night. So I decided to sleep in the underground bunker. I figured Henry spent his nights there when not in the tower. I thought it was key to his survival, and it had saved me before. I go up to my tower, grab my main pack, and head to the bunker. I was on the verge of collapse from dehydration, so I needed water from my tower. I grab my things and be in and out fast. In my tower, I frantically gathered my things. I turned to leave and heard something. Faint, easy to miss, but there. I held my breath and froze, listening. Long, slow, quiet sounds, scratching. Rule 7. If you hear scratching, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the covers until it stops. You've got to be kidding me. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I froze, hoping the scratching would stop, knowing that if it did, I'd have to follow the rules. I turned to my radio. In the forest below, I saw a pale white face staring up at me. Same stringy dark hair. Same wide, sinister smile, her white skin glowing in the darkness. I saw nothing but her face emerging from the black night. She stared at me, her excited eyes locked on mine. Her piercing eyes, like magnets, held my gaze. She knew I planned to escape. Another night here, and I felt her gathering strength to catch me. I abruptly broke eye contact, switched off the radio, and dove under the blanket. Evelyn's words echoed in my ears. She's so hungry now. The scratching stopped the moment I hid under the blanket. I literally felt her hunger hanging in the air, thickening over my tower, focused on me. Peeking from under the bed, I confirmed the awful sounds had ceased. I did not want her to catch me off guard. I wanted to be ready for any trick. I stood, walked the balcony, scanning the area. Where she'd stood, she was gone. I knew she was incredibly fast. She'd outrun me before when I found her weeping in the forest. She could be anywhere. I turned to re-enter the cabin. Glancing at a window, I saw the reflection of my dim lamp behind me begin to flicker. Damn. Rule 4. At night, always sleep with the lamp on. If it flickers, quickly run to turn on the main light until morning. If it goes out before you can, hide under the bed until dawn. My eyes adjusted to the dark as I watched the lamp's reflection, and then she appeared right before me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It was her. Broken arms outstretched, wild white hair, huge eyes, and that horrifyingly wide smile. Rule 6. If you wake and see a smiling woman peering through your window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin and you'll feel her breath hovering above you as if she's floating. Don't breathe. It lasts only seconds. Once you feel her leave, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickered again, then went out, plunging me into darkness. I had two conflicting rules. I couldn't look away, but I knew I had to turn on the main light. Her neck suddenly twisted sideways and she began walking. Very fast, each step loud as she moved across the balcony toward the door on the other side. Oh damn, I spun and sprinted to the main switch. She was halfway to the door when I flipped the light on, and now I had to decide. Hide under the bed or under the blanket. I chose the blanket. Rule 6 said, she'll enter your cabin, and she was about to. I dove to the bed and pulled the blanket over my eyes. The moment I did, the cabin door opened. I heard loud, fast footsteps rushing toward me, but I saw only darkness under the thick blanket. I held my breath. I felt her, just as the rule predicted, right above me. Her breath, cold, washed over me. My eyes were shut, but I knew she was there. I desperately tried not to breathe, heart pounding, stomach clenched, but I refused to inhale. And still, she waited, desperate for me to give in. What if I breathed? Would she kill me right there? Possess me? My chest ached unbearably. I couldn't hold on. There it was. I lost. My mouth opened. She vanished. Just gone. I held out 3 or 4 more seconds until my body physically couldn't before coughing and gasping. But she was gone. No cold breath. No presence. I was alone again. I threw off the blanket. The cabin door was wide open, swinging in the wind. My main light was still on, as was the lamp which had reignited. Had she used the lamp's flicker to trick me into choosing the wrong rule? If I'd hidden under the bed, would she have killed me? Hours passed in silence. Both lights still burned. I felt a bit safer, but suspected it was her tactic, to lull me into complacency. I stayed alert. And thank God I did. I saw a campfire right at my tower as base. The cabin lights made it hard to see, but I spotted it. In fact, I saw more than one. Fires burned all around my tower as perimeter. I walked the balcony, counting 6 fires. At each stood a dark human figure, back to me. What the hell? All stood alone by a fire, staring into it. Figures of different sizes. One looked like a child. I couldn't make out features in the dark, only silhouettes. The 6th fire had no figure. Why was no one there? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, the figures began falling into their fires one by one. The first, a tall, thin man, fell face first into the flames, almost willingly. As he writhed, fire consumed him, making his features indistinguishable. His screams pierced the air. As I watched in horror, a woman fell into her fire. She screamed as flames covered her, writhing but not trying to escape. Then a smiling figure, a child, a boy, fell face first into the fire. I gasped. I couldn't scream. My whole body was in shock. The child was silent, but twitching. Finally, the 4th, a large, broad-shouldered man, fell into his fire, grunting in pain, stifling screams, barely moving as he burned. Motionless as she burns. Finally, a woman, a silhouette. I spun toward her, trying to catch her before she fell. I rushed inside, grabbed my flashlight, and sprinted back. She fell into her fire, and I just caught a glimpse in the beam. Tangled blonde hair and a red flannel shirt, torn at the sleeve, before flames swallowed her. Only one burning fire remained, the 6th, the one with no figure. As screams echoed through the night, I heard faint weeping somewhere below among the trees. "Oliver!" A voice called as the first sun rays pierced the trees. "Oliver, are you there?" I cautiously stepped onto the balcony and saw Sarah, Marcus's daughter, standing below. She wore the same clothes as our last meeting. "Sarah!" I shouted. "Sarah, we need to get out of here." "There, Oliver!" she yelled back. "Oliver, I know everything about Evelyn, her sister, about Henry and his family, about Roy. I know it all. Oh, we need to leave, Sarah." "We can't," she cried. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Evelyn as sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I shouted, despair rising in my throat. "It is Rule 10, Oliver. She'll follow you wherever you go if you leave this place. She'll be one step behind you forever unless you burn her. Rule 10, burn her body or she'll haunt you eternally." "How the hell do we find her body?" I yelled, feeling utterly broken. "I know where it is, Oliver." Sarah smiled warmly, trying to calm me. "Let me explain on the way. It's nearby." I'd survived all the other rules. Now I had to survive one more. I gripped my machete tightly. It made sense. This lady follows you out of the forest. That's why Henry couldn't leave and why he needed Evelyn. That's why Evelyn said there was no way out, because there isn't unless we burn her. And Sarah. Evelyn said Marcus had no daughter, but that was just to confuse me, to turn me against a potential ally. Either way, I didn't fully trust Sarah, not yet. Not until I heard what she had to say. So I grabbed my machete. I descended the stairs, approaching Sarah. She looked at me. Her eyes flicked to the machete, but she seemed to understand my caution. "Why didn't you tell me all this before?" I asked, voice trembling. "If you knew everything, why not tell me when we first met?" "I did not know who to trust, Oliver," Sarah explained, her expression turning serious. "I knew Henry and we trusted no one, not fully, except each other. And Henry is gone now." I was stunned. "How did you know him?" Yes, she looked down, pain on her face. "It was confirmed last night. I befriended him while he worked here. I brought him extra food and ran errands just to see him. That is why I'm in this forest now. I was looking for him. But after last night, yes, he's dead." "How was it confirmed last night?" I asked, seeing her genuine grief. "The lady, the smiling lady, seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she hunts someone, she ignores everyone else. That is why Evelyn kept feeding her people, to keep her sister from turning on her," Sarah explained. My breath grew heavy, heart racing. She continued, "Last night, I was looking for Henry, as I always did. I saw the fires around your tower, and I saw those figures fall into them. People she's taken. One looked like Henry, others like his family. I saw the 6th fire, the one she made for you, and heard her weeping, trying to lure you out. She focuses on prey one at a time, which confirms you are her target. She already got Henry. She never gives up until she gets them. And now it's you. You have to burn her." "But I killed Evelyn, not her," I said, pushing her when she attacked me. "So why did I see her fall into the fire last night?" I trembled, barely holding myself together. I hadn't said aloud before that I killed her. "Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while focused on you. But that doesn't mean she didn't take Evelyn after her death, didn't eat her. She's always hungry. That is all she cares about." "Why don't you just burn her body yourself?" I shouted, despair overwhelming me. "This is madness. I am desperate to escape this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one she's hunting." I tried, but I only found her body after Henry disappeared. Every time I try to burn it, the fire won, to light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the hell can I trust you? Tears streamed down my face. It made sense. While she searched for Henry, she needed him to burn the body. Sarah pleaded, "I hid in the underground bunker last night. That's why I am here so early. It was Henry, his bunker, Oliver. The smiling lady doesn't know about it. That's how he survived so long. I can show you where it is." "I know where it is," I whispered, hopelessness tightening my throat. I have no choice. I have to trust her. I have to burn the body. I have to burn that body. Trusting her, Sarah, was a mistake. I raced upstairs, grabbed my backpack. It already held a lighter and a can of kerosene. I followed Sarah, but didn't let go of my machete. Of course, it all happens in this cursed cave. On the way, Sarah explained that after being pushed, Evelyn's sister crawled there seeking shelter, but died of her wounds inside the cave. She said this explained why I might have seen her weeping. The smiling ladies replay her final moments endlessly, feeding her hatred. It also explained her eternal smile. Evelyn was smiling when she pushed her. Sarah stopped at the cave entrance, carved into a steep hillside. I shone my flashlight inside, but saw little. It was a narrow tunnel, about 8 feet wide, 15 feet high, barely room to maneuver if trouble arose. I couldn't see where it ended. We entered the cave. Near the end, Sarah whispered. There's a turn about 300 feet in. We'll be safe. I've never seen your ghost during the day. Sarah fell silent. She walked ahead. I followed, but the deeper we went, the harder it became. Soon, darkness swallowed us. Only our flashlight beams pierced it. Leaving daylight behind, we plunged into impenetrable blackness, and all sounds vanished. Our footsteps and shallow breaths were our only companions. Suddenly, we hit a wall. To the left, a steep slope led deeper into the cave's abyss. What the hell? Why did she go so deep? I whispered. If she wanted to be rescued? She didn't, Sarah replied softly. She died at the entrance. Something moved her deeper, to protect her. I think it was Evelyn. We pressed on. After 10 minutes, the cave widened. Normally, eyes adjust to darkness, but mine did not. This was a special darkness I'd never experienced, or maybe the smiling lady was affecting us. I didn't know. I just knew that beyond our flashlight beams, I saw nothing. A crack behind me. I heard a quick, clicking snap. My heart leapt and I spun, shining my light where the sound came from. For a split second, I saw only legs, bare, dirty, female calves disappearing into the darkness we'd come from. Damn, something was with us. And it was alive. The smiling lady was here. I turned to Sarah. She was gone. What? I was alone. Sarah's flashlight lay on the ground. What? Where was she? Should I shout? I did not know. I'd leave her light. I needed one hand for the machete. I couldn't go back. The lady was after me. I had to find her body. I had to burn it, and I had to help Sarah. I swept my flashlight around, looking for Sarah when I saw a backpack leaning against the cave wall. I cautiously approached, knowing something watched me from the dark. My sweaty palms made the machete hard to grip. I clutched it tightly. I quickly reached the backpack, scanning the cave with my flashlight, but saw only rocks. I checked the bag, OAS contents. It was already open. It hadn't been there long, maybe less than a week. I barely glanced inside. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small kerosene can ID taken. The same type provided at the tower. Also in the bag, a knife. The same one ID found in Evelyn's cabin, only larger. Same gold outline with silver and black patterns. Engraved, "Your matching knives, my Henry." Another of Henry's knives. This was Henry's bag. I opened the knife. Recently used. Its once sharp edge was now dull, stained with rock residue. I shone my light on the wall beside the bag, scratched into the rock. 10. Sarah lies. A crack behind me. I turned and saw Sarah. She was smiling. "Sarah," I started, but her eyes locked onto mine. She saw me through the darkness. Her hands began breaking, as if the air around them was snapping them. They jerked violently. Her elbows bent backward as bones protruded, stretching the skin under her forearms with each crack. Her smile widened. Soon, it stretched unnaturally across her face. Her eyes widened with joy. Her skin paled, hair lengthened. She was unrecognizable. Sarah. Now I knew her as the smiling lady. I'd fallen for it, just like Henry. She needed darkness. That's why she roamed at night. That is why I had felt watched leaving Evelyn's cabin. I was, but she couldn't act in daylight. She watched me as Sarah by day, but attacked as the smiling lady at night. That note in Evelyn's cabin describing my appearance, only Sarah had seen me before. God, I felt so stupid. I'd been safe from her in daylight. But now it was dark, and she was changing. She died in darkness, and now she lived in darkness. And she dwells in this pitch-black void. I jerked upright. The machete in my hand trembled traitorously. Step by step, I approached her, ready to strike, but suddenly, explosive movement from both sides. I was grabbed. Creatures crawled over me, their bony fingers and claws digging into my flesh, dragging me down. 5. I counted 5, desperately resisting their grip. Too many, too strong. My flashlight fell, its beam now shining directly on me. In its light, I saw my attackers, faces, Henry, his wife, their child. The tall man, Roy, and Evelyn. They held me tight. Evelyn's broken arms, sharp as razors, dug into me as I struggled. Her shattered bones cut me as they all pinned me to the ground. They smiled. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah burst from the darkness and felt her teeth sink into my chest. A new person now lives in my lookout tower. He has a family, and a dog that visits him. We leave the darkness only when she commands. She doesn't want to lose us. Now I smile, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I write this to warn you of the smiling lady in the national forest. Don't try to find me. This is my last conversation with you. Dawn, and look for me. I belong to her, and she'll never let me go.
NUS. That memorable summer when I turned 15, my family decided to spend our vacation at the fancy Hilton Hotel in sunny Orlando, Florida. It was one of those grand resorts with splashing pools, glittering arcade games, and a vibrant family atmosphere. For 2 weeks, we reveled in the escape from the sweltering Chicago summer. My parents, wanting me to have freedom and adventure, allowed me to explore the surroundings on my own during the day while they lounged by the pool or visited nearby theme parks. That's how I met Jake. He, like me, turned out to be a hotel guest, an 18-year-old who arrived from the heart of Texas. At least, that was his story. From the first glance, he gave the impression of being a cool guy, tall with unruly chestnut hair and a constant smirk on his face, as if he was always plotting something mischievous. From the start, Jake aroused vague suspicions in me. He was prone to risky adventures, such as secretly sneaking into the gym after it closed, or manipulating vending machines for free treats. One time, he even talked me into switching the signs on the men's and women's restrooms to watch people's reactions. It seemed funny, but looking back, I realized how absurd it was. Jake radiated irrepressible energy, constantly talking about pranks and convincing me that life without a little chaos becomes unbearably boring. Since there weren't many peers at the hotel, I spent time in his company. My parents, having casually met him in the lobby, found him polite enough, but warned me against participating in questionable enterprises. Everything changed on the 4th night of our stay. Around 2 a.m, I was sitting in my room scrolling through my phone, trying not to wake my parents, who were sleeping peacefully in the next bed. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, notifying me of a message from Jake. "Hey, buddy, can't sleep. Let's pull a late-night prank. Knock on doors and run like the good old days. Meet me in the lobby in 5 minutes." I hesitated for a moment. It was late. The hotel was quiet, but the idea seemed tempting. Boredom was setting in, and Jake had a way of turning the ordinary into an exciting adventure. I quickly put on my sneakers, grabbed my keycard, and slipped out of the room silently. The hallway was dimly lit, the soft light of the nightlights, and the plush carpet absorbing the sound of our footsteps. Jake was waiting for me by the elevators, grinning foolishly. "This floor is perfect," he whispered. "It's mostly old people who go to bed early." We started on the third floor, quietly knocking on doors and immediately hiding around the corner. The first few times we heard disgruntled grumbling or the sound of doors opening, barely able to contain our laughter. No one caught us. It seemed like a harmless, childish prank. After about 20 minutes, we had probably knocked on 6 doors. Jake was getting bolder, knocking harder each time. "One more," he said, heading to the end of the hallway. That's when everything took a sinister turn. He led me down a side corridor that I hadn't noticed before. It was narrower, with a staff-only sign partially hidden by dense vegetation. The dim light flickered, and the air had a musty smell of old carpet that hadn't been cleaned in a long time. "Why are we here?" I asked, but Jake just shushed me and continued forward. At the end of the corridor was a slightly ajar door with service area written on it. Jake carefully opened it a crack and peeked inside, then turned to me with the same sinister smirk. Before I could say anything, I saw him. An old man stood in the dim light right in the doorway, tall and thin, wearing a faded gray jacket and pants that looked like a hotel staff uniform, but clearly worn and dirty. His face was pale, etched with deep wrinkles, and his eyes seemed unnaturally dark, like bottomless shadows. Behind me, I heard Jake's voice, but it was no longer a whisper. He shouted right behind me, "Dad, there he is! Our meal for tonight! Get him!" I froze for a split second, gripped by terror. What? Meal? My heart pounded in my chest. I spun around and saw Jake lunging at me, his face contorted into a malicious grin that had no trace of playfulness. He was bigger than me, stronger according to his stories about working out at home. Without thinking, I reacted instinctively. As he tried to tackle me, I swung my fist as hard as I could and hit him right in the nose. There was a crunch, and blood splattered. He yelped and stumbled back, clutching his face. I took off running, my feet barely touching the ground. My sneakers slapped against the floor as I raced towards the open hallway. Behind me, I could hear Jake cursing, and the old man shuffling heavily behind. "Catch him!" The old man growled in a raspy and sinister voice. I didn't look back. Bursting into the main hall, I ran for the stairs, ignoring the elevator, which seemed too slow. After descending 2 flights, I felt my lungs burning. The hotel was dead silent, no night staff or wandering guests. I ran out through a side door to the pool area. The humid Florida night air hit me like a wall. The pool was illuminated by underwater lights that shimmered eerily blue in the darkness. There was no one around. Without stopping, I jumped straight into the water, fully clothed, splashing loudly into the deep end. The water was freezing, shocking my body. I swam to the bottom, about 8 feet down, and huddled there, holding my breath. My lungs screamed for oxygen, but I stayed underwater, looking up through the rippling surface. Bubbles of air escaped from my nose. Suddenly, I saw him. The old man emerged from the door, scanning the pool area. He moved slowly, as if sniffing out prey. "I know you're hiding here, boy," he shouted, his voice echoing off the concrete. "I'll find you. You can't escape." My vision started to blur from the chlorine, but I held on, counting the seconds. 30, 40. My chest burned unbearably. Then I heard another familiar voice, my father's voice. "Excuse me, sir. Have you seen my son? He's 15, about this tall, wearing a blue shirt." My father must have woken up, noticed I was missing, and gone looking for me. He was standing there in his pajamas, with his phone in his hand and the flashlight on. With the beam of light from the flashlight, the old man went silent. "No, I haven't seen anyone," he muttered with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, my patience snapped. I pushed off the bottom and shot to the surface, gasping for air. Streams of water ran down my face as I treaded water. "Dad!" I exclaimed. My father turned instantly, his eyes widening in surprise. "What the hell? Get out of there immediately!" He hurried to the edge of the pool and helped me out, wrapping his arms tightly around my shivering shoulders. I glanced back. The old man was retreating into the shadows of the doorway, disappearing not like a ghost, but rather slipping away, as if trying to avoid attention. When my father looked in that direction, he was gone. We hurried back to our room, leaving wet footprints behind. My mother, worried and unwell, had gotten out of bed. I shared everything that had happened with them. The pranks, how Jake had lured me into that creepy corridor, the mysterious old man, and the shout of meal. Even to me, it sounded implausible. My parents exchanged glances. "Honey, are you sure they weren't just playing a prank on you?" my mom asked. "Kids can be cruel with their jokes sometimes." My father supported her, nodding. "Probably some weird father-son duo decided to scare you. We'll be sure to report it to the front desk tomorrow morning." However, the next morning when we tried to inquire about Jake and the old man, the hotel staff thoroughly checked the guest list. It turned out that there was no Jake from Texas registered at the hotel, and there was no old man matching the description, either as a guest or on staff. I spent the rest of the vacation hardly leaving the room. I blocked Jake's number. Maybe they left that same night, or maybe it was all carefully planned to scare me. About 6 months ago, shortly after moving with my wife Laura to our new home in a quiet suburb just outside of Dallas, strange events began to unfold. We were thrilled to finally have our own yard with a pool. It was our first real home after years of apartment living, and we were eager to make it our own cozy haven. The neighbors seemed perfectly normal at first. A family with 2 children, a boy around 8 years old and a girl around 6. Their father, Mike, worked in construction, and the mother occasionally worked as a nurse on the night shift. We exchanged pleasantries a few times, but our interactions were mostly limited to that. The trouble began with the children. Their yard backed onto ours, separated only by a wooden fence about 6 feet high. At first, it was just balls accidentally landing in our pool. I'd hear a splash, go out, and toss them back. Nothing out of the ordinary. But over time, the situation escalated. Every day after school, they would deliberately throw toys into our yard. Frisbees, action figures, even a plastic dinosaur. It wasn't accidental. I could hear them giggling and saying things like, "Throw it higher." Our pool filter started getting clogged with debris, which frustrated Laura, who enjoyed swimming laps in peace. Then came the persistent doorbell ringing. The kids would come to our front door and press the doorbell repeatedly, as if it were a game, not stopping until one of us answered. The boy would say, "Our toy fell into your yard. Can we get it?" At first, we tried to be polite. I'd let them in through the side gate, they'd retrieve their belongings, and they'd leave. But it happened so often, sometimes up to 5 times a day, that it started to feel like an intrusion of our privacy. Our pool area was our private sanctuary. We had lounge chairs, plants, and even a small bar. We didn't want strangers traipsing through it. One weekend, Laura and I discussed the problem. "This has to stop," she said. "It's our property." So the next time they rang the doorbell, I opened the door and said firmly, "Listen, kids, You can't keep throwing your things into our yard. And no, you can't come into our yard anymore. I'll throw your toys back when I see them." The girl pouted, and the boy glared at me, but they left. I naively assumed that would be the end of it, but I was wrong. The toy throwing became even more frequent, as if they were testing our patience. Toys accumulated in our yard, a Nerf gun, a Barbie doll, even a remote-controlled car that buzzed around until the battery died. They continued to ring the doorbell, despite my ban. One day, the boy rang it for a solid minute without stopping. I tried to ignore it, but Laura was starting to get anxious. "What if they climb over the fence?" she asked worriedly. Later, I checked the recordings from our Ring doorbell camera. Sure enough, the kids were standing there, whispering and laughing. Before running away, the situation escalated when Mike got involved. A few days after I stopped letting the children in, he appeared at our door one evening. He was a large man, about 6'3", with tattoos on his arms from his construction work. "Hey, man," he said without a hint of a smile. "My kids say you're keeping their toys. That's not cool." I politely explained that they were throwing them deliberately, and I was simply returning them. He stared at me intensely. "Just let them get their stuff. It's no big deal." I remained firm. "Sorry, but it is our property. Tell them to stop throwing them." He muttered something under his breath and left. That night, even more toys flew into our yard, thrown with more force than before. One of them even cracked our sliding glass door. Laura and I installed extra lights in the yard and made sure the gate was securely locked. My job as a sales rep for a tech company often required me to travel, so Laura was sometimes home alone at night. She started double-checking all the doors before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." There are moments in everyone's life when a vague sense of impending doom creeps into the soul, poisoning the joy of the present. One July night, the oppressive heat clinging to Austin, Texas, brought with it an event that would forever alter the life of one family. Laura, home alone, texted her husband, who was 2 hours away at a conference, to say she was going to watch Netflix and head to bed. But sleep was shattered by a sudden, violent pounding at the door. At 2:17 a.m., a frantic text message from Laura arrived. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." Her husband's heart plummeted. Without a second thought, he grabbed his laptop to check the Ring camera feed. There, on the porch, illuminated by the motion sensor light, stood Mike, the neighbor, his face contorted with rage. He was hammering his fist against the door, demanding the return of his kids' toys. Laura, terrified, texted her husband that the neighbor was drunk or high. Soon, the pounding escalated into furious kicks. The door frame shuddered under the assault. "He's trying to break in," Laura whispered. Her husband, trapped in his hotel room, immediately called 911, giving the dispatcher their address and narrating the events in real time through the Ring app. "My wife is alone and the neighbor is trying to kick down the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher assured him that officers were on their way. The phone line with Laura suddenly went silent, replaced by the sound of shattering glass. "Oh God, the kitchen window," she sobbed. Mike had smashed the window, shards of glass raining inward. He was reaching in, trying to unlock the latch to gain entry. With a scream of terror, Laura fled upstairs, barricading the bedroom door with a chair. Soon, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the night. Mike, as if startled back to his senses, backed away from the porch, but it was too late. 2 police cruisers, lights flashing, screeched to a halt in front of the house. Officers leapt from their vehicles, weapons drawn. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike raised his hands but continued to argue, claiming his children's toys had been stolen. The officers handcuffed him on the front lawn. Laura, peering out the window, saw the scene unfold and pointed the officers to the broken window, where drops of blood were visible. Mike had cut himself, breaking the glass. As Mike was being led to the police car, he turned and looked directly at Laura through the open doorway. The Ring camera captured the look, seething with hatred. "I'll kill you someday, bitch," he said calmly, as if making a promise. The officers, hearing the threat, noted it in their report. Laura's husband raced home, arriving at dawn. Still in shock, Laura clung to him. Mike was arrested for attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats. He spent the night in jail, and the family obtained a restraining order. The next day, his wife came over, offering profuse apologies and explaining that Mike had anger issues due to stress at work. The children stopped throwing toys and the family tried to keep to themselves, but the fear lingered for Laura and her husband. They replaced the broken window with reinforced glass and installed additional security cameras. Now, Laura jumps at every noise at night. Her husband sometimes replays the Ring camera footage, hearing Mike's voice saying, "I'll kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. What if he really means it? The family is considering moving, but housing prices are high. For now, they are forced to keep their doors tightly locked and hope it's over. But in quiet moments, Laura's husband can't shake the thought that one day Mike might try again. A summer evening in Austin, Texas, 2017. The heat seemed to linger even after the sun had set. Emily often visited the Zilker Park public pool to unwind after a stressful day at the office. She arrived late that evening around 7:30 p.m., hoping the pool would be nearly empty. It was. A couple of older men were gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end with their mom. The lifeguard, a college student named Jake, waved goodbye as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out. Budget cuts meant no one stayed after sunset. Emily was fine with that. The water, cool against the humid air, had a sharp chlorine smell. Cicadas buzzed in the trees, providing a soothing backdrop. Emily slipped into the deep end, adjusted her goggles, and started swimming freestyle, slow and steady, letting her mind wander. Work anxieties receded with each stroke. The sun was low, painting the sky orange and casting long shadows. The chain-link fence around the pool rattled a bit in the breeze, but Emily didn't pay it much attention. This was her time. After about 10 laps, she stopped at the edge to catch her breath. The other swimmers were gone now, just her and the quiet lapping of the water. Wiping the water from her eyes, Emily looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed empty. Her beat-up Honda was the only car left. Good, she thought. Peaceful. But suddenly she felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, as if someone was watching her. A familiar sense of unease. Emily scanned the trees beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but shadows from the oaks. Probably just paranoia from too many true crime podcasts, she thought. Shrugging off the feeling, she pushed off the wall again and swam a few more laps. Stopping again, this time she heard something. A faint creak, like a gate opening. She turned, treading water. The gate was slightly ajar, but no one was visible. Wind, maybe, Emily thought. She called out, "Hello?" Her voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding small and uncertain. There was no response. The cicadas continued their monotonous drone. The summer heat enveloped everything, and only the incessant chirping of cicadas broke the silence. Moving closer to the shallow end, she kept her eyes fixed on the pool grounds, and then she saw him. A male figure emerged from behind the changing rooms. Tall, muscular build, wearing a hooded jacket, which seemed absurd in the heat. The stranger's face was obscured by the shadow of the hood. His posture was unnatural, just standing there with his hands in his pockets, staring intently at her. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over her. Who would wear a jacket in this weather? The thought of a jogger flashed in her head, but his posture was too static, too focused. She swam back a little, pretending to adjust her stroke, but her heart was pounding in her chest. "The pool's closing," she said, trying to sound casual. The stranger didn't reply, didn't move. Then he started slowly walking along the edge, toward the deep end of the pool. The sound of his footsteps echoed. Not sneakers, but boots. Heavy boots. And something in his hand, an object like a flashlight, hung loosely, as if it could be used for something sinister. With redoubled force, she pushed off the water, striving for the ladder. The water seemed to thicken, restricting movement. Why doesn't he leave? Unused fragments of news stories about similar incidents flashed through her mind. Perpetrators lying in wait for victims in public places after closing time. Austin was a relatively safe city, of course, but parks at night were a different story. Reaching the ladder, she climbed out of the water. Her feet slipped on the wet tiles. Grabbing a towel, she quickly wrapped it around herself and headed for the exit. A brisk walk, but not a run. She couldn't show fear. The stranger kept pace, moving parallel to her on the other side of the pool. Suddenly, a flashlight beam flashed on, blinding her. "What the hell?" she muttered. The light went off, and he was closer now, crouching at the edge of the pool as if judging the distance for a jump. Panic gripped her. She bolted for the exit, her bare feet slapping against the wet concrete. The stranger's pace quickened, and suddenly she heard a sound that chilled her to the bone, a soft, raspy laugh, as if he had been anticipating this moment. Throwing open the gate, she clattered outside and ran toward her car. Keys! Where were the keys? In her bag by the lounge chair. No, they were in the car, unlocked. A stupid habit. She dove into the driver's seat, locked the doors. The engine roared, and the car peeled away, leaving a screech of tires behind. The stranger stood by the gate, just standing and watching, the flashlight still dangling from his hand. He wasn't chasing, just observing. She drove home, her hands gripping the steering wheel, trembling. From her apartment, she called the police. But what could she say? Some guy had scared her at the pool. They took a statement, promised to check it out. She never heard anything more. That was over 2 years ago. She doesn't go to that pool anymore. NUS. In the distant year of 1977, when I was 16, an incident occurred that would forever be etched in my memory. The events unfolded in picturesque Colorado Springs, where young Alice was working as a babysitter for her neighbor, Mrs. Carter. Tommy, 6, and Lily, 8, were model children, obedient, quiet, and went to bed without complaint. The babysitting job seemed like a breeze, just a few hours of vigilance to keep the house from burning down, and a little extra pocket money. However, the evening of February 7th turned into a nightmare that would haunt Alice for years. Mrs. Carter, a single mother exhausted from her worries and rushing to a night shift at a local diner, lived in the same apartment building as Alice's family. An advertisement in the community center had caught her eye. Reliable teen babysitter, $2 an hour. The proximity of their homes and the modest wage were decisive factors in Alice's favor. On that ill-fated evening, after putting the children to bed and receiving a meager $5, Mrs. Carter instructed, "I'll be back by midnight. Lock the door, Alice." The girl nodded, flipping through channels on the old television. The small apartment was a mess. Toys scattered about, belongings strewn around, children's clothes everywhere. Tommy and Lily, dressed in pajamas, were cozily settled on the couch. After reading their favorite Dr. Seuss book, the children were asleep by 8:30. Alice tucked them in, checked the windows, and locked the front door, following her usual routine. Silence settled in the apartment, broken only by the hum of the refrigerator and the occasional noise of passing cars. Alice, lounging on the couch with a bag of chips, watched a simple sitcom, turning the volume down so as not to wake the children. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, there was a faint thud, as if something had fallen in the kitchen. The girl froze, a chip halfway to her mouth. The apartment was on. The first floor and the kitchen window faced the parking lot. Trying to reassure herself, Alice assumed it was just a cat on the windowsill, but her heart was pounding. Grabbing the old rotary phone, she placed it beside her. In those days, cell phones were an unaffordable luxury. Only a cord connected her to the outside world. On tiptoes, Alice crept into the kitchen and turned on the light. Nothing suspicious. The window was closed, the sink empty. Laughing at her own apprehension, she returned to the television. But suddenly, there was a scraping sound, as if metal were scratching against glass. The sound came from the back door, which led to a tiny patio. Turning off the television, Alice strained her ears. The children were sleeping peacefully. Only Tommy's quiet snores could be heard from their room. Silently sliding her socks across the linoleum, she crept toward the back door. There was a small window in the door, covered by a thin curtain. Pulling it back an inch, Alice peered out. The patio was plunged into darkness, the light from the street lamp barely penetrating the night. But the girl swore she saw a shadow moving behind the glass. Animal fear gripped her. Checking the lock, which was fastened, Alice stepped back. Just as she was about to call her mother, she heard footsteps. Not outside, but inside the apartment. Heavy, measured steps were coming from the hallway leading to the children's room. Grabbing a kitchen knife, Alice felt her hands trembling. "Who's there?" she whispered barely audibly. In response, silence, only another step. Slowly, knife in hand, she moved toward the hallway, holding her breath. The door to the children's room was ajar, as before, but the atmosphere felt oppressive, as if someone were watching her. Pushing the door open, Alice saw Tommy and Lily sleeping peacefully in their beds. Exhaling in relief, she felt her knees weaken. But then her gaze fell on a shadow in the corner. Tall and still. Frozen in place, Alice felt the knife slip in her sweaty hand. "Get out!" she said louder. The shadow didn't move. Turning on the light, she expected to see only emptiness, a figment of her imagination. But in the corner stood a man, about 20 years old, near the children's dresser. tall with disheveled hair and dark eyes staring at her. In his hand was a knife, larger than Alice's, the blade gleaming in the lamplight. Screaming, Alice backed away. The man didn't say a word, just stepped toward her. She rushed to the front door, frantically trying to unlock it. Her hands slipped with sweat. Hearing him approaching, Alice threw open the door and ran into the parking lot, desperately screaming for help. A light came on in one of the windows and someone shouted, "Call the police!" Alice ran, not feeling the cold asphalt under her bare feet, until she reached her own apartment. Her father, alarmed by the noise, had already run outside. Grabbing her, he dragged her inside and called the emergency services. The police arrived immediately. The man had fled, the back door lock broken. The children, fortunately, were unharmed. Blood was found on Alice's overalls, not hers. It had smeared when the girl pressed herself against the wall in a panic. Experts collected blood samples and fingerprints from the back door. The perpetrator was William Kernan, a college student who knew Mrs. Carter. He had been seen in the apartment and the surrounding area. He was not caught that night. He disappeared without a trace. Only years later, in 2024, did Alice learn that the case had been solved. DNA extracted from the blood samples matched Kernan's DNA, who had died in 2010. Confirming this for sure was impossible, as the body had been cremated and there were no surviving relatives. But the police were certain. That same night, Kernan had stabbed 14-year-old Maria Hansel, who was babysitting in another apartment. She did not survive. The cold-blooded cruelty and indifference of the Millers left an indelible mark on her memory. She could not erase the horror of that night from her mind, and nightmares haunted her, presenting before her eyes cold and empty children's eyes. After what she had experienced, she decided never to babysit again and left that apartment complex forever, shuddering at how close she had come to becoming a tragic statistic herself. At the age of 12, she began babysitting for the Millers, and by 15 it had become a regular routine. Every time she followed the same path, walked 2 houses down, spent time with their 6- and 8-year-old rascals, received a modest reward, and returned home. The children were noisy, disobedient, and clever in the worst way, but the money she earned helped her buy the necessary school supplies and save up for a coveted used bicycle. On that fateful Friday, Mrs. Miller, throwing on her coat, announced that they would not be back until 11 o'clock in the evening. "Just a regular night," she said. The girl simply nodded in response, already mentally planning to put the children to bed by 9 o'clock, then do her homework at their kitchen table, and head to her own bed before midnight. By 8:30, silence had settled in the house. A lone lamp on a side table cast a soft light in the living room. Cartoons were playing at minimum volume. Outside the window, a storm was raging. Rain pounded furiously against the glass, and from time to time the headlights of passing cars slid across the curtains. The children, exhausted from an hour of restless running around, curled up on the couch, covered in blankets up to their chins. The girl held the remote control, ready to mute the sound during annoying commercials that could wake the dozing rascals. The clock hands passed 9. She decided to give them another 10 minutes of rest. Before taking them to their bedrooms, getting up, she stretched and headed to the thermostat to raise the temperature a little. It was at that moment that there was a deafening knock on the door. Heavy, insistent, unlike the crack of a broken branch or a gust of wind. The lampshade trembled. Then came a second blow, more muffled, as if someone were pressing their ear against the door, trying to hear what was happening inside. Her heart pounded in her chest. She glanced at the children, whose eyes were wide with fright. Putting a finger to her lips, she whispered, "Hide behind the couch, and don't peek out." The children surprisingly obeyed without question and scurried under the knitted blanket. The girl turned off the television and the lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness, broken only by the dim light of the digital clock on the cable box. In the ensuing silence, the sound of the rain seemed deafening, but she could clearly hear someone moving at the door, the rubber sole of a shoe sliding on the mat. Frantically, fumbling for her phone in her pocket, she found no signal. Due to the raging weather, their Wi-Fi often went down, and it was impossible to contact anyone by phone. Retreating to the kitchen, she opened a drawer near the sink and grabbed the largest steak knife, the one she had recently washed after making frozen pizza for the children. Holding her breath, she made her way along the wall to the hallway leading to the front door. Every inch of the floor in this old house creaked, so she tried to step on her heels to soften the noise. Halfway there, she heard another sound, the click of the mail slot opening and then slamming shut. The stranger outside was methodically checking all possible openings, probably looking for a lock that could be broken. The thought flashed through her mind to run through the back door with the children, but the backyard was not fenced, and beyond it stretched a dark and impassable forest. If the intruder bypassed them, they would be trapped in the open air. It seemed safer to meet him here, where she at least knew the layout of the house. Clutching the phone in her left hand and the knife in her right, she rounded the corner and raised the blade to shoulder level. Her pulse was pounding in her temples so loudly that she almost missed the moment when the front door burst open. Two tall figures stormed into the house, their arms wide and shouting, "Boo!" For a moment, her mind refused to match the faces she saw with names. Suddenly, a flash of lightning outside illuminated them, and she recognized Mr. and Mrs. Miller, whose raincoats glistened with rain. They burst into unrestrained laughter, bending over and patting each other on the back. A scream caught in her throat, her breath taken away. The tip of the knife trembled a few inches from Mr. Miller's chest. Straightening up, he noticed the blade, and the smile immediately disappeared from his face. "Hey, take it easy," he said, raising both hands in a protective gesture, as if facing an armed police officer. Mrs. Miller wiped tears from her cheeks, continuing to giggle. "We just wanted to see how brave you were," she said. "Looks like you passed the test." The girl lowered the knife, but anger, displacing fear, filled her soul. Her legs trembled treacherously. "You could have been stabbed," was all she could manage to say. Mr. Miller waved away her words. "Come on, it's just a joke. We came home early and decided to play a little trick on you. Test your nerves." He turned to hang up his coat. "Put the kids to bed, okay? We're starving. We're going to make grilled cheese sandwiches." She froze, expecting an apology, or at least permission to go home. But instead, they headed to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and began to rattle the dishes. Returning to the living room, she was still shaking from what she had experienced. The children, embarrassed and frightened, peeked out from behind the couch. She told them that their parents were back and carried the 6-year-old upstairs, while the 8-year-old trudged behind. Putting them to bed was awkward. They sensed her subdued mood. She spoke in an even and curt voice. "Good night. Your parents are downstairs." Turning off the light in the hallway, she still held the knife in her hand. Returning it to the drawer, she carefully washed her fingerprints from the steel and wiped the blade dry. From the hallway, she could see the adults through the kitchen doorway. They stood at the stove, hugging and swaying, laughing at some joke only they understood, spreading butter on bread. The smell of frying cheese spread throughout the house, but it only made her stomach churn. She sat down at the dining table, placing her phone face down. No one offered her food. No one thanked her for not plunging the knife into Mr. Miller's ribs. The babysitter and the haunted house, a tale of fear and growing up. Working with the Miller family left an indelible mark on her young soul. On that ill-fated evening at 10:30 p.m., her patience reached its limit. Mrs. Miller finally graced her with her attention. "You can go," came the cheerful permission. Payment as usual. Accompanied by the drizzling rain and the squishing of her shoes, the girl headed home, the coveted bills clutched in her hand. At night, in the silence of her room, her gaze was fixed on the ceiling. The image replayed over and over in her mind, the door bursting open, the blinding flash of lightning, the ominously gleaming knife blade. Mr. Miller's raincoat seemed dark and slippery, like a character from a crime drama. The realization of how close she had come to a fateful line that would have changed not only her life, but also the fate of others, filled her with dread. At that moment, another realization dawned. Her fear meant nothing to them. An empty sound. The whole spectacle had been staged for their amusement, for their dubious entertainment. After that incident, she no longer agreed to babysit their children. She responded evasively to Mrs. Miller's persistent messages, which came in over the next 2 weeks, citing a busy study schedule. Soon the inquiries ceased. In the evenings, passing by their house on the way to the bus stop, she saw the usual scene, yellow lights streaming from the windows, toys scattered on the lawn. But forever etched in her memory was the chilling horror they had created for a moment's amusement. This incident taught her 2 important things. Panic feels indistinguishable from real danger, and some adults never grow up, remaining children at heart. Since then, she carefully checks every door she enters, even the door to her own home. Her phone is always charged and within reach, and when someone suggests a harmless joke at someone else's expense, the very knife that trembled in her hand appears in her imagination, and she resolutely shakes her head, saying a firm no. Before this incident, she didn't really believe in ghosts, but after working at the Thompson house, her beliefs wavered. The seemingly ordinary house was located at the end of Willow Street, across from St. Mary's Church. The girl's mother, who worked at a preschool, knew the Thompson sons, Ethan and Liam, from her classes. One evening, Mrs. Thompson called her, asking her to babysit because their regular nanny had suddenly cancelled. The 17-year-old needed the money and agreed, thinking it would be an easy job. How wrong she was. The beginning of the evening was unremarkable. Ethan and Liam, 6 and 8 years old, turned out to be cute but energetic boys who ran around their old 2-story house. The house was built in the 70s and had all the hallmarks of that era. Creaky wooden floors and a faint, musty smell, as if it had absorbed all the years it had seen. Mrs. Thompson left her clear instructions: feed the boys, bathe them, and put them to bed by 9:00 p.m. The task seemed simple. Around 6:30 p.m., she was in the kitchen with the boys preparing dinner. The children wanted tacos, so they were taking ingredients out of the refrigerator. Liam carelessly slammed a plastic container of salsa on the table. The girl turned away to get the cheese, and suddenly the container exploded. Salsa flew everywhere, splattering the walls, cabinets, and refrigerator. The kitchen looked like a crime scene. The boys screamed, their voices mixed with laughter and fright. The girl stood, clutching a piece of cheese, in complete shock. She tried to convince herself that it was just old salsa that had fermented and created gas. With these thoughts, she grabbed paper towels and began cleaning up. The boys helped her, giggling nervously, but Ethan kept glancing toward the living room, as if expecting something to appear there. It took about 20 minutes to clean up the mess, but a sharp tomato smell lingered in the air. They were still in the kitchen, scraping the last bits of salsa off the refrigerator, when a loud crash came from the living room. The sound was as if something heavy had fallen. Telling the boys to stay put, the girl entered the living room, her heart pounding. 2 framed photos, one of the boys on the beach, the other of their parents' wedding, lay on the floor, having fallen from opposite walls. The glass was not broken. The frames lay face up, as if someone had deliberately placed them there. She checked the walls. The nails were in place. No cracks or damage. All the windows were closed. There was no wind. Ethan, who had followed her despite being told not to, whispered, "That happens sometimes." The girl forced a smile, leaned the frames against the walls but didn't hang them back up. She felt uneasy, but she kept telling herself it was just an old house. After dinner, it was time to bathe. She took the boys upstairs, filled the tub, and let them splash around, while she stood in the hallway, leaving the bathroom door ajar. Across the hall was their father's home office, a small room with a cluttered desk and an old desktop computer. Leaning against the wall and scrolling through her phone, she heard a faint sound, then another. The computer monitor flickered, the fans whirred. The screen lit up blue, showing the Windows login page. The girl froze in amazement. No one had touched the computer. The boys were in the bathroom, and she was far from the desk. Entering the office, she expected to see a cat or something else on the keyboard, but the room was empty. The mouse wasn't moving, and there was a thin layer of dust on the keyboard. She tried to convince herself it was an automatic update, but after the incidents with the salsa and the frames, it seemed unlikely. Yanking the monitor's power cord, she hurried back to the hallway. By 9:15 p.m., she had put Ethan and Liam to bed in their shared bedroom upstairs. The children were exhausted and quickly fell asleep, their quiet snores filling the room. Closing the door, she went downstairs to wait for the Thompsons to return. Flipping through channels on the old square TV, she suddenly heard footsteps. Slow and heavy, they came from the hallway upstairs. Turning off the TV, the girl felt her heart pound. She assumed the boys had gotten up. Tiptoeing upstairs, she quietly stepped on the creaky stairs. The door to the children's bedroom was closed. Opening it a crack, she saw that the boys were fast asleep, exactly as she had left them. The hallway was empty, the air still. Checking the other rooms, the guest bedroom, the bathroom, and the office, she made sure there was no one there. Goosebumps rose on her skin as she went back downstairs. 10 minutes later, the creaking repeated, this time slower, as if someone were walking from one end of the hallway to the other. She didn't go up again. Curling up on the couch, the girl texted her boyfriend, telling him about her fear. Just stay calm, he replied. Old houses always have noises. But she didn't believe him. Sitting in the corner of the couch and clutching her phone, she counted down the minutes until 10:30 p.m. Upon the arrival of the Thompsons, the narrator, seeking to hide her confusion, probably betrayed herself with a bewildered look as Miss Thompson did not fail to inquire about her well-being. In response, she vaguely praised the boys and hastily threw on her jacket, eager to leave the house as soon as possible. She did not utter a word about the strange salsa, the mysterious frames, the ominous computer, or the dancing footsteps, driven only by the desire to be out on the street as soon as possible. All the way home, she was haunted by Ethan's mysterious whisper. That happens sometimes. And us. After that incident, she babysat the children a few more times, but she avoided staying late. She always brought a friend with her, so she wouldn't be alone in that strange house. To this day, she is haunted by questions about what was really going on in the Thompsons' house. She is sure that it was not just a figment of her imagination. There was something inexplicable and sinister about that place that has been etched into her memory forever.
When someone moves into a new home, especially in an entirely unfamiliar neighborhood, certain aspects inevitably capture their attention. First and foremost is, of course, the house itself, its immediate surroundings, and the lifestyle and habits of future neighbors. Equally important are accessibility and the availability of nearby amenities. Unfortunately, however, people often rush into hasty decisions, and haste in matters of such importance frequently leads to serious risks. Sometimes even the most seemingly insignificant detail, like the one mentioned below, can foreshadow an elaborate deception whose scale may be beyond imagination. Just such an unexpected twist awaits us in the story that follows. In the city of Chennai stands a house that compels every passerby to involuntarily slow their step and think twice before walking past, whether it's a bright sunny day, a pitch-black moonless night, or a gloomy, rainy evening. But a man named Kabir was completely unaware of these peculiarities. His job aboard a ship frequently required him to relocate from one place to another. Today, we recount how his life changed dramatically after he moved into this mysterious colony. The story begins roughly 10 years ago. Kabir's employer decided to transfer him to Chennai. Upon arrival, he was astonished to find rental prices unusually high everywhere. It seemed unbelievable that even in a major metropolis like Chennai, he would have to pay such exorbitant sums just for a roof over his head. Desperately searching for a suitable option, he eventually stumbled upon an offer from his own company, a very old building with astonishingly low rent. For Kabir, this was an obvious advantage. Though the structure was dilapidated, it was conveniently located near his office, and the port, where his ship duties often took him, was also easily accessible. Everything he needed was within reach, almost magically so. But what could possibly be the catch? On his very first day, Kabir noticed something highly unusual. As dusk fell, all parents hurriedly called their children indoors. Within an hour and a half, every child had vanished from the streets. The only person visible outside was a solitary drunkard openly drinking alcohol right on the road, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After a while, Kabir looked down again and saw the man still sitting in the same spot, motionless. Suddenly, the old man smiled and waved at him. Kabir thought, what's so strange about that? It's raining, it's dark, there's no one outside, no children, no adults. Why is this old man sitting alone and waving at me? Then the man gestured for him to come down. Kabir decided, alright, since he's calling, I'll go down. Maybe he has something to say or needs help. As he descended, his neighbor Pyle stopped him. With unmistakable anxiety, she asked, Kabir, why are you going down at this hour? Puzzled, he replied, but it's only evening. is it really that late? Pyle, her expression grave, said, "You don't know why we never go out in the evenings in Monte Colony?" Kabir countered, "No, I don't. I understand you're afraid, but I don't know why." "What's going on?" Insisting, Pyle asked, "But why were you coming down?" He explained, "There was an old man down there waving at me." Pyle then walked to his window, pointed outside, and said, "Look, there's no one there." Seeing the street empty, Kabir was slightly surprised but quickly added, "Maybe he's already left. I was about to come down, so perhaps he just moved elsewhere." Yet Pyle replied with an air of mystery, "You still don't understand. What you saw isn't exactly a lie, but it's not exactly the truth either. That man isn't a man at all. He's a wandering spirit you've just encountered." Then, as if lifting a veil, Pyle revealed the story. In the 19th century, a Portuguese businessman named João de Monte moved here. He acquired substantial property, and the area became known as de Monte Colony. John hadn't come alone, he brought his wife, Mary, and their 20-year-old son. They were a wealthy, harmonious family living in comfort and peace. But over time, Mary began suffering from a mental illness, gradually losing her mind until she sank into madness. Her condition worsened daily until she finally passed away, leaving her husband and son in profound grief. Soon after, perhaps unable to bear the weight of his loss, their son suffered a heart attack and died as well. João de Monte was now the sole survivor, broken and alone. He spent his days sitting and drinking incessantly, trying to drown his sorrow, seeing no purpose in life. He idled away his time, drank, and disturbed the colony's residents with his inappropriate behavior until the day he, too, died and left this world. Yet just months after John's death, every resident of the colony began noticing something strange, deeply, chillingly strange. Whenever they sat with their families, wives, and children, laughing and playing, they would hear from afar the sound of weeping filled with unbearable sorrow. Drawn by curiosity and fear, they would follow the sound only to find none other than John, sobbing bitterly, as if his soul could find no peace. Gradually, everyone became aware of this phenomenon, and a cold, penetrating fear gripped the entire community. Pyle explained that this was precisely why no one dared go outside in the evenings, when shadows lengthened and the world sank into twilight. No one wanted to be out there, for everyone knew the tragic, inexplicable history of this place. Then Pyle warned Kabir once more, her voice firm and compelling, "Kabir, I strongly advise you not to go down now, it will turn out very badly for you." With that, Pyle hurried away, leaving Kabir alone with his thoughts and growing unease. Back in his room, as if trying to shield himself from an invisible threat, Kabir made a firm decision, "No, I won't go down. I'll stay inside." But at that moment, the piercing ring of the telephone shattered the silence. Kabir picked up the receiver, it was his boss, demanding his immediate presence at the office in a commanding tone. Something urgent had happened, a critical error requiring his instant attention. Kabir tried to explain he couldn't come, but his boss refused to listen, his voice unyielding. Trapped by circumstances, Kabir reluctantly left the building, unaware of what awaited him beyond the threshold. When Kabir returned, the clock neared 11 at night. As he entered the colony, he found the atmosphere unchanged from 6 hours earlier, absolute silence reigned, and not a soul was in sight. No one appeared on the horizon. All windows and doors were tightly shut, with only faint light seeping through curtains hinting at inhabitants. No one dared step outside at such a late hour. Kabir walked quickly, almost nervously, toward his home, feeling a sharp, piercing tremor stirred by the eerie tales he'd heard. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a glass bottle rolling across the asphalt. As if guided by an invisible force, it rolled straight toward his feet and struck them. It was an empty wine bottle. Kabir instantly sensed this incident might be an omen. Still, he pressed on. Then a piercing wail shattered the silence. Kabir immediately understood it was none other than the wandering spirit of the Portuguese businessman, seemingly trying to disorient him. He kept moving forward, step by step, straining to hear through the darkness. Now he could hear only his own footsteps echoing in the dead silence. But this lasted only a moment. Soon, other footsteps joined his, uninvited and frighteningly close. Instinctively, he quickened his pace. Almost running, he finally reached his building. And just as he arrived at the entrance, a cold hand landed on his shoulder. Kabir spun around. The old man stood before him, weeping inconsolably. Still crying, he said to Kabir, "You look so much like my son. May I stay at your place tonight?" In panic, Kabir jerked the stranger's hand off his shoulder and bolted for the elevator. He burst into his room and frantically began packing, determined to leave immediately. His luggage was already neatly packed. He grabbed his briefcase, and just then, the first drops of rain tapped against the window. Moments later, a torrential downpour began. Kabir had no choice but to accept his circumstances. He would have to spend the night in this house. It was deep night. He'd arrived at the colony around 11, and now it was probably 1 or 2 in the morning. He sat in his room, overwhelmed by anxious thoughts, utterly unable to sleep. Outside, a furious storm raged, and Kabir desperately waited for the weather to calm so he could flee at once. The house seemed empty except for him, and the only sound was the relentless drumming of the rain. Yet, Kabir felt with every fiber of his being that he was not alone. From deep within the house came the steady drip of water. And another sound, growing clearer and closer. A voice persistently asked, "Are you my son?" Kabir felt intense tension seize his body. He turned sharply again. And right before him, as if from nowhere, stood the same old man. But this time, his appearance was truly horrifying. He was soaked to the bone. Every thread of his clothing dripped with water. At that moment, Kabir trembled with fear and revulsion. When the old man received no answer, he asked again, this time with fierce aggression and unmistakable anger, raising his voice, "Why don't you answer? You are my son, aren't you?" Kabir grew more terrified as the old man's voice grew louder and more piercing by the second. Anyone in such a situation would undoubtedly feel bone-chilling dread. As the voice intensified, objects around Kabir began falling and shattering. Chaos erupted. The old man stood before him, arms outstretched, repeating his question again and again with mounting obsession, "Are you my son?" Hearing the commotion, Pyle rushed from her home and pounded on Kabir's door with all her might. Inside, the old man slowly turned his head toward the noise. The moment his attention shifted, Kabir seized the opportunity, lunged for the door, and flung it open. When Pyle looked inside, she was astonished to see no one but Kabir. Yet she knew exactly whose voice had shaken the walls. Breathless, Kabir recounted everything that had just happened. And as soon as the rain finally eased, Kabir left immediately, never to return. To this day, that part of Chennai continues to inspire both fear and reverence, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Time seems frozen there, preserving the area exactly as it was a decade ago. As dusk falls, once the clock passes 6 in the evening, the streets sink into silence, becoming utterly deserted. No living soul dares disturb this peace, except one, John DeMonte. His unseen presence is felt everywhere, he remains ever present in these streets. The only one who continues to wander the area regardless of scorching heat, torrential rain, or biting cold is his disembodied spirit. This Chennai neighborhood, known as DeMonte Colony, is widely infamous, surrounded by countless legends. It's no surprise that its haunting allure has inspired numerous TV series and films. The very fact that filmmakers invest heavily in adapting its chilling story is a testament to its extraordinary notoriety and terrifying mystique. Not every spiritual manifestation is malevolent, just as not everyone is benevolent. The essence of these encounters lies in their desire to share their profound, sometimes unbearable, suffering with the living. They do not seek to bestow joy or comfort, that is not their purpose. Their sole wish is to show what they endured during their earthly lives. If their departure was agonizing, they will strive to convey that pain, because causing distress is the only way they can express their unimaginable suffering. Such is the true nature of these phenomena. As for DeMonte Colony, it is, without the slightest exaggeration, a cursed place. Jokes or casual attitudes have no place here. Countless online articles, films, and series dedicated to this location only reinforce its ominous reputation. It is indeed a profoundly haunted site, where the boundary between worlds feels especially thin and permeable. And should fate ever lead anyone there, they need only glance at the clock. What if it already shows 6 in the evening? In such a sinister place, Absolutely anything could happen.
NOS. In 2014, after losing his driver's license for 12 months due to a DUI charge, an annoying and foolish mistake, the protagonist of this story became a frequent user of the Uber app. There was a nightclub bar in his city that he and his friends would sometimes visit on weekends. Getting home often involved a designated driver, if available, or calling an Uber. On this particular night, he wasn't feeling well, which prompted him to leave the venue a bit earlier, sometime between 1 and 2 a.m. Walking home was out of the question due to the biting cold, so he decided to call an Uber. A driver named Alex, who was nearby, accepted the request. His image, frankly, seemed a bit ominous. An older man, no smile in his photo, with a grayish goatee and a black beanie. Despite this, the short 2-mile distance to his location didn't cause much concern. The car description listed a Chevy Malibu, which sounded perfectly acceptable, and the ride request was sent. He waited, on a bench by the club's entrance, next to the bouncer who stood motionless like a statue, arms crossed. After about 5 minutes, a silver Chevy Malibu, presumably a 2003 model or around that year, pulled up to the club. The protagonist stood up, feeling a slight disappointment at the sight of such an old and beat-up car. The driver didn't call out to him, honk, or otherwise acknowledge his arrival, simply waiting by the curb. The passenger then approached and got into the back seat of the car. An immediate sense of discomfort arose. The driver didn't offer a greeting, shake hands, or even turn his head to look at the passenger. The only thing he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are we going?" The passenger gave his address. The car started moving down Main Street, but in the opposite direction from his home. Pointing this out, the passenger got the driver to turn left at the next intersection. Now they were moving away from the main roads, delving into quiet residential neighborhoods. The driver hadn't entered the address into his phone, which felt very strange. The passenger didn't know if the driver expected him to provide directions or not. Eventually, he entered his address into his own phone so the driver could follow the voice prompts. When the GPS indicated a left turn on the next street, the driver completely missed the turn. The passenger expressed his confusion with a hand gesture. The driver noticed and said, "I just need to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Despite being intoxicated, the passenger clearly realized something was wrong. It was at this moment that he noticed a gun protruding from the center console next to the driver. By now, his thoughts were consumed with finding a way to get out of the car. At the next red light, he very quietly tried the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. He discovered the child lock was engaged, and from that moment, his heart pounded furiously. The man was driving him far from home. Apparently, they had already crossed 2 city limits. Desperation engulfed the passenger. He couldn't call the police, fearing this man's unpredictable reaction. He decided the best option would be to try and flip the child lock switch, located near the driver in the front seat. He needed to somehow move to the opposite side of the back seat, behind the driver, without being noticed. This was one of the most intense moments of his life. The passenger watched the driver's head intently through the rear-view mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. He very casually slid behind him. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice anything. Now came the scariest part. He needed to reach the button on the front seat at the next red light before the driver could react. With each passing traffic light, the tension grew as the passenger waited for one of them to turn yellow, and finally one did. The driver slowed the car at an intersection that would normally be busy during the day. This was the perfect place to escape. The car stopped. The passenger knew this light didn't stay green for long, so he had to act fast. The car was on the opposite side of the intersection, which was a little reassuring. Gathering all his courage, he reached for the glowing child lock button and must have startled the driver because he jumped a couple of inches in his seat. The driver yelled at him and, as the passenger feared, reached for the gun beside him. The passenger managed to open the door and run to a nearby Cadillac Escalade, where he knocked on the windows, begging for help. They drove off, completely ignoring him, but it no longer mattered because the man in his Chevy Malibu had already disappeared around the block. The passenger ran into the nearest 24-hour convenience store, where this time he called a taxi. It was a very sobering experience, as he had no recollection of being drunk in that store or during the taxi ride home. The driver was reported to Uber, who promised to escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a full week later that an officer finally showed up at his door for questioning, and that was the end of it. The passenger has no idea what happened to that guy, but he hasn't used Uber since. As a former Uber driver, the narrator encountered many unpleasant characters, from intoxicated groups of friends on Saturday nights to people feigning disabilities for free rides. However, sometimes you come across those who can unequivocally be called true perverts. He had driven several such individuals, but none were as bad as a certain Tom. It was a Friday in December, one of the coldest nights of the year. With no other plans, he decided to work a bit late. These events took place 2 years ago. The narrator was 18 years old and owned a new Honda Accord. His parents, it must be admitted, spoiled him a little. However, being a rather slender 18-year-old, he always followed his father's advice to keep a blade in the car because you never know what kind of psychos will get in your car. A request came in from a young man named Tom, who was just a few miles from a large shopping mall. The driver accepted the call and headed in the indicated direction. As he approached the mall, he noticed a group of teenagers loitering nearby, which immediately gave him a sense of impending trouble. A hope flashed through his mind that Tom wasn't one of them. Many of these young people watched him as he slowly drove past in his car. Eventually, the driver simply pressed the gas pedal and hurried into the mall parking lot, eager to leave the vicinity of this suspicious company as soon as possible. He made 2 full loops around the entire parking lot before finally noticing a figure approaching his car from behind in his left rearview mirror. Rolling down the window, the driver called out loudly, "Tom!" And an affirmative yes came in response. He offered the passenger a seat. This request had to be repeated 3 times, and considering the words were spoken very clearly, the situation felt very strange from the start. On the 4th attempt, Tom finally understood and slowly walked around the back of the car, sitting directly behind the driver. Usually passengers preferred to sit diagonally, which the driver found more comfortable. When someone sat directly behind him, it sometimes caused him a slight paranoia, especially if the person seemed sinister. This particular passenger was an older man, probably in his 40s. "Where are we going?" the driver asked. Tom gave an address, which was immediately entered into the phone. From the passenger's voice, it was clear he was a heavy smoker. Indeed, the car's interior began to fill with the smell of cigarettes. The address given was 10 miles away, which, fortunately, promised a decent fare. At first, the driver tried to strike up casual conversation, but these attempts were unsuccessful. To yes or no questions, Tom sometimes mumbled something unintelligibly, and any other questions met with dry and concise answers. The driver stopped talking when one of his questions was completely ignored. They had already driven 5 miles, with 5 more to go. By the 6th mile, the atmosphere in the car became unbearably tense. The driver was afraid to look in the rearview mirror, convinced the passenger was watching him. He quickly glanced for half a second and confirmed he was right. Tom was indeed looking. Involuntarily, the driver pressed harder on the gas pedal, wishing this ride would end sooner. By the 8th mile, he realized they were practically in the middle of nowhere. They were driving down an almost deserted street, surrounded by woods on both sides, with only occasional isolated buildings. Now the driver began to suspect the true location of the address the passenger had given. So, while continuing to drive, he swiped his finger across the phone screen to shift the map toward the indicated location. Apparently, the address led to a dead-end street, with no other roads nearby. His nervousness grew with each passing minute. He looked in the mirror again, and Tom was still staring at him intently. Finally, gathering his courage, the driver asked if the given address was his home. Silence reigned for a few moments, and the driver thought he would be ignored again, or perhaps unheard, but after 5 seconds, Tom finally replied, "Yes." Less than a mile remained until the end of the trip, and still only woods stretched around them, with sparse, empty-looking buildings. The driver was approaching the dead-end street where the passenger said his address was, secretly hoping to see at least some houses. When the street appeared, he slowed down to examine it carefully, but there was nothing to be seen but pitch darkness. He could only guess why Tom wanted to take him here alone, so far from people and civilization. The driver casually continued driving, pretending to have missed the turn, hoping the passenger wouldn't notice, but he did. Instantly, Tom sprang from his seat and yelled at the driver, demanding he turn around. Frankly, the driver felt his life was hanging by a thread, so he hastily apologized and quickly made a 3-point turn. As he approached the dead-end street again, his hands slipped into the mesh pocket on the side of his seat where he kept his blade. He very quietly opened the blade and gripped it tightly in his right hand, ready for action. Turning onto the dead-end road, he saw in the headlights exactly what he expected. Nothing but trees on both sides. The driver drove to the end of the road, not a single house or building. He just knew something was about to happen. He was merely trying to prepare himself, physically and mentally, for it. Suddenly, Tom said in the softest voice he could muster, "Thanks for the ride." At that moment, the driver wasn't even thinking about money. The passenger opened his door, but before getting out, he said, "Could you step out of the car for a second? I need help with my bag. My back hurts." But he didn't have a bag. The driver knew for sure he didn't. Tom hadn't gotten in with one. He replied, Yeah, sure. Get out, and I'll help you now." The tremor in his voice was too obvious. What happened next, he never could have imagined. Suddenly, he felt pressure on his neck. It took at least a second before the driver realized he was being choked from the back seat. He immediately plunged the blade into the passenger's left hand, and Tom screamed in pain, loosening his grip on the driver's neck. Tom fell out of the car onto the street, and the driver took that opportunity to turn the car around and practically floor the gas pedal, speeding down the street until he returned to a busy road. He never called the police. The driver was too scared to do anything but drive home, and when he got home, he just wanted to go to sleep and forget about it. Needless to say, after that incident, he stopped working as an Uber driver.
After the divorce, I was left with nothing, and I desperately wanted to start over from scratch. I moved into a rundown apartment in a new city. I had no decent job, no pets, no kids, and of course, no wife. I was completely disconnected from the world, just existing. Endlessly sending out resumes for any vacancy, I eventually landed a lousy job at a lousy cafe, serving lousy coffee to equally lousy people. Boredom and despair were eating me alive. Even though I just moved to a new city, I felt I needed something more drastic. And then luck finally smiled on me. Among the thousands of random applications ID sent out was one for a fire lookout position deep in the woods. No experience required. Can you believe it? Fire lookout. Those are the people who live in total isolation in a 70-foot tower surrounded by forest, scanning for wildfires and yelling at tourists. I remember filling out that strange application because it seemed absurd that the position was filled, yet they were still accepting resumes in case it suddenly opened up. It was odd, but I sent it anyway. And now, here it was, my new job. A gruff-looking man called me and said I'd get paid and live in the tower until the end of summer, about 2 months. He stressed that it was crucial I start immediately, gave me directions, and told me I'd begin tomorrow if I agreed. I said yes. This was my fresh start. I'd just parked my car where the road ended, and now I had to hike to the fire lookout tower. It was just past 8 a.m., and Marcus, the guy who D called, said the hike would take about 4 hours. I expected to arrive by lunchtime. Marcus assured me my fire lookout tower, my new home, would be fully stocked with food. After that, I could radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. It was cool for a summer morning, but I was incredibly excited for the hike. The woods here were famed for their beauty and peace, exactly what I'd been longing for. I reached the fire lookout tower just after 1 p.m. The hike was tough, but easy to navigate. Everything was well marked, and the trail was clear. The fire lookout tower was much bigger than I'd imagined. I'd guess it was about 100 feet tall, with a cabin perched on top, supported by 4 stilts. A spiral staircase wound around it, leading upward. Next to the fire lookout tower stood an outhouse and a storage shed, which I assumed held the food. I'll explain more once I get inside the cabin and drop my backpack. The stairs were tough. I was a little tired, but I'd get used to it. The cabin was small, with a balcony wrapping all the way around. Inside stood a bed, a large radio, a table with a map, a few books, a toolbox, a small handheld radio, a lamp, binoculars, and a flashlight. The cabin walls were all windows, so I could see the surrounding forest from every angle. It was eerie, but made sense, since I was literally watching for fires. I dropped my backpack and remembered Marcus mentioning I should radio the nearest fire lookout tower for instructions. So I did. "Hello? Is anyone there?" I asked, fumbling awkwardly with the big radio. "Hey, you're the new guy, right?" Olivia," came a cheerful female voice through the static. "I've been keeping an eye on your patch of forest while you were on your way, but I couldn't see too far, so I am glad you made it." "Nice to meet you. Yeah, I am the newbie." "Adam," I replied over the radio. "Marcus said you'd explain everything." "Sure thing." "Well, you've already figured out the radio. That's a start. The outhouse is down by the fire lookout tower, and that's where the food supply is too. It gets restocked weekly by Marcus or Hakeem." As for the job itself, it is mostly observation, making sure no one camps overnight where they were not supposed to, and watching for wildfires. Olivia continued. Also, keep the trails clear, but all that's in the manual on your table. Read it. Thanks, Olivia. I'll do my best, I said enthusiastically. I'll radio you if I have questions. There was no reply. Well, she seemed pleasant enough. I grabbed the manual and started flipping through it, and mostly repeated what she just told me, only in more technical jargon, but I planned to study it, cover to cover, to feel confident. As I flipped the pages, a sheet of paper fell out. It was lined paper, covered in messy, almost frantic blue handwriting. It read, "Rules to avoid the smiling lady. 1. If you see a woman in the woods with a manic smile on her face, do not approach her or draw attention to yourself. Return to your fire lookout tower immediately. 2. If your radio crackles and it's anyone other than your nearest fire lookout tower, do not respond, no matter what you hear. 3. If you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. 4. Always sleep with the lamp on at night. If it starts flickering, run to turn on the main light and keep it on until morning. If your lamp goes out completely before you can do this, hide under the bed until sunrise. 5. If, at night, you hear someone running up the stairs to your lookout tower, immediately turn on the main light. If you hesitate and the creature reaches the top, it'll be too late. 6. If you wake up and see those smiling women staring at you through the window, immediately hide in the closet and hold your breath. She will enter your cabin and you will feel her icy breath right above you as if she's hovering. Not a sound, not a breath. It will only last a moment. As soon as you feel she's gone, turn on the main light until morning. 7. At any scratching sound, whether in your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until the noise stops. 8. If, while investigating a campfire at night, you hear a woman scream, run back to the lookout tower as fast as you can. 9. If, upon returning to your lookout tower, you find someone inside, run. Don't stop until you reach the next tower. Never look back. She'll be chasing you. What the hell? What sick, twisted joke is this? I thought. I reached for the radio to ask Olivia about these bizarre rules ID just found, but stopped myself. I didn't want to be the rookie who fell for a prank, so I stayed quiet. Instead, I looked around, finally ate, and got comfortable. "Good night, dude," Olivia's voice crackled over the radio just as I drifted off on my first night. I jolted awake, heart racing, and quickly replied, "Good night, Olivia. Thanks for your help today." My first day was over. After dinner, I explored the woods, practiced with a machete used for trail clearing, a great stress reliever, and reviewed forest regulations and job duties. Olivia checked in occasionally, but I never mentioned the strange rules ID found. I was still awake, probably from the fright her "good night" call had given me. I got out of bed and looked around. Nothing but endless forest. It was dark and eerie, but the darkness was also a good sign. No fires. I knew other lookouts searched for flames at night, easier to spot in the dark, but I needed to be ready in case I saw one myself. I was about to climb back into bed when I heard a scratching sound. Weird, I thought. Probably just an animal trying to get into the shed. I jumped into bed, exhausted from the first day, and reached to turn off the lamp. The moment I did, the scratching sped up, almost as if whatever was making it got excited. I yanked my hand back from the switch, and the scratching slowed. That was very strange. Even weirder was that the scratching seemed almost rhythmic, methodical. Suddenly, both my radios emitted a high-pitched whine. What the hell? Terrified, I leapt out of bed and grabbed the handheld radio. As I fumbled with the big one, I caught sight of the rule sheet again. Wasn't there something about scratching? Oh, crap. I am not superstitious, but I wasn't taking chances. I quickly grabbed Rule 7. If you hear any scratching, inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. I shut off the big radio and dove under the blanket. What the hell, man? I could still hear the scratching, but it sounded closer now, like it had moved from a distant noise to something right at my cabin door. It grew fainter, as if whatever was making it was lightly dragging nails along the door frame. I didn't move. What the hell is this? Morning came. I'd have finally fallen asleep under the blanket last night. The scratching had stopped, but I hadn't moved an inch. Exhaustion had won. In hindsight, I feel a little foolish. I am in the woods, there are tons of animals, and radios pick up all kinds of interference. It makes sense the first night would be the hardest, adjusting to life 100 feet up, alone in the forest. But today, I am going to make the most of it, and I am sure the rest of my nights will be far less eventful. To stop thinking about that scratching last night. What was it? It must have been an animal, right? God, I hope it was just an animal. I am also trying not to think about that list, but damn, it's hard. I brought it with me just in case, though I feel a little silly doing so. Bet it's a prank. It is only my second day and they are already messing with me. My mind's racing. Anyway, I am on patrol now, just walking some trails, making sure no one is camping in open areas. It's getting dark, so I think it's time to head back. I was almost ready to turn toward my fire tower when I spotted a flash of a campsite. There it was. My first real task. Tell these people to pack up and leave. This area is for hiking only. I kept walking. The camp was set up on a large clearing surrounded by trees, just one reddish-yellow tent and a cold campfire. "Hello," I shouted. "You can't camp here. This is hike-only territory." Silence. No answer. I moved closer to the campsite, heading toward the fire pit in case something jumped out of the tent. "What a coward I am," I shouted again. "Hello, is anyone there?" Nothing. At that moment, a strange feeling washed over me. Something was off. I can explain it. Just wrong. I assumed the campers had just gone for a walk and would return soon, but it was nearly dark, and that worried me. Wait, wasn't there a rule about this? I pulled the list from my pocket and scanned it quickly. Yes, Rule 8. If you investigate a campfire at night and hear a woman scream upon arrival, run back to the fire tower as fast as you can. Okay, well, not okay, but okay. I didn't hear a scream. It's just an empty campsite. There is not even a live fire. I radioed Olivia. "Olivia, hey, there is a campsite here. No fire, but no people either." "What should I do?" "Where is it?" Olivia replied instantly. I read her my coordinates, checking the map with my flashlight as it grew darker. "Got it. That is right on the edge of my sector. You'll head there now. You just go back to your tower, okay?" Olivia said. "Okay, you sure?" I asked. "Absolutely. Go back. Stay safe." "All right, she's a professional. I will call her when I get back and ask how it went." I'd been walking for about 30 minutes, nearly back to my tower, when I noticed a clear trail leading into the trees. Weird. I didn't remember seeing this on the map. I thought the path I was on had no branches. I figured I'd missed it this morning and would check it out tomorrow. I trudged back to my tower. Back inside, I sat at the table, staring at the rules. I hadn't asked Olivia about them. I didn't want to. Not until something else strange happened. Nothing weird had happened tonight, just an empty campsite, no woman screaming like the rules warned. I'd been sitting there, reading the rules for about 20 minutes when my main radio crackled. "Hey, Adam," I handled the camper. "He says he was relieving himself in the woods and didn't know camping wasn't allowed here," Olivia explained. "He must have been doing his business when you showed up. I'm walking him to his car now." "All good." "All right, thanks for handling that." "Good night," I replied, feeling guilty she'd gone through all that trouble for nothing. I climbed into bed. The next day came. Last night had been fine. No issues. Now I felt safer and left the list on my table. I ate a lot this morning. My appetite must be growing from all the hiking. I spent the morning just sitting in the woods near my tower. It was calming. Time for my afternoon patrol to make sure no one's camping. But first, I want to check out that strange trail that's not on any map. I reached it quickly. It was relatively close, and sure enough, it was as clear a trail as any other. Like it had been maintained just as well as the main ones. I wandered down it, not expecting much. It sloped slightly downward, but wasn't difficult. After about 5 minutes, I thought I saw the end of the trail, and that was all I saw. Just an end, leading literally nowhere, just a wall of trees. I was about to turn back when I saw it, a small red scarf hanging from the branch of the nearest tree. Interesting. I walked toward it, and as I did, I saw another one deeper in the woods, and another after that. What the hell? Am I really going to be an idiot and walk straight into a serial killer's trap by following these? Almost as if to prove I wasn't a coward, I decided to follow them. I passed 5 scarves, each bright red, no writing or markings, and I was about to reach another. This one was different. It lay on the ground. The others had been on branches. Beyond it, I saw nothing. That was annoying. As I bent to pick up the last scarf and examine it, what the hell? It was tied to something wooden and fairly heavy. I lifted it. Dirt shifted as a wooden door revealed a small bunker. It was impressive, about 10 feet deep and 10 feet wide. A ladder was built into the wall where the door had lifted. I shone my flashlight and saw a sleeping bag on the floor below, and a camera. That was it. I climbed down the ladder. That was all. With every step down into the bunker, its solidity brought a strange sense of calm. The whole bunker was surprisingly clean for an underground structure, but inside was only a sleeping bag and a camera plugged into a charger. No outlets, of course. I picked up the camera. It was dead, a fairly modern model with a screen for viewing photos slightly cracked, but the main lens was shattered. It looked like its days of taking pictures were long over. I will charge it when I get back to my tower, I thought, eager to see what was on it. I'll call Olivia as soon as I return, otherwise she'll notice I started my patrol late, and then it hit me. The campsite, it was back. Damn, it looked like it had never left. Same reddish-yellow tent, same spot as last night. Did this guy think he could sneak back unnoticed? The only difference, there was a fire burning, the only light besides my flashlight. Annoyed, I decided to deal with this jerk myself and then call Olivia with the good news that ID handled it alone. I walked up to the tent and yanked the flap open. I didn't care if I scared him. He didn't belong here, and he knew it. I pulled the flap back. What? The tent was empty. Completely. No person, no sleeping bag, no backpack, just dirt. The fire burned brightly behind me. I turned, scanning the trees lit by its glow. It felt like something was watching me. I quickly doused the fire, pouring the rest of my water to kill the last embers. In an instant, I was plunged into total darkness. I kept my flashlight pointed at the ground, unable to look up at the trees that still gave me an inexplicable sense of dread. I reached for my phone to call Olivia, when a blood-curdling scream tore through the silence, coming from the trees right behind where the fire had been. God, that scream. Nothing I could have imagined. A scream of pure pain and pure rage. A dark figure burst from the trees, still screaming, and charged at me. I only caught a glimpse of her silhouette before I ran myself. It was a woman, with long hair and arms swinging loosely at her sides as she sprinted toward me. I ran through the woods I was just beginning to know, sticking to the trail leading to my tower. She didn't stop screaming, chasing me, that long, drawn-out cry piercing my thoughts. I rounded a bend in the trail and started screaming too, though I couldn't even hear myself over hers. I was halfway to the tower. Look back? No way, that would slow me down. What the hell? The scream was getting louder. She was catching up. How was she still screaming? The fire tower. I saw the dim glow of the lamp ID left on in the cabin above, cutting through the darkness ahead, giving me hope. I reached the ladder and raced up it at full speed. The spiral staircase was a bit uneven. I stumbled every few steps but didn't lose my balance. Halfway up, I heard her hit the first steps. She was fast, and I could hear her gaining on me, but I thought I could make it. I was at the top. I burst into my cabin, and the moment I slammed the door, the screaming stopped. I pressed myself against the door, adrenaline surging, flashlight in hand like a weapon, ready to fight. The sudden silence didn't help. At least when she screamed, I knew where she was. My ears still rang as I stayed pressed to the door. An hour had passed since the scream stopped, and I hadn't heard a sound since. The adrenaline had faded, but I was still terrified. I finally stepped away from the door and tried to contact Olivia, too scared to speak. If this was a prank, it was awful, though for my sake, I hoped it was. I turned on the main radio. "Olivia!" I gasped urgently. "Olivia, please answer." After what felt like an hour of silence, though it was probably only half a minute, I heard a raspy moan. That wasn't Olivia, was it? It was a woman's voice, sounding in pain. What if the monster that chased me had gotten to Olivia? Just as I was about to respond to check on her, the radio crackled again. What started as another moan grew louder, turning into a scream. The same scream, the one that would haunt my dreams, tainted with pain and fury. She was screaming through my radio. I turned it off. "Good morning, dude. How'd you sleep?" Olivia chirped cheerfully the next morning. "Olivia," I replied, "probably from lack of sleep last night." "What's that list I found?" "What list?" Olivia replied over the radio. "What list?" Olivia's voice came back, alarmed. I spilled everything. The creepy note, the scratching, and of course, the nightmare with the insane demon woman. Olivia sighed deeply, like, "Here we go again." I realized this wasn't the first time. It seemed this story repeated with every lookout assigned to this tower. "I don't know what to believe," Olivia admitted. "At first, I thought people just went crazy from isolation. I've never seen anything like it myself. But after Henry, and now you, just 4 days in, I just don't know what to think." "Henry?" I asked. "Who's that?" "The guy before you," Olivia explained. "He lived in your tower for over a year, refused to go home or take leave. Henry was a great guy, handy, always had some project going. Sometimes near the end, I wouldn't hear from him for days. I think he spent whole nights outside the tower. No idea where he went, honestly." "Near the end?" I pressed, sensing this was important. "Yeah, he disappeared. Marcus thinks he just ran off. The tower was completely empty when he checked. No bags, no belongings, no Henry, but I don't get why he'd leave after a year of refusing to leave the forest at all?" Olivia sounded confused. "But months before he vanished, he became obsessed with the smiling lady, said he saw her at night but never gave details. If I asked, he'd just go quiet. Like I said, he barely talked to me." But his disappearance didn't explain why the job posting said the position might suddenly become available. I asked Olivia about that. "I don't know anything about that," she replied. "I've worked here 2 years and Marcus never tells me anything." "Who worked here before Henry?" I wondered aloud. "Another guy, Ron," Olivia said. "He left just a few days after I started. But once he asked me if I'd seen a woman in the woods, a woman who smiles. I said no and didn't think much of it. Back then, I thought he was weird. I wasn't satisfied with the lack of info, unsure if she really knew little or was hiding something. I decided to ask her directly, "What made you take this job?" "Well, I guess we are opening up to each other this morning, huh?" Olivia chuckled nervously. I stayed silent, waiting. "My sister, she disappeared in these woods," Olivia said, voice trembling. "Right before I started working here. I took the job to, I don't know, try to find her. I try to help others who might get lost. I don't know." "I'm sorry about your sister, Olivia," I said, feeling awkward for asking. "That's brave of you. Brave of..." I won. Ask more questions. Not yet. I am not sure how honest she's being with me, but for now, I feel she's my ally, and I want to keep it that way. I thanked her for the talk. I trust her, I think. I feel a little calmer, though I don't know why. Henry apparently just vanished, and both he and Ron claim to have seen the smiling lady. Oh, that is the same lady who chased me last night. The camera I found was now charged. Evening fell. I still hadn't slept, barely moved, trying to process everything Olivia told me. But it was impossible. Maybe the camera held answers. It powered on. 3 options on screen: photo gallery, settings. I chose gallery. The first few photos were uninteresting. Shots of a random lake, a house, a car, nothing useful. Scrolling quickly, I almost missed a photo of my lookout tower. At its base stood a family, 3 people. The father was dark-haired, tall, looked like he had outdoor experience. Big, sturdy guy. The mother was a blonde with a beautiful smile, her hand on her husband's shoulder. The third member was a boy with short chestnut hair and a striking resemblance to who I assumed was his father. I kept scrolling, but never saw the family together again, only the man. He took selfies inside my tower, photographed the view from my window, the outdoor toilet, and some trails. Was this Henry or Ron? If it was Henry, why wouldn't he leave the forest to see his family? Then the photos got even stranger. The next one was the bunker. The same bunker ID found nearby, built into the ground, holding a sleeping bag and his camera. It looked unfinished, a work in progress. With each photo, it became more complete. Whoever owned this camera built it. Olivia said Henry was handy, right? Why did he build a bunker in the woods, so close to the lookout tower? The next photo was a random tree in the dark. Actually, the next 4 or 5 were of that same tree. At its base, a shadow. The shadow at the tree's base was strange, distorted, completely illogical. What was Henry, or whoever, trying to capture? Was the smiling lady his target? What the hell just woke me up? The clock read 2:13 a.m. Total silence now. But I knew something had broken my sleep. I was so exhausted from last night I wouldn't have woken up on my own. Maybe it was... Yes, I hear it. Through the night silence came a faint, wrenching female sob. It didn't sound very close, but I sat bolt upright in bed listening to the long, mournful wails. I remembered the rule. Rule 3. If you hear a woman weeping between 1 and 4 a.m., ignore it. But how could I ignore it? It sounded so sad, so broken. Part of me desperately wanted to help her. Another part craved answers, and neither part would let me just turn away. Trying to make as little noise as possible, I quickly geared up, grabbed my flashlight and radio, and carefully opened my cabin door. Descending the stairs, I shone my light to avoid tripping. The weeping came from the woods off the trail. I moved cautiously toward the dark wall of trees. The cries were soaked in unbearable pain, deep sorrow. I could only compare them to a mother's howl after losing her child, howling in utter despair, losing a piece of her soul with every agonizing breath. I turned off my flashlight as the weeping grew louder. I crouched, moving from bush to bush, then to a tree. The air was misty, piercingly cold, and the closer I got, the stronger the frost felt. Crouching behind a tree, I finally saw her. She sat hunched against the trunk, face buried in her hands, sobbing. She had long, dark hair spilling down her back and onto the ground. Though I couldn't see her clearly, she seemed to wear a clean, intact dress. But her hands were horribly damaged, twisted, broken. One elbow was bent backward, and bones jutted under the skin of both forearms, though they didn't pierce through. Her nails were long and sharp, and her body had no fat. Skeletal, pale skin stretched over her collarbones, emphasizing her gauntness. My radio emitted a short hiss. I quickly looked down to turn it off, and in that moment realized the weeping had stopped. My eyes stayed on the radio. Damn, she heard me. I couldn't look up. Nausea overwhelmed me. I forced myself and slowly raised my eyes. She was staring at me. Her eyes were empty, dark, white, lifeless, the white stark against her dark pupils. Her eyebrows were raised. She smiled. The smile was unnaturally wide, stretching across her face farther than humanly possible, baring all her teeth. It was sinister. Her face bore traces of recent tears. Some still streamed down her sharp cheekbones and thin neck. But now she wasn't crying. She looked excited. I was going to run. I could not look away, but I desperately told myself, "Run! Damn it! Run!" I needed to run. I stared at her for about half a minute, and she hadn't moved. Her eyes were still locked on me, her smile sinister. Just as I gathered the courage to turn and flee, she made a sharp movement. Her neck snapped to the side, and she crawled into the darkness behind her. The movement was so fast, her broken arms crackled as she slithered away, and that was my chance. I turned and ran. I ran with all my might, not looking back. I dodged some trees and crashed into others, but didn't stop. Why didn't you just leave me alone? There, my fire tower. Stumbling, I raced up the stairs to my cabin and slammed the door shut. From the safety of my cabin, I heard nothing. I scanned the base of the tower, the surrounding forest. Saw nothing. Forget it. I climbed under the blanket, turned on the lamp, and jumped into bed. Shaking, I tried to calm down, to listen past my pounding heart, but heard nothing. Just silence. As I peeked out from under the blanket, gathering courage to radio Olivia, I saw it. Scratches on my cabin floor. Scratches that hadn't been there before. Scratches I missed in my panic. They looked like something an animal or something crawling had made. Scratches from my cabin door all the way across the room to my bed. I'd seen her outside earlier because she was already inside the cabin with me. She was under the bed. I froze. I knew she was there. I felt it. She was under my bed. What should I do? I remembered the rules. Was there anything about this? Rule 6. If you wake up and see those smiling women staring at you through your window, hide in your closet and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin and you'll feel her breath right above you as if she is hovering. Don't breathe. It will last just seconds. As soon as you feel she's gone, turn on the main light until morning. Or Rule 9, chilling me to the bone. If at any time you return to your fire lookout tower and find someone else inside, run. Run without looking back until you reach the next tower. Never look back. She'll be chasing you. My heart hammered like a trapped bird. Should I hide under the blanket and wait for her to leave, as Rule 6 says? Or run, because she's already inside my tower, as Rule 9 commands. She was already there when I entered. So that's Rule 9, right? I heard her, not loud, but clear. A soft, careful movement, like someone trying not to break the silence. Then a faint rustle. A second later, the bone-chilling crack of her arms. They moved, and with it, a low, stifled groan that froze my blood. I closed my eyes, trying to push back the terror. I had to decide. Stay under the blanket or run. Rule 6, Rule 9. Suddenly, I felt a slight tug on the bottom of my blanket, barely noticeable, lasting just a second. Then a second tug, slightly stronger, as if an invisible hand was testing my resolve. I chose Rule 9. With an adrenaline surge, I leapt from bed and burst through the door, which slammed shut behind me. I didn't see her. I didn't look. Luckily, ID slept in my boots, ready to flee. Halfway down the tower, I heard a deafening crash above. The door slammed as she left the cabin. I reached the base and heard footsteps above. She was halfway down. Time was slipping away. I ran toward the trail, and behind me came a terrifying rustle of dirt and grass. She was at the tower's base. I sprinted to the bunker and struggled to open it. I jumped down the ladder and slammed the hatch shut, cutting myself off from the world. I heard her. She moved around me in the trees and grass surrounding the bunker. Her low moans pierced me, making my hair stand on end as she rasped in pain, or something else beyond explanation. I huddled in a bunker corner, staring up at the hatch, but saw nothing through the pitch black. She was still above me. I heard her movements, a strange mix of quick, sudden lunges and slow, almost confused steps. Maybe she didn't see me descend into the bunker. Maybe she didn't even know it existed. Or maybe she just couldn't enter. Was this where Henry spent his nights when he was in the tower? Olivia said she didn't know where he disappeared to sometimes. Could this be it? Now I heard nothing. 20 minutes had passed. I thought the creature had left. But I wouldn't be that foolish again. I'd stay here until morning. Eventually, I fell asleep to the soothing sound of wind whispering through nearby trees. Last night was too close. Looking back on my decision to investigate, I feel incredibly foolish. I'm not sure if it was sleep deprivation or if she'd cast some spell on me, but I want to make reckless decisions again. I'll strictly follow the rules. Morning came. I was still in the bunker. Finally, I gathered the courage to lift the hatch and peer out. Blinded by sunlight after so long in darkness, the world seemed startlingly clear. I carefully climbed out and headed to my fire tower. I was quickly ascending the stairs when I heard a voice behind me. "Hey!" I nearly wet myself from shock. Turning and almost falling off the stairs, I saw a girl at the tower's base. An ordinary girl. Chestnut hair, glasses, carrying a large backpack. Dressed in hiking gear, smiling at me. Her smile so out of place after what I'd been through. "Oh, sorry for scaring you," she said, her voice light and easy. "Hi, I am Sarah." I just stared at her, heart pounding like a drum. "Marcus." Daughter, she explained, as if reading my mind. I'm here to restock your food. Olivia had not mentioned Marcus or his son would be restocking. No mention of a daughter. Oh, I replied, voice trembling with confusion. Sorry, you scared me. Adam. Hi, Sarah, she repeated, still smiling, a hint of concern in her eyes. You okay? I forced a weak smile, trying to hide my shaking. Just startled me, that's all. I thought it was Marcus or his son restocking. She laughed. Her laugh sounded so natural and carefree. Oh, usually it is. I just started helping recently, I guess. You were actually my first stop today. Nice to meet you, Adam. It was getting dark. I was determined to figure out what was happening in these woods. Dawn, get me wrong. I was terrified, but I wouldn't make bad decisions anymore. For all I knew, I was alone. I didn't know who to trust. Olivia? Maybe I needed to meet her. Right before bed, I radioed her with a question. Hey, Olivia, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Does Marcus have a daughter? Ask her, Olivia replied a minute later, sounding a bit tired. I was just about to say goodnight. I'm not entirely sure about this. I've only met his son. Why? Okay, I was just asking. You all right, Adam? Did something else happen? Yeah, I'm fine, Olivia. Good night. I was still terrified, but I knew what I had to do. Those rules were my lifeline. They'd keep me alive, so I had to follow them. I knew that now more than ever. I left my shoes on for the night, just in case. I decided to turn on the lamp before switching off the main light to be ready for anything. I'd been in bed barely half an hour when I heard it again. Scratching. Rule 7. If you hear any scratching inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. The scratching was faint, as if coming from the stairs, or maybe from the outhouse below. No time to hesitate. I grabbed my big radio and turned it off, made sure the small one was off too, then hurried back to bed and dove under the blanket. The scratching continued, growing louder. Each sound was slow and drawn out, like nails dragging across wood. After each scratch came about 10 seconds of silence, then another, sounding closer. Soon, the scratching seemed right next to me, almost on my bed frame. I held my breath and closed my eyes, breaking all the rules. I was pure terror. The next scratch was longer than the rest, either on my bed or my cabin door. I did not know. I couldn't think clearly, but I wasn't moving. The scratching stopped. For about 15 minutes, I heard only the rustle of trees below as wind swept through them, creating an atmospheric hiss that pierced straight to my heart. I already decided to stay under the blanket all night, just in case, when I heard another sound. Faint footsteps, each quick but growing louder, until I realized something was racing up the stairs. In panic, I forgot the rule. Instinctively, I jumped out of bed and dashed to the main light switch. I flipped it on, and the running stopped immediately. I froze by the switch, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. Shaking, I walked to the rule sheet I kept by my bed. I picked it up and checked if I'd done everything right. Rule 5. At night, if you hear someone running up the stairs to your fire lookout tower, turn on the main light until morning. If you don't, do it before she reaches the top. It'll be too late. Thank God. I knew the main light was in more than one rule, and I was so glad I'd chosen right. I scanned the balcony surrounding my tower, saw nothing. I watched the top of the stairs, where an eternity seemed to pass. But nothing happened. Nothing climbed up. The bright glow of the main light made it impossible to see the woods below. I sat at the table, thinking. 2 hours had passed since it tried to climb my stairs, and I knew I wouldn't sleep tonight, so I used my time wisely. I intensely studied maps of the area, learning the trails around my tower like the back of my hand. But I also learned something new. I figured out the route to the nearest fire lookout tower. It wasn't too hard, and though I still thought I could trust Olivia, I wanted to meet her in person. I wanted to see her with my own eyes and talk face to face, not hide behind a radio. I decided tomorrow I'd head to Olivia's sector. I woke early. I'd slept only a few hours, but it was enough. I was too focused to even notice. I packed a light backpack, food, water, flashlight, radio, map, and machete. I also took the camera to see if Olivia could confirm the man in the photos was really Henry. Sunlight filtered through the trees, but never truly appreciated a sunrise before. I was usually either asleep or terrified, but this was beautiful. I decided not to tell Olivia I was coming. Though I felt a certain trust, I did not want her to know my location, giving her a chance to alter or fake anything. Just in case, I laced up my boots and headed to Olivia's sector. It should take about 3 hours. The route was fairly straight, and according to the map, no steep climbs or anything like that. I noticed a stark difference when I left my zone and entered Olivia's sector. Each lookout is responsible for maintaining trails and handling issues in their area. But as I entered Olivia's sector, I saw her trails weren't maintained at all. Honestly, they weren't. It maintained whatsoever. Overgrown trees, bushes, and flora forced me to thank myself for bringing the machete as I hacked through barely visible paths. It was exhausting work, but I wanted to ensure the trails were clear enough to run on if needed. I was losing motivation and getting hungry when I reached her fire tower. It took about 5 hours due to trail clearing, but I was here. The fire tower was identical to mine. Same layout. Cabin atop 4 stilts hidden in a small woods clearing. Her outhouse was on the opposite side, but her food shed was in the same spot as mine, left of the tower base. But I immediately noticed something startling that made me flinch. What the hell? 50 feet from her tower, like a giant campfire, lay the remains of a huge fire. The surrounding stones looked heavily used. And this, despite our main job being to prevent wildfires in these woods. A bit strange, right? I started climbing the tower. I moved relatively quietly, partly not wanting her to mistake me for some crazy lady charging up the stairs, but mostly from growing nervous tension. Reaching the top, I immediately knew the tower was empty. More than that, it seemed like no one had ever been there. Old nests on the cabin, cobwebs on the railings, and dust. Dust everywhere, like a thick veil of oblivion. I tried the door. It was locked. That was odd. My tower didn't even have a lock. I pressed my face to the glass, trying to see through the thick dust on the inside window. It was darker inside than it should have been. I could make out the main radio on the table next to a stack of what looked like newspapers and folders. The bed looked dirty and unmade. A bag, seemed like a backpack, peeked out from under it. From what I saw, there were no books, no deck of cards, nothing to occupy her during the day. How did she keep her sanity? I decided to radio her. I'd come all this way. I wasn't leaving without meeting her. I grabbed my radio. Olivia, come in. Hey, came a quick reply. What's up, Adam? Hey, just checking in, I said, deciding to scout a bit before revealing my presence. Where are you? Oh, I am in my tower. Why? She replied. What the hell? I'm sure this is the right tower. It's her tower. I am looking at it. No one's here. She is lying to me. Nothing. I lied, trying to mask my trembling voice with fake confidence. Just some campers on the edge of my zone. I'll handle them. No reply. Did she believe me? Does she trust me? Reply, Olivia. I need to know if you believe me or not. Cool. Good job, Adam. Thanks for that. All right. Thank God she believes me, I thought. I decided to descend the tower and sit on a nearby tree. I needed to investigate this. Maybe she was just returning to the tower, so she said she was already there. It could have been a misunderstanding. So I decided to figure this out and see what happened. Over 30 minutes passed. No sign of her. In fact, no signs of anything. This area was completely silent, completely dead. Where were the animal sounds? The noise of distant hikers? It was so quiet. Too quiet. While waiting, I told myself that if she didn't return soon, I'd break into her tower. I had no idea if it was legal. Technically, it's my employer as property, right? I guess it's illegal, but I needed to investigate, and I needed to do it soon before dark. I slammed the door with my machetes, but right above the handle. The loud bang broke the eerie silence, followed by the door as creak as it swung open, making me freeze for a second, expecting something to happen. Nothing did. I stepped inside. Dust hit my face and I held back a cough. I needed to be quiet and fast. The cabin was cold, strangely colder than outside. I approached the stacks of newspapers and folders. The headline of the first paper I saw sent chills down my spine. Missing hiker's sister. I skimmed the article. It was these woods. 2 sisters had gone missing. Oh, was this Olivia's sister? She told me only one sister went missing. Was this another? It didn't make sense. I flipped through the rest, mostly repeating that 2 sisters were still missing until one sister found after 3 weeks. The article said one sister was found alive and well, but the other was still missing. They split up after getting lost in the woods. She never mentioned she had gotten lost too. If this was about her, did she consider it too personal? Or did she lie? I turned to the folders. Inside was a single sheet. The heading, Adam. What the hell? Below it was information about me, my divorce, why I took this job, my age, my appearance. Maybe she just kept it to remember. A strange way to try to befriend someone. Wait, how did she know we'd never met? How does she know what I look like? Something strange was going on. I turned to the bag under the bed. It was a large, dark blue backpack. I pulled it out and opened it. Inside was clothing, men's clothing, t-shirts, hiking pants, a raincoat. I dug deeper, found a hammer, then a wrench. Nothing unusual. The next item I pulled out, sunglasses with a green RS on the side, initials, dark sunglasses with a green RS on the side, initials. Definitely not Olivia's, but whose? My hand dove to the bag as bottom and felt something small and metallic. I pulled it out. A pocket knife, stunningly beautiful, custom-made, gold trim with silver and black patterns winding through it. Microscopic engraving. To my love, for you, Henry. What the hell? Why does she have Henry's knife? Are these his things? Where did his belongings go after he disappeared? I touched nothing. She'll know I was here, but I need to leave. I am not safe here. I was about to leave when a familiar voice pierced the silence. Olivia's voice. You know, she wants you to smile. I spun around. A woman stood behind me, blocking the door. She was shorter than me, with dirty, tangled blonde hair sticking out everywhere. Her clothes, long, light brown hiking pants, were stained with ingrained dirt. Her light red plaid shirt looked like it had weathered more than one storm, wrinkled, dirty, with a torn sleeve. Her face, ordinary, human, but her eyes, bright blue irises sharply contrasted with bloodshot whites. She looked like she hadn't slept in weeks. Pure madness shone in her gaze, her arms hung limply. Her body was frail, emaciated, as if abandoned by everyone. Olivia? I stammered. What do you mean she wants me to smile? She just wants you to smile, Olivia repeated, not breaking eye contact. Okay, Olivia, what's going on? I tried to sound confident. Are you all right? Olivia started moving toward the bed. I circled her, staying near the door. A great move. She sat on the bed staring at the dusty floor. A tear rolled down her cheek. A broken woman stood before me. We got lost, Olivia whispered. Both of us. They saved me, but not her. I couldn't tell them what I did, but it was awful. And now she trailed off. What did you do, Olivia? My hand was ready to grab the machete at any moment. We got lost, and we're lost so long. She kept telling me, it'll be okay, Olivia. They'll find us. But they didn't find us for so long, and I was so hungry. She was always so positive, always smiling, but the food... We couldn't catch anything. Nothing worked. We tried, Adam. I swear we tried. Olivia's voice thinned to a whisper. All right, Olivia. I know you tried. What happened? She looked up. I flinched, but she just kept talking. She looked at me, smiling when I pushed her. I pushed her far away. It was a moment of weakness, of hunger. She fell so far. Her arms, they broke. She didn't move. I was so hungry. She looked down again. She died the way she lived. Smiling, my stomach twisted. She'd killed her own sister. I'd heard hunger drives people to madness, heard it makes you do anything for food. But after I pushed her, I couldn't do it. She looked at me again, tears streaming down her mad eyes. And the next day, they found me. My stomach clenched. They found her, just one day after. Despite my fear, I felt sympathy for Olivia. I couldn't live with that. A moment of madness defining my life forever. And for what? Literally nothing. And then she found me, Olivia whispered, looking at the ground again. Another tear rolled down her cheek. Who found you? I asked, hoping it wasn't who I thought. My blood froze. My sister. Still smiling, still hungry, Olivia muttered. She is avenging me, and she is avenging you. Olivia stood and looked at me again. All of you. I took a small step back, exiting the cabin without taking my eyes off Olivia. What have I done? I asked. She blames you all. You couldn't find her. Your job, our job, is to find her. Instead, she found me, and I'll never lose her again. Olivia started slowly walking toward me. Hey, Olivia, I wasn't even working here. I'd never even been in these woods. I started panicking, backing away. Olivia, we can help you. We can get you out. She gets hungrier each time. She'll never be full again. There's no way out. As she said this, I understood why the woods had been so silent. Henry even made 10 rules, and she still got him in the end. Rules I couldn't even understand. Olivia started smiling for the first time. And Adam, she's so hungry now, she lunged at me with a sudden, sharp shriek, arms outstretched. Her frail body was easy to overpower. I rolled to the side and shoved her away quickly. She stumbled and her foot slipped off the balcony edge. She lost balance, hit the wooden floor with a dull thud, then fell sideways off the fire tower. It all happened so fast. I collapsed to the floor when I pushed her, mostly from shock. I heard her hit something on the way down, probably the steps, followed by a heavy thud as she hit the ground below. She did not cry out once as she fell. My God, I just killed her. Oh my God. I jumped up and raced down the stairs, hoping she wasn't dead. When I reached the bottom, I saw her lying about 10 feet from the tower base, face down, arms broken and twisted. A small pool of blood seeped from her head, feeding the soil below. Motionless. I ran back to my fire tower, stopping only briefly when exhaustion took over. I had to get there before dark. Forget it. Mom, leaving these woods. Olivia is insane. She attacked me. It was self-defense. She was damn crazy, but something she said really stuck with me. Henry made 10 rules on that sheet, which I now know was written by Henry. There were only 9. What was the 10th rule? At least it explained how Henry survived a year. Poor Ron before him, who I now suspect only had the sunglasses, and Olivia said he lasted just a week. But Henry had 9 rules. 9 ways a smiling lady could get you and how to avoid her. I am not staying to find out what that 10th rule is. I am leaving these woods. I am still running back. I feel like someone's watching me. I see my fire tower. It is almost dark. I don't know how the hell I'll reach my car, and I don't want to walk these woods at night. So I decided to spend the night in the bunker. I thought Henry spent his nights there when he wasn't tech in the tower. I thought it was the key to his long survival, and it had saved me before. I'll run to my tower, grab my main backpack, and head to the bunker. I am on the verge of passing out from dehydration, so I need water, which is also in my tower. I'll grab my stuff and be in and out. In my tower, I frantically gathered my things. I turned to leave. I heard something. It was faint, easy to miss, but it was there. I held my breath and stopped, listening. Long, slow, quiet sounds. I heard scratching. Rule 7, if you hear any scratching inside your cabin or near the outhouse, turn off all radios and hide under the blanket until it stops. You've got to be kidding me. She knows. She knows I am trying to leave. I froze in place, hoping the scratching would stop, knowing that if it didn't, I'd have to follow the rules. I turned to my radio. In the woods below, I saw a pale white face staring up at me. Same stringy, dark hair hanging from her head. Same wide, sinister smile frozen on her face. Her white skin lit by the surrounding darkness. I couldn't see her body, just her face emerging from the black night. She stared at me, her excited eyes locked on mine. She knew I was trying to escape. I'd have to spend another night here, and I felt she'd do everything to catch me. I looked away and turned off the radios before diving under the blanket. Olivia's words echoed in my head. She so hungry now. The scratching stopped soon after I got under the blanket. I literally felt her hunger in the air, hovering over my tower, focused on me. I peeked out from under the bed once I was sure the scratching had stopped. I didn't want her to catch me off guard. I wanted to be ready for anything she threw at me. I stood and walked around my cabin's balcony, scanning the area where she'd stood, but she was gone. I knew she was fast. She'd outrun me back to my tower before when I found her crying in the woods. She could be anywhere. I turned to enter my cabin. I looked out one of my windows when the dim lamp's reflection started flickering behind me. Damn. Rule 4. Always sleep with the lamp on at night. If it starts flickering, quickly run to turn on the main light until morning. If your lamp goes out completely before you can do this, hide under the bed until morning. My eyes adjusted as I watched the lamp's reflection, and there she was, right in front of me through the glass, standing on my balcony. It was her. Her broken arms twisted, her wild hair white, her eyes wide, her smile broad. Rule 6. If you wake up and see a smiling woman staring at you through the window, hide under the blanket and hold your breath. She'll enter your cabin, and you'll feel her breath right above you as if she is hovering. Don't breathe. It'll last just seconds. As soon as you feel she is gone, turn on the main light until morning. The lamp flickered again, then went out, plunging me into total darkness. Two conflicting rules tore at me. I couldn't look away, but I had to turn on the light. Suddenly, her neck cracked to the side and she lunged forward, fast, very fast, each step echoing loudly as she crossed the balcony toward the door at the other end. Oh crap! I spun and dashed to the switch. She was about halfway to the door when I flipped on the light. Now I faced a choice, hide under the bed or under the blanket. I chose the blanket. Rule 6 said, she'll enter your cabin, and she was about to. I leapt to the bed and pulled the blanket up to my eyes. Instantly, my cabin door burst open. I heard loud, fast footsteps charging toward me, but now, under the thick blanket, I saw only darkness. I held my breath. I felt her, just as the rule predicted. She was right above me. I felt her breath, cold, icy. My eyes were closed, but I knew she was there. I desperately tried not to breathe. My heart hammered like a trapped bird, my stomach clenched with fear, but I refused to inhale. And yet, she waited with manic impatience for my mistake. What happens if I breathe? Will she kill me right here? Claim my soul? My chest burned. I could not hold out anymore. She felt it, felt me struggling. Her ragged breaths grew more excited. I felt her hair hanging on both sides of me under the blanket, wet and cold. I can't. I need to breathe. That's it. I give up. My mouth opened. She vanished, just disappeared. I held on another 3 or 4 seconds, longer than I physically could, before coughing and gasping for air, but she was gone. No cold breath, no presence. I was alone again. I threw off the blanket. My cabin door was wide open, swinging in the wind. The main light was still on, as was my lamp. Was the lamp's flickering her way of tricking me into choosing the wrong rule? If I'd hidden under the bed, would she have killed me? Hours of silence passed. My main light and lamp still burned. I felt a bit safer, but suspected it was part of her game to lull me into complacency. I didn't let my guard down, and thank God. I saw a campfire right by my tower. The cabin's light made it hard to see, but I spotted it. Actually, I saw not one campfire, but campfires everywhere around my tower. I walked the balcony edge. I counted 6 campfires. At each stood a dark human figure back to me. What the hell? All stood alone, staring into the flames. The figures varied in size. One looked like a child. I couldn't make out specific features in the dark, just their outlines. The 6th campfire had no figure. Why? As my eyes adjusted to the darkness below, the figures began falling into their fires one by one. The first, resembling a man. He was tall and thin. He collapsed face first into the flames, almost willingly. As the fire consumed him, his features became indistinguishable. His screams pierced the air as I watched in horror. Another figure, a woman, then fell into her fire. She screamed as the flames covered her, writhing but not trying to escape. Next, a smiling figure, a child, a boy, as he fell face first into the fire. I gasped. I couldn't scream. My whole body was in shock. The child was silent, but thrashed. Finally, as the fire burned, the fourth figure, the largest, a wide, sturdy man. He fell into his fire, grunting in pain and stifling screams, barely moving as he burned. Finally, a woman, a figure. I turned to her before she fell. I needed to see. I ran inside, grabbed my flashlight, and rushed back to where ID stood. As she fell into her fire, I shone the light on her, catching a glimpse of her wild blonde hair and red plaid shirt, the tear along her sleeve, before the flames consumed her. One campfire remained, the sixth, burning without a figure. As the screams below echoed through the night, I heard a faint woman was weeping somewhere in the trees below. "Adam!" A voice called as the first sun rays pierced the trees. "Adam, are you there?" I ran to the balcony carefully and saw Sarah, Marcus's daughter, standing below. She wore the same clothes as when ID last seen her. "Sarah," I shouted. "Sarah, we have to leave here." "There, Adam," she yelled back. "Adam, I know about Olivia, her sister. I know about Henry and his family, about Ron. I know everything." "Oh, we have to leave, Sarah. We can she shouted. "We have to burn her. We have to burn Olivia's sister." "Why do we have to burn her?" I yelled. "Rule 10, Adam. She'll follow you wherever you go. If you leave this place, she'll always be one step behind, unless you burn her to ashes. Rule 10, find her body and burn it. Rule 10, burn her body or she'll haunt you forever." "How do we find her body?" My voice sounded defeated. "I know where it is, Adam." Sarah gave me a warm smile, trying to calm me. "Let me explain on the way. It's very close. I survived all the other rules. Now only the last remains." I grabbed the machete. It all makes sense. This lady follows you out of the woods. That's why Henry couldn't leave, and why I needed Olivia. That's why Olivia said there is no way out, because there really isn't, until we burn her. And Sarah? Olivia said Marcus had no daughter, but that was just to confuse me, to turn me against a potential ally? Either way, I don't fully trust Sarah, not until I hear what she says. So I grabbed the machete. I carefully descended the steps, approaching Sarah. She looked at me. Her gaze flicked to the machete, but she seemed to understand my caution. "Why didn't you tell me all this before?" I asked. "If you knew everything, why not tell me when we first met?" "I didn't know who to trust, Adam," Sarah explained. "I knew Henry, and we didn't trust anyone, not fully, except each other. And Henry is dead now." Her words struck me. "How did you know him?" "Yes," she looked down. It was confirmed last night. I befriended him when he worked here. I brought him extra food and just ran by to see him. That's why I'm in these woods. I was looking for Emily. But after last night, it's clear. Yes, he's dead." "How was it confirmed last night?" I asked. She looked genuinely heartbroken. "The lady, the smiling lady, she seems to focus on one victim at a time. While she hunts someone, she ignores everyone else. That is why Olivia kept feeding her people, to keep her sister from turning on her," Sarah explained. My breath was heavy, my heart racing. She continued. "Last night I was looking for Henry as usual. I saw the campfires around your tower and watched those figures fall into them. People she had taken. One looked like Henry, others like his family. I saw the sixth campfire, the one she made for you, and heard her crying, trying to lure you out. She focuses on one prey at a time, which confirms you were her target. She already got Henry. She never gives up until she gets her prey. And now you have to burn her. But I killed Olivia, not her. I pushed her when she attacked me, so why did I see her fall into the fire last night?" I trembled. I hadn't actually said aloud that I'd killed her before. "Yes, I thought you might have. The smiling lady wouldn't have attacked her while focused on you. But that doesn't mean she didn't take Olivia after her death, didn't eat her. She's always hungry. That is all she cares about. Why don't you just burn her body yourself? I shouted. This was madness. I desperately sought a way out of this nightmare. It has to be you. It has to be the one she is hunting. I tried, but I only found her body after Henry disappeared. Every time I try to burn it, the fire won, to light. I don't understand it, but I know it has to be you. She lit a fire for you last night, and it has to be you who lights hers. How the hell can I trust you? Tears streamed down my face. It made sense. While she searched for Henry, she needed him to burn the body. Sarah pleaded, I hid in the bunker last night. That's why I'm here so early. It was Henry's bunker, Adam. The smiling lady doesn't know about it. That's how he survived so long. I can show you where it is. I know where it is, I whispered. I had no choice. I had to trust her. I had to burn the body. I quickly went upstairs and grabbed my backpack. I put in a lighter and a can of kerosene. I was going to follow Sarah, but didn't let go of the machete. Of course, it's in a damn cave. On the way, Sarah explained that after being pushed, Olivia, a sister, crawled in there seeking shelter, but died from her wounds inside the cave. She explained that's probably why I heard her weeping, because these smiling ladies replay her final moments in a loop, fueling her hatred. It also explains why she is always smiling. Olivia said she was smiling when she pushed her. When Sarah stood at the cave entrance, carved into a steep hillside, I shone my flashlight inside. I saw little. It was a narrow tunnel-like structure, about 8 feet wide and 15 feet high. Not much room to maneuver if we ran into trouble. I couldn't see far enough to tell where it ended. We entered the cave. Where it ended. We entered the cave. She's closer to the cave, and Sarah whispered, her voice tense. Past the turn, about 300 feet. We'll be safe there. I have never seen your ghost during the day. Sarah fell silent, her footsteps echoing on the damp stone. She walked ahead and I followed, straining to see into the darkness. With each step, the impenetrable gloom thickened, swallowing the last traces of light. Soon, we were in pitch blackness, our flashlights the only guides. When daylight vanished behind us, sounds faded too. Only our footsteps and shallow breaths broke the eerie silence. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, we hit a wall. To the left, in the dark abyss, a steep descent led even deeper into the cave's depths. Why the hell did she go so deep? I whispered, feeling my anxiety rise. If she wanted to be rescued, she didn't, Sarah said softly, her voice barely audible. She died at the entrance. Something moved her deeper, to protect her. I think it was Olivia. We kept descending. 10 minutes later, the cave widened. Normally, eyes adjust to darkness, but mine couldn't. It was some other darkness, unfamiliar, or perhaps the smiling lady's strange, eerie influence. I don't know. I just knew that, aside from my flashlight's beam and Sarah's silhouette ahead, I saw nothing. Suddenly, a sharp, quick crack echoed behind us. My heart pounded, and I spun around, aiming my flashlight at the sound. For a moment, I saw only feet, slipping away, vanishing into the darkness we'd come from. Bare, dirty, female feet. Damn, something was with us, and it was alive. The smiling lady was here. I turned to Sarah. She was gone. What the... I was alone. Sarah's flashlight lay on the ground. What? Where was she? Was I screaming? I don't know. I left her flashlight. I needed one hand to grip the machete tightly. I couldn't let go back. The lady was behind me. I needed to find her body, and I needed to burn it. And I needed to help Sarah. I frantically swept my flashlight around, searching for Sarah, when I noticed a backpack leaning against the cave wall. I cautiously approached it, knowing something watched me from the darkness. NASA. My sweaty palm slipped on the machete's handle, but I gripped it tightly. I quickly reached the backpack, scanning the cave, but saw nothing but rocks. I turned my attention to the bag's contents. It was already open. She hadn't been here long, maybe less than a week. I barely glanced through it. An old tarp, a lighter, and the same small kerosene can ID taken. The same type provided at the fire tower, also in the bag. A knife. The same style as the one ID found in Olivia, Sector, only bigger. Same gold trim with silver and black patterns. Engraved on the knife, your pair of knives, your pair of hearts, my Henry. Another of Henry's knives. This was Henry's bag. I opened the knife. Recently used, its once sharp blade now dull, stained with rock residue. I shone my flashlight on the wall where the bag leaned. Carvings, scratches on the rock. 10. Sarah lies. A crack behind me. I spun and saw Sarah. She was smiling. Sarah, I started. Her eyes were locked on me. She saw me through the darkness. Her hands began breaking, as if the air around them crushed them. They snapped, her elbows bending backward as bones jutted, hugging the skin under her forearms with each crack. Her smile widened. Soon, it stretched unnaturally across her face. Her eyes were wide with joy. Her skin turned whiter, her hair longer. She was unrecognizable. Sarah. Now I recognized her as the smiling lady. I fell for it, just like Henry. She needs darkness. That's why she roams at night. That is why I felt watched when leaving Olivia's sector. But she couldn't act in daylight. She watched me as Sarah by day, but attacked as the smiling lady at night. That note in Olivia's sector describing my appearance. Only Sarah had seen me before. God, I feel so stupid. I was safe from her in daylight, but now it's dark, and she's changing. She died in darkness, and now she lives in darkness. I stood up, my machete trembling in my hand. I cautiously approached her. I was ready to strike. In a burst of movement, I was grabbed from both sides. Creatures crawled over me. I felt their bony hands dragging me down. I counted 5 as I struggled against their grip. Too many. Too strong. My flashlight fell from my hand and now shone toward me. I made out my attackers. Faces, Henry, his wife, his child, a tall man, Ron, and Olivia. They held me. Olivia's broken arms cut me as I struggled. Her shattered bones were sharp as they all pinned me to the ground. They smiled. I glimpsed Sarah as she lunged from the darkness and sank into my chest. A new person lives in my fire tower. He has a family, and a dog that visits him. We leave the darkness only when she tells us to. She doesn't and want to lose us. I smile now, and when she tells me to burn, I burn too. I am writing this to warn you about the smiling lady in the woods. Dawn, to try to find me. This will be the last time I speak to you. Dawn, and look for me. I belong to her, and she'll never lose me. On a cold February evening in 2008, a young real estate agent from Richmond, Virginia, held her breath. The deal ahead promised to be the biggest of her life. Her clients, wealthy newcomers to the city shrouded in mystery, were eager to buy $1 million home. They had found her through a referral whose source remained unknown, spoke with an accent whose authenticity felt questionable, and insisted on an immediate meeting. By the next day, Olivia Mason would be dead. 17 years later, their faces remain unknown. What happened in that house wasn't just a murder, it was an execution, and someone had planned it to perfection. This is Olivia Mason's story. Crimes, conspiracies, cults, serial killers, and homicides. I adore them all, and I know you do too. You, my twisted, brilliant, beautifully intelligent oddballs. Today, we're diving into a case that holds special meaning for me. Honestly, I was alive and aware of it when it happened. It was so close to my own home, and its unsolved nature still haunts me. So, without further ado, let's buckle up, blast down the highway at Mach 5, slam on the brakes, and crash straight through the windshield into this cold case. Olivia Mason was born on November 2nd, 1983 in Richmond, Virginia. She was the first daughter of David Mason, a local real estate agent, and Catherine Wright, a homemaker. In 1986, Olivia became an older sister when her younger sibling Hannah was born. Though her parents divorced in the mid-1990s, the separation didn't fracture Olivia's family bonds. She remained close to both her mother and father throughout her life. As a child, Olivia split her time between Richmond and peaceful summer months at Lake Anna, where the family owned a trailer in an RV park. Those summers overflowed with laughter and play. Her younger sister, Hannah, fondly recalls learning to swim just to keep up with her energetic big sister. From the very beginning, Olivia's personality radiated joy. She was often described as a happy, sociable little girl, full of joy, as her mother remembers. And even as a child, she had a flair for style. One story tells of how little Olivia once begged for grape-flavored gum simply because it matched her purple outfit. Utterly charming. Her mother gently refused, saying I'd buy what Olivia needed, not just what she wanted. But resourceful Olivia took this as motivation. By her early teens, she landed her first job at Sirens, a trendy clothing store in a Richmond mall. Olivia was determined to earn what she desired. This was just a hint of the ambition that would later define her. Olivia grew up in the greater Richmond area and attended local schools, including Richmond Heights Middle School and later Claiborne Middle School. In school, she became known for her infectious smile and warmth that drew others in. She was simply extraordinary. Both friends and teachers remember her genuine ability to make people feel valued. She could be friends with anyone, her father David later said. Yet, Olivia wasn't just friendly, she had a compassionate streak and a strong moral compass. Her mother recalls an incident when Olivia witnessed a boy being bullied at school. Olivia immediately stepped in to defend him, halting the taunts. "I was so proud because that's exactly how it should be," Catherine said of her daughter. It's bravery. Olivia's caring, people-oriented nature had a protective edge, and she held firm anti-drug values, carefully choosing her social circle. In fact, in one of her later relationships, a key point she proudly shared with her family was that her partner didn't use drugs. This mattered deeply to Olivia, who avoided substance use herself and generally disapproved of that lifestyle. She was an exceptionally mature young woman, ambitious and compassionate, with big dreams for her future, yet never losing sight of kindness along the way. And she wasn't afraid of hard work. Having started working so young, Olivia developed a strong work ethic early on. She balanced school and jobs with remarkable determination. This trait would later serve her well when she decided to follow in her father's footsteps into real estate. By her early 20s, Olivia's ambitions crystallized into a clear career goal. She wanted to become a successful real estate agent in Richmond. She enrolled in the real estate program at the Robertson School of Business at Virginia Commonwealth University and studied diligently to pass her licensing exam. In June 2006, at just 22 years old, Olivia achieved that goal. At the time, she was one of only about 20 real estate agents in the entire greater Richmond area under the age of 25. Olivia's career skyrocketed, an impressive feat for someone not yet 25 in an industry typically dominated by seasoned professionals. She didn't waste a moment. Her first role was at a modest agency called Vanguard, where she successfully marketed new townhomes in Richmond as West End for a year and a half. But Olivia craved more, and soon a brilliant opportunity arose at Premier Realty Group, one of Richmond's top agencies. Remarkably, this was the same office where Mark Anderson's family worked. We'll discuss Mark's significance to this story shortly. When Olivia joined Premier Realty Group, she came under the wing of a powerful real estate dynasty, and she seized every chance. Within a year, she closed 8 real estate deals totaling approximately $3.2 million, an incredible start for a 24-year-old newcomer. Colleagues unanimously agreed Olivia was born for success in real estate, intelligent, driven, and incredibly personable, qualities essential for any top agent. My father is a realtor, so I know what I am talking about. Olivia absolutely thrived in this field. Clients trusted her, and that's priceless. A former colleague later recalled that Olivia was fiercely determined to build a successful career as a licensed agent and worked tirelessly toward that goal. In such a short time, she had already built a highly promising reputation in Richmond's real estate market. Around the time her career was accelerating, Olivia's personal life took a sharp turn. In late 2005, at a real estate networking event and training seminar, 22-year-old Olivia met 25-year-old Mark Anderson. She already knew of Mark. He came from a prominent, affluent local family, deeply rooted in real estate. Mark, as mother, Patricia Anderson, was also a successful realtor. The family owned investment properties, making them something of local royalty in the industry. Mark himself had been a talented hockey player in his youth and now worked as both a mortgage broker and realtor. To Olivia, the Andersons were Richmond as real estate royalty, and she was impressed. She really admired that Mark was in real estate, and his mom was too, shared Olivia's friend Vicky, adding that Olivia seemed thrilled to be welcomed into the Andersons' world. By mid-2006, Olivia and Mark were seriously dating. Their relationship moved quickly, and soon they moved in together. The Andersons provided the couple with a one-bedroom apartment in Richmond's Inner Harbor District, which the family owned. I've been there many times. It is absolutely gorgeous, stunning, and quite upscale. They also spent summers at a luxurious lakeside home on Lake Shenandoah that Patricia Anderson had purchased. There, Olivia and Mark enjoyed all the amenities, even having their own basement suite. From the outside, it seemed Olivia had it all: a loving boyfriend from a wealthy family and a promising career. Now, I know we all love diving into true crime stories. But what I love even more, and I am sure you do too, especially if you have furry companions, is my dogs. I adore my 5, Kevin, Debbie, Pitty, Frankie, and Rupert, and I want them with me as long as possible. So their health is my top priority. I needed to know they are not eating processed food. And that's where Ollie changed everything for me, because if your dog could talk, they'd beg for Ollie. Trust me, you'll get full tail wags, happy jumps, and wide, goofy smiles. That's the Ollie effect, you see? Ollie offers clean, fresh dog food in 5 delicious flavors. Honestly, I've debated whether to try it myself, but even for the pickiest eaters, and I have a few in my little canine kingdom, it's perfect. Plus, the food is made in U.S. kitchens using human-grade, high-quality ingredients. Ollie contains no fillers or preservatives, just real food, which is incredibly important to me. I'd feed my dogs anything I wouldn't eat myself. That is my rule. And here is the thing. Healthy food means a happy dog. More energy, shinier coat, better poops. Who doesn't want better poops, right? And more mealtime joy. With 5 protein-rich recipes like fresh beef with sweet potatoes or fresh turkey with blueberries, even the fussiest eaters can resist. Getting started is easy. You just take a 30-second quiz about your dog and they'll create a personalized meal plan, so you don't even have to think about it. Your welcome kit includes 2 weeks of food, a free storage container, and a guide to transitioning your dog to the new diet, which is also extremely important. What really sets Ollie apart is that it's the only fresh dog food that comes with unlimited ongoing health check-ins. From diet and digestion to dental health, you get direct access to experts to keep your dog in top shape, which, again, matters deeply to me. I care profoundly about my dogs and want them as healthy as possible. It's like having a personal dog health detective, and 90% of pet owners report significant improvements in just 30 days. Our 4-legged friends deserve the best, and that means fresh, truly healthy food. By late 2007, Olivia began confiding in loved ones that her relationship with Mark wasn't as perfect as it appeared. During a trip to visit her father in Charlotte on December 5, 2007, she admitted she was unhappy. Olivia said Mark didn't share her ambitions and drive, creating tension between them. She even hinted at a possible breakup for the first time. She shared similar thoughts with friends, saying Mark wasn't fulfilling her needs and she was seriously considering ending things. She just said, "Dad, I made a mistake. I feel awful about it," but then added, "I can keep doing this," her father recalled. When later questioned, Mark acknowledged relationship issues in late 2007, but insisted a breakup was never discussed and that he believed their bond was strong. Interestingly, not everyone saw these cracks. Olivia, sister Hannah, viewed them as a happy couple and noted that Mark treated her well based on her observations. But treating someone well isn't the same as sharing their dreams or drive. Lack of ambition doesn't. It makes someone a bad person. But when personalities clash, it matters. You can look perfect from the outside and still be deeply mismatched. So I think that is just a strange observation. In early January 2008, Olivia and Mark traveled to Whistler with his family. Olivia hoped the trip would help them reconnect, and it seemed to work. She returned from Whistler full of optimism, convinced they'd overcome their difficulties. "We had such a great time. It was perfect. We just needed more time together," she told her mother, radiating hope for their future. So by February 2008, Olivia was doing everything she could to salvage their relationship. She and Mark were still living together, holding on. But tragically, Olivia never got the chance to decide what she truly wanted, because her life ended in a shocking and brutal way. In late January 2008, Olivia received a call that changed everything. An unfamiliar female voice spoke on her mobile phone with a strong foreign accent Olivia couldn't quite place. Possibly Spanish or Mexican, though she wasn't sure. Something about the accent felt possibly fake. The woman introduced herself, though Olivia did not remember the name, and notably, didn't write it down, jumping straight to business. She said her husband was being transferred to Richmond for work, and they urgently needed to buy a home. Not just any home, but a newly built, move-in-ready $1 million property with a separate maid as suite. The request was extremely specific, impossibly rushed, and deeply strange. The woman insisted they wanted to close within days, an absurd timeline in real estate. My father is a realtor, and he confirms that is madness, even by 2008 standards. This unexpected request both excited and alarmed Olivia. For a relatively new agent without her own seven-figure listings, a potential $1 million deal was a massive opportunity, one that could catapult her career and bring a substantial commission. But something about the call unsettled her. First, the supposed referral made no sense. When Olivia asked how the caller got her personal mobile number, the woman vaguely replied that a friend of her husband had recommended Olivia. After the call, Olivia meticulously checked all her recent clients and contacts, but no one had any idea who this mysterious woman could be. The referral story was a lie, a huge red flag, and there were others. The accent, for one, seemed deliberately disguised. Plus, the unusual urgency and specificity of the request raised alarms. Olivia confided in both her father and boyfriend about the odd call. She told her father she had a bad feeling about these new clients. When discussing the situation with friends, Olivia referred to the unknown couple as Mexicans, referencing the accent. To track the inquiry, Olivia saved the caller's number in her contacts as $1 million, highlighting the client's defining feature, their $1 million budget. But the label also hinted at Olivia's skepticism. This potential deal seemed too good to be true, as she noted to Mark, and her instincts would prove accurate, but she didn't know that yet. She had no idea danger was closing in. The clients impatiently pushed for a meeting, and a date was set, Saturday evening, February 2nd, 2008, at 5:30 p.m. for a property viewing. Olivia, torn between anticipation and anxiety, agreed to show them several homes. But deep down, a vague sense of unease lingered, that something wasn't right. Later court documents would confirm her worst fears. The people behind that call had laid a cunning trap. Friday, February Sun, the day before the fateful showing. Olivia, full of anticipation, busied herself preparing for the meeting with these important clients. All day, she carefully selected suitable homes in the prestigious Birch Grove neighborhood in Fairfax, matching their strict criteria: new construction, vacant, around $1 million. Among them was a recently built home on a quiet cul-de-sac. One at 1702 Oak Grove Drive was listed for $964,000, brand new and unoccupied, the perfect fit. This house had been built by Joe Dusa, a friend and business partner of none other than Patricia Anderson, Mark's mother. Olivia herself wasn't on listing this property, another agent in her office was. But as a realtor, Olivia had the right to show any MLS listing and earn a commission. The cul-de-sac held only 4 homes, arranged around a short, dead-end street off the main road, creating an extremely private viewing environment, as we'd soon learn, by design. There was little traffic, and 2 of the 4 homes were still under construction. meaning few potential witnesses. That same evening, Patricia Anderson stopped by the apartment where Olivia and Mark lived. Patricia arrived around 7:15 p.m., allegedly for a casual visit to see her son and his girlfriend. Upon entering, she overheard Olivia mid-phone call. The mysterious woman was calling back to finalize plans for the next day. For about 10 minutes, Patricia listened to snippets of Olivia's conversation before Olivia hung up. Olivia then shared the details with Patricia, her words tinged with nervous excitement. The clients had confirmed the 5:30 p.m. Saturday showing at 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Everything was set. Patricia later admitted she immediately felt an inexplicable dread, her heart clenched with a bad omen. Sensing Olivia's unease, Patricia repeatedly offered to attend the showing instead, essentially volunteering to meet the clients herself. It is unclear whether Patricia's concern stemmed from worry for Olivia, safety, or simply a desire to help her make her planned trip to Washington, D.C. for a friend's bachelorette party after the showing. Her friends were expecting her after the showing, yet despite all her misgivings, she tried to help. Patricia offered support, but Olivia, resolute, declined, insisting she could handle it herself. After all, these were her clients, and the commission was hers to earn. However, the fact that Patricia Anderson knew every detail of Olivia's meeting with the mysterious clients, including the content of their phone call, would later become one of many eerie elements in this case. Many would wonder, was it mere coincidence that the chosen viewing house was built by Patricia's acquaintance, or that she happened to be present during the planning? But on February 2008, these connections raised no suspicion. Only in hindsight would everything fall into place. By nightfall, everything was ready. Mark returned home from a hockey game around midnight. He and Olivia discussed her anxiety. Mark, trying to reassure her, repeated his mother's offer. He could attend the meeting instead, or at least accompany her, so she could leave early for her trip. But Olivia brushed it off, her expression a mix of awkwardness and curiosity. Why did this caller choose me? I have so little experience. These thoughts haunted her. It felt strange, wrong. Of course, in hindsight, with all the red flags, it's obvious. But in that moment, no one could foresee the tragedy. No one assumes harm is coming for them. Still, Olivia assured Mark she'd be fine and that he shouldn't interfere. If she were truly worried, she'd have accepted help, Mark thought. So when she refused, he assumed she felt confident enough. They went to sleep, perhaps both slightly tense, but hoping that by the next evening Olivia might have closed the deal of her life. February 2nd, 2008 began for Olivia Mason as an ordinary day, but with an undercurrent of dread. That morning, the mysterious client called the apartment's landline and surprisingly reached Mark since Olivia wasn't home. Mark told the caller Olivia was out and offered her mobile number, but the woman coldly replied she already had it. Mark noted her accent sounded like broken Spanish, confirming the same voice Olivia had heard. This brief conversation was the last contact before the fateful meeting. As the day progressed, Olivia grew increasingly anxious. Around 2 p.m., she stopped by her Premier Realty Group office on Rainwood Lane. There, she pulled aside 2 administrators and asked them to search for the clients' names and phone numbers. They'd provided their details, so they should appear in the real estate database if they'd ever bought or sold in Richmond. Olivia just wanted to verify these people existed and had any real estate history in the area, but nothing came up. It was as if they didn't exist. At this point, Olivia was clearly unsettled. Scared, according to a colleague who overheard her discussing the situation. Sensing her discomfort, several co-workers, including one named Kevin, offered to accompany her to the 5:30 p.m. showing. But Olivia again refused, assuring them she was fine because her boyfriend Mark would be nearby as backup. She was completely confident her boyfriend would be there, Kevin recalled. So while Olivia may have been frightened, she had a safety plan. Mark was supposed to meet her right after the clients arrived to ensure everything was okay. Around 3:00 p.m., Olivia left the office and met Mark for a late lunch downtown. They chose a restaurant near the Inner Harbor and finished around 4:24 p.m., a time recorded on their paid receipt. During lunch, Olivia was distracted. She ate quickly and reviewed the property sheets she'd prepared, showing Mark the list of homes she planned to show the couple, including 1702 Oak Grove Drive. Mark, sensing her nervousness, again offered to conduct the showing himself, but Olivia declined again, perhaps trying to prove she could handle such a high-stakes client despite the odd circumstances. By 5:00 p.m., as dusk settled over the wintry afternoon, they parted ways to prepare for their plans. Olivia returned to her apartment to change, wanting to look professional for her high-profile clients. Mark, meanwhile, drove to a nearby auto shop called SHC Autograph Graphics to briefly meet a colleague and pick up his friend, Samuel Thorne. Samuel was both a friend and co-worker of Mark S. They played on the same men as hockey team and were scheduled to attend a hockey game that evening after Olivia as showing. They planned to go together as soon as Mark checked on Olivia. While Mark was at the shop, Samuel repeatedly called him, trying to get in touch. By 5:30 p.m., Samuel arrived at the shop and got into Mark or a Range Rover. Mark explained that Olivia had earlier called, asking him to meet her at the house because she felt uneasy about the situation. Anxious, Olivia had texted Mark the address, 1702 Oak Grove Drive, adding the cryptic note, "Follow me there." Without hesitation, Mark suggested they swing by Olivia as location to ensure she was okay before heading to the hockey game. Samuel immediately agreed. Around 5:35 p.m., Olivia parked at the cul-de-sac on Oak Grove Drive. The street, newly built, was so fresh that even the GPS in Mark S. SUV couldn't find it. As Olivia stepped out of her car, her phone rang. It was Mark. Lost in the Birch Grove maze, he was calling for directions. Olivia began explaining, but suddenly her voice cut off. "Oh, I have to go. They are here," she abruptly told Mark, signaling the client's arrival. Olivia hung up, leaving Mark confused, and turned to greet the couple approaching the driveway. Several witnesses later gave strikingly similar descriptions of this pair, whom Olivia met around 5:30 p.m. They appeared to have walked up the cul-de-sac rather than arriving by car, a highly unusual detail. Witnesses saw Olivia, always impeccably professional, step forward with a warm smile and shake hands with the couple on the front steps. Olivia clearly did not recognize them personally. Her greeting was polite but clearly formal. Neighbors later commented, "It looked like a first meeting between an agent and clients. Nothing suggested they were friends." Then, Olivia led the man and woman through the front door and closed it behind them. Unknowingly, she had just locked herself in an empty house with a pair of killers. Inside 1702 Oak Grove Drive, the air was likely cool. The house sat vacant, and early February dusk had already deepened. Phone records show that at 5:29 p.m., just before the couple arrived, Olivia opened her safe to retrieve the house key. The safe's opening time was later noted by investigators. So, around 5:30 p.m., she began a standard property showing. We can only imagine how her initial nervousness gave way to professional routine. She likely pointed out features of the foyer and first floor, trying to build rapport. For the first few minutes, nothing seemed amiss. Outside, Mark and Samuel were just minutes away. Having just ended the call with Olivia, Mark still lacked precise directions. He called his younger brother for navigation help, who began driving to the area. Meanwhile, Olivia managed to send Mark a quick text with step-by-step directions to Oak Grove Drive. Her final message ever. Around 5:38 p.m., Mark replied, "I will be there in a couple of minutes." But Olivia never read it. Shortly after, the so-called showing moved upstairs. The master bedroom was on the second floor at the top of the stairs. Perhaps Olivia led the couple up, chatting about the layout, walking ahead into the master bedroom to show the bathroom. But at that moment, around 5:41 p.m., the trap snapped shut. As Olivia turned her back, one of the pair lunged at her from behind, and in that instant, Olivia was met with a knife. Or knives, in a frenzy of rage. She would have had almost no time to react or defend herself. The attack was brutal and personal. Early news reports sensationally claimed Olivia was stabbed over 40 times, but police later dismissed that exact number as an exaggeration. Still, she suffered multiple wounds concentrated in her chest and abdomen, along with numerous cuts and scratches, indicating an extremely frenzied assault. It happened incredibly fast, as she had no defensive wounds on her hands, a highly unusual detail in such cases, unless the attack was utterly sudden. This suggests the first blows likely incapacitated her almost immediately. Amid this horror, a chilling and pivotal event occurred. Olivia's phone, still in her jacket pocket, accidentally dialed a number. At 5:41 p.m., as she was attacked, her BlackBerry made an outgoing pocket dial to a friend she rarely contacted. The friend received an unintelligible voicemail capturing muffled sounds from inside the house, movement, and possibly one of Olivia's final breaths or a distant thud. The message was garbled but clearly not a normal call. Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley of the Fairfax Police later confirmed this pocket dial likely occurred at the moment of the attack. The sheer horror of this is unimaginable. I can't fathom what it must have been like for the families. But essentially, it was an unintentional cry for help that went unheard in time. By approximately 5:45 p.m., Olivia was nearly or already dead, lying in the master bedroom of that house. In the silent horror of that master bedroom, an unspeakable tragedy unfolded. The unknown man and woman, like shadows, executed their vile plan. But at the very moment their crime was complete, headlights suddenly illuminated Oak Grove Drive. Mark and Samuel, though delayed, had finally arrived. Pulling up to 1702, Mark glimpsed something odd through the decorative glass of the front door, a dark figure hastily moving in the foyer. Then, as the Range Rover's bright headlights hit the front window, the figure quickly disappeared deeper into the house. It seemed someone had been peering out, then retreated in a hurry. Mark, not wanting to appear overly intrusive or interrupt the showing, assumed it was part of the routine, perhaps Olivia and the clients inspecting the home. He remembered her request not to interfere with the demonstration. So Mark decided to park a short distance away for a few minutes to give them more time. "Looks like the meeting is still going," he told Samuel. "We just need to wait." Mark drove a short way down the street and returned a couple of minutes later. It was now around 5:55 6th Avenue p.m. He parked again in front of the house, but this time, no one was visible through the windows. Mark texted Olivia. "You okay?" No reply came. He tried calling her mobile. Silence again. Mark's worry grew, but he still hoped they were simply engrossed in conversation, that the showing was going well, and the clients had many questions. But as we now know, that wasn't the case. 10 more minutes passed in oppressive silence. The house looked dark and ominously still from the outside. Around 6:05 p.m., 20 minutes after first arriving, Mark's anxiety peaked. Olivia hadn't responded or emerged. He decided to act. Approaching the house with Samuel, he stepped out and walked straight to the front door of 1702 Oak Grove Drive. To his horror, the door was locked. He pounded and rang the bell. No answer. Peering through the frosted glass, Mark saw something that made his heart sink. Olivia's shoes lay in the foyer. She'd clearly taken them off upon entering, meaning she was likely still inside. But why wasn't she coming to the door? Was she hurt? Something was wrong. Panic surged through Mark. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. At 6:05 p.m., he stammered to the dispatcher that his girlfriend was showing a house he couldn't get in, and he was deeply worried something had happened to her. He emphasized he had come to check on her because she was a little scared about this showing. While Mark spoke, Samuel scouted the house as perimeter for another entrance. He found a gate to the backyard, but it was locked. However, Samuel spotted something crucial. Through the slats, he saw the French doors to the back patio were wide open. He frantically waved Mark over, pointing to them. The killers, it turned out, had fled through those back doors just moments earlier, vanishing into the night. In their haste, they'd left the doors wide open, likely slipping through a gap in the backyard fence onto the main road. Seeing the open doors, Mark dropped the 911 call and rushed to help. He ran to assist Samuel in climbing over the backyard fence. Samuel vaulted into the yard and, without hesitation, dashed through the open French doors into the house. He immediately unlocked the front door from the inside, allowing Mark to burst in. The men split up in the foyer. Samuel searched the first floor while Mark raced upstairs. As he climbed, he desperately shouted, "Olivia! Olivia!" into the ringing silence. At the top of the stairs, horror struck. He saw Olivia's body lying on the master bedroom floor, and he saw the blood. Olivia lay on her back, propped against the wall. Mark collapsed to his knees beside her, frantically trying to revive her. Samuel, overcome with terror, immediately redialed 911 at 6:11 p.m., stammering that they needed an ambulance right away. Mark, in shock, began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, though it was already too late. He tilted her head back and started rescue breathing, and in a chilling, deeply disturbing detail. Within minutes, the first sirens pierced the quiet neighborhood. Paramedics and police cars flooded the cul-de-sac. But despite all resuscitation efforts, Olivia Mason was pronounced dead at the scene. Mark was hysterical, in utter disbelief, repeating, "If ID arrived 10 minutes earlier, if ID gone with her, would she still be alive?" I can't even imagine the thoughts racing through his mind after witnessing that. I just feel so deeply for him. But no one saw the mysterious pair leave. They were like ghosts, vanishing before anyone realized what had happened. The only physical evidence left was bloodstains inside the house, and a trail on the stairs showing the killers had calmly exited through the front door before retreating and fleeing out the back when Mark's arrival startled them. Mark's arrival was their signal to run. When Mark and Samuel pulled up, the killers appeared to be exiting the front door, forced to switch to their backup escape route through the backyard fence. If Mark had arrived just a minute or two earlier, he might have confronted them face to face. That wouldn't have saved Olivia, but we might know who they are. Yet, what if speculation is futile? The past cannot be changed. In mere minutes, the life of a bright, beloved young woman was brutally cut short, and the echoes of this meticulously planned murder were just beginning to ripple outward. As crime scene tape encircled 1702 Oak Grove Drive that cold February night, the investigation into Olivia Mason's murder began, a case that would become one of the most perplexing and high-profile unsolved murders in American criminal history. Fairfax police quickly secured Oak Grove Drive as a crime scene. But from the start, investigators faced a major problem. The scene had been compromised by desperate rescue attempts. In their frantic efforts to find and help Olivia, Mark and Samuel had inevitably trampled through the entire house, unintentionally contaminating evidence. And they can't be blamed. They were trying to find her, then save her. I just feel so awful for them. But within hours, the Fairfax County Police Department's Major Crimes Division took over the case. They immediately realized this was anything but a typical homicide. Forensic experts combed the empty house late into the night and in the following days, but found no usable DNA or fingerprints from the perpetrators. They concluded the attackers likely wore gloves and possibly protective clothing or shoe covers, which they took with them. This was clearly an extremely well-planned murder. The murder weapon, a sharp, pointed knife, was also never found at the scene. The only physical evidence was bloody shoe prints on the floor, but even these were limited, and the specific brand or size was never disclosed, suggesting they may not have been distinctive enough to trace. The absence of defensive wounds on Olivia and the sheer ferocity of the attack led investigators to conclude this was a targeted execution, not a robbery gone wrong. And how could it be a robbery? It was an empty house. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that this was a premeditated first-degree murder. Outside the house, witness information was minimal. Neighbors saw only a well-dressed couple arriving, not leaving. No one recalled screams or loud noises, suggesting Olivia may have been attacked so suddenly. She couldn't cry for help. And this assumes anyone was close enough to hear. But investigators were intrigued by the victim's final communications. The voicemail dialed during the attack was recovered, but yielded little beyond muffled background noise. Mark's final text to Olivia, "You okay?" remained unread on her phone. Police also quickly traced the mobile phone that lured Olivia. As suspected, it was a disposable phone registered to a fake name, Paulo Rodriguez, and a fake business address in Washington, D.C. Records showed it had been purchased 3 months earlier in D.C. and activated just 1 day before the murder. It had called only Olivia and was permanently disabled shortly after her death. Authorities believe the phone was used solely to plan and carry out this crime, then discarded. This is the hallmark of an organized, premeditated murder. The phone even pinged a cell tower near the murder house the night before, suggesting the suspects had rehearsed or surveilled the area in advance. A chilling, horrifying detail. The forensic and physical evidence painted a grim picture. This murder was meticulously orchestrated by individuals who knew exactly what they were doing, likely with prior experience. Because the level of planning pointed to seasoned hands, using an untraceable phone, selecting an empty, newly built home, and minimizing forensic traces. Yet paradoxically, the excessive brutality was deeply emotional and amateurish in its frenzy. So you have this highly calculated, planned murder, yet the killing itself seemed like a wild, emotional outburst, as if it had not been planned at all. It just erupted out of nowhere, clashing with the profile of a dispassionate professional hit. This was a murder shrouded in mystery, where the killer's professionalism oddly intertwined with merciless personal cruelty. Police were left baffled by the contradiction, flawless preparation paired with savage, frenzied violence. Ghosts of the past and the composite sketch. The first day of the investigation brought a bitter truth. The 2 suspects seen by witnesses had vanished without a trace. No evidence of their presence in the house, no vehicle linked to their escape. Only vague descriptions of their appearance and the suspicion of a fake accent remained. A year later, in 2009, a composite sketch of the woman was released to the public. European features, around 30 years old, short, stylish blonde hair, and a remarkably calm expression. The man was described as Caucasian, about 6 feet tall, with dark hair and a brown jacket. Particular attention was paid to the woman's dress, a black, white, and red patterned garment. To investigators, it was as if the killers had worn masks, then disappeared into the crowd, leaving only questions. Who could have planned such a crime, and why was Olivia its target? Relentless pursuit and the scale of the investigation. Fairfax police threw everything they had into finding Olivia at killers. A small department faced a case of unprecedented complexity. 5 full-time detectives were assigned, meticulously interviewing everyone connected to Olivia, family, friends, colleagues, former clients, ex-boyfriends, rivals, anyone who might shed light on the crime. In the first year alone, nearly 1,500 interviews were conducted, 752 tips received, and 30 search warrants executed. This was an enormous workload, demonstrating the investigation as vast scope. The Major Crimes Division, led by Inspector Rob McCall, coordinated efforts, while Detective Sergeant Chris Horsley became the public face of the case, frequently appealing to the public for help and debunking rumors. From the outset, police acknowledged they were dealing with an exceptionally difficult case. In a rare statement, a spokesperson called it a crime of extraordinary complexity, committed by experienced individuals with no regard for human life, beyond state lines and international cooperation. The investigation extended beyond Richmond, reaching into other states and suggesting possible ties to criminal groups in Charlotte or Washington, D.C. Fairfax police actively collaborated with outside agencies. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, was brought in to provide oversight and specialized resources. The case was so significant that FBI agents were later consulted, particularly on new technologies and behavioral analysis. By 2020, the investigation had reached staggering proportions. Fairfax police stated that more than 2,000 persons of interest or organizations were involved in the case. Over 35 search warrants and court orders had been issued to cell phone companies, internet providers, and even social media platforms like Facebook to obtain relevant data. The massive volume of information required meticulous organization and analysis, but detectives remained determined not to miss a single clue. Modern technology and early leads. They analyzed cell tower pings and applied advanced techniques like DNA analysis to the few available samples, though initially none yielded a suspect profile. The house had been professionally cleaned just before the showing, as it was a newly staged home, explaining the lack of traces. Theories and suspicions: Mark, Olivia's boyfriend. From day one, investigators and amateur sleuths grappled with the burning question: who ordered Olivia Mason's murder, and why? Over the years, several theories emerged, some pursued by police, others fueled by internet speculation. We'll examine the main ones, noting what evidence, if any, supports them and how authorities responded. Naturally, Mark, Olivia's boyfriend, was the first suspect. Police always start with the victim, an inner circle, and Mark was at the heart of the events. He discovered the body, a detail that often raises suspicion. Could Mark have been involved in Olivia's death? Regarding motive, as we know, their relationship was troubled. Olivia was considering a breakup, and rumors of jealousy circulated. Some who distrusted Mark speculated he might have orchestrated her elimination if he couldn't accept her leaving. And in the public eye, Mark, a wealthy, influential family, didn't help. People love to suspect the rich boyfriend in true crime stories. Despite the suspicions, police consistently stated Mark Anderson was not a suspect, and they had a solid reason. His actions and alibi on the fateful day were verified down to the minute. Around 5:30 p.m., surveillance cameras at the auto shop captured him leaving with Samuel in his Range Rover. The timestamp on the footage was irrefutable proof. Mark wasn't at the murder scene when Olivia died. Her death occurred between 5:40 and 5:41 p.m., and it would have been absolutely impossible for him to get there and commit the murder in that short window. Moreover, Mark voluntarily took a polygraph test and, according to police, passed it. He readily handed over his phone and even participated in a detailed video reconstruction with investigators, showing on camera how he discovered Olivia's body to aid the investigation. He proactively and promptly offered any help to police, demonstrating exceptional openness throughout. Investigators found no forensic or digital evidence linking Mark to the murder's planning. His phone records, for example, showed genuine attempts to locate Olivia, not collusion with unknown parties. About a year after the murder, in early 2009, Fairfax police officially cleared Mark of all suspicion. They publicly stated, "We never named Anderson as a suspect." He was a person of interest, as anyone at the scene would be, but he was excluded. Yet despite this, Mark remained under intense public suspicion for years. Olivia's father, David, openly speculated that Mark might know more than he admitted. David felt Mark didn't show enough grief, and combined with Mark's family ties, this fueled his doubts. But Mark always stood firm, saying, "I want people to know I loved Olivia and think of her every day. I want this case solved as soon as possible. I have nothing to do with this." It's important to note that police thoroughly interrogated Mark for several hours on the night of the murder. This deeply frustrated him. He knew the killers had fled, and he felt precious time was being lost while investigators focused on him. But from the police's perspective, it was a necessary step. And once completed, they moved on. No incriminating evidence against Mark ever surfaced. Law enforcement, and even Olivia's own mother, acknowledged Mark wasn't involved. Though the boyfriend did it is a common trope in such stories, this case appears to be an exception. Mark's role was tragically only that of a heartbroken witness who found his beloved in her final moments. So if not Mark, then perhaps someone else in the family. Online sleuths turned their gaze to Patricia, Mark's mother. Patricia was a successful realtor and, by many accounts, a formidable personality. On true crime forums, rumors swirled that Patricia might have orchestrated Olivia's murder for some dark motive, perhaps anger if Olivia planned to leave Mark, or other personal conflicts. And it didn't help that Patricia was directly linked to key elements of the scenario. As mentioned, she was present when Olivia discussed the showing details and address, and the home's builder, Joe Dusa, was Patricia's friend. Some theorists wondered if Patricia were involved, could that explain how the killers knew Olivia's schedule and chose that specific house? However, Police never named Patricia as a suspect and explicitly stated no member of the Anderson family was under suspicion. Patricia provided an alibi for the time of the murder. Reports indicate she was at dinner and cooperated with police interviews. Olivia Tess's mother, Catherine, publicly stated she didn't believe Patricia was involved, calling the idea an unfounded rumor. And over the years, Patricia largely remained silent about the rumors. But by 2022, Dee had enough. That year, Patricia filed a defamation lawsuit against David Mason, Olivia S. father, and 2 administrators of his website, accusing them of maliciously spreading false claims that she was the killer. In other words, Patricia took the extraordinary step of suing the victim, my father, to clear her name. This underscores how severely the baseless accusations damaged her family. The case is still ongoing and hasn't gone to trial. But Patricia's position is clear. She and her family were unjustly vilified without any evidence. In an interview with Capital Daily, the Andersons expressed feeling like they been through the worst part of life, being targets of these accusations. And through it all, police thoroughly investigated the Anderson family. They examined Patricia's finances, business connections, and any possible link to the disposable phone or the people behind it, but found nothing incriminating. And no evidence was ever found. The fact that Patricia overheard part of the phone call doesn't and seem implausible. After all, she was Mark's mother and often visited. Olivia, for her part, never hid her business contacts. And while it's certainly eerie that the murder house was built by Patricia's acquaintance Joe Dausa, police never found evidence linking Joe or Patricia to the crime beyond this strange coincidence. Thus, aside from internet rumors, the accusations against Patricia aren't backed by serious evidence. Police fully exonerated her, as well as Mark's brother and everyone else in their circle, quite early in the investigation. The Andersons suffered not only the loss of someone they insist they deeply loved, Olivia, but also reputational damage from unchecked speculation. But I can help but feel for Olivia's family too, who simply crave the truth, especially her father. I understand this doesn't justify defamation, but the desire for answers is natural. I can imagine what that's like, so I sympathize with both families. One of the most intriguing and initially compelling theories had nothing to do with Olivia's boyfriend or his family. Instead, it focused on the idea that Olivia had seen something she shouldn't have. In late 2007, about 2 months before her death, Olivia made a spontaneous weekend trip from Richmond to Charlotte, North Carolina, a state bordering Virginia. During this visit, she briefly met old acquaintances, including reportedly the father of a former boyfriend. Around that time, Charlotte was conducting a major drug operation. On January 2, 2008, police executed Operation High Noon, seizing over 80 kilograms of cocaine worth $8 million and arresting several high-level drug traffickers. It was declared the largest cocaine seizure in North Carolina history. By a striking coincidence, one person implicated in this operation had ties to Olivia's circle. This was Eric DeLucas, a Richmond acquaintance of Olivia S., who was arrested as a major player in the Charlotte drug network. This sparked rampant speculation that perhaps, during her Charlotte trip, Olivia had learned something about the drug operation, maybe overheard a conversation or witnessed a deal, and the cartel or gang decided to silence her, fearing she might inform police. This harrowing theory suggested cartel retaliation, carried out by hitmen posing as clients. Police largely dismissed this motive because, first, they found no evidence Olivia was an informant or played any role in the Charlotte operation. Charlotte police themselves confirmed Olivia wasn't on their radar at all. Olivia was known to be staunchly anti-drug, and many friends said she never used or endorsed that lifestyle. And if she stumbled on criminal information, one might expect her to tell a friend or her father, but she didn't. David later claimed Olivia hinted she'd seen something bad, but no evidence of what that was ever surfaced. Police also note that Olivia's murder doesn't fit the profile of a professional cartel hit. Cartels, when retaliating against informants, typically act more cleanly, like a shooting, and often leave bodies as warnings. But Olivia's murder was frenzied and deeply personal, atypical of a hired killer at work. However, some unresolved, curious facts keep this theory alive. Investigators confirmed that after returning from Charlotte, Olivia viewed the Facebook profile of a relative of someone arrested in the drug operation and even tried calling that person. We don't know why she was on his Facebook. We don't might know why she called him, Detective Horsley admitted about this odd discovery. But I think if something like a major drug bust involving someone you know happened, it would be absolutely wild. And I'd be looking up what's going on, and if they got arrested, then calling to find out if it as true. I don't know. I just don't think it's beyond possibility that she was calling as a very concerned, warm person, which she was. And importantly, key players in that network were already arrested by the time Olivia was killed. So it's not as if the cartel was still at large, fearing exposure or anything. Ultimately, while the Charlotte connection is tempting and was popularized in a 2010 Dateline episode, police have fully ruled it out as a viable motive. They have publicly stated Olivia, thus murder doesn't appear to have been ordered by a cartel or drug gang, and the timing and methods simply don't align. The inconsistencies were too glaring. Setting aside the simplest theories, the investigation delved into more complex scenarios. One such hypothesis suggested Olivia's murder was planned by someone in real estate or closely tied to her work, pointing to a possible inside job. Perhaps a colleague had access to her schedule. Notably, the killers knew exactly that Olivia would be alone at the house at a specific time, suggesting insider knowledge of her appointments. Police thoroughly vetted colleagues and former clients, and while rumors of a disgruntled client or jealous competitor circulated, nothing concrete emerged. However, it was later revealed that early in the investigation, police suspected involvement from some tough individuals on Olivia's Facebook friends list. Olivia, by all accounts, was highly social with over 100 Facebook friends, including people with criminal histories. Richmond, as social scene is tightly knit, you know someone who knows someone. Detectives initially suspected someone from these questionable contacts might have orchestrated the murder. This theory seemed to echo both the drug angle and general suspicions about anyone in her circle with criminal ties. But again, no convincing evidence was found. Another theory considered organized crime beyond drugs, like money laundering in real estate or a conflict arising from a deal where Olivia accidentally offended someone. Fairfax police publicly stated they found no link between Olivia's legitimate real estate work and her murder, aside from it being a ruse to lure her. In other words, it wasn't the result of a failed deal or client retaliation. The property viewing was merely a convenient trap. Over time, investigators formed their own theory that best fit the evidence Olivia Daisy murder was a personal vendetta carried out by someone, or multiple people, close to her. As one report stated, investigators believe the murder was very personal and planned by someone in her inner circle, possibly someone with access to internal information from her office. This pointed to a scenario where someone in Olivia's social circle held a grudge or had motive to harm her. Perhaps not a best friend, but a friend of a friend or acquaintance. They might have used others, like the couple Olivia met, to do the dirty work while keeping their own hands clean. This could explain the murder, as a fury and personal motive combined with a clever plan. But to this day, Police Haven hadn't publicly named any such person, and it seems likely the conspiracy involved more than just the man and woman Olivia encountered, possibly insiders who provided information or had motive, and outsiders who carried it out. In summary, Olivia Mason's murder was a targeted, meticulously planned crime committed by one or more people who knew her personally or indirectly. It wasn't a random killing, a robbery, or a crime of passion in the moment, but a deliberate assassination of a young woman for reasons possibly tied to personal hatred, betrayal, or perceived threat. And more than 15 years later, we were closer to understanding how the crime happened than why. The full truth remains locked behind lips that still refuse to speak. Since 2008, David, Olivia's father, has organized an annual March for Justice in her memory. Every year on February 2nd, the anniversary of her death, rain or shine, David leads supporters through the streets, holding banners and posters with Olivia's photo and calls for information. These marches gather dozens, sometimes over 100 people, all walking to remind the public that the killer or killers remain free. Until arrests are made, I'll keep walking, David vowed. And as of 2025, he's kept that promise for 17 consecutive years. The march typically starts at the Fairfax County Government Building and ends at the Virginia General Assembly, symbolically carrying the plea for justice to the authorities' doorstep. David also quickly recognized the internet as potential. He created the website oliviamasonmurder.com as both a memorial and a hub for tips and discussion. But this site became a double-edged sword. On one hand, it allowed community members to submit information anonymously and gave David a platform to share updates or theories he supported. On the other, it became a breeding ground for speculation, publishing wild theories and at least one malicious false confession. False confession. The echo of unfinished justice. Driven by his quest for truth, David became a true standard-bearer for Olivia's case. He moderated the website, which, despite emotional outbursts and sometimes defamatory posts, relentlessly kept public interest alive. David was relentless in his advocacy, countless interviews with local and national media, and perhaps his most notable appearance on Dr. Phil in May 2019, where he desperately and hopefully urged anyone with information to come forward. In these interviews, David's voice grew louder, and his conviction in the police investigation's incompetence and corruption stronger. He even entertained theories of police conspiracies and high-level interference, though without compelling evidence. It was during this period that Patricia filed her lawsuit, and detectives demanded he cease public attacks. Accusations flew from all sides, creating a whirlwind of passion. Yet despite all the interpersonal drama, one thing remains unchanged. Olivia deserves justice. As of early 2025, no arrests have been made and no charges filed. However, law enforcement seems closer than ever to a breakthrough. Major Crimes Division representatives hint that you have inside information about who did it, but are waiting for Tao, the final piece of the puzzle. This suggests the investigation is in the painstaking phase of gathering court-admissible evidence, perhaps DNA corroborating witness statements, or hope that someone in the conspiracy will finally talk. But with each passing year, the case faces a new challenge: the passage of time. Memories fade, witnesses grow harder to locate, and physical evidence can degrade. Fortunately, in the US, there is no statute of limitations on murder, and Olivia's case can remain open indefinitely until solved. Police are determined to see it through. This is Olivia Mason's story. If you have any information, please contact the Fairfax County Police Department immediately. My deepest condolences to all families affected by this tragedy. If you'd like me to cover other cases, let me know in the comments. Until then, see you. Music. I am a former car salesman from a Chicago suburb in Illinois. After my wife passed away, I moved in with my son. And that is when I encountered something I never could have imagined. I simply did not want to be alone, yet my son, fully aware of my mobility issues, put me in a bedroom on the second floor. Essentially, I live in this room, getting up only occasionally to shuffle down the hall to the bathroom. As hard as it is to admit, I think I was too broken by grief after losing my wife to insist that my son let me stay on the first floor. And honestly, he probably never would have agreed anyway. He's got a job, a family. He's far too busy to worry about an old codger wasting away upstairs. Sometimes I wonder, have they forgotten about me entirely? They hardly ever come into my room to talk, and lately, the characters on my TV shows feel closer to me than my own son and grandchildren. I get so unbearably bored that I have even taken to spying on the neighbors, just to have something to do. My bed sits close enough to the window that I can see their backyard without getting up. For a couple of years, I saw that family more often than my own. There was a middle-aged man named David living there with his mother and sister. I don't know who owned the house, but based on what I observed, I assumed it belonged to David. I swear, at first glance, they seemed perfectly ordinary. Nothing suspicious, just sweet, happy little lives that made my own dull, bedridden existence feel a bit more bearable. I'd watch them chatting on the back porch in the evenings or tending the garden in the mornings, and for a long time, everything seemed perfectly normal. That changed about 2 years after I moved in, around Christmas. I'd just turned off the TV and was getting ready for bed when I heard people arguing. The voices were unfamiliar, so I realized the noise was coming from the neighbor's house. At one point, the shouting escalated into screams, and then I started hearing other sounds, doors slamming, glass shattering, loud thuds. Then, suddenly, everything went silent. I was exhausted, so I figured it was just a domestic squabble that had blown over on its own. But something about it gnawed at me, keeping me awake. A few hours later, around 4 a.m., I was jolted awake by more noises. I peeked out the window and saw David in the backyard. I had no idea what he was doing, but he was dressed as the Grinch, dragging a large Christmas sack toward the tree near the garden shed. He opened the shed, grabbed a shovel, and started digging, and I realized he was burying that sack in the frozen ground. It must have taken him a full 30 minutes before he finished and went back inside. All I could think was that maybe he was some overly enthusiastic old man playing Grinch, trying to hide stolen charity donations or something like that. I don't know. ID always thought of him as a decent guy, so none of it made sense. I waited until morning to tell my son, of course, but he didn't believe me. He thought I was just a senile old fool. Everyone else in the house felt the same. No one backed me up, and eventually I started believing them myself. So I let it go and tried to forget. But here's what struck me as strange. I never saw the neighbor's mother again. She had always tended the garden, but after that night, she was never out there. I still occasionally saw David and his sister on the porch, but they never looked happy anymore. Things seemed to settle back into routine, until about 4 years later. My son tried to befriend the neighbors. He'd always make small talk, but they just stare at him blankly and say nothing, eventually retreating back inside. Both siblings were definitely odd, but things took an even darker turn right before Christmas, just like before. It felt like history repeating itself, shouting, then screaming, then a loud thud, then sudden silence. This time, I stayed awake to watch. Twice was too strange to ignore. It was again around 4 a.m. I got out of bed and moved closer to the window. I saw him step out the back door, once more dressed as the Grinch, dragging another large sack toward the tree and burying it. Then, out of nowhere, David turned and looked straight at my window. I yanked the blinds shut, but he'd already seen me. A few minutes later, I couldn't help but peek again, and there he was, standing directly across from my window, still in that costume, staring right at me. I tried to play it cool. I opened the window and called out across the yard. "Nice Grinch costume, buddy. Good night, huh?" "Sure is," he replied. "What are you doing up so late?" David just stared at me without saying a word. "Well, have a great rest of your night. Merry Christmas," I said. He gave a wave, and in that moment, I caught a flash of blood soaking his palm. He instantly realized his mistake and yanked the blinds shut, but it was too late. I lay awake the rest of the night, haunted by thoughts of what could be caused that bloodied hand. The only conclusion I could reach was horrifying. He'd killed his mother and sister and buried them in the backyard to keep it secret. I didn't tell my son. I knew he had just brushed me off again. So this time, I called the police. By morning, officers were at David S.'s house and he was arrested on the spot. It turned out David S.'s mother had died during an argument with his sister, and he helped cover it up. Over the years, his sister fell ill and, sadly, passed away young. As for why he buried her in the backyard, he claimed it was due to financial hardship. It just goes to show what people will do when they desperate for money. But if you ask me, the police barely got half the truth out of that man. I am certain something far more sinister happened in that house. This story was inspired by a truly shocking real-life incident in Chicago, Illinois. Here is a photo of the so-called Grinch, a man named Michael who was 45 at the time. He since been charged with concealing the deaths of the family members mentioned in this story, burying them in his backyard. Ominous music, nervous applause. Raising my daughter alone was incredibly tough, especially after her own mother abandoned her. Damn that whore. When my daughter was just a year old, my wife left us for another man from a wealthy family. Every night I prayed that cursed witch would burn in hell. But the Christmas season is usually when I try to keep the darkness at bay and let my daughter enjoy the holidays. So on Black Friday, I took her to Mega Mart to buy a Christmas tree. The place was packed, like vultures circling, caring only about deals. People were snatching up electronics left and right, fighting, stepping over others, lying on the floor, screaming with toothless rage. I pushed my way to the tree section, where among dozens of small, pathetic trees stood 2 large Christmas trees, and one of them seemed to pull me in. There was something special about it, something that made it stand out. I stepped closer, but as I tugged at the branches to check what it was made of, I got cursed out. Not by someone trying to claim the tree, but by a strange, unsettling man standing right in front of me. "What the hell is your problem?" the man snarled, shoving me to the ground. "I'm sorry, man," I said. "You just blended in with the trees." I was about to buy the last big one. The man, eerily Grinch-like, scowled, baring sharp teeth. "Well, whoever told you that tree is yours is wrong. It's mine. Got it?" "What is the matter, you little runt?" I got back on my feet. "Excuse me, did you just say it's your tree?" "That's right, Buster. So if you are looking for a big one, go drink your way through the forest." I couldn't tolerate this bizarre behavior. I stood my ground, determined to buy that tree. My little girl was terrified, her whole body shaking as she whispered, "Daddy, can we go now?" "Not yet, sweetheart. Just 1 more minute." "Is that what you told your wife?" The Grinch snapped. "Now get out of my way." He grabbed me by the collar and hurled me across the floor like a rag doll. Disoriented, I knew if he didn't stop, I might not survive. So I screamed for security. When they finally arrived, I told them everything. There were 3 guards and only one of him, so they warned him that if he stayed, they said they have no choice but to call the police and arrest him. Clearly furious, the man stormed off, muttering incoherently. I felt like a winner as I grabbed the last big tree and finally bought it. Back home, my daughter and I set up the tree together. On Christmas Eve, we watched a heartwarming movie by the fireplace as the flames crackled. As my daughter waited for Santa, I noticed her head nodding, her eyelids drooping. So I carried her to bed, assuring her all her presents would be under the tree in the morning. But I was sleepy too, so after tucking her in, I went to my room and passed out instantly. Later that night, I woke to heavy footsteps downstairs. But it wasn't just footsteps. I heard piercing, chilling sounds that sent shivers down my spine. "What was that?" I muttered, checking the clock. It was 3 a.m. I couldn't fall back asleep. Part 1. The Disappearance of Olivia. It was 3 a.m. Sleep fled from me like fire. Strange noises echoed through the house. I got up, opened my door, and listened. The sound seemed to come from my daughter's room, its door slightly ajar. Must be her down there, I thought. But then icy terror shot through me. A man's voice drifted from the living room. "Ah, foolish tree, silver tongue shall add a chance." My heart, once steady, now raced wildly as the sounds grew louder, more unnatural. I bolted downstairs and froze. Standing there was the same man from Mega Mart. His face was sickly green, his features twisted into a sinister grin. Slung over his shoulder was a sack stuffed with my belongings, probably stolen. He was dragging our Christmas tree toward the front door. "Hey, stop!" I shouted, trying to sound brave. "I am armed. Drop it, or you are dead." "Then voila!" he sneered. "I dare strike you, you little whore. This is Eleanor. You won't ruin my Christmas this year, buddy." His words hit like a hammer. Fear of getting hurt, or worse, paralyzed me. I let him leave, hoping the security cameras had captured enough to catch this lunatic. Once his truck vanished around the corner, I called the police and gave them every detail. The worst part? His truck had no license plate. Damn it all. Over a stupid tree, I muttered in despair. I locked every door and waited. When the officers arrived, they searched the house thoroughly, every room, every corner, and then my heart stopped. My daughter was gone. Not in her room, not in the kitchen. Olivia, sweetheart, Olivia, I called desperately, but only silence answered. A horrifying thought struck me. She might have been in that sack he carried. The police promised an investigation, but over time, the case went cold. Ever since, I've spent every Christmas alone with only photographs to remind me of my lost Olivia. Part 2, The Grinch and Ethan music. I am a single mom raising a teenage son. My job takes up so much of my time that we rarely get to spend real quality moments together. So I try to bring Ethan along wherever I go, errands, shopping, anywhere. Last Christmas, we went to the mall. It was absolute chaos, but holiday deals and promotions were everywhere. I decided to dive in. I suggested a game. Whoever found the best discounts and bonus points on food stamp eligible items would win. He didn't seem excited, but he played along to avoid disappointing me. He's such a sweet kid. Still, I figured he was just growing up, too old for silly games. I was in Sneaker Palace when I suddenly realized I'd lost him. My heart dropped. I rushed out to search and saw a huge crowd gathered outside a store. I pushed through to see what was happening. There, dressed as the Grinch, was a man so perfectly costumed he could be starred in the Jim Carrey movie. And there was my son, standing in line to take a photo with him. I scolded him for running off, ready to drag him back, but he was more determined than I expected. I'm sorry, Mom. I really wanted a picture with the Grinch. What about Santa? He's boring. I want the Grinch. If I wanted a fat Santa, I'd take a photo with your ex. I decided to give him what he wanted. As we waited in line, I couldn't take my eyes off that Grinch. Something deep inside screamed, "Don, trust him." He kept glancing at us, even with the crowd around. Even stranger? He never broke eye contact. While others took photos standing beside him, when it was Ethan's turn, the Grinch sat on a bench and told my son to sit on his lap. "Merry Christmas. What's your name, boy?" "I am Ethan." "You don't have to sit on his lap if you don't want to," I said. "It's okay, Mom, I want to." "You sure? Are you deaf, lady?" He said he wants to. I was stunned. I wanted to rip his head off when he...
And yes, that night, even more toys flew over the fence, with greater force than before. One struck their sliding glass door with a resounding crash. In response, he and Laura installed additional lights in the backyard and ensured all gates were securely locked. He traveled extensively for work as a sales representative for a tech company, which meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. She began double-checking the locks before bed. "I don't like that guy," she confessed. "He gives me a bad feeling." Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Tuesday in July, hot and humid. He was at a conference in Austin, about 2 hours away, staying in a hotel. Laura texted him goodnight around 11, mentioning she was watching Netflix and would soon go to sleep. He drifted off early. His phone rang at 2:17 a.m. It was Laura hissing hysterically. "Someone's at the door. They're banging really hard." His heart seized. He sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the app. Time twos. "Lock yourself in the bedroom and call 911 if it gets worse." Through the app, he saw Mike on their porch, illuminated by the motion sensor. He was pounding on the door with his fist so loudly that the echo resonated through the neighborhood. "Open up!" Mike yelled. "I know you're in there. Give me my kids' toys." Laura was terrified. She said he sounded drunk or enraged. Then he started kicking the door. The door frame visibly shook on the camera feed. "He's trying to break in," she whispered. He called the police from his hotel room, giving them their address and describing what he was witnessing live. "My wife is alone and the neighbors are attacking the door. Please hurry." The dispatcher confirmed that patrols were already en route. He muttered something to himself and left. That same night, as if foreshadowing future upheaval, children's toys once again flew over the fence, this time with unprecedented force and frequency. One of them crashed with a deafening crack into the sliding glass door leading to the patio. In response, the narrator and Laura immediately installed additional lighting in the backyard and thoroughly checked the security of all gates, aiming to bolster their safety measures. Due to his profession, the narrator traveled extensively as a sales representative for a large tech company. This meant Laura often spent nights alone at home. During these times, Laura became particularly meticulous about checking all locks and bolts before going to bed. She didn't hide her apprehension, saying, "I really don't like that man. He gives me a very bad feeling." Then came the night that became a turning point, forever altering the usual course of events. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, with the air thick, hot, and humid, foreshadowing a storm. The narrator was at a hotel in Austin at the time, attending a work conference, about a 2-hour drive from home. Around 11 o'clock that evening, Laura sent him a good-night message mentioning she was watching Netflix and planning to go to bed soon. The narrator, tired from his work, fell asleep quite early. At 2:17 a.m., the narrator's phone rang piercingly. Laura's number flashed on the screen, and she hysterically whispered into the receiver, "Someone is at the door. They're pounding very hard." The narrator's heart tightened with alarm. He instantly sat up, grabbed his laptop to check the security system app. He quickly gave instructions. "Lock yourself in the bedroom immediately and call 911 if the situation worsens." Through the mobile application connected to their home surveillance system, the narrator clearly saw Mike standing on their porch. The neighbor's figure was brightly illuminated by the activated motion sensor. Mike furiously pounded on the front door with his fist, creating such loud thuds that their echo reverberated throughout the neighborhood. His voice, full of rage, pierced the night's silence. "Open up! I know you're in there! Give me my kids' toys!" Laura, inside, was gripped by genuine terror. She conveyed that Mike's voice sounded either drunk or filled with furious malice. Soon, Mike escalated from punching to furious kicks, shaking the door. The camera recording clearly showed the doorframe trembling from the impacts. Laura, full of panic, whispered, "He's trying to break in." The narrator immediately called the police from his hotel room, providing his exact home address and detailing the unfolding events he was watching live. "My wife is home alone, and the neighbor is attacking the door. Please hurry," he pleaded. The dispatcher assured him that patrol units were already en route to the location. As the narrator refocused on his conversation with Laura, his ears were assaulted by the deafening crash of breaking glass. "Oh my God, the kitchen window!" Laura shrieked in terror. Mike had managed to smash it. The narrator clearly saw this moment on Hamaninoenau, the backyard camera recording. Sharp shards of glass showered inwards, and through the created opening, Mike stretched out his hand, desperately trying to reach the latch and unlock it. Laura cried out in fear and rushed upstairs, where she hastily barricaded the bedroom door with a chair, creating at least some obstruction. At this critical moment, the distant wail of police sirens could be heard on the camera's audio feed. Mike froze in place, then hastily retreated from the porch, but his actions had already gone too far, and there was no turning back. Soon 2 police cars pulled up to the house, their flashing lights cutting through the night's darkness. Officers swiftly exited their patrol vehicles, pistols drawn, ready for any contingency. Clear commands rang out. "Hands up! Get on the ground!" Mike complied, raising his hands, but immediately began to protest, shouting, "They stole from my children!" He was promptly handcuffed right in the middle of the front lawn. Laura, still holding the phone to her ear and continuing her conversation with the narrator, cautiously peered out the window. One of the officers entered the house to check on her safety, and Laura showed him the shattered kitchen window. Bloodstains were visible on the glass shards, indicating that Mike had cut his hand when breaking through the barrier. As Mike was being led to the patrol car, he sharply turned and through the open front door fixed his gaze directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured this moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'll kill you someday, bitch." Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calmness, as if making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed this also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately started his journey back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, hugged him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted burglary, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail, while the victims, in the meantime, obtained a court-issued restraining order intended to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came over, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work stress. The neighbor's children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family began to keep to themselves, avoiding contact. However, the deeply rooted fear in the hearts of the victims did not disappear. They repaired the broken window, installing reinforced glass instead of regular, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura flinches at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence. Her nerves remain on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that ominous recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice again and again, uttering, "I'll kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? They are seriously considering moving, but the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all doors and sincerely hope that this nightmare has finally ended. However, in rare moments of quiet and solitude, the narrator invariably asks himself the unsettling question, will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights? The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as it was one of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't subside, even after the sun dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress, office weekdays downtown, an endless stream of emails, Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. That particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to find herself completely alone. The pool was almost empty, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were leisurely gathering their towels, and a child was splashing in the shallow end under his mother's watchful eye. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up when you're done, guys," he called out as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant that no staff remained after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp scent of chlorine hung in the atmosphere. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her familiar routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and stretching long shadows across the wet pool deck. The chain-link fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid it no mind. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. Enos. As Mike was led to the patrol car, he abruptly turned and fixed his gaze through the open front door directly on Laura, as if trying to burn a hole through her. The surveillance camera captured the moment with absolute clarity, as if it were broad daylight. Ominous words escaped his lips. "I'm going to kill you someday, you bitch!" Even while handcuffed and restrained by the police, he uttered this phrase with striking calm, as though making an unbreakable promise. The officers who witnessed it also heard the threat and immediately documented it in their report. The narrator immediately turned back, arriving home only at dawn after many hours on the road. Laura was utterly shaken by what had happened, and upon seeing him, she embraced him tightly, seeking comfort. The police arrested Mike, charging him with attempted breaking and entering, vandalism, and making terroristic threats, which underscored the seriousness of his offenses. He spent the night in jail while the victims obtained a restraining order to ensure their safety. The next day, his wife came, offering her apologies and explaining her husband's behavior as anger management issues caused by work-related stress. The neighbors' children stopped throwing toys over the fence, and their family became reclusive, avoiding contact. However, the deep-seated fear in the victims' hearts never disappeared. They repaired the broken window, replacing it with reinforced glass, and added even more surveillance cameras, striving to maximize their home's security. Now Laura startles at every rustle and sound that breaks the night's silence, her nerves remaining on edge. The narrator sometimes rewatches that sinister recording, hearing Mike's chilling voice repeat, "I'm going to kill you someday." Mike is out on bail and still lives next door. The question that torments the narrator is, what if those words weren't just a threat, but a true intention? They seriously consider moving, but the cost of real estate remains a significant obstacle. For now, all they can do is meticulously lock all the doors and sincerely hope this nightmare has finally ended. Yet in rare, moments of silence and solitude, the narrator invariably asks a disturbing question. Will Mike attempt another attack one of these coming nights. The events unfolded in July 2017 in Austin, Texas. The narrator, Emily, remembers this period well, as they were some of those sticky summer nights when the oppressive heat didn't relent even after the sun had dipped below the horizon. Her name is Emily, and that month she regularly visited the public pool located in Zilker Park. Emily's job was a constant source of stress, office days downtown, an endless stream of emails. Swimming became her only way to find much-needed relaxation and escape from daily worries. On that particular evening, Emily arrived at the pool quite late, around 7:30 p.m. She expected to be completely alone there. The pool was almost deserted, which suited her preferences perfectly. Only a couple of elderly men were slowly gathering their towels, and a child splashed in the shallow end under the watchful eye of his mother. The lifeguard, a young college student named Jake, waved goodbye to her as he left early. "Lock up after you're done, guys," he shouted as he departed. This situation was quite typical for the place. Budget cuts meant no staff stayed after sunset. Emily, however, didn't mind at all. The pool water felt pleasantly cool against the humid air, and the sharp smell of chlorine hung in the air. The continuous buzzing of cicadas in the trees created a unique, calming background noise. She smoothly glided into the deep end of the pool, adjusting her swimming goggles. Freestyle swimming had become her routine. Slow, measured strokes allowed her thoughts to wander freely. With each movement, work worries and anxieties receded, dissolving into the water. The sun was already sinking low on the horizon, painting the sky in rich orange hues and casting long shadows across the wet pool deck. The mesh fence surrounding the pool rattled slightly in the gusts of wind, but Emily paid no attention. This was her personal time, a moment of solitude and peace. It was his time. After about 10 laps, the swimmer stopped at the edge to catch his breath. The other patrons had already left the pool, leaving him alone, with only the quiet splashing of water disturbing the peace. He wiped the water from his eyes and looked around. The parking lot beyond the fence seemed deserted. His beaten-up Honda was the only car left. Good, he thought. Quiet. But then he felt it, a slight prickling on the back of his neck, as if someone was watching intently. It was that vague premonition, familiar to many. He scanned the tree line beyond the fence, about 20 feet away. Nothing but the shadows of mighty oak trees, probably just paranoia brought on by too many late-night podcasts. He dismissed the thought and slipped back into the cool water. A few more laps, and he stopped again. This time a sound reached his ears, a faint creak, as if a gate had opened. He turned, treading water. The gate was ajar, but no one was visible. Perhaps it was just a gust of wind. He called out, "Hello!" His voice echoed off the tiled walls, sounding surprisingly quiet and unsure. There was no reply. The cicadas continued their monotonous hum, emphasizing the silence. He swam towards the shallow end, keeping his eyes on the deck. That's when he noticed him. A dark silhouette emerging from behind the changing rooms. A tall man with broad shoulders, wearing a hooded jacket, despite the 90-degree heat outside. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood. He didn't move like a regular at this place. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, staring directly at the swimmer. The swimmer's stomach tightened with alarm. Who wears a jacket in this heat? He thought. Maybe a runner, but no, his posture was strange. Too still, too focused. The swimmer swam back a little, pretending to adjust his stroke, but his heart pounded. "The pool is closing," he said, trying to make his voice sound casual. The stranger didn't move, didn't say a word. Then he started walking, slowly along the edge of the pool toward the deep end. There was a distinct thud of boots on the concrete. These weren't sneakers, but heavy boots, and something in his hand, a flashlight. It swung loosely, as if its owner was ready to use it for something other than just illumination. The swimmer kicked harder, heading for the ladder. The water now felt thicker, as if pulling him. Why wasn't he leaving? Thoughts raced through his mind. He remembered news stories of similar incidents. Strange people in public places after closing. Austin is mostly safe, but parks at night. Not always. He reached the ladder and pulled himself out of the water. Water dripped everywhere. His feet were cold on the deck. He quickly grabbed his towel, wrapped it around himself, and headed for the gate. A brisk walk, not a run. Don't show fear. The stranger matched his pace, walking parallel on the other side of the pool. The flashlight clicked on, and a bright beam of light hit him directly in the eyes. The swimmer flinched, blinded for a second. "What the hell?" he muttered to himself. The light went out, and the stranger was closer now, crouched at the edge, as if measuring the distance for a jump. Panic washed over the swimmer. He bolted for the gate, his bare feet slapping on the wet concrete behind him. The stranger's steps quickened, and then a sound that froze him from the inside. A low chuckle, raspy, as if he had been waiting for this. The swimmer yanked open the gate, the metal clanged loudly and ran to his car. Keys, where were his keys? In his bag by the lounge chair. No, he'd left them in the car, unlocked. Stupid habit. He dove inside, locked the doors, the engine roared, tires squealed as he sped away. In the rear-view mirror, the stranger stood by the gate, just standing there, the flashlight dangling. He wasn't chasing, but watching. The swimmer drove straight home, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. He called the police from his apartment, but what could he say? Some guy scared him at the pool. They took a report, said they'd check it out. He never heard anything more. That was over 2 years ago. He stopped swimming there. In late 2021, for several months, the narrator settled into their grandparents' old home. These revered individuals had passed away, and the family hadn't yet decided whether to sell the property. Until then, the house had been used as a temporary vacation retreat, but between moves, the narrator needed a place to stay, and the old house proved quite useful. They weren't particularly thrilled with the situation, as the house was quite dilapidated and worn. However, the absence of rent payments was an undeniable advantage and brought a certain satisfaction. The events in question occurred 2 months after they moved in. One day, returning from work around 6:00 p.m., they parked their car in the driveway and headed to the mailbox to collect the mail. At that moment, one of the neighbors approached them. She was an elderly lady with whom they had spoken several times about their deceased relatives, the current situation, and other everyday matters. During these few conversations, they had casually mentioned that they were temporarily living alone in the house. That's why she decided to speak with them. The neighbor recalled them saying a few days prior that they were living alone. However, earlier that day, while walking around the neighborhood, she had noticed some movement behind the windows inside the house. When she then noticed the absence of their car, It caused her concern, as she was sure they were at work. The narrator thanked her for the information, but honestly didn't fully grasp the seriousness of her words. The neighbor didn't seem entirely sure of what she had seen, and after all, it seemed absurd. Why would anyone break into their grandparents' old house? Continuing into the house, they quickly looked around for signs of a break-in or any disturbed items, but found nothing suspicious. There weren't even any shoe prints on the floor. This was certainly a strange and unsettling start to the evening, but they hoped there was nothing to truly worry about. They cooked dinner and spent the rest of the evening watching television in the living room. It was Friday, and they had 2 days off ahead. They likely stayed up late, past 1 a.m. By then, they had almost forgotten everything the neighbor had told them. The evening seemed completely normal. However, as it was very late, they turned off the TV and headed upstairs. When they had returned home earlier, the sun was still illuminating most of the house, so they hadn't turned on most of the lights, which made the entire house very dark, now that it was deep into the night. The only lights they had turned on were in the bedroom when they changed out of their work clothes. They ascended the creaking wooden stairs to the second floor, then walked down the hallway and entered the bedroom. It was a very old room like the rest of the house, but it was divided into 2 sections. One area was dedicated to the bed itself, and then a small hallway with a wardrobe and one of those old-fashioned vanity tables built into the wall. On the other side of it was a large bathroom with a separate shower, a bathtub, and an excessive number of mirrors. To be honest, it was a bit unsettling for the narrator. Anyway, they used the bathroom, turning off the light there when they returned to the sleeping area, extinguishing the light there as well. However, immediately they realized something was wrong. The light was still on. They turned around, and a second later felt their hearts start to beat a little faster. In that hallway with the vanity and wardrobe, between the bed and the bathroom, the light was on. To explain why this was so unsettling, it was one of those single old-fashioned light bulbs attached to the ceiling, with a thin dangling string that you had to pull to turn it on or off. For this reason, they had never used that light. Not to mention, it was almost impossible to accidentally turn it on or off, because it was only operated by tugging the string. They walked over to the hallway and stared at it. The faint bluish glow of the bulb barely penetrated the frosted glass. The bulb must have been decades old. They cautiously raised a hand and pulled the string. The force it took for it to click and turn off was deceptive. It certainly couldn't have just turned on by itself. The more they thought about it, the more nervous they became, especially when the neighbor's comment about seeing someone inside came back to mind. Looking back, they should have left right then and there for their own safety. But they supposed it was much easier than it seemed for people to convince themselves it was just some kind of fluke. What if the light really did turn on by itself? It was awfully old. Maybe it was malfunctioning. And again, the likelihood of someone breaking into this old place was so extraordinarily low that they truly felt they needed real proof to believe it, let alone call 911. They meant one light on in a house they never used was creepy and unsettling. Don't get them wrong. But at the same time, they didn't feel it was enough to truly panic, although they definitely weren't going to get much sleep anytime soon. They turned their bedroom light back on, but stayed there with the door closed, deciding to sit in bed with their phone until they got tired again. They decided to rest until their strength failed them again. For the next 30 minutes, they constantly found their gaze involuntarily turning to the door, then to the hallway leading to the bathroom, as if some internal paranoia had taken hold. Despite all the rational explanations they tried to instill in themselves, deep down the feeling that something inexplicable and disturbing was present lingered. They didn't know how to react to this premonition. The house had been checked before, but the thought of needing to inspect it again wouldn't leave them alone. They got up and flung open the door to the main upstairs hallway. A dead silence filled the house, sending shivers down their spine. Taking a few cautious steps down the hallway, they approached the spare bedroom and slowly opened its door. Inside the room, the old bed and furniture belonging to their grandparents were still there, along with numerous boxes neatly stacked along the wall. As soon as they stepped over the threshold, an extremely unsettling premonition enveloped them. Although the goal was specifically to search the house, once inside, their bodies seemed to freeze. Their heart rate quickened, increasing with each second, as if an invisible alarm had gone off inside, urgently demanding an immediate exit from that place. And at that moment, they noticed something. A silhouette protruding from under the blanket on the bed. The longer they stared, the clearer it became that it was a human body. Someone was lying in the bed, covered by a blanket. An instant wave of panic overwhelmed them as they tried to retreat, but this led to a slight stumble, causing a loud creak from the wooden floor. In an instant, the person sat up abruptly in bed, demonstrating that they were certainly not asleep and were likely listening intently to every one of their movements. It was a man. His eyes pierced the hero's gaze, but that was all they managed to notice before they swiftly ran out of the room. The pursuer's footsteps echoed close behind them. They didn't stop until they burst out of the house and ran down the road to the doorstep of the neighbor, the same one they had spoken to before. She let them in and immediately called for help. They were genuinely grateful that the officers arrived relatively quickly, but the intruder must have fled immediately, as he was no longer found. In the following weeks, their parents helped conduct a thorough inventory of everything they believed was in the house, or at least all valuables, and, surprisingly, nothing was missing. If anything was absent, it held no value. This circumstance raised the question, why was he there? Many were inclined to believe that the man simply knew the house was vacant and was therefore squatting in it, living unnoticed. However, what truly frightened them and made them doubt this version was that they themselves had lived there for 2 months. This meant the intruder must have known about their presence. Was there a possibility that he had been hiding, living there with them all this time, while they suspected nothing? And what would have happened if they hadn't discovered him and escaped? They moved out immediately and haven't returned to that house since. They probably never will. He was returning from a road trip. Nothing remarkable, just a few days visiting relatives. He always disliked that the drive took a full 14 hours. It was too much to comfortably cover in one day, but not long enough to justify stopping at a hotel and thereby doubling the total travel time. He always forced himself to drive the entire way in one day, which completely stripped the road trip of any pleasure. In short, he left his relative's place around 3 p.m., which meant driving all night. This decision was not the wisest. By midnight, he felt deeply tired and intensely sleepy, but this part of the road didn't pass through populated areas or anything similar. Ahead lay only deserted forests or simply open, vast emptiness. Occasionally, there were only a couple of gas stations and, perhaps, a few dirt roads leading nowhere. He decided to stop at the first opportunity and buy something to stay awake. Coffee, an energy drink, literally anything. Soon a small gas station appeared before him, nestled among the trees on the side of the highway. It looked like a typical local establishment. Perhaps a small town was hidden behind it, though, of course, it was completely obscured by the dense foliage of the trees. Even on the road leading past the gas station, there were no streetlights. As he pulled up, he noticed that this gas station looked somewhat strange. It didn't resemble modern facilities with a giant canopy sheltering the pumps. Here, there were only a few pumps standing in the open air, and not a single light was on near them. Even the building itself had no lights. All of this suggested that he would definitely have considered the place closed or even abandoned, had it not been for the 3 or 4 other cars parked in the lot. It really looked like a typical old-fashioned gas station on the side of a deserted highway with other customers, just not as brightly lit as it should have been. However, he assumed that since others were there, it must still be open. He parked next to the other cars and got out. As he approached the door, all he could see was his own reflection in the glass until he pushed it open. The very moment he opened the door, all 4 or 5 people, standing haphazardly inside the store, immediately turned and stared at him. It wasn't just a fleeting glance. They all simultaneously turned and stared intently, their eyes fixed on him. The men's faces were grim and utterly expressionless. But that was all he could make out, because caught off guard by them. He also noticed that not only was it incredibly dark inside, but it was also absolutely empty. All the shelves were in place, but there wasn't a single item on them. Even after he processed this scene and looked back at the men, they were still staring at him as if he didn't belong there. All of this happened in about 10 seconds before he retreated, allowed the door to close behind him, and then hurried back to his car. He hurried back to his car. It was unclear what this strange phenomenon was, but it resembled a creepy cult gathering at a long-abandoned gas station that he had unwittingly stumbled upon. Pulling away from the store, he rejoined the road. Apparently, this was one of those moments when it was better not to dwell on it, but simply move on. Indeed, 10 minutes later, he had already resigned himself to the thought that he would never know the true nature of what he had seen, and once again focused on finding a gas station. This time, he hoped to find one that was operational and safe. However, the desolate road offered little promise. Another 10 minutes passed when headlights appeared in his rear-view mirror. He was driving quite fast, perhaps 10 or 15 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Since there were no other cars on the road, this was the first time in several hours that someone had appeared from behind. Soon another car appeared behind the first, and then perhaps several more. He couldn't accurately determine their number, as all the lights merged into a single bright spot. But they were all approaching at immense speed. He moved into the right lane to let them pass, and the first car did pass, but then abruptly swerved back in front of him. He was alert enough to have already slowed down a bit, but he was completely unprepared for their sudden break-in. His heart nearly pounded out of his chest as he slammed on his own brakes, simultaneously trying to swerve to avoid a collision. He managed to stop just a couple of feet from their bumper, his car slightly askew. It was then that all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. This was one of the cars he had seen at the gas station. He glanced in his rear-view mirror. Another car stopped directly behind him, and yet another pulled up to his door. In a matter of seconds, several men emerged from the cars and surrounded his vehicle. If this were happening during the day, and not on some desolate road at 1 a.m. with no one around, he might have chosen a more cautious approach. But given the circumstances, he felt he had no choice but to take a risk and try to escape. Since the cars blocked all routes, he drove off the road and into the trees, not getting far before grabbing his phone and jumping out of the car. He bolted into the forest. It was pitch black, even 30 feet from the trees. He kept running, hearing the men's footsteps closing in behind him. But the deeper he went, the less they could see to follow him, he thought. He leaned against a tree and waited, perhaps for a full hour, not even turning on his phone. He was afraid one of them would be nearby and see the light from the screen. So he sat and just stared into the void of the pitch-black forest and listened to the rustling of leaves in the branches overhead. After that hour, he finally took out his phone and used the map to get back to the road where he could get enough signal to text 911. All the cars had vanished, except for his own, which was still sitting among the trees by the road. After that long night, a tow truck was able to pull his car out, and to his surprise, it was almost undamaged. There has been no news about who was following him and trying to stop him. He concluded that the men probably thought he was a witness or had seen something at that gas station that he shouldn't have seen, and so they followed him, trying to cover their tracks. Was it an abduction or getting rid of him and hiding any evidence in the secluded forest by the roadside? The image of him entering that gas station, with all the men turning and staring at him, still haunts him. He still gets chills thinking about what could have happened. He's writing this while the memories are still fresh. It happened just a couple of days ago. He had Tuesday and Wednesday off this week and was spending time at home. No plans, just relaxing and enjoying the quiet solitude. On Tuesday evening, he thought it would be nice to order some food to save time cooking. So he opened the DoorDash app, found some random establishment that was still open, and ordered a small dinner. It said delivery would take about 45 minutes. He stayed in the living room and watched YouTube on TV. Until then, the evening had been good. About 45 minutes later, he happened to get up and just casually looked out the window. He doesn't even know why, as he could have easily opened the app to check the delivery status. But when he looked out, he noticed a car parked in his driveway. Immediately, he opened DoorDash and checked the map, and the delivery driver was still 10 minutes away. But then, who was in his driveway? He's not one to speak loudly, so he wasn't keen on going outside and saying anything to them. He meant they would surely realize they had the wrong place and leave without his words. He went back to the couch but kept getting up and checking the window every couple of minutes. When the DoorDash order arrived, the car was still in the driveway. From the window, he couldn't really make out anything inside the car. So, When he opened the door for the delivery, he asked the driver if he had seen anyone in there. The driver replied, "Yeah, there was some guy in the driver's seat, but I didn't really look closely." He thanked him, and the driver left. He felt very uneasy. A profound sense of discomfort enveloped the person. In an attempt to gather his courage, he intended to go outside and find out what the unwelcome guests were doing. However, barely 5 minutes after he started eating, there was a knock at the door. The person jumped up from the couch. His heart pounded wildly, and he froze, staring at the door before slowly and silently approaching it. When he looked outside, no one was visible. The car was still in the same spot. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. It was pitch black and completely silent. He scanned the porch but found no one, so he headed down the driveway towards the car. Looking inside, he was astonished to find that whoever had been inside was no longer there. A chilling sensation ran down his spine. He walked to the back of the car to examine the license plate, but was horrified to discover it was missing. This discovery filled him with even greater fear, as it made him wonder, had this person, whoever they were, planned everything in advance? He stepped back from the car, intending to return to the house, as the feeling of extreme unease was growing, and he felt it was the right time to call the police. Upon entering and firmly closing the door behind him, he immediately sensed something very strange. The house was silent, but his intuition persistently signaled that something was wrong. He cautiously crept into the living room and stared at the sofa. His phone was not there. Every fiber of his being seemed to be pierced with fear. Before he could move, he heard the slow creak of a door, hinge opening. Then, quiet footsteps echoed down the hallway towards the front door, but they stopped just before the turn. They were waiting there, around the corner, right by the front door. The person simply couldn't run out. He froze for a few moments, then very cautiously and silently began to make his way to another part of the house. Whichever path he chose, he would have to pass the hallway where he knew for sure this person was. Therefore, whatever he was going to do, he knew he had to act fast. He froze for a second. He felt a surge of anxiety about the impending action. But then he composed himself and rushed to the back door. He unlocked it and ran out of the house. As soon as he was outside, he heard a man behind him call his name. Not just his first name, but his last name too. This confused and shocked him so much that he turned around to look. The man was sprinting towards the back door, and he could see most of his face, but he didn't recognize him. He had never seen him before. He turned back around and kept running. The area behind his house was just a flat extension of the neighborhood. There weren't many places to hide. He could hear the man still chasing him. He kept running past the next row of houses and decided to just run along the sidewalk, hoping someone would drive or walk by and help him. But after a few minutes, he looked back, and the guy wasn't there. It took him a long time to find someone willing to help him call the police. By then, the man was nowhere to be found. He had taken his car and fled. And apparently this guy was smarter than he thought. He immediately tried to track his phone, but the man had thrown it into his front yard before driving off, so they couldn't use it to track him down. If this had been a regular robbery or something similar, he would have been far less traumatized. But clearly it wasn't. There was something more to it. This was a stalker who knew his full name and probably much more about him. It's unknown how long he had been watching him, or what he intended to do. Only a few days have passed, but he is already planning to move far away. He can't just sit idly by, knowing that whoever it was still knows where he lives. If there's any news in the next few weeks, he'll try to provide an update. NOS, a tragic anniversary, remembering a fateful day. September 6th, 1990, was a warm Saturday, the day I turned 30. I planned a modest party with close friends to share the joy with my 12-year-old daughter. Nothing extraordinary. A birthday cake and the warm company of friends. As was our tradition, my sister and I took our children to our parents' house for Saturday morning bagels. My mother, or rather my stepmother, Linda, had entered our lives about 5 years earlier after the untimely passing of my real mother. This woman always gave me an inexplicable sense of unease. Her cold, piercing gaze seemed to assess everything around her, as if counting invisible dollars. In Linda's conversations, topics of the house, savings, and my father's assets constantly surfaced. It seemed that her marriage to him was based more on financial gain than on love. However, I tried to ignore it, respecting my father's feelings. That morning, my father wasn't home. He had gone to his parents' house to mow their lawn, as he did every weekend. My father's morning phone call was, as always, cheerful and lively. "Happy birthday, Rebio. See you later." I laughed and said our traditional phrase, "Love you, Daddy." Bagels, cream cheese, salmon, and other traditional treats awaited us at the table. The children, engrossed in games, were laughing. Everything was as usual. About 45 minutes later, the phone rang. Linda, who was in the kitchen, answered it. Suddenly, her face turned deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. She repeated in confusion, "Stroke, stroke." Her voice trembled, but there was a strange artificiality to it. Hanging up, she turned to us with wide eyes and said, "It's your grandfather, your father. He's in the hospital." My world collapsed in an instant. "Dad, hospital!" My husband and brother-in-law, alarmed, rushed to comfort Linda. Without wasting time, my sister and I grabbed the children, put them in the car, and raced to my grandparents' house. On the way, I tried to reassure myself by resorting to absurd omens. If I get all greens, my father will be okay. If I see children playing, he'll be fine. If a bird flies by, everything will be all right. The warm September wind ruffled my hair, but everything felt wrong. As we pulled up to the house, I heard a heart-wrenching wail, a sound I had never heard before. This loud, desperate cry came from inside the house. My grandmother, my real grandmother, stood on the porch, hunched over and sobbing so loudly that her voice echoed down the street. That sound still haunts me, embodying pure grief and pain. Running to the house, my daughter noticed broken and bent glasses on the grasses. Picking them up in confusion, she said, "Mom, there's our grandpa's glasses." Confusion flashed through my mind. No, wait. Dad was her grandfather. No, my dad was her grandfather. My brain refused to accept reality. My dad is dead. Her grandfather. I felt sick. My grandfather returned from the hospital shortly afterward, shaking his head helplessly. He was silent at first, but his face spoke volumes. Relatives began to arrive, uncles, aunts. Then the terrible truth came out. My father didn't have a stroke. It was a massive heart attack. He had collapsed right on the lawn while mowing. Passing sanitation workers witnessed the tragedy. They rushed to help him, trying to give him CPR along with my grandfather, but it was all in vain. He died before he hit the ground. The rest of the day passed in a haze. The party was, of course, out of the question. Everyone sat in a daze, overwhelmed by grief. Linda, who arrived later, feigned inconsolable sorrow, hugging everyone. But her eyes, they darted around the room, as if she were already contemplating her next steps. The house, the money. It filled me with a horrible irritation that I tried to suppress. Grief can do strange things. For the next 15 years, I couldn't bear to hear birthday greetings without shuddering. I forbade them. If anyone dared to say those words, I would scold them severely. Even now, 36 years later, I don't celebrate my birthday in a big way. September 6th is just a day to get through. But I have enormous respect for sanitation workers, considering them true heroes. A few months after my father's death, even stranger things began to happen. I was helping to sort through his belongings in the house. Linda, who lived there alone, was eager to sell everything as quickly as possible. "We need to move on," she said, but her voice sounded more greedy than grieving. One day, while cleaning out the kitchen cabinets, in the furthest corner where you rarely look, I found a bottle of syrup hidden behind old jars. It was a plain glass bottle with a thick, dark liquid without a label. A strange place for syrup, I thought. Taking it home, I started searching for information online. It turned out it wasn't ordinary syrup. The description, the color, even a photo uploaded to several forums, all pointed to one thing. It matched the description of a homemade mixture with digoxin, a heart medication derived from foxglove. It's prescribed for heart problems, but in large doses, it's deadly, especially for elderly people like my father, who was in his 50s. It can cause irregular heartbeats, leading to a massive attack, and worst of all, it's hard to detect in an autopsy unless you specifically look for it. Story 1. My father's death was ruled a natural cause, raising no suspicion of foul play. However, traces of a substance were found in one of the bottles, which tested positive after an anonymous sample was sent to a lab. Gradually, sinister details began to emerge. Linda, a former nurse, had knowledge of medications. She expressed dissatisfaction with my father's unwillingness to do household chores and how property taxes were draining their savings. She longed to possess everything alone. The sinister glances and the hasty organization of the house sale began to form a single picture. She had probably been adding the poisonous substance to his food or coffee, gradually accumulating to a critical dose. Working in the garden was probably the final straw that pushed his heart over the edge. After this discovery, sleep deserted me, and nightmares of my father falling and Linda's cold smile haunted me. First, I anonymously contacted the police, providing them with all the details. They reopened the investigation, tested the contents of the bottle, and exhumed my father's body for a toxicology examination. Traces of digoxin were found. Linda vehemently denied any involvement, but foxglove was found in her garden, hidden in a secluded spot. Emails with information about natural heart remedies and inheritance laws were found on her computer. A week later, she was arrested. Despite her cries of innocence, the evidence relentlessly mounted. The trial was swift, and she was sentenced to life in prison for murder. That day, my grandmother sincerely mourned her loss, but Linda's tears were later revealed to be fake. She had taken my father's life out of greed. Story 2, my 16th birthday, is etched in my memory as if it happened just yesterday, even though it was years ago. My name is Smith, and I live in a quiet suburb near Chicago. My older brother, Alan, who was 22, was always known for his love of pranks. He declared that he was going to make my birthday unforgettable and took it upon himself to organize a party at our house. Our parents were away for the weekend, visiting relatives in Ohio, so it was just me, Alan, and about a dozen friends from school at the house. The party started around 7 o'clock on Friday evening. Alan decorated the living room with balloons and streamers, ordered pizza from Domino's, and got a cake from the local Walmart bakery. My friends gradually arrived, guys, like Ben, Tyler, and Chris, and a few girls, including Sophia and Emily. We played video games on the Xbox, enjoyed music from Spotify through a Bluetooth speaker, and just hung out. Alan was acting mysterious, smirking at me. About an hour in, he pulled me aside in the kitchen and told me about a surprise. He had hired actors from a local theater group to stage a fake home invasion. They were supposed to burst in wearing masks and wielding toy guns, scare everyone a little, and then reveal the prank. He asked me to play along and pretend to be scared. I chuckled, knowing Alan's penchant for such antics. Last year, he hid in my closet, dressed as a clown to scare me. I figured it would be harmless fun, and agreed to play along. We went back to the party, and everything seemed normal. Guests were taking selfies on their iPhones, sharing moments on Snapchat, and snacking on chips from Costco bags. Around 9 o'clock, something strange happened. The lights started flickering, which Alan had probably arranged using Philips Hue smart bulbs. Then the back door burst open, and 4 guys in black ski masks stormed in, shouting, "Everyone on the floor! This is a robbery!" They had guns that looked like toy models, with orange tips, the kind you can buy on Amazon, and one had a knife that looked like plastic. My friends screamed and dropped to the floor. Sophia burst into tears, and Ben exclaimed, "What the hell?" I tried to feign shock, but inside, I was smirking. I even whispered to Tyler, who was standing next to me, "It's Alan's prank, relax." The robbers started herding us into the living room, tying our hands with cheap plastic zip ties from Home Depot. Alan was tied up too, winking at me when no one was looking. One of the guys, who I'll call Mask 1, was tall and skinny. He demanded our wallets and phones, threatening, "Give us your stuff or else." His voice sounded fake and gruff. The guests panicked, but I kept saying, Guys, it's probably just a joke. Alan likes this kind of stuff." Emily gave me an angry look. "Smith, shut up. This isn't funny at all." That's when I started noticing details that seemed off. The script Alan had described was simple. Scare us, take fake loot, and then take off the masks and laugh. But one of the robbers, a short, stocky guy, Mask 4, wasn't following the plan. He was quiet, moving around the edges of the room and rummaging through drawers in the kitchen, while the others were yelling. I saw him pocket my mom's jewelry box, which had her real gold earrings from Macy's in it. Hey, that's not part of the prank, I thought, but I decided not to make a big deal of it. Maybe Alan had added something else. The real horror started when Mask 4 came back. He had a knife in his hand, but up close, it didn't look like plastic. It had a serrated edge, like a real kitchen knife from our IKEA set. No shiny fake glint, just dull steel. He leaned over Sophia, who was sobbing on the carpet, and pressed the knife to her arm. "Give me your necklace," he growled in a low, raspy voice that didn't sound theatrical. Sophia struggled to take off her necklace, a cheap silver chain from Target, but her arm was slightly cut. A thin line of blood appeared and she cried out in pain. She let out a painful moan. The narrator's heart pounded in his chest. "Wait, that's real blood," he muttered, not believing his eyes. His gaze darted to Alan, who was standing on the other side of the room, his eyes wide with horror. He whispered almost inaudibly, "What?" The narrator tried to croak in response. "Yell, Alan. This isn't a game. The knife is real." But one of the actors, hidden by the mask, drowned out his words, rudely interrupting, "Quiet, kid," as if following a pre-written script. The friends, unaware of the danger, took his words for another joke. Chris even laughed nervously. "Smith, stop fooling around. It's creepy enough as it is." The chaos was escalating like an ominous wave. The robbers were supposed to be ending their performance, but Mask 4 continued to escalate the situation. He smashed a vase that stood on the mantelpiece, a real ceramic vase, not a cheap prop, and began collecting phones in a black duffel bag apparently purchased at Dick's Sporting Goods. "No calling the police," he said, but his tone was menacingly serious, devoid of any playfulness. The narrator remembered Alan's words that the actors would pretend to cut the phone lines. But this madman ripped the cord of the landline phone out of the wall and stomped on it with his rough boots. Timberlands, it seemed. The narrator desperately tried to free himself from the zip ties which were tied too tightly. "Guys, listen, that's not an actor," he hissed to Ben and Tyler. "Look at his knife. It's from our kitchen." Ben glanced in the indicated direction and frowned. "Dude, you're paranoid." Alan thought of everything, he countered. But at that moment, Mask 4 snatched Emily's purse and rudely began rummaging through it. When the girl tried to protest, he pushed her toward the couch. She hit her head on the armrest, and a bruise formed on her forehead. This was no longer a game. Alan finally realized what was happening. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Okay, the prank's over, guys! Stop it!" The three actors hesitated, glancing at each other in confusion under their masks. Mask 1 tore off his mask. Underneath was some college student named Ryan, whom Alan knew from working together at Starbucks. "Wait, what's going on?" Ryan asked in confusion. "We're supposed to follow the plan." But Mask 4 ignored him. He lunged for the front door with the duffel bag full of phones, wallets, and jewelry. "Screw this," he muttered, his voice muffled by the mask. Panic erupted. Alan shouted, "That's not one of ours!" The actors began hastily untying the captives, rummaging in a drawer for scissors. Everyone rushed in pursuit of the robber, but he turned out to be nimble. He jumped over the fence in the backyard, an ordinary chain-link fence from Lowe's, and disappeared into the night. Distant sirens wailed. Someone must have called 911 from the house next door, hearing the screams. The police arrived in about 10 minutes. 2 patrol cars from the local precinct. They took statements, but there was complete chaos. The friends were in a state of deep shock. Sophia needed stitches on her arm, and Emily was diagnosed with a concussion. The actors confessed everything, producing emails from Alan, who had hired them through Craigslist for $200 each. Alan was in serious trouble, community service, and a fine for making a false police report. But the real criminal got away scot-free. The police officer speculated that he had probably seen the actors arrive in advance, lost himself among them in a similar mask that he had acquired somewhere, and used the prank as the perfect cover. There had been an increase in burglaries in the area that summer, targeting homes in suburbs like this one. He was never caught. The phones disappeared without a trace. iPhones, Samsungs, all with photos and contacts. Insurance covered only part of the losses, but the feeling of insecurity remained. The narrator still double-checks the locks before going to bed and celebrates birthdays modestly, without much fanfare. Alan apologizes every year, but that night still haunts him. What if he had raised the alarm earlier? What if the knife had gone in deeper? It's frightening to think how a stupid prank can turn into a real nightmare in a matter of seconds. Story 3. The narrator was turning 21 and was over the moon. He'd been planning this party for weeks. He rented a large Airbnb house in suburban Atlanta, Georgia, one of those old houses with a spacious backyard, perfect for a barbecue. He invited about 30 friends from college and high school, as well as a few family members. His younger brother, Jake, who was only 14, came along too because his parents wanted him to keep an eye on things. He mostly stayed in the living room, glued to his Nintendo Switch, playing Fortnite. The party started around 7:00 p.m. on a warm June day. Drake and Post Malone blared from a Bluetooth speaker, and burgers from Walmart sizzled enticingly on the grill. Everyone was laughing and taking selfies on their iPhones. It was one of those nights that sticks in your memory forever. Around 9 p.m., a stranger knocked on the door. He was in his early 30s, maybe a little older, with short brown hair, wearing a plain black hoodie and jeans. He had a backpack slung over his shoulder. The narrator didn't recognize him, but people often bring friends to parties like these. The stranger smiled and said, "Hey, happy birthday. I'm a friend of Mike's." Mike was one of his college buddies who had invited a few more people, so the narrator didn't think much of it. He let the stranger in and pointed him to the snack table. "Help yourself to some chips or whatever." He nodded and blended into the crowd. The narrator didn't pay much attention, as he was busy hanging out with his friends and playing cornhole in the backyard. The birthday celebration was in full swing in the moonlit yard. However, as time passed, worrying details began to emerge. The stranger, whose name remained a mystery, kept to himself. He loomed near groups of people, listening to their conversations but not joining in. From time to time, he discreetly pulled tiny plastic baggies from his pocket, like the ones sold in pharmacies. These manipulations occurred surreptitiously when he thought he wasn't being watched. A concerned friend, Nicole, pulled the narrator aside around 10:30. "That guy in the hoodie is creeping me out," she whispered. "He's been staring at people, and I think I saw him slip something into someone's drink." A chill ran down the narrator's spine. He hadn't witnessed it himself, but Nicole wasn't prone to making things up. They decided to keep an eye on the stranger. The narrator's attention focused on the suspicious guest. He circled near the kitchen table, which was set with red plastic cups. The narrator noticed him leaning over one of them, making a quick hand movement, as if throwing something inside. His heart pounded. Was this man trying to poison someone? After making sure that Nicole stayed near the other friends, the narrator headed for Jake. Immersed in his headphones, he was still in the living room, oblivious to what was happening. Returning to the kitchen, the narrator came face to face with the stranger. "Hey buddy, what's going on?" he asked. trying to keep it casual. He replied with a strained smile, "Just enjoying the party, birthday boy." There was an unpleasant sweetness in his voice, as if he was hiding something. The narrator stated that he didn't know him and demanded that he leave. The stranger shrugged, grabbed his backpack, and left the house. That seemed to be the end of it. Around midnight, the guests began to leave. The narrator was cleaning up when he received a frantic call from his mother. "Where's Jake?" she asked. His heart sank. The narrator rushed to the living room. His brother's game console was left on the couch, but Jake himself was gone. The search encompassed the entire house, the backyard, every corner. Not Jake. Friends joined the search, but it was all in vain. Nicole remembered seeing Jake talking to someone at the front door, but didn't think anything of it. Panic began to mount. The narrator called 911, NS. The police arrived promptly. The narrator shared all the information, including a description of the stranger, black hoodie, jeans, backpack. Several friends confirmed they had seen the person. One of the cousins mentioned seeing him talking to Jake on the street, offering to show him some cool game. The narrator's legs went weak. Could this person have taken his brother? The police immediately issued an alert and began scouring the area. Everyone was told to stay indoors in case Jake returned. Time crawled by agonizingly slowly, and the narrator began to lose control, imagining the worst. Around 4 a.m, a call came from the police. The stranger had been found hiding in an abandoned building about a mile away, an old warehouse on Peachtree Road, a place where teenagers often hung out. Jake's phone and several plastic baggies containing a white powder were found on him. The police suspected it was narcotics, possibly a sedative. The stranger was immediately arrested. Jake was found not far from the warehouse, frightened but unharmed. He said the stranger offered to show him a new game on his phone, lured him outside, and tried to drag him to some cool place. Scared, Jake ran, but the stranger managed to grab his phone. The police are continuing their investigation to determine the stranger's true intentions, but it is suspected that he was preying on children at parties for robbery or something even more sinister. The narrator can't shake the feeling of guilt. It was his party, his house, and he let the man in. Jake is safe, but deeply shaken, as is the narrator himself. His thoughts keep returning to those plastic baggies. What might have happened if Nicole hadn't been vigilant, or if Jake hadn't run? The 21st birthday was supposed to be an unforgettable event, but it turned into a nightmare that will never be forgotten. Ennius. Undoubtedly, having a dog in the house, especially when a person lives alone, is of immense value. It's not just about having company, but also about security. Canine instincts are extraordinarily developed, allowing them to notice the slightest changes in their environment before a human does. That's why, when the author moved out of his parents' house and began living on his own, he firmly decided to get a 4-legged friend who could not only brighten his loneliness, but also protect him if necessary. This loyal companion became Jenny, a German shepherd known for her boundless devotion, protective instinct, and amazing ability to sense danger. In moments when the silence in the house became oppressive and the space seemed too empty, Jenny's even breathing, or the sound of her claws gently tapping on the parquet floor, helped the author cope with feelings of loneliness. She was more than just a pet to him. She became a true member of the family. That evening started out completely ordinary. and gave no indication of any trouble. The author spent most of his time comfortably settled on the couch, engrossed in watching a series on his laptop. Jenny, as usual, lay on the rug, in a semi-sleeping state, but always remaining vigilant. Around midnight, the author decided it was time to go to bed. He carefully locked all the doors, checked the windows, and turned off the lights before climbing under the warm blanket. At first, silence reigned in the house. However, suddenly Jenny jumped up abruptly. Her body tensed, her ears perked up alertly, and she turned towards the front door. The author, alarmed, sat up in bed, trying to catch the slightest sound. A moment later, a muffled knock was heard. He froze, unsure if he had imagined it. Who could be knocking on the door so late at night? Jenny barked sharply and deeply, and immediately the knock was repeated, this time more insistent. The author cautiously slipped out of bed and headed into the hallway. From there, he could see the front door, but he couldn't make out who was standing behind it. Jenny was already there, pressed against the door with her whole body and barking furiously, which made the author's heart clench. Then he heard a male voice shout, "Delivery! I just need you to come out so I can take a picture as proof." Every word seemed out of place and suspicious. Delivery services don't operate at this hour, the author thought. Besides, he hadn't ordered anything. Intuition told him to remain silent and not open the door. He hoped the stranger would realize he had the wrong address and leave. However, instead, the knocking turned into rough banging. Jenny growled with such ferocity that she seemed ready to tear the door to pieces. The man raised his voice, now sounding more insistent. "Come on, I just need you to come out for a second." The author, gripped by fear, retreated into his bedroom, locked the door, and grabbed his phone with trembling hands. He dialed 911. The operator answered immediately, asking what was happening. The author, trying not to raise his voice, whispered into the phone that someone was at his door, pretending to be a delivery person and trying to get him to come out. The dispatcher's calm voice advised him to stay on the line, not to leave the room, and not to make any noise. Police officers were already on their way, but as the author spoke, the situation began to deteriorate rapidly. The banging became stronger and stronger, and the door began to shake in its hinges. Jenny barked furiously, throwing herself at the door as if sensing imminent danger. And then there was a sharp crack of breaking wood, echoing throughout the house. The author's insides went cold. The stranger was trying to break down the door. Jenny lunged forward as soon as the door gave way. The sounds that followed merged into a chaotic nightmare, the dog's ferocious growling, the man's gasps, the crash of falling furniture. The author pressed himself against the wall, not letting go of the phone and whispering every detail of what was happening to the dispatcher. "He's inside! My dog is attacking him! Please hurry!" Suddenly, there was a metallic clang, and something fell to the floor. In the chaos, the author didn't immediately realize that it was more than just an object. It was a knife. The author's heart seemed to stop beating. The next sound caused him unbearable pain. Jenny yelped pitifully. The author's heart clenched with pain and fear. He wanted to rush to her aid, but the dispatcher begged him to stay in the room. Tears burned his eyes as he helplessly listened to his loyal dog desperately fight for his safety. The man cursed, fending off Jenny, and the house shook with every movement they made. The author couldn't tell who was gaining the upper hand in this fight. He continued to whisper into the phone, praying that the police would arrive in time, and then finally the sound of police sirens pierced the night silence. Red and blue lights flashed through the windows, painting the walls of the author's room. Loud shouts filled the house, authoritative and confident. "Police! Drop the weapon! Hands up!" The struggle moved elsewhere. Heavy footsteps echoed inside the house. The author heard the man shout, then a dull thud as he was tackled to the ground. The clanging of handcuffs marked the end of the fight. "Police! You're safe!" a voice called out, followed by a knock on the author's bedroom door. He slowly opened the door, feeling his legs trembling. 2 police officers stood in the doorway, shining flashlights on him. Behind them, another officer held a handcuffed man, pinning him to the floor. Jenny stood nearby, panting heavily, her fur matted with sweat and splattered with blood. Her body trembled, but her growl remained low and steady, as if warning the stranger not to try again. One of the police officers crouched down, picked up the knife, and placed it in an evidence bag. The sight made the author's stomach churn. If it weren't for Jenny, that knife might have been used against him. He rushed to his loyal protector, kneeling down next to her. She pressed against him, her breathing heavy but steady. The police officers assured the author that Jenny had cuts, but nothing fatal. A wave of relief washed over him, with such force that he nearly lost consciousness. The man's life could have ended on that fateful night. The police officers who arrived at the scene told him something that still makes him shudder. They had thoroughly checked the intruder's details, but found no identification, driver's license, or any record of his existence. It was as if the man simply didn't exist. The police took him away, leaving the man in his house with a broken door and the echo of the recent chaos still ringing in his ears. He sat on the couch, hugging his dog Jenny, too shaken to move, let alone fall asleep. Every creak in the house seemed to him like a harbinger of the intruder's return. The rest of the night dragged on agonizingly slowly. Jenny eventually dozed off in a restless sleep next to him, but he remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the doorway, which was now just a gaping hole sealed with police tape. A lot of time has passed since then, but the memory of that incident remains as vivid as ever. The man still checks the locks 3 times before going to bed and never opens the door to strangers, regardless of their claims. And every time Jenny barks, even into the void, he pays attention because, on that fateful night, the stranger tried to trick him into leaving the house. If it hadn't been for his dog's vigilance and the prompt arrival of the police, he might not be alive to tell the story. Jenny saved his life. About 3 months ago, he moved to a new house in a quiet suburb where everyone keeps to themselves. The lawns are neatly manicured. The cars are impeccably parked in the driveways, and you can exchange a polite nod with the neighbors when you pick up the mail. His closest neighbor to the right was a man who was probably in his 40s. The man had only seen him a few times, mostly when he was leaving for work early in the morning. The neighbor seemed quiet and a bit strange, but he figured he just valued his privacy, and he was okay with that. About 2 weeks ago, the man was in his living room late at night when he heard a faint but distinct sound. It was a female voice, filled with panic, crying out for help. "Help! Somebody! Help me!" His heart pounded in his chest. The sound was coming directly from his neighbor's house. The cry was followed by a muffled thud, and then silence. He turned down the volume on the TV, straining his ears to catch anything else. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. He tried to convince himself that it was probably just a normal argument between spouses and that it was none of his business. The man tried to put it out of his mind and go to sleep. However, the same thing happened 2 nights later, but this time the cry was louder and more desperate. "Oh God, help! Let me go! Help me!" The genuine terror in the woman's voice made his hair stand on end. The cry was followed by a strange sound, and then there was an eerie silence. This time he couldn't shake the feeling that something serious was happening. He began to watch the house next door more closely. Since he worked from home, he had a clear view of his neighbor's property throughout the day. He saw him leave for work every morning in his old sedan and return every evening. The neighbor was always alone. The man never saw a woman. No car other than his ever parked in the driveway, and no one ever came to visit. The cries continued every few nights, always late and always with the same horrifying desperation. His mind began to race. If there was a woman there, why had he never seen her? Was his neighbor holding her captive? The thought made him nauseous. Every time he heard her voice, he froze and his body tensed. The man felt like a coward for not doing anything. But what could he do? Call the police and report that he had heard an argument. They would probably tell him to mind his own business if he hadn't seen anything. After another week filled with anxiety and guilt, the man couldn't take it anymore. One Saturday morning he saw his neighbor outside watering his plants and decided he had to say something. He walked over to him, forcing a friendly smile. "Good morning," he said. "Just wanted to properly introduce myself. I'm Mark. I moved in here a while ago." The neighbor looked up, looking a bit startled. "Oh yeah, I'm David," he replied, not returning the smile. "Listen," Mark began, trying to sound casual. "This is a bit awkward, but I've heard screaming coming from your house a few times. I just wanted to make sure you and your wife were okay." David's face changed from neutral to puzzled, and then to annoyed. "My wife?" he asked sharply. "I'm not married. I've lived alone for years." Mark's blood ran cold. "Oh," he said, thinking furiously. "Sorry, I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice." "You must be mistaken," David replied dryly, turning back to his plants. "There's no woman here." Mark was sure David was lying. The terror in the woman's voice had been real. David was hiding someone. He had had enough. Mark went back into the house, his hands shaking, and called 911. He told the dispatcher everything he knew, about the cries for help, about how he had never seen a woman, and about how his neighbor had lied to his face, claiming he lived alone. Mark reported that he believed his neighbor may have kidnapped someone and was holding them against their will. Within 15 minutes, 2 police cars were parked in front of David's house. Mark watched through the blinds as the police officers knocked on his door, and agitated David answered the door, visibly annoyed by the unexpected visit. After a brief conversation, he reluctantly invited the officers inside. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched them methodically search the rooms, moving from window to window. Time stretched on agonizingly slowly. I wondered if they would lead out a tearful woman or David himself in handcuffs. After about 20 minutes, the officers emerged, followed to my astonishment by David, not only without handcuffs but laughing. One of the officers, spotting me on the porch, addressed me. "You called the police, sir?" Yes, that was me, I replied, feeling utterly bewildered. Did you find her? The officer sighed and suggested, We've located the source of the noise. Why don't you take a look for yourself? He gestured for me to come into David's yard. David, still chuckling, led us to the back patio. There, in a luxurious cage, sat a huge macaw, preening its vibrant blue and green feathers. The bird tilted its head, looked directly at me, and suddenly, perfectly mimicking a frightened female voice, screamed, Help! Somebody! Help me! I was dumbfounded. My jaw dropped. David, ceasing his laughter, explained, I adopted him from a shelter a couple of years ago. His previous owners had a tumultuous relationship. During arguments, the wife would often call for help. The parrot just picked it up. He's a master at copying her voice. At that moment, the parrot let out another blood-curdling cry for help, and I felt a mixture of relief and utter embarrassment. It turned out that for 2 weeks I had been living in a thriller of my own making, convinced that my neighbor was a monster. But the monster only existed in my imagination. The police officers, maintaining their professionalism, assured me that I had done the right thing by calling the police, and then departed. I apologized profusely to David, who merely waved it off. But even knowing it's just a bird, I still sometimes hear those cries. My heart can't help but clench, and I can't shake the thought of the real woman whose words are now eternally repeated by a parrot in a quiet suburban yard. When I turned 12, my family finally got our first dog. Max, a golden retriever mix, was adopted from a local shelter. He was about a year old, very friendly, and quickly won the hearts of all the family members. My room was on the second floor, and it was my personal space, small but cozy, with a window overlooking the yard. Every night Max slept at my feet, and I would fall asleep to the sound of his calm breathing. I felt safe, as if I had a personal bodyguard. However, a couple of years later, the situation changed. My parents had another daughter, a younger sister, and they decided to convert my room on the second floor into a nursery. I was moved to the basement. It wasn't really a room, but more of a utility space. The concrete walls, although painted white, were peeling in places, and the floor was covered with a thin carpet on cold cement. A small window near the ceiling let in meager daylight, so it was always dim, even during the day. The creaky staircase made a loud noise with every step, and the air was always filled with the smell of dampness, like old newspapers or wet earth. My parents tried to cheer me up, saying that posters and a lamp would help make the room cozier. I certainly wasn't thrilled, but at 14, arguing was pointless. The first night in the basement, I called Max to sleep with me, as usual. He followed me to the top step of the stairs, but when I started to descend, he stopped. His ears perked up, and he stared into the darkness below. I gently pulled him by the collar. Come on, buddy, time for bed. But he backed away, whimpering softly. Maybe he was afraid of the stairs, I thought. They were steep and narrow, so I picked him up and carried him down. As soon as I put him on the floor in the room, he ran to the door and started scratching it, whimpering louder than ever. It wasn't a playful whimper, but a cry of desperation, as if he was terrified. I tried to pet him, give him a treat, but nothing helped. He paced by the door, his eyes wide with fear, until I finally gave up and let him out. He immediately ran upstairs and fell asleep on the couch. This story repeated every night. Max flatly refused to go down to the basement. If I tried to force him, he would whimper and cry at the door until I gave up. My parents thought it was strange, but didn't think much of it. Dogs have their quirks, my father said. Maybe he just doesn't like the cold down there. But it started to bother me. Why was he acting like this? The basement was fine during the day, but at night it became very quiet. Too quiet. I would lie there listening to the house settle, the floorboards creaking upstairs, and sometimes, I don't know, I would hear faint scratching sounds from the walls, as if someone was quietly scraping their nails against the wood. I convinced myself it was mice or something like that. A couple of years later, the teenager got used to sleeping alone in the basement. At 16, the family decided to get another pet, as Max, their previous favorite, was getting older and losing his energy. That's how Buddy, a young Labrador radiating energy, came into their home. The teenager hoped that it would be different with the new friend, that he would keep him company downstairs, unlike Max. On the very first night, he took Buddy with him to the basement. At first, the dog behaved normally, sniffing around the space. But as soon as the door closed and the lights went out, he froze. The fur on his back stood up, and he stared at the far corner of the room, opposite the bed, where the walls converged in a shadow unreachable by the light of the lamp. Then came the bark, not a friendly one, but a deep, aggressive growl, interspersed with sharp yelps. His attention was riveted to the empty corner, as if something was present there. The teenager sitting on the bed felt his heart pounding in his chest. "Buddy, what's wrong?" he asked, but the dog didn't stop, continuing to stare into the void. His eyes were fixed on that spot, his ears pinned back, his teeth bared. Turning on the light, the young man saw only bare walls, a little dust on the carpet, and nothing more. No insects, no moving shadows. Buddy continued to bark for another 5 minutes until his owner opened the door and let him out. The dog shot up the stairs and never returned. The same story repeated with Buddy. He disliked the basement from day one. If they tried to force him to stay, he would whimper, scratch at the door, and bark at the same empty corner. It scared the teenager. What did the dog see that he didn't? Soon he began to notice other strange things. The temperature in the room would drop randomly. Reading in bed, he would suddenly feel the air become 10 degrees colder. Even in summer, goosebumps would run down his body. Sometimes the air felt heavy, as if someone was breathing with him. One night, he heard footsteps, not from above, but a soft shuffling on the carpet in his room. Half asleep, the teenager felt the footsteps approaching the bed. Sitting up abruptly, he turned on the light, but saw no one. The door was closed. There was no one in the room. His heart was pounding so hard that he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Checking the window, he made sure it was locked and too high for anyone to climb in. From then on, he started leaving the nightlight on. Then things started to move. First, small things. A phone left on the nightstand would end up on the floor, on the other side of the room. The zipper on the backpack, which he had definitely zipped up, was unzipped. The young man tried to convince himself of forgetfulness, but deep down he knew it wasn't true. One day he found scratches on the inside of the closet door, thin lines, as if from fingernails. There were only shelves and clothes in the closet. He couldn't have done it. Enna's the dog's reaction only made things worse. Even during the day when the teenager brought Buddy down to play, the dog would whine and pull toward the stairs. Max wouldn't even go near the top step anymore. Sometimes both dogs would start barking at the basement door upstairs, as if they could hear something that humans couldn't. The teenager started searching online for information about why dogs behaved this way. Some sites suggested they could sense mold or gas leaks that people didn't notice. He convinced his parents to check the basement. His father bought a carbon monoxide detector. Everything was fine. No visible mold or pests were found. But the strange occurrences continued. One night, the teenager heard whispering, faint murmurs, like a quiet voice with indecipherable words, were coming from that same empty corner. He froze under the covers, straining to listen. The whispering stopped as soon as he turned on the light. Sleep was out of the question. The scariest night happened about a month after Buddy arrived. The teenager was home alone. His parents had taken his sister to some family event. He tried to go to sleep early, but around midnight, the dogs upstairs started going crazy, barking, growling, and scratching at the basement door. When he went upstairs, he saw them staring down at the staircase, their fur standing on end. "What's wrong, guy?" he hissed. Just then, there was a loud thud from downstairs, like something heavy had fallen in his room. Grabbing a flashlight, the teenager went downstairs. The dogs refused to follow him. At first glance, the room looked fine. The door was closed, the bed was made, but the closet door was slightly ajar. He distinctly remembered closing it before. His heart was pounding. Pushing the door open, he saw a shoe on the floor, not his. An old, dirty, child-sized sneaker, covered in dust. Where had it come from? Picking it up, the teenager found a folded piece of paper inside. It was a drawing done in pencil, a crude picture of a house and a family, but one figure was furiously crossed out with a black marker. Terrified, he ran upstairs and locked the basement door. The dogs calmed down as soon as he came up. When his parents got home, they saw the shoe and the drawing. They were baffled. They guessed it was stuff left behind by the previous owners, hidden in the walls. The house was old, built in the 70s. His father inspected the closet and found an unattached panel in the back wall. Behind it was a small space, empty except for insulation and cobwebs. "Probably just some old junk that fell down there," he said. But why was it happening now? And why did the dogs hate the place so much? The panel was fixed, and the shoe was thrown away. Things quieted down after that. There were no more thuds or whispers, but the dogs still refused to go into the basement. The teenager left for college last year, and honestly, doesn't miss that basement room at all.
On that fateful night, as the threads of fate wove themselves into a sinister pattern, one of the friends had taken on the role of the designated driver, entrusted with safely getting the group home after a wild party. His companions were Michael, Eddie, and Daniela. Since their homes lay far from the bustle of the city, every trip to bars or entertainment venues meant a long drive. This made it absolutely essential that someone remain sober enough to drive. Their route followed Highway 513, a dark, largely deserted road, interrupted only occasionally by solitary buildings and otherwise flanked by endless stretches of dense forest. It was the only way into the city, where nightlife thrived and most entertainment venues were located. It was on the return journey from that very city that events unfolded which would be forever seared into their memories. Suddenly, overwhelmed by an urgent need, Daniela began tearfully begging them to stop. The driver tried to calm her, explaining they'd have to wait a little longer, but he, too, was growing nervous. Combined with Daniela's drunken cries, this prompted a simple thought: why not just pull over and find privacy in the nearby woods? Without hesitation, Daniela was the first to leap from the car, vanishing instantly into the thick underbrush on one side of the road. Preferring complete solitude himself, the driver crossed to the opposite side and stepped a short distance into the forest's shadow. He finished quickly and returned to the car first. Inside, Michael and Eddie, still riding the high of the evening, were carelessly singing along to loud music blaring from the radio. The driver, however, sat in anxious silence, his impatience mounting by the minute. His two inebriated friends seemed utterly oblivious to Daniela's absence. She had now been gone for at least 5 minutes. This delay forced him back out of the car to call her name. Michael's voice boomed far louder than the driver's, making it seem impossible that Daniela hadn't heard him, but there was no reply. Though deeply reluctant to venture into the ominous thicket alone, the driver's sense of duty, as a friend and the most level-headed of the group, prevailed. Gripped by an inexplicable fear of going solo, he persuaded Michael to join him. Eddie remained in the car, far too drunk to be of any use. Armed with a flashlight from the glove compartment, the driver and Michael began pushing through the dense, tangled undergrowth, every rustle sounding like a dire omen. Their only possible path led straight away from the car, deeper into the unknown. Michael, still in high spirits, kept calling Daniela's name, laughing cheerfully. The driver understood why it seemed funny to Michael, but all he wanted was to ensure their friend was safe and get home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, cutting through the sounds of their footsteps, crunching leaves, and Michael's loud laughter, the driver heard something else, something deeply unsettling, very close by. He instantly shot out his arm, pressing it against Michael's chest to stop him. In the sudden silence, only a faint night breeze stirred the underbrush. "What was that?" Michael whispered, barely audible. The driver hissed, "Shoo," demanding complete silence. After a tense, breathless pause, Michael called Daniela's name again. The driver joined in, trying to convince himself it was just her playing a prank, sneaking up to scare them in the dark. After their shouts, the footsteps stopped once more, prompting them to push a little deeper into the mysterious thicket. That's when they unexpectedly emerged onto a narrow clearing. The driver knew little about farming or crops, but this spot seemed more like a narrow, man-made trail, perhaps just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. He slowly swept the flashlight beam across the area, first left, then right, straining to pierce the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, 3 distinct footsteps reached his ears, then several plants parted as someone stepped into the opening. At first, the flashlight illuminated only the newcomer's legs. Given the situation, the driver assumed it was Michael. But as the light rose, he realized with horror that it wasn't Michael at all, it was a complete stranger he'd never seen before. The man's features were too indistinct to describe clearly, but one thing was certain, he did not look friendly. Overwhelmed by sudden, all-consuming terror, the driver bolted back in the only direction he remembered. He ran so fast he estimated it took him only about 10 seconds to reach the car. Eddie was asleep inside, deeply unconscious, rendering any hope of help from him useless. The driver began honking the horn desperately, trying to get Michael's attention, and, deep down, hoping Daniela would hear it too. The sight of that stranger had shaken him to his core. He didn't know if the man owned the land or not, but his presence was undeniably menacing. He kept honking until finally, Michael burst from the underbrush, dragging Daniela behind him. She appeared unconscious. The driver rushed to help lift her into the car. That's when Michael pointed to a terrible wound on her forehead, as if she'd been struck by a heavy, sharp object. The shock and horror of the situation seemed to sober Michael quickly. He urgently told the driver to head straight to the nearest hospital, just 10 minutes away. The drive was filled with panic and desperate cries. The atmosphere inside the car was unbearably tense. They rushed Daniela to the emergency room for immediate treatment. Only at the hospital did Michael explain to the nurses, but notably not to the driver, that he'd seen the man dragging Daniela's lifeless, unconscious body before vanishing deeper into the brush upon spotting him. He hadn't mentioned it in the car, but now this horrifying revelation made chilling sense. The man they'd encountered in the thicket that night was the perpetrator of the attack. Daniela regained consciousness after her wound was stitched, but, tragically, she remembered nothing from the moment they arrived at the party until the terrifying blow to her head. Silent terror on the night road. According to the glowing green digits on the car's dashboard, it was 017. The driver, returning home after a night shift at the pharmacy, remembered that moment clearly. Driving on the highway at such a late hour carried special dangers. Poor lighting, sparse traffic, and frequent deer crossings created a high risk of sudden collisions, often too late to avoid if an animal appeared directly in the car's path. So the driver always kept a moderate speed, never exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. As the road curved gently to the left, a distinct line of reflective lights appeared on the horizon. It soon became clear they were reflective strips on a row of traffic cones, with a faint blue light flickering in the distance. Ahead, the reflective material of a safety vest was visible. So puzzled was the driver by the scene that he didn't immediately realize he needed to brake. Only at the last second did he slam on the brakes, tires screeching, as the man in the vest began approaching the car. The man advanced with arms outstretched, waving them in what seemed like a signal not to move the vehicle. As he drew closer, the driver could make out what looked like a police uniform beneath the vest. The man tapped his index finger's knuckle on the driver's window, a clear demand to roll it down. When the window lowered, the driver got a better look at the man's face. He was black, about 6 feet tall, lean, with light stubble and an earring in his left ear, around 25 years old. He spoke in an unusually low, non-authoritative voice, which struck the driver as odd for an officer. "License and vehicle registration, please," he said. The driver froze for a moment, confused, wondering if he'd committed some violation, though he was certain he hadn't been speeding. The man fell silent too, glancing briefly to the left before meeting the driver's eyes again. "Sir, this is a sobriety checkpoint," he repeated in the same uncommanding tone. The driver asked why he needed to provide documents if he wasn't under suspicion. In response, the man stepped back and ordered him out of the car for testing. The driver immediately opened the door and stepped out. It was now obvious the supposed officer was significantly taller than him. From his vest pocket, the man pulled out a roll of tape and unspooled about 15 feet of it onto the ground. He instructed the driver to stand at the start, extend his arms, and walk a straight line. The driver performed the task easily, but the man stood uncomfortably close behind him the entire time. At the end of the tape, the driver got a clearer look at the flashing blue light. It wasn't coming from a police cruiser, but from an old, small sedan. He turned to the man and asked to see his badge. The man simply stared back with a completely blank expression. In that moment, realization dawned and the driver's heart clenched. This man was not a police officer. Then the man mumbled something unintelligible at first, but as he moved toward his car, the driver thought he said, "I'll get it in a sec." He leaned into his vehicle, reaching for something. Seizing the distraction, the driver sprinted back to his own car. The man raised a gun the instant the engine started. Needless to say, the driver floored the accelerator and the car surged forward, scattering traffic cones in its wake. He saw the pursuer's headlights switch on, but by then his own car was already hundreds of feet ahead. He was now doing over 95 kilometers per hour, leaving the other driver no chance of catching up. At the next exit, he turned off, and as soon as street lights appeared, he switched off his own headlights to avoid drawing attention on the way home. His only regret was not having a dashcam to record the incident. He was certain it would have made national news. Another driver, traveling from Maine to upstate New York, looked forward to a week with family. His journey began right after work, around 5:30 p.m., so he didn't expect to arrive before 1 a.m. The top of his Jeep Wrangler was off, letting him fully enjoy the warm night air. Somewhere in Vermont, long after night had fallen, a low fuel warning light flashed on the dashboard, accompanied by an alert sound. Unfortunately, the fuel gauge was faulty, making it impossible to know exactly how much gasoline remained. His brother, who'd driven the Jeep the day before, claimed he'd filled it to the brim, but clearly, he'd either been mistaken or deliberately misleading, as the driver hadn't used nearly a full tank. Just then, a blue road sign appeared ahead. One panel displayed a gas station symbol, prompting the driver to exit the highway onto a deserted road he assumed would lead to a town. But his hopes were quickly dashed. The Jeep began sputtering and lurching, emitting strange, ominous noises. Within seconds, acceleration failed and the engine died helplessly. He couldn't believe it, but the truth was undeniable: he was out of gas. He jumped out and immediately called roadside assistance, giving his exact location. He was told help wouldn't arrive for at least 20 minutes. Grateful for the prompt response but frustrated by the seemingly endless wait, he spent about 15 minutes slowly circling his Jeep, checking his phone, texting friends about his predicament, and scrolling through social media. Absolute silence surrounded him, no distant traffic, no passing cars, just the chirping of crickets and other nocturnal forest creatures. Then he heard movement in the woods. The footsteps sounded heavy, leading him to suspect a deer, or possibly a bear, given this was known bear territory. He walked toward the passenger side of the Jeep, where the forest was thickest and the sounds originated. He hoped to see a deer or some other harmless creature. Suddenly, 2 dull claps echoed, like someone clapping their hands. He crept closer to listen again. This time, 3 claps. He shouted into the woods, oddly hoping for a response, but the clapping didn't resume. He just stood there, waiting for something to happen, but only ringing silence answered him. He returned to his Jeep and waited. Soon, footsteps approached again, from the forest, straight toward him, then stopped abruptly. He peered out and saw a head peeking from behind a tree directly in front of him. It looked almost lifeless. The eyes were so devoid of expression he couldn't even tell if they were looking at him. He was so absorbed by these chilling details that he didn't even think to scream. He hurriedly rolled up both windows and switched off the headlights. But the Jeep offered no real sense of safety, the top was completely removed. Without headlights, he was swallowed by pitch blackness. He couldn't see an inch ahead, yet was surrounded by countless night sounds from the forest. He huddled under the dashboard, doors locked, but still felt utterly exposed to the outside world, praying he wouldn't hear sudden noises like footsteps. Yet a cold shiver shot down his spine when he heard someone yank the car door handle sharply. He desperately tried not to move or make a sound. He expected furious pounding on the glass or at least a hand reaching through the open space where the top had been removed, trying to unlock the door. He felt so helpless it was beyond absurd. Suddenly, as if from nowhere, a hand grabbed him violently from behind. In that instant, he completely lost control of himself, letting out a piercing, almost animal-like cry. Yet, to his immense relief, the hand gripping his shirt suddenly released its hold, and at that very moment, the space around him began to fill with a bright light. The distant rumble of an approaching truck engine sounded to him like the most welcome and salvific symphony he had ever heard. He hastily scrambled to his feet and turned to see the headlights of a roadside assistance vehicle, a beacon of salvation. But the figure who had just terrified him to his very core had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the darkness. Without wasting a second, he leapt out of his car and rushed toward the man who had stepped out of the truck, a tall man in his 40s. He was nearly sobbing, struggling to recount the horror he had just endured, gasping for breath between every sentence. There was something inherently calming and reassuring in the man's manner and very presence. The rescuers swiftly refueled his car, and shortly afterward, they parted ways. Although that man's aura had offered him the solace he so desperately needed in that terrifying moment, the memories of what happened that night continue to haunt him. The image of that lifeless face peering out from behind the tree remains indelibly etched in his mind, a relentless reminder of the terror he experienced. In the prestigious Darien School District, nestled in the picturesque state of Connecticut, every student enjoyed unfettered access to high-quality secondary education. For these young minds, boundless horizons of knowledge unfolded, reaching far beyond the confines of ordinary classrooms. This affluent region, renowned for its wealth, generously bestowed upon its students numerous opportunities for educational trips and excursions that enriched their academic experience. One such student, an active member of the school choir, embarked annually on thrilling journeys that gradually became an integral part of his personal and intellectual growth. By his sophomore year of high school, fate brought him and his classmates to the scenic Woodloch Pines Resort, nestled amid the tranquil landscapes of Pennsylvania. The bus ride to this secluded retreat took several hours, filled with eager anticipation. The protagonist of our story, accompanied by his loyal friend Landon, looked forward to the adventure ahead, especially since they were sharing a room, promising countless memorable moments. Upon arrival, however, the travelers immediately sensed an unusual emptiness, as if the place lacked its usual bustle and human presence. This, though, had a logical explanation. It was November, and the crisp air unmistakably heralded the approaching winter, deterring most vacationers. The 3-day trip was supervised by 4 adult chaperones, though their oversight wasn't all-encompassing. students merely had to inform them of their leisure plans, granting a degree of freedom. The first day passed swiftly, filled with carefree fun. The protagonist and Landon, joined by two female friends, raced go-karts, scaled the climbing wall, cooled off in the pool, and later dined to replenish their energy. After dinner, they returned to their room to rest. Not all students were fortunate enough to have rooms near each other. Theirs was on the ground floor, offering a mesmerizing view of a lake glistening beneath a hill, visible through a transparent sliding glass door. Later that evening, they took another stroll, soaking in the night's atmosphere, and returned to their room around 10 p.m. The blinds remained open, allowing moonlight to cast an ethereal reflection on the water's surface. Little did they know this idyllic moment would foreshadow a true nightmare. They likely tossed and turned in bed for about an hour, whispering occasionally to break the silence. Then, in an instant, Landon, whose bed was closer to the door, let out a piercing scream that shattered the night. The protagonist couldn't tell if it was real or another one of Landon's pranks. But when he turned toward the door, what he saw resembled a scene straight out of a horror film. Standing there was an unnaturally tall, emaciated old woman with long, silver hair swirling around her pale face. Her hands pressed against the glass near her face, as if straining to examine every detail inside the room. Then, just as suddenly, she vanished into the night. Shaken, Landon looked at his friend, seemingly expecting him to be the first to muster courage and chase after her, hoping to unravel the eerie mystery. When both finally overcame their fear and stepped outside, the woman was nowhere to be seen. The concrete walkway running alongside the building stood completely empty, not a soul on the surrounding grass or descending the hill, deepening the sense of supernatural disappearance. Yet both friends had clearly seen her. This was no figment of their imagination, but a chilling reality. The next day, they chose not to report the incident to their chaperones but confided in their two friends, seeking comfort and validation. That evening, after another full day of activities, they re-entered their room through the back door and made sure the blinds were tightly shut, seeking a sense of safety. Landon fell asleep first, his friend followed about half an hour later, slipping into a restless slumber. He was jolted awake by an unnatural, ominous silence. He couldn't pinpoint what had roused him. Only an overwhelming sense of dread permeated his entire being. Sitting up, he whispered Landon's name, seeking reassurance. Receiving no reply, and driven by inexplicable curiosity, he turned left toward his friend's bed, but something massive blocked his view. Looking up, he froze in terror. The same gaunt old woman loomed over his bed like a sinister statue. She took 2 steps back and spoke softly but clearly, "Your back door wasn't locked," before turning and disappearing into the night. Paralyzed with fear, he finally roused Landon and stammered out what had happened. With trembling hands, they locked the back door, closed the blinds once more, and resolved to stay awake until dawn, only about 4 hours away. By 8 a.m., they headed to breakfast, trying to distract themselves from the horror. But upon returning to their building, they encountered something even more disturbing. Through the window of the adjacent room sat the very same woman. She was perched on a bed, arms crossed, facing the door and them, as if awaiting their arrival, her gaze piercing and terrifying. Without hesitation, they rushed to the lobby's front desk to alert the staff rather than their chaperones, feeling it was the right course of action. Strangely, none of them knew quite how to handle such an unsettling situation. Eventually, they persuaded the staff to accompany them to the woman's room. There, they found her in the same position and an elderly man sitting on the other bed, watching them with an equally unnerving stare. Clearly, the woman struggled with mental health issues, but the man seemed equally disturbed. There was something deeply unsettling about him. Neither belonged at a family resort. Their presence felt profoundly wrong. Yet the staff didn't evict them as the boys had hoped. So they finally reported everything to their chaperones. After lengthy discussions between staff and supervisors, the trip was cut short, and everyone returned home early. The boys were simply relieved to leave that place behind. Years earlier, in 4th grade, the same student had gone on a class field trip to a small rural zoo about an hour from school. He vividly recalls it was an overcast day with occasional raindrops, lending the outing a peculiar mood. The zoo was modest, designed for children, with interactive and educational exhibits. It housed mostly small, non-exotic animals, nothing too intimidating. A large building on the grounds displayed taxidermied animals and other curiosities, though many details have since faded from memory. In elementary and middle school, he later admitted he was somewhat eccentric, prone to unusual behavior that didn't go unnoticed by teachers or his mother. During the group tour of the exhibit building, for reasons he can't explain, he slipped into a restroom without telling anyone. After washing his hands, he stepped back into the hallway only to find it deserted. Boldly, he ventured down an unfamiliar corridor. He still remembers the dim, twilight-like lighting and the burgundy carpeting. His 8-year-old imagination ran wild as he gazed at the lifeless, frozen animal mounts once alive, now trapped behind glass cases. Then he froze. A strange man was crouched behind a stack of folded chairs. The boy even thought the man might be joking. But the stranger emerged, approached him, and asked where his group was. The child replied he didn't know. Suddenly, the man grabbed his wrist and ordered him to follow, presumably, the boy assumed, to reunite him with his class. Instead, the man led him to an emergency exit at the back of the building, opening onto an area with dumpsters, benches, and dense forest. Outside, the man's grip grew aggressive, his fingers digging painfully into the boy's arm as he dragged him toward the woods. The child didn't scream, but he remembers the visceral terror churning in his stomach, so intense he felt he might vomit. Suddenly, a sharp female scream pierced the air. It was one of the chaperoning teachers, standing on the other side of a fence. The man loosened his grip and vanished into the trees. Moments later, several teachers burst through the emergency door, pulling the boy back inside. They scolded and consoled him simultaneously, then immediately contacted his parents. The trip was officially cancelled. Authorities were called at once. As the bus pulled away from the parking lot, the boy's sharp 8-year-old eyes spotted the man again, hiding in the woods by the roadside, peering from behind a tree branch, watching the departing buses. For some inexplicable reason, he said nothing. Perhaps he was too shy or too shocked to speak. The other children eyed him strangely all the way home. He didn't care, but he sincerely hopes that man never succeeded in carrying out his sinister plan to abduct an unsuspecting child like he once was. Later, in high school, he took a course best described as Mysteries in Mythology, though the exact title escapes him. It focused on real, unsolved enigmas, a subject that always fascinated him. He took the class with his steadfast friend, whom we'll call Ben. Their instructor organized a field trip to a nearby abandoned village with a murky history. Built in the early 1900s, it appeared to have been hastily deserted soon after completion. The bus ride took about 20 minutes. As they approached along a suspicious, half-collapsed road winding through thick forest, students pressed against the windows. The path eventually opened onto a large clearing. They had arrived. Stepping off the bus, they stood on a road where green grass boldly sprouted through cracks. The surrounding field rose nearly to their knees. Soon, buildings emerged, imposing, archaic brick structures with boarded-up windows, exuding a sinister, oppressive aura. The teacher gathered the 20 students, counted them carefully, and led them forward. The goal was to apply classroom skills to uncover why the village had been abandoned so long ago. Some buildings gaped with holes serving as makeshift entrances, others had pits dug beside them, clearly dug to access basements, a deeply unsettling sight. But one structure stood out, taller than the rest, it radiated mystery. While the teacher guided the group toward the village church, Ben and his friend quietly broke away, seeking something extraordinary. Heading toward the tallest building, they found a depression in the earth near its rear, tightly boarded door. Inside the pit lay a ladder descending to a concrete floor. They exchanged glances and silently agreed to investigate. Ben went first, followed by his friend. Fortunately, this was around the time Apple introduced the flashlight feature on iPhones, giving them a reliable light source. Inside, the atmosphere was ominous. Empty beer bottles littered the floor, graffiti marred one wall, and dusty wooden planks were scattered everywhere. In a corner, they discovered an old wooden ladder leading upward into pitch blackness, the upper level's windows and doorways all tightly sealed. They'd come this far, so they decided to climb. Ben's friend went first, each creak of the ancient wood making him fear he'd plunge through the steps. Ben followed. The upper floor was extremely cramped, with numerous openings leading to small rooms. It was so dark they couldn't tell it was daytime outside. Their anxiety mounted, and they openly admitted their fear, deciding to leave immediately. But their plans were thwarted in that very moment, because from one of the narrow, unassuming rooms came a deafening, hollow thud, as if a massive boulder had crashed onto solid concrete. Under normal circumstances, their natural instinct would have been to bolt in blind panic, but both boys, as if frozen by some invisible force, stood rooted to the spot. Their eyes locked for a brief, tense moment, after which, driven by inexplicable curiosity, they tiptoed simultaneously toward the dark doorway of the room. The instant their flashlight beams pierced the gloom within, they grasped the full danger of the situation and fled without hesitation. Rushing down the rickety staircase, they hurriedly climbed a rusty metal structure leading outside, finally bursting into the open air. Once they'd caught their breath, they rejoined the main group, which had continued on its way. Despite their terror, the boys made a conscious decision to remain silent about what had happened, fearing trouble or disapproval from the adults. Yet one of their classmates, noticing their disheveled appearance and labored breathing, couldn't help but ask what had caused such obvious agitation. Yielding to their friend's curiosity, they confessed their reckless intrusion into one of the abandoned buildings. They described how, shining their flashlight into an interior room, they'd spotted 3 young people standing about 3 meters from the doorway, their faces turned directly toward Ben and his companion, arranged in an unnaturally odd formation as if they'd been waiting specifically for their arrival. As the group moved on, the boys' attention was involuntarily drawn once more to the tall, imposing building they'd dared to enter. Just before departure, casting a final glance at its grim facades, they clearly saw a face in one of the upper floor windows, the only one not boarded up. They never summoned the courage to tell their teacher what they'd experienced, deterred by a well-founded fear of disciplinary consequences. What had happened left them deeply unsettled, and they couldn't quite determine what or who they had actually seen. Were they merely homeless people seeking shelter among the ruins? Or members of some gang hiding from prying eyes? Ben, however, proposed a far more disturbing theory, one that especially frightened his friend. He insisted they'd encountered the ghosts of long-dead residents of that forsaken town. Yet regardless of all speculation, it was the image of those 3 figures eerily motionless in the doorway, staring intently at them the moment they peered inside, that continued to haunt one of the boys' minds, refusing to fade. Deep down, he harbored a quiet resolve to return someday to that abandoned village, not so much out of curiosity, but driven by a desire to finally disprove Ben's ominous hypothesis once and for all. When people head out hunting, they often find themselves deep in the woods, far from civilization and other human beings. It seems like the perfect setting for a chilling tale, doesn't it? The following 3 stories, allegedly based on real events, illustrate just how badly a hunting trip can go wrong. Here's the first story. The protagonist had been passionate about hunting ever since his father began taking him on weekend hunting trips. He decided to pass on this tradition to his own son. At the time of the events described, his son Peter was 10 years old. The father felt this was the right age to introduce him to the world of hunting. He armed both himself and Peter with Remington Model 798 bolt-action rifles, but carried his son's rifle himself until they reached an area where game was usually abundant. They could have used a hunting blind hidden deep in the forest, but the father decided that wouldn't be ideal for a first experience. As soon as they took up position, he handed Peter his rifle. He'd already taught him the basics of firearm safety, so he hadn't brought him unprepared. He opted to stay in one spot this first time, thinking it would be easier for his son, they could move on to more advanced hunting techniques later. But the wait dragged on longer than usual. The father noticed Peter growing bored, yawning and sighing, which frustrated him. He didn't want his son to think hunting was dull, so he gathered their gear and announced they'd move to a different location. Peter seemed to perk up a little at the prospect, which pleased his father. As soon as they started walking, the father heard footsteps. He silently placed a hand in front of Peter and gestured for him to raise his rifle. Peter obeyed eagerly, but then the father spotted a figure peeking out from behind a distant tree. He immediately lowered his son's rifle, feeling both disappointed and relieved that Peter hadn't fired. With a quick, slightly apologetic wave, he acknowledged the stranger, who then vanished behind the tree. Was it another hunter? The father couldn't tell. But there was something unsettling about the man even from afar. He couldn't quite put his finger on what bothered him, but encountering anyone in such a remote area was unusual, and this person didn't look like a hunter. As a precaution, he steered Peter in a different direction. Still, no deer appeared. Predictably, Peter asked who the stranger might have been. His father admitted he didn't know and advised they keep their distance. He didn't want to lie to his son. A few minutes later, Peter complained of hunger. His father was hungry too, so they stopped to eat. He was deeply disappointed that nothing had happened so far. During their meal, he heard footsteps again. Peter heard them too and instantly raised his rifle, aiming in that direction. The father's heart raced as he spotted the same stranger peering from behind another tree. Once more, he lowered Peter's rifle and noticed his son now seemed uneasy, just as he himself felt. He told Peter to wait while he went to confront the stranger, mentally steeling himself for the encounter. About halfway there, he stopped and thought, "What the hell am I doing? My son is back there." He turned and rushed back to Peter, telling him it was time to leave. If you were alone in the woods with your child and sensed you were being watched, you'd likely want to get out fast too. They didn't run, just headed straight back toward the road. The father kept expecting the snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves behind them. When it finally came, he shoved Peter forward, spun around angrily, and marched toward the stranger, who was again peeking from behind a tree. At about 10 meters away, he saw the man disappear behind the trunk once more, followed by a dull thud, as if something heavy had hit the ground. Gripping his loaded rifle, the father cautiously approached the tree. He didn't utter a word, not even knowing why, and simply crept forward slowly. When he reached the tree, it felt as though the entire world collapsed, or rather, ceased to exist. All his attention focused on the head lying face down on the ground. There was no body, just a severed head. He didn't even look around the tree to see who might have left it there. He dropped everything and sprinted back to Peter, shouting for him to run. They made it safely home within 5 minutes, and the father was certain no one had followed them. Still, he didn't sleep all night, guarding his family. The next day, his wife told him 2 local hunters had gone missing. That's when he called the police. 4 months afterward, he remained extremely cautious before taking his son hunting again. He's still baffled by how that man managed to kill 2 hunters, men who were surely armed. Since then, he has resumed hunting with his son. This next story blends youthful adventure with hunting misadventures that befell the narrator in his early 20s. He was just 21 when he joined his friends Anthony, Christian, Tom, and Tom's girlfriend Diana on a hiking and moose hunting trip to a Colorado state park. The group brought 2 spacious tents, warm sleeping bags, 2 days' worth of food, and, of course, hunting rifles. The narrator carried a standard hunting rifle, its brand long forgotten, lent to him by Anthony. He admitted to mixed feelings about the hunt. The idea of taking the life of a creature driven by the same will to live, all for the sake of questionable entertainment, didn't sit well with him. But this was Anthony's 5th invitation, and he felt obliged to accept. En route, about halfway to their destination, he resolved not to shoot any animals. Upon arriving at camp, Anthony, who had been driving, carefully parked the car, and the group immediately began unloading their gear. After hiking about 1.5 miles into the dense forest, they found a suitable spot and set up camp. Once settled, everyone instinctively followed Anthony, who proudly shared his extensive hunting knowledge, showing off his skills with evident seriousness. The narrator longed to crack an ironic joke about the whole affair, but everyone else was completely earnest. He tried teasing Anthony, asking if he should stay quiet so as not to scare off game. Anthony snapped, and the narrator instantly realized hunting wasn't just a pastime for him, it was a solemn pursuit. From then on, he decided to stay out of it. That period of calm, however, proved short-lived. During the hunt, the group unexpectedly encountered 3 burly, unkempt men with long, greasy hair. They looked like descendants of some inbred, isolated clan living deep in the wilderness. As they passed, the men gave odd, jerky nods, perhaps a form of greeting. The group was genuinely frightened. It might sound exaggerated, but the situation felt ominous. They were far from camp, which itself was completely empty, and these strangers radiated the aura of dangerous outcasts. Thankfully, the men didn't follow them, allowing the group to continue without further incident. In the end, Anthony managed to shoot a deer, though they never saw a moose. They dragged the carcass back to camp, where it became their dinner. Anthony and Tom handled the messy task of skinning and gutting the animal, while the narrator avoided watching, stealing only quick glances. Anthony expertly prepared venison burgers, complete with buns and all the fixings. Though the narrator disapproved of hunting as sport, he was genuinely impressed by Anthony's cooking. As night fell, everyone turned in, leaving the campfire burning outside. The narrator struggled to get comfortable in his sleeping bag. Anthony and Christian seemed to fall asleep instantly. While he tossed and turned for at least 2 hours, he'd always found sleeping bags uncomfortable. Just as he was about to get up and step outside the tent, he heard footsteps. He opened his mouth to call out to Tom or Diana, but then a chilling thought struck him: what if it wasn't them? Pretending to sleep, he held his breath and listened. Suddenly, the tent zipper opened. He turned his head slightly, still feigning sleep. After a brief pause, the zipper closed again. Once the footsteps faded, he realized they were heading toward Tom and Diana's tent. He assumed it was them, probably checking if everyone was asleep so they could be alone. Deciding to play a prank, he waited about 5 minutes before slipping out of his tent and creeping toward theirs. But then he noticed their zipper was still open. That's strange, he thought. As he drew closer, intending to scare them, he instead saw 2 men doing something horrific to Diana. He screamed, mostly out of terror, but also to wake the others. Anthony and Christian burst from their tent, rifles in hand. When the 2 attackers fled, the narrator recognized them. Instantly, they were the same strangers from earlier. Tom and Anthony fired shots into the air to scare them off. But then something even more terrifying happened. After the shots, everyone turned in horror to see dozens of men emerging from the bushes and from behind trees, where they'd been hiding all along. They tried to rouse Tom and Diana, but the couple seemed drugged. They had no choice but to wait until they regained consciousness, which took about half an hour. Their escape through the dark forest back to the car remains one of the most terrifying experiences of the narrator's life. No one knows who those men were, perhaps members of an isolated, inbred family, or even cannibals. It's unclear what they intended to do to Tom and Diana, but everyone was just grateful to have escaped alive. The final incident, still vivid in the narrator's memory, occurred during a night hunt. An avid hunter with 10 years of experience, he was sitting in his tree stand on forested land adjacent to his property. Equipped with a night vision scope, he was waiting for wild boars, but instead witnessed a horrifying scene. Though it sounds unbelievable, he swears the story is true, considering himself a lucky witness to something truly dreadful. While waiting, he noticed movement below. But instead of an animal, he saw a man dressed entirely in black track pants, boots, and a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up. Most alarming of all, the stranger was dragging a heavy sack. The hunter's heart pounded. He feared he was witnessing someone disposing of a body. Suddenly, the man stopped and, to the hunter's horror, looked directly up toward the tree stand. Terrified, the hunter ducked behind the wooden walls of his blind. Despite having his rifle, the thought of using it on a human filled him with dread. He stayed low, praying not to be seen, even though, in the pitch-black darkness, that seemed unlikely. Tense moments dragged on as he held his breath, waiting for the stranger's footsteps to fade. Instead, he heard approaching steps climbing the wooden ladder of his stand. Each footfall sent vibrations through the structure. In his mind, a single question echoed like a drumbeat: can I shoot a person? Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, the intruder never reached the top. The hunter heard him jump back to the ground and, judging by the sounds, dragged the heavy sack away. Paralyzed with fear, he remained motionless for at least 10 minutes before daring to peek out. Convinced the threat had passed, he resolved to return home immediately and call the police. Descending the stand, he carelessly switched on his flashlight, a reckless move he later regretted. He began running toward his house but hadn't gone 10 seconds when he heard swift footsteps crunching through fallen leaves behind him. He turned and came face to face with his pursuer, now just centimeters away. Reacting instantly, he spun and shot the man in the shoulder. The attacker let out a piercing scream of pain, and the hunter seized the momentary pause to sprint toward his home. He now realizes he should have tried to detain the criminal, but the chance was lost. 15 minutes later, police arrived and accompanied him back into the woods. There, among the trees, they found a clear blood trail leading first to the sack containing a body and then to the wounded suspect, who had tried to hide beneath a fallen log. It turned out the man was the murderer of Genkwan Sakakani, owner of a local Japanese shop. While the full details of the crime remain unexplained in this account, the hunter is certain the experience is forever seared into his memory and he'll retell this astonishing story for the rest of his life.
Autumn was setting in, and nature was already preparing for its winter slumber when a traveler decided to embark on a spontaneous hike. It was an impulsive urge to make one last foray into the northern Minnesota woods before winter arrived, and everything plunged into a months-long dormancy. He had been to these forests countless times, living only a couple of hours south, and the place had long become his favorite refuge for hiking and weekend getaways. He chose a small, secluded lake for this trip. What was particularly appealing about Minnesota was its reputation as the land of 10,000 lakes, especially in the northern region, often allowing one to discover small bodies of water completely devoid of other people. Having such a lake entirely to himself always seemed like the greatest pleasure. This was why, upon discovering this particular spot several years ago, he had made it his regular camping retreat. The first 3 days of this hike passed completely without incident. Time goes, nothing happened. He simply enjoyed relaxing in his tent, relishing the empty lake that was entirely at his disposal. He spent his days wandering through the forest, swimming in the cool water, and immersing himself in the silence and peace. The traveler felt completely safe and noticed nothing that would cause him to feel otherwise. However, on the 4th day, waking at dawn and stepping out of his tent, he discovered scattered footprints all around his campsite. They weren't just around, but some led directly to the entrance of his tent. These tracks hadn't been there before, and they clearly didn't belong to him. The imprints were left by heavy boots, which he didn't own, and they had obviously appeared while he slept. An intense feeling of discomfort instantly washed over him, the realization that he had had a visitor in the middle of the night. He spent that entire morning inspecting the area, both in the forest and around the lake, searching for any other signs of someone's presence. But he found nothing. He wasn't so much bothered by the mere fact that someone else had come to this place. What troubled him was that this person had appeared in the middle of the night and wandered all over the area where he was clearly camped. They even approached his tent, which was just incredibly creepy, and then this person simply vanished, without a trace, without even setting up camp here. It simply didn't make sense. For the rest of the day, the traveler remained vigilant. The thought of leaving crossed his mind, but the last thing he wanted was to cut short his final trip of the year. And he saw no signs that whoever it was, they were still nearby. It seemed this person had truly just appeared and then left. Perhaps they had hoped the spot would be empty and didn't want to share the lake with anyone else. Overall, the day passed quite slowly. He stayed in camp, not doing much. As the sun set, he sat by the campfire, waiting until he felt tired. He had mostly calmed down about the situation. He still found it strange and almost inexplicable, but continuing to think about it would only upset him more, and he wouldn't get any answers anyway. The night was quite quiet. The sound of the lake water, the crackling fire, and the rustling wind kept him from fully relaxing. He settled into his chair and leaned back, cozy in his winter jacket. His eyes began to feel heavy, but he didn't want to get up, so he just allowed himself to doze off in the chair. He says, doze off because he doesn't think he actually fell completely asleep. His eyes were closed and all, but he still believes he was mostly conscious. And then he heard it, a voice calling his name. His eyes snapped open, and he froze for a moment. He sharply turned his head in all directions. The forest was silent, and everything seemed as it was before. His eyes were still wide open, and his heart pounded wildly. He couldn't tell if it was just a brief dream or something similar, or if he had actually heard someone call his name. It seemed so ridiculous and impossible that it couldn't be true, but it felt so real. After a minute, he called out hello and listened as his voice echoed through the forest with no reply. He thought it was just a brief dream, or perhaps one of those sleep paralysis-type hallucinations due to his half-asleep state. That's how he tried to reassure himself. His heart, which had pounded so wildly, had still woken him up, and that feeling of unease still lingered. He couldn't shake it. He must have sat there for another half-hour until he felt his eyes grow a little heavy again. But this time, before he even closed his eyes or was close to falling asleep, he heard it again, a voice calling his name from the darkness of the forest. A voice he didn't recognize, but the way it spoke his name was as if it were asking for help or wanted him to come out there. He stood up and stared into the forest. The voice called his name again. It didn't seem too far away. He was clearly disoriented. How did this random person in the woods know his name? And what were they doing out there in the dark? He took a few steps towards the trees and the edge of the light, then reluctantly called out, "Hello again." There was a 15-second silence before a response came. The person called his name for the fourth time. Clearly, something was wrong. Their persistent attempts to lure him into the forest, where impenetrable darkness reigned, raised serious concerns. Under no circumstances was he going to succumb to that call, despite all his curiosity and desire for answers. The man took a few steps back and began to pack his belongings. This process wasn't quick, as he had to constantly stop, listen, and survey the surroundings. Additionally, the campfire had already turned to glowing embers, making packing in the dark significantly more difficult. However, the feeling that time was running out only intensified. The voice grew closer as the campfire light faded, and several times footsteps crunched on leaves quite nearby. Whoever was out there, they clearly knew what they were doing, and it was terrifying. When all his belongings were finally packed, the man slung his backpack on and took out his flashlight. He hesitated whether to turn it on, but decided it would be better to keep it off and try to blend into the forest, allowing the darkness to provide sufficient cover for retreat and to prevent pursuit. So the flashlight remained off, and the man quickly hurried in the direction opposite to the voice. The man called his name again as he was moving away, and he only looked back once he was a significant distance away. The barely perceptible warm glow of the campfire embers was visible, and right behind it, a faint silhouette was outlined. Nothing distinct could be made out, though something about it seemed extremely unnatural or just wrong. He turned and hurried deeper into the forest, hearing the man call his name one more time before he found himself alone again in the empty, silent, and dark woods. Getting out of the forest was, to say the least, exhausting. But the relief he felt upon making it out, getting back to his car, and driving away from those woods was indescribable. He considered calling the police, but honestly, he thought he'd sound crazy. Some guy calling his name in the woods and seeming to pursue him. What could the police even do about that? So, almost 3 years later, he still doesn't know what actually happened there that night. He admits it's crazy, but a part of him is frustrated that he didn't get closer to the voice to try and figure out who it was or how they knew his name. Though he knows that if he had, it might have been the last decision he ever made. The man prefers to remain anonymous, but this event happened several years ago. He worked at a small independent company, and one of his colleagues was a guy named Cameron. They hit it off immediately as they were hired around the same time and their desks were next to each other. So, it goes without saying, they talked a lot and developed a great work friendship. They never socialized outside of work, but they always joked about going on a hike together, as they both enjoyed hiking and the outdoors and often brought it up during the work day. However, he never thought it would actually happen until one day he came to work and found Cameron's desk empty and Cameron himself gone. It turned out he had been fired for reasons they, of course, weren't allowed to know. That same day, he received a message from Cameron suggesting they meet up outside of work and go on that hike they always talked about. Honestly, he felt bad for him, and knowing now that he'd likely never see him again if he didn't agree, he accepted his offer. After all, what could go wrong? They made arrangements, and a week later, they met at the trailhead 2 hours west of the city. Cameron looked very excited and happy to see him, and he, in fact, was glad to see him too. However, right away the man felt that Cameron wasn't the same person he was in the office. It wasn't alarming, but he just noticed it. They started down the trail and talked the whole way. The man tried to delicately ask why Cameron wasn't at the office anymore, but Cameron evaded the question. At work, Cameron had always been very open about everything, perhaps even too open, so it was a little strange to see him so reserved, but the man assumed he had just made some awkward mistake or something similar. In short, they reached the campsite, set up both tents, and then made lunch, and as soon as they finished eating, Cameron abruptly stood up and said, "Be right back." Then he walked into the woods. The way he said it was as if he needed to go somewhere, which, in that setting, made no sense. Why not just say you're going for a walk or something? The man stayed in camp, resting for 10 minutes until Cameron returned. He said nothing and acted as if nothing had happened, so the man just let it go. They talked a little more, unsure, about an hour probably. Then Cameron did the same thing, said he'd be right back, and walked into the woods, only this time it happened right in the middle of their conversation. A silent escape from the forest. Suddenly, mid-dialogue, something inexplicable happened. Quite unexpectedly, his companion, fixing his gaze on the forest trees, fell silent, then resolutely walked away. His first impulse was to follow the direction of his gaze, but nothing remarkable could be found. At this moment, the strangeness of the situation reached its peak, causing an almost alarming unease. 10 minutes later, he returned. This time, a direct question was posed about the purpose of his absence, to which, after a second's thought, a laconic answer followed: nowhere. No further explanation was offered, and again it was decided to let this oddity go. 6 months of daily interaction with Cameron prevented a few inexplicable occurrences from completely altering the established opinion of him. The conversation by the campfire continued for a while longer, after which they retired to their tents, preparing for sleep. The fatigue was so profound that falling asleep presented no difficulty whatsoever. However, he awoke in the middle of the night. His eyes snapped open, and the absolute silence, broken only by the soft rustling of the forest, was clearly imprinted in his memory. Unzipping his tent, the narrator peered outside, intending simply to look around, still unaware of the true reason for his awakening. Immediately, he noticed Cameron's tent was open, and Cameron himself was absent. A search of the entire camp yielded no results. He noticed the flashlight was missing, but no light was visible anywhere among the trees. "Cameron!" he called several times, but there was no answer. For a minute, the narrator sat by his tent, looking around and waiting for his return, until sounds resembling a quiet conversation between two people drifted from deep within the forest. "Cameron, are you out there?" he asked. The conversations instantly ceased, and silence once again reigned in the forest. After 30 seconds of tense waiting, Cameron slowly emerged from behind the trees into the camp clearing. His face was strained, but he tried to hide it with a nervous smile. He was asked about the presence of anyone else. He paused, then uttered, "Nobody." However, as he spoke, footsteps could be heard from behind the trees. It was clear that Cameron heard them too. Looking at him again, the narrator repeated the question about who was there. The feeling of discomfort intensified, but even then he stubbornly uttered, "Nobody." An extremely tense 15 to 20-second silence followed, during which both simply stared at each other while quiet footsteps slowly but steadily approached from the darkness. Adrenaline surged, and suddenly the narrator bolted down the trail, leaving everything behind. As he fled, he heard Cameron's voice and some other man's voice, but he never looked back. The escape didn't stop until he reached his car. Fortunately, they had arrived separately, and his keys and phone were with the narrator. He headed home and spent the rest of the night trying to process what had happened. An attempt was made to contact Cameron, but the message never went through. He had already blocked the contact. Since that night, there has been no further contact with him. It's unknown who else was there or what Cameron was up to, but the narrator believes he was incredibly lucky to get away. Last year, around early November, the narrator traveled to his hometown, primarily to meet old friends, and also to spend a week in a cozy country cabin, a spacious rented dwelling located deep in the woods. His hometown was small, surrounded predominantly by forests, offering many scenic views and camping spots. Although he had never been into hiking before, he had done extensive research and had a strong desire to try it. Gathering all the necessary gear, he decided that the ideal first hike would be a trip into a familiar forest just outside his hometown. This approach provided a sense of security and allowed him to gradually ease into his new hobby. The rented cabin was chosen specifically because of a trail that led to a small camping spot. The narrator reasoned that in case of unforeseen circumstances, he could always return to the cabin and everything would be fine. It seemed like a risk-free way to enjoy his first trip. The first few days were dedicated to meeting friends, and another day was spent relaxing at the cabin and preparing his gear. Then, finally, he set off for the camping spot. The trail was only about an hour long. For the first 10 minutes, He focused on properly adjusting his backpack and checking all his equipment. Once everything was settled and there was nothing more to worry about, a strange feeling washed over him, a sensation as if he was being watched from behind the trees. Since this was his first time alone in the forest, he assumed he was just nervous. However, this feeling didn't disappear as expected. Every time he looked into the forest beyond the trail, that empty, dreadful sensation enveloped him. It truly seemed like a sign, a warning to get out of there. But he didn't listen. He kept walking, battling these feelings all the way to the campsite. The camping spot was small, just a little patch of land that, frankly, the narrator wouldn't even have considered a campsite if it weren't for a few scraps left behind by previous campers. The place was definitely undeveloped, as it was unkempt and not maintained at all. Nevertheless, being off the trail and in a more open area, the narrator felt a bit better. He felt comfortable enough to stay. He began unpacking his things and setting up his tent. Since this was his first experience, he meticulously followed the step-by-step instructions, aiming to complete all actions flawlessly. This task took, by his estimation, about 15 minutes, which he felt was a perfectly acceptable result. It was at that very moment, as he was pulling the last tarp, that an unfamiliar man approached the campsite. The stranger was tall, and his age, judging by his appearance, was approaching 25, which matched the narrator's age. When the narrator looked at him, the man waved and gave him a strange smile. The strangeness of this smile was that it was normal, yet the rest of his face remained immobile. It seemed he was only smiling with his mouth and teeth, while maintaining a completely blank expression. The narrator found it extremely unusual, and even a crazy coincidence that the stranger appeared right after him at a campsite that, from his observations, wasn't very popular. However, what could he know? He continued with his tasks, setting up his area, getting everything he needed, and gathering branches for a fire. There was already a small fire pit there, likely built by someone long ago. While he was busy, the man set up his tent nearby. But oddly enough, that was all he had brought with him. The narrator saw the stranger approach with what he thought was a proper hiking backpack, but it was actually just a shoulder bag containing only a tent. He had no sleeping bag, no food, no other essential items. The narrator was certain of this because the stranger's tent was mostly mesh, see-through, and it even lacked a rainfly, and the man just sat there, doing nothing. The narrator felt a growing unease every time he accidentally glanced in the stranger's direction, because the man would instantly look back, forcing him to quickly avert his eyes. After gathering all the branches and finally being able to just sit and rest, the narrator became more and more frightened of this man. Simply put, his intuition told him something was wrong with him. And as the sun began to set, the thought of staying there alone with him overnight began to truly alarm him. No matter how much he chided himself for it, he decided it wasn't worth staying here when he felt such strong feelings, especially since his rented cabin was nearby. He might even make it back before the sun fully set. He started packing up, and the man immediately came out of his tent. He stood next to it, and although he tried not to show it, it was perfectly obvious that he was watching the narrator. His smile was gone, and his entire face was tense and almost annoyed. The narrator didn't even bother to organize his backpack, just threw everything inside and hoped it would zip. When he was finally ready to leave, sunlight was barely filtering through the treetops, so he knew he needed to hurry. But the man didn't pack up his tent, so the narrator hoped that meant he was staying. He set off, constantly looking back to ensure the stranger wasn't following him. For the first few minutes, he was relieved to see an empty trail each time he turned around. But after about 10 minutes, he turned again and saw him. The path wasn't perfectly straight, but far behind him, through the trees, he saw the man walking down the trail towards him. The narrator felt a sense of dread. He was terrified. He quickened his pace, moving faster along the trail. As far as he could tell, the stranger didn't seem to realize the narrator had spotted him, and the setting sun actually worked to his advantage. He was able to get back to the rented cabin, threw his bag inside, and locked all the doors. He then stood by the back window for 15 minutes, watching the woods, until the sun had fully set, making it dark and lifeless. And as he was still looking out the window, a sudden pounding shook the front door behind him. But it wasn't just an ordinary knock. Again and again, he hammered his fist against the door. In a panic, the narrator called the police. He genuinely couldn't tell if the stranger was simply knocking very hard or actually trying to break down the door, and he was too scared to even look. As soon as he started speaking on the phone, the man fell silent for a second. The narrator knew he was listening. Then his footsteps ran around the cabin, and he was almost certain he heard several thuds as the stranger tried to open one of the windows before his footsteps disappeared into the woods. After that, silence fell until 2 officers arrived 20 minutes later. After hearing everything the narrator told them, the officers agreed that the man seemed to have very bad intentions. However, finding him wasn't so easy. The narrator knew what he looked like, but that was all. That night, they conducted a quick search with flashlights, but never found him. His tent had also vanished from the campsite. The narrator truly doesn't know what might have happened that night. He still can't forgive himself for not listening to his intuition right away. It would have prevented everything that happened that night. He should have listened to his gut feeling the moment he sensed something was wrong in those woods. For nearly a decade of service, patrolling the silent expanses of Texas highways had become routine. However, the night of August 9th, 2013, just past 1 a.m., brought a call that stood out from the usual. The radio reported a truck blocking part of US 277, approximately 4 miles south of the small town of Bronte. The dispatcher clarified that a passerby had reported the obstruction, followed by a 911 call. The caller identified himself as Brandon Lawson, 26, and urgently pleaded for help. His words were fragmented but chilling. Someone was chasing him. Despite distortion and static, the voice on the line sounded extremely agitated and urgent. As the closest patrol to the scene, the officer immediately activated his emergency lights and headed to the specified location. Highway 277, especially at night, is an extremely isolated stretch of road. The landscape is monotonous, flat fields covered in thorny mesquite, and the rare silhouettes of rabbits crossing the road. The moon that night was bright enough to cast long shadows, but this only intensified the feeling of eerie silence. Over the years, the officer had seen many vehicle breakdowns in these parts, from running out of gas and flat tires to drivers simply losing their way. Yet, There was something profoundly unsettling about this particular call. Arriving at the scene around 1:10 a.m. confirmed the dispatcher's information. Indeed, a silver Ford F-150 was there. It was parked extremely carelessly, partly on the shoulder and partly occupying a lane of traffic. The hazard lights were not on, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. The officer cautiously approached from behind, and the powerful spotlight of his patrol car cut through the pitch darkness. The truck's windows were down, and there were no keys in the ignition. There were also no signs of an accident or struggle, just an empty, abandoned vehicle. The officer radioed in the license plates and confirmed that the vehicle was registered to Brandon Mason Lawson, residing in San Angelo. Stepping out of the car, the officer felt the gravel crunch under his boots. The air was heavy, still retaining the heat of the day, and the chirping of crickets was so deafening it seemed to drown out his own thoughts. The officer carefully scanned the area with his flashlight. The beam picked out patches of tall grass and thorny bushes stretching along the road, but nothing more. No tracks, no broken branches, nothing that could provide any clue as to where this person had disappeared. A loud shout, "Brandon Lawson, Sheriff's Department," echoed through the area, then faded into absolute silence. There was no response. The officer thoroughly inspected the truck. The fuel level was at 0, which matched Brandon's words in the 911 call. A pack of cigarettes lay on the passenger seat, several empty, Doctor. Pepper cans were on the floor, and a phone charger dangled from the dashboard. Ordinary items, not immediately suspicious. The officer speculated that Brandon might have walked towards Bronte or hitched a ride. However, the words from the 911 call continued to trouble him. "I'm in the middle of a field. A guy is chasing me through the woods. Please hurry." The operator who took the call confirmed that the caller's voice sounded panicked, but the connection dropped before she could get more information. There were no woods in this area, only sparse trees and brush. What on earth was he running from? Around this time, another vehicle pulled up to the scene, a pickup truck with a gas can in its bed. It was Kyle Lawson, Brandon's brother, accompanied by his girlfriend. Kyle looked extremely worried. He explained that Brandon had called him around 2:30 a.m., saying he had run out of gas. Kyle decided to bring fuel and help his brother. The officer asked if Brandon had said anything else, perhaps about trouble or someone chasing him. Kyle shook his head, responding that Brandon just sounded irritated about the truck breaking down. The officer asked them to stay put while he searched the surroundings. He walked approximately 100 yards in both directions, illuminating the ditches and adjacent fields with his flashlight. Nothing, no bloodstains, no torn clothing, no signs of a struggle. If someone was chasing him, as he claimed, where did they disappear? There were no other vehicles in the area, and the nearest residence was several miles away. The officer called for backup, and soon another couple of sheriff's deputies joined them to assist in the search. They combed the fields until about 3 a.m., but Brandon had seemingly vanished. By dawn, the Texas Rangers were called in. Later that day, they deployed a helicopter that searched the area for many miles around. The results remained the same. Nothing. Soon after, Brandon's girlfriend, Ledesha, arrived in a state of extreme panic. She explained that they had argued that night, and Brandon had left to cool off, planning to go to his father's in Crowley, a 3-hour drive away. She also mentioned that Brandon had been clean from drugs for a long time, but there was an old arrest warrant for him, years old, related to a minor drug possession charge. This made the officer wonder if he had fled to avoid law enforcement. But then why call 911 if he intended to disappear? The 911 call recording was truly chilling. The officer listened to it at the station. Brandon's voice was fast, breathless, as if he was running. "There's one car here. I ran into him. A guy is chasing me." The operator tried to calm him, asking if he needed an ambulance, but he kept repeating that he needed the police. Then there was static, and the call disconnected. Law enforcement obtained his phone records. The last signal was detected near the truck, after which there was complete silence. His phone was either dead or turned off. Days seamlessly turned into weeks. Searches resumed with K9 units, volunteers, and even drones. The Rangers took over the case, classifying it as a cold case, an unsolved disappearance. Many theories circulated. Did he get lost in the brush and die of hypothermia? Did he stumble into something like a bad drug deal and get murdered? Or did he simply run away, abandoning his 4 children? None of these hypotheses formed a coherent picture. A father of 4 doesn't just vanish, not without a trace. Years passed, and then in 2022, a search expedition discovered clothing that appeared to belong to Brandon. A yellow shirt, camouflage shorts, white Nike sneakers. These items were found along with bones and a skull fragment. The DNA testing process was long and painstaking, but by 2024, it was definitively confirmed that the remains belonged to him. However, the cause of his death remained undetermined. The absence of bullet or stab wounds only deepened the mystery. How could his remains end up in the middle of the wilderness, just a few miles from his own truck? Even now, driving on Highway 277, the narrator experiences a strange sense of unease. What did Brandon see that fateful night? Who was chasing him? Or was he overcome by such intense fear, such madness, that he himself plunged into the impenetrable darkness and never returned? In his years of work, the narrator has seen many things, but Brandon Lawson's story remains with him, like a persistent echo. It feels as if the highway swallowed him whole, leaving behind only a multitude of unanswered questions. The narrator remembers working as a night guard at a warehouse on the outskirts of town. The pay was modest, but it was the only way to support his family. His wife stayed home, caring for their young son, while he spent long nights patrolling the cold, deserted aisles filled with stored goods. One night, his life irrevocably changed. He had just started his shift, and the clock showed around midnight. The warehouse was silent, broken only by the hum of the lights and the rare echo of his footsteps. He usually brought a thermos of tea and his old, barely functioning mobile phone. His son should have been sleeping peacefully at home, but around 1 a.m. his phone vibrated with an incoming call. The number was unfamiliar. Usually the narrator never answered such calls, but that night, for some reason, he picked up. A gruff voice said, "We have your child." At first, he thought it was someone's sick joke. His boy should have been safe, at home. But then he caught a faint cry in the background. It was his son's voice, the narrator's stomach clenched with terror. The man demanded money, a colossal sum of $10,000, which he could never have raised. He was a poor man working as a guard for meager wages. He said he didn't have that kind of money. The man just laughed and stated that he had until the next evening. Then the connection broke. That night, the narrator left the warehouse, trembling with fear, and rushed home. His wife was in a panic. Their boy was gone. His son's bed was empty, and the back door was wide open. They immediately contacted the police. The narrator told them everything, including the call. The police advised them to remain calm and assured them they would set a trap for the kidnappers. The narrator couldn't sleep and couldn't eat. All he did was wait for the phone to ring again. The next day, the kidnappers called back. They named a meeting place, an abandoned parking lot by the river. The police devised a plan. They would hide in unmarked cars, watching every corner, while the narrator would bring a bag that looked full of money. They promised to catch the kidnappers before anything happened. That night, he drove to the parking lot with the fake money. The place was dark, surrounded by broken streetlights and weeds pushing through cracks in the asphalt. The river made a faint noise in the distance. His hands were sweaty on the steering wheel, and he constantly looked at the passenger seat where the bag lay. The police contacted him through a small earpiece. They told him to stay calm, just follow instructions. He got out of the car and stood under one of the few working lights. The air was cold, and he could hear every beat of his heart. Minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity. Then, without headlights, a car pulled up. It slowed and stopped about 20 feet from him. His throat was dry. A man in a dark hoodie and mask emerged. He stared at the narrator, then at the bag in his hand. For a second, the narrator thought it would work. The man walked slowly but steadily towards him. Then, suddenly, he froze. His head turned slightly, as if he saw something. The narrator realized what it was. He had spotted one of the officers hiding at the edge of the parking lot. The man rushed back to his car. The doors slammed shut, and the engine roared. They sped away so fast that gravel flew into the air. Police cars chased after them, lights flashing, but the kidnappers knew the area better. The narrator stood there helplessly, clutching the useless bag. The chase ended in failure. The officers lost them somewhere in the labyrinth of old roads by the river. When they returned, all he could do was collapse onto his car, feeling that he had lost everything. That was the last time he had hope. The next morning, a package appeared on his doorstep. He knew what it was before he even opened it. Inside was the body of his child. His world crumbled. He felt dead inside. His wife screamed until she lost her voice. He couldn't even explain the pain. It was like something had torn open his chest and left it empty. He couldn't protect him. He couldn't save him. After that, the police worked day and night. It took weeks, but they finally caught those people. There were 3 of them. All had prior convictions, robberies, assaults, and worse. They confessed after hours of interrogation. They had been watching the narrator for weeks, knowing he was poor and thinking he would do anything to get his child back. Now they are in prison. The law says justice has been served. But for the narrator and his wife, nothing feels like justice. They no longer have their boy. The man's heart still drops every time the phone rings during his new night shift. Though he now works elsewhere. Passing dark corners, he invariably sees his face, hears his voice calling his name. That fateful night at the warehouse, which seemed like an ordinary shift, ended up costing him everything he held dear. No matter how many years pass, the silence of those endless warehouse spaces continues to remind him of the stillness that has settled in his own home. The tragedy occurred in May 2025, This isn't a story where fear creeps up suddenly, but it is certainly the most terrible experience of his life. The man and his friend, Brandon, both in their early 30s and from Atlanta, eagerly anticipated a 10-day trip to Universal Studios in Orlando, Florida, to escape the routine of their office weekdays. They had been looking forward to this journey for months, discussing future rides on the Velocicoaster, exploring the magical world of Harry Potter, and many other attractions. They booked a room at the Hard Rock Hotel, located right by the parks, with 2 queen beds and a magnificent view of the lagoon. Brandon asked if his girlfriend Michelle could come with them. They had met on Tinder a few months prior, and he was completely smitten with her. The man agreed without hesitation, believing it would be a fun addition to their company. At the airport, Michelle made a pleasant impression. She was about 25 years old, had brown hair, a wide smile, and was wearing a Gryffindor t-shirt. They hugged, chatted a bit about the upcoming flight, and headed to the hotel. At that point, there were no red flags, but the situation began to change rapidly. By the first day, Michelle had completely taken the lead. She insistently demanded they skip the parks to visit random restaurants she found online, whether it was some Cuban place downtown or a vegan cafe miles away. If the friends wanted to go on a ride, she would pout or cleverly change the subject. Brandon always gave in to her, and the man agreed to keep the peace. It was certainly annoying, but he attributed it to her personality quirks. Soon Michelle started talking nonstop. She endlessly chatted about her job, her ex-lovers, or strange theories, such as Disney secretly running Universal. She seemed unstoppable. Brandon suggested it might be ADHD, or perhaps she had forgotten to take her medication. At night, the man couldn't sleep either. She would talk through the bathroom door while brushing her teeth, or whisper to Brandon at 2 a.m. The man would hide his head under his pillow, but her voice drilled through it. Brandon also looked exhausted, but he just shushed her and rolled over. The worst part was that Michelle stayed in their room. Brandon asked if he minded, as she couldn't afford a separate room. The man said it was fine, thinking he was being a good friend. This was a huge mistake. The room became cramped. Her belongings were everywhere, chargers, makeup, snacks, all over the beds. There was no privacy, no quiet. By the 3rd day, the man was at his breaking point. That day, they finally managed to visit the parks. They rode the Hulk coaster, enjoyed butterbeer, and laughed in the Simpsons area. It felt like the trip they had originally planned. Afterward, the man grabbed a burger at City Walk, Antojitos, cheap and tasty. Around 8 p.m., he keycarded into their room. He is 14 now, but this happened when he was 11. His older sister was suffering from a severe toothache again. She never really brushed her teeth, and such nights were not uncommon in their house. It was bitterly cold outside, one of those nights when the air burned your nose and the windows were covered with a thin layer of frost. Mom stood in his doorway, half-dressed in her coat, and asked if he wanted to go with them to the dentist. The boy replied that he preferred to stay home. He hated the cold and liked the thought of a warm blanket and a movie. She said they would grab food on the way back. It sounded perfect. They left, and a heavy silence settled in the apartment. The kind that comes after a door closes and the building seems to settle. 2 minutes later, his phone lit up, showing a call from an unknown number. He never answered such calls, so he just watched it ring until it stopped. The phone rang again. He ignored it again. The boy convinced himself it was probably a wrong number. Some delivery person trying to reach someone else, or a scammer. The second call died down, and he tried to forget about it. His nose was running, and he sneezed 3 times in a row. He made himself a cozy nest on his bed, blanket up to his chin, pillow neatly stacked. He called his friends, and they played games on their phones for a while. After that, he put on a movie and let the sound fill the room. The kind of sound that makes you feel safe, as if you're not alone. And then he heard it, breathing, not his own. A slow, steady sound behind him, as if someone was trying to breathe quietly, but too close to the wall. His stomach dropped. He paused the movie. The room became quiet. He could still hear it. He didn't look back. He just slid off his bed and crawled into his sister's bed across the room. He kept telling himself it was the heating, or the ventilation, or a pipe in the wall, old building, old noises. He stared at the doorway leading to the hallway, listening, but the sound never quite faded into the building's general hum. 20 minutes passed, and then the lights suddenly went out. When one speaks of fear of the dark, it means something more than just the absence of light. It's the feeling when anxiety constricts your chest. It seemed as if the very space of the room had shrunk, pressing down on his rib cage. He pulled the blanket over his head, trying to slow his breathing. He knew that their apartment sometimes had power outages, especially on cold nights when everyone turned on their electric heaters. He convinced himself that the lights would surely come back on. He commanded himself to remain still. He decided to count to 100 and then try to activate the flashlight on his mobile device. Around the count of 60, his resolve wavered slightly. He abruptly threw off the blanket and grabbed his phone. The battery was only at 10%. His attempt to turn on the flashlight was unsuccessful, as the phone was in power-saving mode and would not allow that function to be activated. He desperately tapped the screen, as if these actions could change anything. No light, just a dim lock screen reflecting his own face. Enos. At that moment, the bathroom door stirred. It didn't slam shut, but slowly closed, the latch making a barely audible click. The bathroom door was light, and sometimes a draft from open windows could push it, but this time all the windows were tightly closed. The person was acutely aware of this. Their gaze was fixed on the dark silhouette of the doorway, and a flush of heat spread across their face. The person didn't want to speak, but finally uttered, "Mom." In response, there was only silence, broken only by the creaking of the building, a common occurrence in cold weather. The person sat perfectly still, hearing their own heartbeat in their ears. Thoughts turned to Mom's car pulling onto the street. The smell of takeout food came to mind. The person imagined the bright lights of the dentist's office and their sister's complaints. The mental replay of mundane things continued to ward off the rising fear. The electricity returned with a soft pop, and the lights flickered. The heating fan started, the refrigerator hummed, and the apartment was once again filled with the sounds of life. The person exhaled, not realizing until that moment that they had been holding their breath. The person convinced themselves that the sound of breathing was the heating system. The person explained to themselves that the bathroom door's movement was due to an air pressure change caused by the power outage. They almost managed to believe it. Then the phone vibrated, the same unknown number again. It filled the entire screen so casually and indifferently, as if it didn't know that for the past half hour, its existence had consumed all thoughts. The person stared at it, not answering. They watched it ring until it stopped. Then, a call was made to Mom. The person tried not to sound scared, but their voice still trembled. They said that something had been heard, that the lights had gone out, that someone kept calling. Mom replied that they were paying the bill and heading home immediately. 10 minutes, she said. Every second of those 10 minutes stretched like an entire minute. The person got up and, on shaky legs, crossed the room to the bathroom. The door was closed. Placing a hand on the handle, they stood there, almost touching the wood with their forehead, listening. Nothing. Quickly opening it, they found the bathroom empty, towels neatly in place, shower curtains still. Nothing moved. The person returned to the bedroom and tried to laugh at themselves. They turned the movie back on, making the sound too loud. When Mom and sister returned home, the person almost ran to the door. Cold air rushed in with them, and the apartment smelled of the street, the dentist's office, and food. Mom touched their face and asked if everything was okay. The person replied that everything was fine. Everyone ate and behaved as usual, and the person convinced themselves that the night was over, but it wasn't. The next morning, the sister's phone rang as she was brushing her hair. An unknown number. She said hello as she always answered calls. There was a pause. Then she frowned and hung up. Strange, she murmured, adding that no one was there. The person advised her not to answer if it called again, and told her that the number had called them last night too. The sister grimaced and suggested, maybe it's the dentist. However, the dentist's number was saved in Mom's phone. That night, as everyone was getting ready for bed, Mom's phone rang. An unknown number. She looked at the person, and everything inside froze. She didn't answer. It rang and rang, then stopped. A minute later, it rang again. She ignored it. After it quieted, she tried to call back. The call didn't go through. She tried again. Nothing. She blocked it. 2 days later, it called again. This time during the day when everyone was home. It called once. Hung up. Called the sister's phone. Hung up. And then called the person's phone. The same pattern, as if it was moving through their house from phone to phone. The person answered, heart pounding, planning to say, "Stop calling." The phone was pressed to their ear. Breathing was heard, slow, heavy breathing. No words, no background noise, just that calm rhythm, like someone who had all the time in the world. The person listened for a second longer than they should have, then hung up. Their hands trembled so much that the phone fell onto the carpet. Mom grabbed her keys and said they were going to the police station. A report was filed. The officer was kind. He asked if the caller had said any words. He inquired about the times of the calls. He asked if anyone knew who had gotten their numbers. He told them that unknown numbers could be spoofed or hidden, and sometimes it was difficult to trace if the caller was using certain apps. He advised them to block it, keep a log and call if the situation escalated. He didn't say it would stop. The silence was supposed to come. The calls, however, didn't stop for a whole week, continuing to ring at the most unpredictable moments. They invaded the peace of deep night, woke us at dawn, interrupted daytime meals. Sometimes there was absolute silence on the line, just the echo of an unseen presence. Other times only someone's breathing was heard, light and barely perceptible. Once, we clearly distinguished a faint cough, as if someone was trying to muffle the sound by covering the microphone. To avoid looking at the screen every time, we changed the ringtones, assigning this number a unique signal that immediately betrayed its ominous origin. We spent nights with the hallway light on, creating an illusion of safety. I moved my bed closer to the door, as if that could protect me from the invisible threat. Mom kept her keys and phone on her nightstand, ready for immediate action. Even my sister, who usually needed constant reminders, started brushing her teeth without prompting, as if she believed routine could ward off the approaching darkness. And then, as suddenly as it began, everything stopped. The calls ceased. A day passed, then two, then a whole week. Life, as if slowly awakening from a nightmare, gradually returned to its usual rhythm, leaving behind only a vague memory of the fear experienced. The sight instantly paralyzed me. The room was completely ransacked. A lamp lay broken, its shards scattered across the floor. My laptop, an $800 MacBook holding invaluable work photos, was savagely pried open on the bed, its screen shattered. A Gringotts goblin souvenir, meant for my niece, was crushed. Clothes from my suitcase were torn, stained with wine, and some items were cut with scissors. The mini fridge stood open, its contents spilled onto the floor. Drawers were emptied, their contents strewn about. It resembled a robbery, but far more brutal and senseless. The damage amounted to hundreds of dollars. "What happened here?" I exclaimed, my voice trembling with shock. Brandon sat on the bed, pale with shaking hands. Michelle, however, sat on the floor, calmly picking at her nails as if nothing had happened. "It's not my fault," she said without looking up. "This is your room. You paid for it, so you deal with it." At that moment, I completely lost my composure. All her demands, her endless talking, and now this. "You two need your own room," I roared, unable to contain my anger. "This is insane. My things are ruined, and I've had enough." Brandon tried to say something, but Michelle slowly stood up. Her eyes were cold, completely empty. She reached into her jeans and pulled out a knife. It wasn't a folding knife, but a large one, like from a kitchen set, with a black handle wrapped in electrical tape. My heart stopped. Where could she even get that in a theme park? The thought flashed through my mind. "You can't kick me out," she said in a low voice, approaching me. "After everything." She lunged forward, swinging the knife at my face. I felt the blade whiz inches from my cheek. Pure instinct kicked in instantly. I dodged, tripped over the doorframe, and slammed the door right in front of her. The door hit her in the chest, knocking her down. The knife clattered to the floor. She cursed, reaching for it, but I had already darted out of the room and was running without looking back. I flew down the stairs to the lobby. The front desk clerk, Raj, stood behind the counter. "Call the police!" I gasped, spilling out the whole story, the knife, the trashed room, her attack. He immediately pressed the panic button. Security arrived very quickly, and then, in less than 10 minutes, the Orange County Sheriff's Office appeared. They arrested Michelle, handcuffing her while she screamed that I had ruined her life. Brandon was distraught, apologizing and offering his credit card to cover the damages. The hotel compensated my stay and moved me to a new room. That night, I locked the door tightly, flinching at every sound. Michelle was charged with assault with a deadly weapon. However, here's the catch. She was released 2 days later. Some judge let her out on $5,000 bail for reasons I will never understand. I cut my trip short, flew home to Atlanta, and blocked Brandon for a while. I needed my space. Then the situation worsened. Brandon called me a few days later from a blocked number, his voice trembling. Michelle had come for him too. The same knife, the same crazy look in his apartment parking lot in Tampa. She cut his arm, requiring 6 stitches, but he managed to fight her off and called the police. The charge is mounted: attempted murder, violation of a restraining order. She is now in jail, awaiting trial. The worst part is that Brandon isn't going to leave her. He claims he's afraid she'll come after him, or his family, if he does. She's not always like this, he keeps repeating, as if that changes anything. I called him a coward and cut off all contact with him permanently. He is now my ex-friend. This trip was supposed to be filled with roller coasters and magic wands. Instead, it showed me how quickly things can go wrong. 1 minute you're laughing about butter beer, the next you're dodging a knife in a hotel room. If you meet someone online, do a deep dive into who they are, because some people hide monsters within them. And I learned that the hard way. I still double-check my locks at night. I never imagined grief could drive a person so deep into the woods. However, after my mother's passing, it was vital for me to get away. My name is Forrest. I am 32, and I work as a mechanic in a small town in upstate New York. My mom was only 58. She always had a smile despite her heart problems. She swallowed beta blockers like candy to keep her blood pressure in check. But one night, she took too many. At least that's what the coroner said, an accidental overdose. However, immediately after the funeral, rumors began to circulate. My stepfather, Rick, had been arguing with her more frequently lately. The bruises on her arms, which she meticulously hid under long sleeves, bothered me. Some diner patrons swore he'd slipped extra pills into her tea, envious of her small inheritance. Others said it was just her forgetfulness, a disease affecting her mind. The police classified it as an accident. No charges were filed. Rick got the house, and I got a crushing sense of guilt for not noticing it all sooner. I couldn't sleep in my apartment anymore, staring at the ceiling, replaying the arguments I'd heard. So I packed my old Ford pickup with a tent, a sleeping bag, a cooler with sandwiches and non-alcoholic drinks, and headed for the Catskill Mountains. He headed for the Catskill Mountains. The drive there took about 3 hours, winding through pine groves, where the air was infused with the sense of damp earth and untamed freedom. He chose a secluded spot, far from busy routes, the Black Bear campsite, but ventured deep into the woods, avoiding the proximity of families with their RVs and children's chatter. It was just him, the flickering campfire, and the silent stars. In his mind, he held out hope that 3 nights spent in complete solitude would help clear the fog that enveloped his mind. There was no cell service there, and that was the whole point of his trip. He arrived late on a Friday evening in October. The leaves had already turned yellow, crunching under his boots with every step. Quickly setting up camp, he pitched his tent by a creek that gurgled as if whispering ancient secrets. The campfire flared to life from dry branches and a lighter pulled from his pocket. After cooking a hamburger, he opened a can of Bud Light and sat watching the sun slowly dip below the horizon. The air quickly grew cold, a piercing chill that seeped into his bones, raising goosebumps on his skin. At that moment, he remembered his mother's laugh, her playful scolding about him never settling down. Then Rick's voice echoed in his mind, shouting about money a week before her death. "She doesn't need that old fool," Rick would have said. He brushed away these thoughts, convincing himself that this trip was for her, for both of them. Night fell, a heavy, inky black blanket. There was no moon visible that night, only the campfire's light casting strange, flickering shadows on the tree trunks. Around 10 p.m. he crawled into his sleeping bag, but sleep never came. The creek's whisper began to sound ominous, like distant, arguing voices. The wind rustled through the branches, making them creak like old floorboards underfoot. He lay with wide-open eyes, his heart pounding from the excess caffeine from his last soda. That's when he heard it, a soft crunch, like a branch breaking under someone's foot about 20 yards away. A deer, he thought, as there were many here. But then another crunch, closer this time. He sat up, flashlight in hand, aiming the beam into the pitch blackness. Nothing but tree trunks and swaying ferns. He tried to laugh off the fear, rolled over, closed his eyes. A few minutes later, another rustle, clearer this time, as if something was deliberately pushing aside fallen leaves. His pulse quickened. He grabbed the flashlight again and turned it on. The beam of light cut through the darkness, falling on a mighty oak about 15 feet from his tent. And there, peeking from behind the trunk, were eyes. 2 crimson points, glowing like embers in a dying fire. These were not animal eyes, too high, too still. They stared directly at him, unblinking through the mesh window of the tent. He froze, his breath caught in his throat. "Who's there?" His voice came out softly, swallowed by the forest's depth. There was no answer, only those eyes continued to hold him in their steady gaze. Then, slowly, like an embodiment of sin, a hand rose from the shadows, pale with thin, crooked fingers that seemed to beckon. "Come here," it silently said. "Join me." The air around him grew thick. Cold sweat beaded on his neck. His mind frantically searched for an explanation. A bear. No, bears' eyes don't glow red. A poacher. But that hand, it was unnatural. Too long, joints bending wrong, like bones under loose skin. He shot up, heart hammering like a jackhammer, zipped up the tent flap, fumbled for his boots. Those eyes didn't move, just watched patiently. The hand waved again, gently, as if calling a lost child home. His mother's face flashed in his mind, her pale cheeks in the coffin, Rick smirking at the wake. Was it him waiting for him here? No, that was crazy. But the eyes burned brighter, drawing him in, causing a pulling sensation in his stomach, like a hunger that couldn't be ignored. He didn't hesitate. Grabbing his keys, he burst out of the tent into the cold night. Branches slapped his face as he ran, the flashlight beam bouncing erratically. The creek splashed under his boots, mud sucking at his heels. Behind him, a low chuckle, or was it the wind? He didn't look back. The ranger station was a mile down the trail marked on his map. His legs burned, his lungs burned. He pushed through thorns that tore at his jeans. Every shadow hid those eyes. Every tree hid that hand. "Help!" he yelled, but only an echo answered. Finally, the station lights appeared. Yellow bulbs on the log cabin glowed like a beacon from hell. He pounded on the door at 1 a.m., gasping for breath. Ranger Neil, a stout man in his 50s with a broom-like mustache, answered, awakened. "Bear get into your camp," he grumbled, but he spilled everything. The eyes, the hand, his dead mom, the doubts. Neil radioed another ranger, poured him coffee that tasted like tar. Probably a hiker with a red LED headlamp playing a trick, he said, but his eyes said he wasn't sure. They waited until dawn, him shivering under a wool blanket. The sun rose, gray and weak, through the clouds. They walked back, him, Neil, and his buddy Tom, a shotgun slung over Tom's shoulder just in case. The trail seemed shorter in daylight, but his stomach churned with anxiety. They reached his spot. The tent sagged, the fire pit cold ashes, no tracks but his own, and a deer's print in the mud. No eyes, no hands. Neil walked around, found his hamburger wrapper fluttering in the wind. "See anything?" Tom asked. He shook his head, examining the oak. Only bark and moss. They decided he had scared himself. Grief plays tricks. "It happens out here," Neil said, patting his shoulder. "Go home, son. Get some rest." He packed up quickly, hands trembling as he folded his sleeping bag, drove away, radio blaring classic rock to drown out the silence. Back home, he slept for 2 days, dreaming of red lights and beckoning fingers. Several months later, Rick sold his house and moved to Florida. The police officially closed the case, classifying it as an accident. However, last week, late in the evening, as he was alone fixing a carburetor in his workshop under the hum of fluorescent lights, he saw them again. In the rearview mirror of a client's crookedly parked Chevy, 2 red eyes flickered in the dark yard, and a hand slowly rose from the shadows, beckoning him. The man rushed inside and locked the door, immediately calling the police. The arriving officers found nothing, just an empty yard where the wind rattled the chain-link fence. But he was sure it was there, waiting for answers, or perhaps wanting him to join her. Whatever caused her death, it now craves company, and it definitely knows where he lives. It was September 7th, a young woman's 24th birthday, and she dreamed of something modest. She didn't want a noisy club or an overcrowded bar. Time twos. Her only wish was to have a quiet, secluded celebration in a place where she could fully relax with her closest friends. Online, she found a beautiful Airbnb house. It was a 2-story building located on the outskirts of the city, with a spacious backyard, perfect for hanging fairy lights, setting up a fire pit, and creating a cozy gathering area. She booked this house for the weekend. Moreover, she even paid extra for catering services to completely free herself from the hassle of preparing food and drinks. The catering company promised to send 3 waiters to serve appetizers and beverages. Her plan was a barbecue dinner, accompanied by music, laughter, and a complete absence of any dramatic events. The weather promised to be warm, slightly humid, but perfectly suitable for an evening outdoors. On Friday afternoon, she arrived at the venue with her best friend, Harper. Her friend helped her unload boxes of party decorations. The house looked even better in person than in the photos. Its facades were painted white, a wraparound porch encircled the building, and a tall fence securely enclosed the yard. Inside, the owner had left the Wi-Fi code and a spare key hidden under the doormat. Harper and the birthday girl spent several hours setting up folding tables, stringing lights in the trees, and blowing up balloons. By Saturday morning, the place was fully ready for a real celebration. By 6:11 p.m., the catering staff arrived as promised. There were 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black vests and ties, carrying trays and ice buckets, exuding professionalism. One of the men was tall with a short haircut. The other had disheveled brown hair and a name tag that read Alex. The woman's name was Lisa. They offered polite smiles and immediately got to work. Guests began to gather around 7,000 p.m. The birthday girl's brother, Marcus, was the first to arrive, bringing a pack of non-alcoholic drinks. Then came Harper's friends from work, a few old college neighbors, and a couple of neighbors. Soon the grill was in full swing. Steaks sizzled on the grates. Corn wrapped in foil was ready to be served, and music streamed from a portable speaker. People laughed, enjoyed their drinks, and shared stories. The backyard glowed with string lights, and fireflies danced in the grass. The servers discreetly blended into the background. Tom, the tall waiter, constantly refilled drinks without being intrusive. Alex remained by the food table, ensuring trays were always full. Lisa cleared dirty plates. Everything ran smoothly, as if they had done it hundreds of times before. By 10 o'clock, it was cake time. The birthday girl had ordered a large vanilla cake from a local bakery, covered in white frosting and adorned with the inscription, 24 and thriving. Everyone gathered around the picnic table. Marcus lit the sparklers. All the guests sang in unison, and the birthday girl blew out the candles in one breath, wishing for a promotion at work. People clapped and eagerly dug into their slices. It was at this moment that she noticed Alex. He wasn't holding a tray. Instead, she saw him by the chair where the gifts were stacked. He unzipped her new leather purse and extracted a small item. Then he reached for a box that held a silver necklace. "Hey man, what are you doing?" her cousin Jake loudly exclaimed, catching him red-handed. Everyone turned to look. Alex froze, his hand halfway to the box. His face remained impassive, showing neither guilt nor fear. "What?" he uttered in a lifeless voice. "You're stealing," Jake said, moving closer. "Put it back." Silence fell over the yard. People stopped eating, their eyes fixed on Alex. Then Alex reached into his vest pocket. He pulled out a switchblade and flicked it open, the blade glinting under the string lights. Gasps filled the air. Harper grabbed the birthday girl's hand. "Back off," Alex said, calmly pointing the knife at Jake. "Nobody move. Call the police, and you'll regret it." He slowly retreated toward the gate. Chairs scraped across the ground as he slipped into the dark side yard. Chaos ensued. Marcus yelled for everyone to stick together. Harper called 911 and reported what had happened. People whispered, fearing he might return. Jake checked the gifts. Some money and a charger were missing, but the necklace was still there. 10 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived. Officers took statements under the light of the porch lantern. The birthday girl told them about the catering company she had booked. Quick Serve Events. They verified the name and took notes. Another officer searched the yard with a flashlight, but Alex was long gone. They advised them to lock up and stay inside. The party had to end early. People left in groups. The birthday girl stayed with Harper in the house, too nervous to sleep. Every creak in the old house made her jump. Ring. Around 2 a.m, the phone suddenly vibrated, breaking the silence. Police officers seemed to have returned to the front door. "We found him," one of them said, his words echoing in the air. The officers escorted everyone to a downstairs bathroom. The narrator's heart sank, sensing something was terribly wrong. Inside, leaning against the cold wall, was a semi-conscious man in a waiter's vest. His shirt was torn, his skin unnaturally pale, and his chin was stained with vomit. Needles and a syringe kit lay on the countertop, indicating recent medical procedures. Paramedics were already assisting him. In a weak voice, the man mumbled. "They claimed to be guests. 2 men. They offered me a drink before my shift. My throat burned terribly. I woke up here with no clothes, no knife. They said they would handle the party themselves." The officers exchanged significant glances. One of them reported that the contents of the syringe tested positive for powerful sedatives. The bitter truth hit everyone with incredible force. The man in the bathroom was the real Alex, the genuine waiter. The two individuals previously thought to be Tom and Alex were merely imposters. They had cunningly drugged the true employee, taken his uniform, and infiltrated the party unnoticed. Lisa, however, was indeed who she claimed to be. She had genuinely left the event early due to a headache, but these two men skillfully played their roles throughout the night. They deftly poured drinks and served food, all the while harboring a sinister plan for robbery. By dawn, everyone had packed up and left the Airbnb. The owner promised a refund for the rental, but peaceful sleep never returned with the same ease. The narrator's thoughts constantly drifted back to the knife, to how calmly and coolly it had been aimed at Jake. The police classified the incident as attempted robbery, but to the narrator, it felt far more sinister and ominous. A month had passed since that day. She was still 24, but birthdays now felt tainted, overshadowed. She couldn't stop replaying the events of that night in her mind, reliving each moment. In her imagination, images of those men arose, smiling as they served food, subtly observing everyone present, and sometimes a disturbing question surfaced. Was stealing money truly their only objective? Or were they plotting something far worse, something that never came to pass because Jake spoke up in time? At one point, the narrator worked at a Pizza Hut located in one of Tucson's less affluent neighborhoods. This area was notoriously known for its dilapidated apartment buildings, numerous trailer parks, and duplexes that seemed long past their prime. Most customers were typically not generous tippers, and many appeared to be struggling with drug addiction or living on government assistance. This job was certainly neither the safest nor the most pleasant, but it allowed her to make ends meet and pay her bills. One evening, an order came in for a large meat lover's pizza with extra sausage. The delivery was assigned to another driver. However, even before that driver could return to the store, the customer was already calling the pizzeria, claiming the pizza was so spicy it was inedible and demanding an immediate replacement. The staff doubted the truth of his claim regarding the dish's spiciness, but the manager decided to send another pizza to resolve the conflict and appease the dissatisfied customer. When the driver returned, he was given a fresh pizza for redelivery. Everyone believed this would finally solve the problem. However, their hopes were dashed. The man called again, not once, but twice more over the next few hours. Each time, he repeated the same complaint. The pizza was too spicy, and he couldn't eat it. The staff continued to send replacements and retrieve the old pizzas, ostensibly for quality checks, though in reality, they simply threw them into the dumpster. The pizzeria believed the customer was trying to scam them for free food and hoped he would eventually stop calling. By 11,000 callers p.m., an hour before closing, he called once more, demanding another pizza. By this point, the manager's patience had worn thin. He politely but firmly explained that they could do no more. If the man came to the store the next day, he would receive a refund. Everyone assumed the incident would be over. The narrator wasn't closing the store that night, so she was at the register, counting the day's earnings. Just then, A beat-up truck screeched to a halt in the parking lot, stopping right at the front door. A heavy, unkempt man emerged from the cab, carrying a pizza box. He came inside, placed the box on the counter, and declared he was there for a refund. The narrator called for the manager. While waiting for the manager to arrive, the narrator watched as the man opened the box and began to mumble. "This pizza is so spicy," he said. "You just have to try it. Someone's putting pepper in the sauce or something." The narrator, trying to avoid conflict, told him she believed him and stepped aside. The manager approached to process the refund, but the man became even more agitated. He pushed the pizza toward the manager, insistently repeating, "You have to try this. You just have to believe me." He poked his finger into the pizza, turning it into a shapeless mess. The manager calmly explained that he didn't need to try it and asked the man to leave the premises. Finally, the man took his pizza and quickly rushed back to his truck. By this time, all the store employees had gathered near the entrance, the waitress, the cook, and other drivers. One of these drivers was the person the narrator had a secret crush on. When the man drove away, the narrator tried to lighten the tense atmosphere with a joke. "Hey, Kevin, want to try my pizza?" Everyone laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. The truck suddenly screeched to a halt, then accelerated back into the parking lot. The man burst inside again, this time enraged. He yelled at Kevin, "You think this is funny? You're laughing at me!" Kevin froze as if struck by lightning. The man climbed onto the counter, shouting that he would teach him a lesson. He demanded that Kevin come outside to fight him. Kevin was only 22, slender, and clearly frightened. This man was much older, larger, and far more unpredictable. The manager managed to calm him enough to push him outside and quickly lock the door. For a moment, it seemed that it was all over. Then a rumble sounded, and the massive truck reappeared, but this time its maneuvers around the building took on a sinister tone. A gun now protruded menacingly from the driver's window, pointed directly at them. Instantly, everyone present dropped to the floor, gripped by panic. The waitress couldn't hold back her sobs, and their manager, trembling all over, blindly fumbled for the phone to dial 911. Each time anyone dared to raise their head for a quick glance, they saw the truck continuing its terrifying circular drive. Eventually, the vehicle stopped and parked neatly next to a driver's car, seemingly waiting, clearly hoping that one of the employees would come out for a delivery. They remained hidden, barely moving, until, after approximately 15 minutes, their pursuer finally drove away. The police arrived almost an hour after the incident. By that time, one of the employees had already hastily left the scene, consumed by fear that the aggressor might return if he stayed. The next day, the man continued to call the establishment. He furiously yelled into the phone, claiming that they had attacked him and even thrown pepper in his eyes. Fortunately, because they had his phone number and address recorded, law enforcement was able to promptly track down the assailant. The police arrested him, and he was never seen again after that. Following this incident, his name was permanently placed on the Do Not Deliver blacklist. En use. Several months ago, the author of this account was returning home from his sister's place. It was an ordinary Tuesday, approaching midnight. The highway seemed deserted, with only the headlights cutting through the darkness. and the yellow lane markings flashing beneath the car's wheels. Fatigue was setting in, but the driver remained vigilant. To avoid falling asleep at the wheel, the radio was kept at a low volume. About 60 kilometers from the city, a turnoff onto a small dirt road leading into agricultural fields caught his eye. The GPS promised to save about 10 minutes, so the author turned off the highway. The road was narrow and plunged into impenetrable darkness. Tall cornstalks loomed on both sides, and the asphalt glistened from recent rain. The speed was reduced to 80 kilometers per hour to avoid colliding with a deer suddenly darting out. After 10 minutes, headlights appeared in the distance, revealing a car parked on the shoulder. Hazard lights blinked weakly against the backdrop of the cornfields. A woman in a light jacket stood near the trunk, waving both arms frantically. Her face was obscured by wind-blown hair. The author slowed down and carefully approached. When he was about 12 meters from the woman, she stepped onto the road, continuing to wave her arms energetically. At that moment, the headlights illuminated the rear of her car from a better angle. A man was crouched behind the bumper, almost completely hidden by tall grass. He wasn't changing a tire. He was watching the road intently. Instinct immediately signaled that something was wrong. Why hide if you need help? Flashed through his mind. Gripping the steering wheel tighter, the author maintained his speed and moved closer to the center line to increase the distance as he passed. The woman stepped back toward the shoulder, continuing to wave, but not as desperately as if she were acting. His gaze darted back to the man. He turned his head toward the approaching car, his left hand resting on the trunk, his legs poised to jump. A cold shiver ran through his body, and his self-preservation instinct kicked in. His foot moved from the brake to the accelerator. The engine roared louder. Maintaining a calm expression, the author looked straight ahead, pretending not to notice anything. As he passed, he saw the man's shoulders tense. He seemed ready to pounce, but something held him back. After driving about 15 meters, the author heard gravel spraying from under the tires and a woman's scream, the words of which he couldn't make out. Looking in the rear-view mirror, the author saw both strangers jump into their car. The hazard lights went off, and the headlights came on. The engine roared. The accelerator was pressed to the floor. The car wasn't exactly known for its speed, but on the straight road, it felt like a rocket. The speedometer needle crept up, passing 110 and 130 kilometers per hour. The pursuers swerved sharply onto the road, tires squealing. Their headlights were closing in the rear-view mirror. His gaze fell on the phone lying on the seat. No signal. The dirt road was too far from civilization. Calling for help wasn't possible yet. He needed to get back to the highway. The author tried to